Chapter 101. 3 days. Su Muqing's talent was average. Her skills really weren't considered outstanding. If it was based purely on hand speed, then she might not even be better than Tang Ru. But as a pro player, everything that surrounded her was at a high level. Plus, she always accompanied the textbook-level god Yi Xiu. As a result, in the knowledge department, Su Muqing was at a very professional level. Unfortunately, leveling in the game's new server simply didn't need such a high-level knowledge. She could only line up in the beginner village to receive the simplest of quests and steal monsters. Fortunately, the new server had already been open for several days. It was also early in the morning, so there weren't that many people. Su Muqing set out rapidly and quickly reached level 5. Compared to Yi Xiu's 2 hours to get to level 7, this was a more ordinary leveling speed in beginner village. While leveling, she once again chatted idly with Yi Xiu when Yi Xiu suddenly replied, "Can you wait a sec? I'm going to switch accounts. I'll add you in a bit." After saying this, Lord Grim logged out of the game. It turned out that after eating breakfast, Tang Ru was planning on going to sleep. She had started her shift at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so she wanted to rest for now. In the end, Yi Xiu took her card and said that he was going to help her level. The level on Tang Ru's soft mist was on the low side. Moreover, if she was going to level in the Frost Forest, then soloing it one time would take an hour. And because she was also using Yi Xiu's Lord Grim to practice, soft mist practically didn't have any time to level. It's not that I want to help you level. It's that if you level too slowly, wouldn't you be delaying our plan? Yi Xiu explicitly said. If he had just said, "I'm going to help you level," then how would such a competitive person like Tang Ru agree? Fine then. In the end, Tang Ru reluctantly agreed. Yi Xiu really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was his status in the glory community? For her to reluctantly let him help her train, if this went out, the glory community would definitely laugh their heads off. After Yi Xiu got onto Soft Mist's account, he added Su Muqing's cleansing mist as a friend. Oh? Is this the account of that talented sister you were talking about? Su Muqing asked. Yeah. Yi Xiu replied. Oh, a battle mage. Is she your fan? Su Muqing asked. Nope, she's a complete noob and knows nothing at all about glory. She doesn't know anyone. Yi Xiu told her about the previous day and how Liu Hao tried to attract the sister by acting cool and flaunting his status, but the sister didn't get the message at all. Su Muqing laughed and stamped her feet. She hated how she wasn't able to see Liu Hao's face when he failed to show off his status. The two chatted like this while leveling up until Yi Xiu felt a strong killing intent from behind him. Hey! Good morning, boss. Yi Xiu turned his head to say hi. Are you really planning on crazily playing like this every day? Chen Guo was helpless. She kept mentioning this every day and she herself was starting to feel annoyed. But isn't this guy a little too obsessed over this game? Chen Guo managed the internet cafe, so people who liked to play games were a common occurrence. But Yi Xiu was almost 25 years old without a proper job and yet still only played games. That was a first. This guy couldn't be planning on staying in the internet cafe all his life and playing games forever, right? Chen Guo felt extremely miserable. If there really was someone who would work in the internet cafe for all his life, then how much could she save? But now that she was looking helplessly at such a person, she could only feel that there was no future. He was too good at making her angry. Especially when she saw Tang Ru return all red-eyed. Without even washing her face, she climbed into bed, making Chen Guo feel even more regret. If this guy wanted to ruin himself then whatever, but it looked like he was going to ruin such a beautiful and good girl along with him. She herself had wanted Tang Ru to play glory, but she didn't want her to play it in such a way. Is there anything you need, boss? Yi Xiu asked. I said, is there any way for you to control how much you play? Chen Guo really didn't know how else to say it. The person in front of her wasn't a little kid. With such a face, he even looked older than her. What type of tone was she supposed to put on towards him? Chen Guo was confused. Ha ha, don't worry about me, boss. I'm well aware of my situation. Yishio looked at Chenghua and felt a bit moved in his heart. Chenghua trying to stop him obviously wasn't because she felt sorry for the computers or because she was afraid it'd interfere with work. It purely stemmed from her concern for him. For someone to use 10 or more hours every day on a game, no matter who looked at it, they would all feel that it definitely wasn't a healthy living style. Although Chenghua often glared and scowled, it was actually because her character was very good. Really? Chenghua said, surprised. She actually saw such a serious expression on this guy's face. Really? Yishio nodded his head repeatedly. Okay, then take care of yourself. Chenghua didn't say anything more. They were both adults. Yishio's words already made it clear that he was taking responsibility for himself, so she could only stop when she should stop. Chenghua wasn't the type of person to hold up a for your own good banner and wantonly criticize people. Yishio once again leveled until noon and brought Soft Mist up to level 21. Su Muqing made even faster progress. She had only just started on her new account in the morning, but had already reached level 13. It's about time for you to sleep, right? Yishio hadn't yet told Su Muqing yet, when she asked him the question first. Yup. I'm going to sleep for a bit. I have to get up again at night for my night shift. You should continue leveling. You don't need to match with my work and rest. Yishio said. You don't have to worry about me. You should go to sleep. I'm going to go eat lunch. Su Muqing sent a smiley face and then went offline. When he woke up from his sleep, it was night again. And Tang Ru was on the afternoon shift. The afternoon shift wasn't the time when there were the most customers, but there were still quite a few. As a result, she didn't have much free time. Soft Mist just stood there. In 1 hour, she stood around foolishly for 45 minutes while Tang Ru called for customers to log in, log out and did this and that. She didn't have any spare time to level. You must be tired. Yishio went over to express his sympathies. I didn't level at all. Tang Ru sighed. With such a short amount of time, it'd be better to just study some guides and watch videos to better understand the basic information. Yishio said. I guess that's the only way. Tang Ru said. You guys aren't going to sleep again tonight? Chenghua walked over and asked. Boss. Yishio was helpless. He himself was on the night shift. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Oh, if I feel sleepy, I'll sleep. Tang Ru said. You should take it easy. Chenghua said. Don't worry. I'm well aware of my situation. Tang Ru said. Chenghua coughed. Blood, you guys are reading from a script, right? What script? Tang Ru stared blankly. Seeing that Chenghua was glaring at Yishio, she turned her head over and saw Yishio with a cigarette in his mouth pointed towards the ceiling. They had caught up to the weekends, so the internet cafe was extremely crowded. In the peak hour of the night, Yishio went around in a circle but wasn't able to find an open computer in the smoking area. In the end, he fiercely finished smoking a cigarette and then ran to the non-smoking area. When he went online, Cold Knight was the first to find him. Brother, I found information on all of their equipment. Oh? Let me see. Yishio said. Cold Knight sent him info on all 5 members. Sure enough, there wasn't any outstanding equipment among them. Each one of them only had a level 25 purple weapon. It was the new server and they were all low-leveled. Who would put in the effort to gather a whole set of purple equipment? No one was willing to go that far even if it was for a new dungeon record. Okay, I got it. Yishio replied. Cold Knight saw Lord Grimm's level and felt very depressed. Brother, you level really slowly. It doesn't matter how fast I level. The helpers I found are lower level than me. Yishio said. Oh? What level? Cold Knight asked. The lowest level is. Su Muqing wasn't online. Yishio opened up her Cleansing Mists profile and looked at it, level 16. Cold Knight almost coughed a mouthful of blood onto his screen and replied back, then how long is it going to take you? Is there still any meaning to setting this new record? Cold Knight didn't say any empty words. In reality, setting new dungeon records had to keep pace with the general player population's levels. For example, if you were put into an old server, where the general player population was at level 70, then if you formed a party to break the Frost Forest record, then it wouldn't attract a lot of eyes. The big guilds were also competitive for these small dungeons was precisely because the new server's players were all around that level. Everyone was repeatedly running these dungeons, so if you set a new dungeon record at this moment, then it would look very outstanding. Right now, Jiexio's lowest level talent was at level 16. If the talent leveled to level 25 slowly and the general player population were level 30, then even if they broke record, it wouldn't be as amazing. Don't worry about it. It'll be done in a few days. Jiexio obviously understood this reasoning. 3 days. Is 3 days enough? If you can't set the record in 3 days, then it won't be worth it anymore. Cold Knight said. Okay. Jiexio unreservedly promised, within 3 days, your guild will need to send out a level 25 player, preferably a skilled one. Is that possible? Okay, let me see. You have to do it. If not, then when you see that your guild's name is up on the records, but none of the players are from your guild, how embarrassing would that be? Jiexio replied. Cold Knight heard this and his heart was once again overcast. That was true. The current members in the party were all put forth by Lord Grimm. To the people that knew, if they saw that none of them were from tyrannical ambition, then that would be quite embarrassing. But it was still better than a different guild's name on the standings at least. Cold Knight thought of this and came out of his confusion. In order to break the Frost Forest record this time, he had already been confused for a very long time. The faster the record came out, the better. It was quickly becoming a source of anxiety. No more, no more. Cold Knight shook his head. He truly didn't want to go analyze the pros and cons of this. I'll just hand over everything to Lord Grimm to hurry up and grab the record. Jiexio naturally did his utmost to level up. And of course, after getting off her shift, Tang Ru didn't go to sleep again. However, there were customers tonight, so she couldn't use the server computer. She randomly found a place to sit and went to clear Frost Forest. Jiexio went to check up on her and felt that Tang Ru had familiarized with it well. He immediately let her use Lord Grimm to clear it once and then caught a hold of Steamed Bun Invasion and the others to get ready to party up and practice the dungeon once together. At this moment, Steamed Bun Invasion had already traded for a level 25 fighter claw. Jiexio chose this weapon in particular because this purple weapon added +1 to strangle. In this battle for the dungeon record, any small detail could affect the results. Strangle was an important skill for the boss. An extra level in the skill could help a lot. In the depths of the night, Sumuching was once again quietly online. Jiexio had already used up all his entries for Frost Forest. Without asking, he ran to beginner village to help Sumuching level. Besides Steamed Bun Invasion, Lord Grimm was still considered high-leveled, so his own leveling wasn't important. The most crucial point was to hurry up and drag the lowest-leveled player up. 3 days quickly passed. Chapter 102. All-around upgrade. In these 3 days, Jiexio was busy all over the place. Steamed Bun Invasion, Tang Ru, Sumuching were all arrogant idlers. They were all waiting upon him. The first two were mainly for teaching while the last was for leveling. Cold Knight was setting a record for his guild, so he obviously was even more careful with his work. On the first day, he sent a player over to Jiexio. He was a level 23 elementalist called Crowd Lover. This name made Jiexio a bit speechless. He was seriously suspecting that Cold Knight was trying to ridicule him. As a result, Jiexio naturally had another person to instruct. After all, this record couldn't be looked down on. If every aspect of the dungeon wasn't examined properly, then a random mistake could delay their clear by a few seconds, destroying everyone's efforts. But now the entire party had been gathered. On the second day, Sumuching's cleansing mist leveled up to level 20, Jiexio took the party and began to practice the dungeon. Cold Night and Endless Night, the two leading comrades in the guild, had the honor of watching over them and giving them guidance. When they saw that Jiexio's party had 2 girls, the two were extremely flabbergasted. Female players in the game were few and experts even fewer. Lord Grimm reportedly said that the players he brought weren't ordinary experts. Yet he had actually brought along 2 girls. How rare of a resource were they? Cold Night and Endless Night muttered to themselves but couldn't come to any conclusion. With regards to the experts that Lord Grimm brought, they already had thoughts of winning them over to their guild long ago. But now that they looked, there were unexpectedly girls. If they impatiently went up to get close to them, wouldn't they be mistaken as lecherous spirits? Fortunately, there was still that guy called Steamed Bun Invasion. But this name didn't seem like Expert's name at all. Endless Night was sent out by Cold Night and he had no choice but to begin preparing to rope in Steamed Bun Invasion. Tyrannical Ambition's recruitment work in the 10th server was mainly Endless Night's responsibility. Thanks for your hard work, everyone. Endless Night greeted, while Cold Night pretended to explain things to Crowd Lover, while listening in on the situation. This person is Tang Ru, and Su Muqing obviously didn't recognize him. The boss, Jiexi said. Oh. Su Muqing immediately understood. What boss? Tang Ru, on the other hand, didn't understand. He's the boss that invited us to set a new dungeon record, Jiexi said. Tang Ru was still somewhat puzzled. How could she know about these sort of things in the game? Although Steamed Bun Invasion was a noob, he wasn't unfamiliar with games, so he roughly understood what he meant. I'll explain it to you later, Jiexi said to Tang Ru. In the end, Endless Night had already chatted with Steamed Bun Invasion. Hey brother, you have an extraordinary aura. Your name is amazing either. From just one look, I can tell that you're a 1 in 10,000 exceptional expert. Endless Night was still as shameless as ever. Ha ha, you have good eyes. What astrological sign are you? Astrological. Astrological sign? Endless Night didn't know of Steamed Bun Invasion's power. In their first bout, Endless Night had already been blown off into space. All right, Steamed Bun. Jiexi immediately went up and shouted at him to stop. He then said to Endless Night, Little cleric, I'll leave you to your work. We're going to enter the dungeon to practice. After this, he called for everyone to enter the dungeon. The remaining Endless Night was still as puzzled as before. Astrological sign? What astrological sign? In the dungeon, Jiexi had already explained to Tang Ru, Steamed Bun Invasion, and even the newly added member Crowd Lover how they were going to fight. Moreover, they had already drilled in real combat and all understood it well. As for Su Muqing, she had been with Jiexi for so many years. Her tactics and knowledge were all pro level. With just a few words of explanation, she had already grasped it. They began to officially clear the dungeon as 5. In 2 days, their official party was able to practice for a total of 8 times. But after these 8 times, every person knew exactly what they were supposed to do. Jiexi wasn't able to teach them anything more. In the end, what mattered was how they performed on the scene. From these 8 practice sessions, Jiexi determined that after switching for level 25 purple weapons, breaking the record shouldn't be a problem. On the last day, the 5 players all frantically leveled. They estimated that they would all be able to reach level 25 at midnight. Their official battle for the record would also start at this moment. The level 25 purple weapons that each player needed had already been provided by Cold Night. When he asked Jiexi if he had any other requirements, Jiexi expressed that he hoped that he'd be able to receive 2 mithril pendants in advance. These toys had no value to them. They were just things that female players liked to wear because they looked pretty. Right now, Lord Grimm's party had 2 girls in it, so Cold Night understood him very well. He took 2 mithril pendants and sent them over. Jiexi finally had a total of 4 mithril pendants and immediately opened the equipment editor. This time, he disassembled the 1000 chance umbrella. He took the umbrella's pointed end as well as all of the umbrella ribs and tore them all off. The 4 mithril pendants were smashed into pieces, combined, and then duplicated into a new shiny new umbrella tip. The 24 umbrella ribs were duplicated using the spider teeth that he earned from killing the goblin merchant. After all of the materials were copied, they were once again assembled and installed back into place. He saved the editor and then immediately returned to the game to check the stats. The new tip made from the mithril pendants weren't as unremarkable as before. Now, the tip was red and white, inadvertently flashing rays of light. This time, the 1000 chance umbrella was upgraded all around. The usual 1000 chance umbrella form had been upgraded to level 15. The physical attack and the magic attack had been upgraded too. They were now both at 280. The attack speed and weight didn't change. The whole entity had reached level 15, which meant that no matter what form the 1000 chance umbrella was in, none of them would have attributes below level 15. But Jiexi wasn't done yet. After seeing that it had been upgraded all around, he once again opened up the equipment editor. Opening the blueprint for the umbrella's canopy, Jiexi took off the 8 midnight cat fingernails he had put on last time. Afterwards, he switched them with the profits from his first deal, 8 white wolf fangs. He returned to the game again and then took the 1000 chance umbrella and changed it into the battle lance form. The 8 white wolf fangs converged onto the tip, forming an extremely dazzling snow-white lance tip. And now at this moment, the lancer's attributes of course changed again. 1000 chance umbrella, lance form, level 25. Weight, 2.3 kilograms, durability, 23, attack speed, 5. Physical attack, 380, magic attack, 280. Durability. This was a new attribute. However, this wasn't any special change for the 1000 chance umbrella. In Glory, level 20 and up equipment had a durability attribute. And those below level 20 didn't have durability. It could be considered a benefit of the beginner village. Even self-made equipment followed this setup. Durability would be depleted in battle and the player had to be careful to not let the durability drop to 0. In Glory, if an equipment's durability fell to 0, then it would immediately break and disappear. Level 50 and up equipment needed special materials to fix. If not, then directly fixing it would reduce the durability limit. If the limit became 1, then the equipment basically became for decoration only. After seeing that the upgrade was successful, Jiexi switched back the form. Lord Grimm was still missing some experience before he hit level 25. The battle lance in his hands didn't have any strength right now. When the equipment was finished upgrading and ready to use, the 1000 chance umbrella's lance form was equivalent to a level 35 purple lance. This was a considerable advantage in damage. Excellent Dynasty's half-pro party obviously didn't have such a strong weapon. Level. The next thing he had to do was level. Before 12 o'clock, the 5 players finally leveled to 25. Then, they did the first task, join Tyrannical Ambition. Lord Grimm had already left Blue Brook Guild 5 days ago. Su Muqing's Cleansing Mist and Tang Ru's Soft Mist obviously weren't in a guild. And Steamed Bun Invasion had been specially informed by Jiexi, so he wasn't in one either. I welcome you for experts to the guild. Endless Night sent a message in the party channel. It looked as if the 4 players really did join the guild. Welcome, welcome. A bunch of guild members sent the message one after the other, showing their guild's friendliness. Outside of Frost Forest, Jiexi gave an order, turn off all message channels in order to get rid of any distractions from these. Everyone complied. As Tyrannical Ambition's official member, Crowd Lover couldn't bear seeing his brother's wasted efforts. Before turning all the channels off, he reminded everyone, don't welcome, no one's looking. This message was mixed together with the welcomes. Who knew how many actually saw it? In any case, Crowd Lover also turned off his message channels after sending it. There's still a few minutes. If you have to use the restroom, do it now. Jiexi said. It'll just be 10 or so minutes. Su Muqing felt Jiexi was overstating it too much. But with astonishment, Tang Ru saw Jiexi stand up from the reception desk and shout to everyone, everyone's fine? If you have something to say, say it now. I'm going to be busy for a bit. Tang Ru laughed and sent Jiexi a message, if the customers really did need something, they wouldn't ask you. Just say your prayers. Really? Then hopefully I'll be lucky. Jiexi replied. After a few minutes, midnight arrived and the dungeon entries refreshed. The 5 players weren't careless and entered the dungeon at the same time. Without saying anything, they rushed forward. Pull monsters. Jiexi instructed while rushing up. The players following him were Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion. One on the left, one on the right. Behind them, Cleansing Mist also followed along. She had raised her hand and already started firing. Su Muqing's class was still a launcher. She wasn't Jiexi the encyclopedia and was only proficient in this class. Launchers were the class with the most range in Glory. In addition, their normal attacks did a small AoE damage. Su Muqing's playing was obviously extremely accurate. 2 goblins were blasted and then chased after her. Mid-route, Jiexi brought Lord Grim forward and slashed, pulling these 2 goblins. Su Muqing had already controlled Cleansing Mist to fire at another 2 goblins on a different side. The goblins were alarmed and then rushed forward. But this time, Tang Ru pulled these 2. And she fired again to pull monsters, which were then taken up by Steamed Bun Invasion. These 3 players brought along 2 monsters. They killed them while gathering other monsters together, which were blown apart by the storm of spells casted by Crowd Lover. But these 3 weren't just standing there killing monsters, they continued to move forward. Su Muqing had already let Cleansing Mist continue pulling monsters. 2 monsters in one group. 1 person received one group. In the blink of an eye, they had already pulled 12 goblins. While the party advanced while killing monsters, Su Muqing never stopped pulling monsters. This method was even more ferocious than one-wave rush. Su Muqing was the pulling specialist. The other 3 acted as both MTS and DPSers. Moreover, by gathering the monsters into a Crowd Lover who was behind them was able to sufficiently use large AoE spells to kill them. This was a genuine pro-level tactic. Each player in the team had to rely on their own skill to do one aspect. This method could no longer be called one-wave rush. It should be called one-wave push. Chapter 103. There really is a gap. In the blink of an eye, Jiexi, Tang Ru, and Steamed Bun Invasion had already dragged together 20 or so goblins. Yishiu's camera angle quickly turned at a speed fast enough to make ordinary people dizzy. He not only had to take care of the goblins he dragged together, but he had to pay attention to the entire situation on the field. He didn't have to worry about Su Muqing at all. And Tang Ru had a good character, so Jiexi wasn't afraid that she wouldn't be able to do it, he only afraid that she'd go too far. However, the most worrisome member was Steamed Bun Invasion. This noob's thinking was as vast as the ocean. Ordinary people had no way of figuring out what he was doing. Compared to Su Muqing, Jiexi could completely figure out what her mistakes might be. Tang Ru too. But this Steamed Bun Invasion, he had no way of predicting what type of unexpected mistake this guy would make, making Jiexi feel very cold in his heart. As for Crowd Lover, after a few days of drilling, Jiexi could tell that this player definitely wasn't new. This player's hand speed might be lower than Steamed Bun Invasion's by a level, but he was much more familiar with the game. He definitely had several years of experience playing Glory. Moreover, this player's role on the team was just to brainlessly output damage. If he didn't do it well, then he would reduce the speed, but he wouldn't bring about any confusion. Currently, the situation could still be considered stable, but this one-wave push method wouldn't have them stop to concentrate on killing when a certain amount of monsters were gathered. Instead, they would continue this sort of killing while continuing to drag new monsters in. Their current 20 monsters wasn't the limit. As they continued to rush forward, the pressure would continue to mount. Su Muqing once again pulled monsters 3 times. The alarmed goblins had reached a total of 26. This was already a few more goblins gathered than when Jiexi had done it with Blue Brook Guild. Right now, the 26 goblins were under the responsibility of 3 players. With regard to the number of monsters, the pressure obviously wasn't as great as Jiexi pulling 26 monsters by himself. But amassing the monsters required coordination of all 3 members to complete. This was a different type of difficulty. Team coordination was always going to be more difficult than an individual display. But once it was formed, the power would be much greater. In the past few days, they were practicing this type of coordination. Although Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion didn't really know how to play Glory, Yishio had practically drilled how to Dungeon Frost Forest into them until it became second nature. At this moment, perhaps they sometimes didn't know why they should do something, but knew that it should be done. They took turns switching positions. Using blow away, knock back, knock down, etc. All sorts of attack styles were used to gather up the monsters. Apart from this, it was more important that they had clear thoughts on which one should be killed first, which ones could let go, which one should be on the outside, which one should be knocked back into the launcher and elementalist's attacks. This type of diverse playing simply wasn't possible for normal players. As a result, he needed experts with high mechanical skill like Tang Ru. Steamed Bun Invasion was just slightly lower than Tang Ru's, but it was enough for this sort of situation as long as his noob disease didn't suddenly appear. Su Muqing once again shot out and pulled 2 monsters. The total monster count reached 28. After repeatedly drilling Tang Ru and the others had already familiarized with this tactic. Now that they had reached this step, their hearts tightened. This was because when they had practiced, the limit they had reached was 28. At this point, they would stop to kill for a bit before continuing on. But who knew that after there were 28 goblins, Su Muqing's cleansing mist continued to run forward. After a few steps, another 2 monsters entered her firing range and without the slightest hesitation, shot at them. Ah! Tang Ru cried out in surprise. Hadn't they pulled 30 goblins? She had played together in this dungeon with this sister for 2 days. But this sister had never made a mistake. Who would have thought that she would have unexpectedly made a mistake when they were on their official record-setting run? Why are there 2 more? That's a mistake, right? Even Steamed Bun Invasion felt something wasn't right. He was already at his limit. If another goblin came, then he had no way of taking care of it. His task wasn't to only pull monsters. He had to make sure he didn't die and also had to make sure the aggro of all the monsters stayed on them. Right now, Steamed Bun Invasion had 8 goblins under his control. He wasn't able to take care of another one. It's not a mistake, continue. Yishio followed. 2 more, who's going to take them? Tang Ru asked. You're still okay, right? Yishio said. Tang Ru was currently managing 8 goblins too. But her hand speed was a bit higher than Steamed Bun Invasion's, so it should be possible for her to manage 2 more. Okay, give them to me. Tang Ru didn't say anything more. Soft Mist advanced forward and stole the aggro from the 2 goblins. She moved into position and let out a falling flower palm directly blowing them into the wave. She quickly ran back and 10 goblins were now under her control. Soon after, another gunshot rang out and Cleansing Mist once again pulled 2 more monsters. Tang Ru was surprised. 10 goblins were already extremely difficult for her. She didn't have the ability to take care of another one. Being unable to take care of it didn't mean that a single stray monster would cause them to wipe out. It meant that this unmanageable monster would get away from their attack range and would require a bit more time for them to kill it. Time! This was the most important component in this dungeon run. Killing these monsters weren't their main goal. The most important part was how to use the least amount of time to do so. I probably can't take care of them. Although Tang Ru had these doubts in her heart, with her character, if she had never tried, then she definitely wouldn't say it out loud. When there were 28 goblins, Steamed Bun Invasion pulled 8. Tang Ru also 8. Yishio pulled 12. He had originally pulled for more than them. Steamed Bun Invasion was already at his limit. He couldn't go any further. Tang Ru had just taken 2 more and reached 10. Although she still had 2 fewer than Yishio, she understood the difference between her and Yishio. However, Tang Ru didn't think that the gap was due to their differences in hand speed, but rather due to their difference in game knowledge. As a result, seeing that Yishio could manage 12 goblins, Tang Ru felt that she might be able to do it too. Perhaps it was because she wasn't familiar with the game, her judgment was inaccurate. These thoughts flashed by in an instant. Tang Ru had already brought Soft Mist forward, but to her surprise, Yixiao had already rushed up first with Lord Grim. The two goblins were taken by him first using what Tang Ru had done before, and the two goblins joined the crowd. 14. This was the total number of goblins currently under Yixiao's control. He had 6 more than Steamed Bun Invasion and 4 more than Tang Ru. Tang Ru was astonished. This person wasn't at his limit before. She still hadn't recovered yet. Another gunshot rang out and Cleansing Mist actually pulled 2 more. Don't tell me, Tang Ru had thought arise in her heart when she saw Lord Grim rush up again and pull another 2 monsters. His total reached 16. The gap was only because of their difference in game knowledge? Tang Ru's previous thought began to waver. But unfortunately, she wasn't next to Yixiao right now. She really wanted to see this person's 2 hands and whether they were faster than hers or not. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Tang Ru foolishly looked towards Cleansing Mist. She didn't want to believe that this shot was to pull monsters. This was to do damage, right? In the end, she saw. Cleansing Mist's gun turned back before she output damage. Another 2 lively goblins rushed up. 18. This guy could still manage this many? 10. Tang Ru had difficulty dealing with them. 12. She had thoughts of trying it. 14 was when she felt astonished. 16, she began to realize that the gap between her and Yixiao wasn't only because of their difference in game knowledge. 18, Tang Ru already had no more words to describe how she was feeling. She only saw Lord Grim rush up once again, taking in 2 more new goblins into the crowd. In an instant, Tang Ru felt like she was on an endless road. Things she didn't understand, she could learn. Experience could be accumulated. Awareness could also be raised. But hand speed. Tang Ru already felt that her hand speed was at the limit, and she finally understood that there would always be people better than her. In the end, she heard another shot ring out. Tang Ru had already become numb. Perhaps later there might even be 22, 24, 26. What was the point of fussing over it now? Sure enough, Cleansing Mist didn't make a mistake. Her monster-pulling tempo didn't slow down in the slightest. Don't tell me this person has no limit. Tang Ru silently said to herself. But unexpectedly, the person to rush forward this time wasn't Lord Grim, but was actually Steamed Bun Invasion. Tang Ru was alarmed. Was this guy also bottomless? Noobs really were scary. Steamed Bun Invasion quickly brought back 2 goblins and swiftly worked. Tang Ru felt as though she were only a silent spectator. Watching and watching, she suddenly blurted out blankly, Steamed Bun, why are you missing 2? What do you mean missing 2? Steamed Bun Invasion didn't understand. Didn't you just pull 2 goblins? Tang Ru asked. Yup. Adding on to your previous 8, shouldn't you have 10? Why are there still 8? Tang Ru asked. 2 of them died just now. Steamed Bun Invasion said. The 2 players' conversation had been heard by Yixiao. He just felt extremely puzzled. Exactly which one of them was the noob? Just then, Steamed Bun Invasion had killed off 2 of his goblins. Yixiao was about to remind him to pull more monsters when Steamed Bun Invasion had already rushed forward. Yixiao was deeply moved by Steamed Bun's quickness, then Tang Ru asked such basic question. Dead. Tang Ru hadn't recovered yet. Today, we've all switched weapons. Our damage output is greater, so the current situation is different from when we usually practiced. Right now, we don't need to stop killing monsters, we just need to keep moving forward, so fighting while killing won't be a problem. Su Muqing appeared to have seen through Tang Ru's doubts and explained it to her. Oh. Tang Ru suddenly realized. Our usual practice was just to give an idea. Now that we all have level 25 weapons, we can finally bring out our full potential. Let's go. Su Muqing said. Understood. Tang Ru followed. She let out a sigh, The gap between her and the noob was only because she had been muddle-headed and thinking too much. "How many monsters are you pulling?" Tang Ru asked Jiexi. 16, Jiexi said. %, and Tang Ru's cheeks streamed with tears. She wasn't dreaming before. The gap really was there. Chapter 104. Godly Skill Delivery Gun. Tang Ru's Soft Mist controlled 10 goblins. Steen Bun Invasion controlled 8. Yishio's Lord Grim controlled 16. A total of 34. The number stopped at this point and wouldn't increase any further. The cycle made from their team coordination could now be considered as officially formed. Su Muqing never stopped pulling monsters. But from here on out, the total count of 30 for goblins never increased again. This was because every time 2 goblins were pulled, 2 goblins in the crowd would die. In this monster amassing coordination, there was also a certain way to output damage. Everyone had their own roles. When they put out damage, there was a certain tempo they had to look for. Peak playing, peak coordination. With regards to the Frost Forest dungeon, with their class combination, this could be considered the limit. As long as there was no mistake. Steen Bun Invasion, who had originally been the one he had been most worried about, had stayed steady, making Jiexi feel gratified. After Tang Ru's mysterious newbie display, that sort of situation never occurred again. Su Muqing didn't need to be worried about. Yet what made Jiexi feel pleasantly surprised was that Elementalist crowd lover. The Elementalist's task was to blast and kill those gathered up goblins. Under the guarantee that it wouldn't OT, it would be best to balance the damage output. It could be said that as long as he wasn't going at it too brainlessly, then it would unlikely cause an extremely terrible disaster. But a perfectly balanced damage output only existed in theory. His role could completely deviate a bit. Making up for these deviations was a part of the cycle tactic. But Jiexi saw that when this player made a deviation, he would correct himself and make up for the deviation. Although in the end, there was no way he could reach a perfect balance, he really did minimize the deviations. From a details perspective, this player could already be considered as at the limit. Before, in their practice sessions, this player had never done this because there was no need to. Now that he displayed it, Jiexi discovered that this player's skill was better than he had originally thought. It looked like he was also one of the guild's peak experts. After seeing this, Jiexi silently came to a conclusion while the scene on his screen had already turned to a different direction. The scene in front of Jiexi changed so quickly that it was already enough to make others dizzy. This was all because he really was taking care of too many things. Besides controlling 16 goblins, he still had to observe the other 4 players and order out instructions. When Tang Ru compared herself to Jiexi, she had completely overlooked this point. The gap between Jiexi and her was actually a lot greater than what she had thought. We've arrived at the first boss. Cleansing Mist finally stopped pulling monsters. The monsters along the sides had all been pulled. The only other monster left in front of them was the first boss. Su Muqing clearly understood how busy Jiexi was. She would always send back some important information to Jiexi to make sure he noticed it. Pull. Yishi's voice fell. Lord Grim suddenly leaped up. In his right hand, he held a sharp sword. Falling light blade sliced through the air and a shockwave rippled out. All of the monsters that were gathered fell down. Tang Ru, Steen Bun Invasion, and Crowd Lover no longer paid attention to what monsters they were supposed to control and unleashed every skill they had at their disposal. These 34 goblins had been brought all the way here and were attacked as they moved. As a result, their health had already been grinded down a large chunk. Under this storm of wild attacks, they fell down chunk after chunk as if they were being cut apart like wheat. Many goblins never stood back up. Needless to say, after a few rounds, the majority of them had been killed. The remaining goblins were attacked even more relentlessly. Facing Jiexi and the others' skill, they could only die even quicker. The 34 goblins were instantly turned into corpses. On the other side, gun sounds rang out in waves. Cleansing Mist had already pulled the first boss over. The 4 players' viewpoints turned and saw that Cleansing Mist was currently lifting a giant heavy machine gun and ferociously firing towards the sky. The bullets and smoke that flew out lined up into a diagonal line, hitting the first boss Goblin Patrol Guard in the air. This Goblin Patrol Guard really did look like it was being barbecued, rolling around in the air. It then fell rumbling down towards the 4 players. D*MN. Seeing this scene, Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion didn't think anything of it. This guy, who was unworthy of his name because he didn't like to join the crowd looking for fun, suddenly yelled it out in astonishment. "Is it delivery gun?" Crowd Lover didn't yell this out. It only rolled about in his heart for a second before the Goblin Patrol Guard fell in front of them. The 3 immediately rushed forward to attack. Crowd Lover also immediately began throwing out spells, but his astonishment still lingered in his mind. His character glanced at Cleansing Mist quite a few times. Delivery gun. This was a term for a type of gunner move. The term meant that the target would be delivered to a desired location via continuous firing. The effects between deliver gun and aerial fire could be considered opposite of one another. However, this move had no prominent effects for the launcher. When comparing these 2 moves, delivery gun could be considered far more difficult to execute than aerial fire. Everyone could talk about the theory of delivery gun, but only a few could actually execute it. This was a skill that not even all pro players could grasp perfectly. Put into the normal player community, this was even more of a godly skill. To be able to execute it occasionally could already be considered enough to brag about. It has to be known that in order to have the target move to a desired location, the gunshot must hit a certain spot. And where is that certain spot? Just this point required an incredible amount of practice to accumulate enough experience to make an accurate judgment. Secondly, the target had to be accurately hit on this exact spot while it was moving through the air. This was another extremely difficult point. Next, these 2 steps weren't just a one-time thing. They had to be done repeatedly. In this way, normal players could only move the target through the air like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Moving the target to a desired location and so on, how many pro players could do that? The current number 1 glory player Jiexi reached great heights with the move delivery gun. In one performance, he directly delivered the target all the way up to heaven. The host cried out a "shot my eyes blind" in surprise, and hilarity ensued. Crowd Lover only saw the end of Cleansing Mist's barbecue. But the Goblin Patrol Guard had actually been delivered in front of them. Could it be a coincidence? Although using barbecue to execute delivery gun was a somewhat cheap trick, it was still enough to make others astonished. Crowd Lover couldn't calm down for a very long time and would turn his viewpoint to look towards Cleansing Mist whenever there was a chance to. He had already put Lord Grim, Soft Mist, and Steamed Bun Invasion into his eyes. Their mechanical skill really was extremely exceptional. But Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion were still novices at glory. Crowd Lover could still see this. As for Cleansing Mist, he had never found anything special about her. The hardest task she had to do was only grasping a good tempo for pulling monsters. It was about the same as him paying attention to balancing his damage output. It wasn't that complicated. This ostensible delivery gun made Crowd Lover extremely taken aback. Yishio's judgment of Crowd Lover wasn't wrong. The current Crowd Lover wasn't any ordinary player. He wasn't the actual Crowd Lover. At this moment, he was only using this account. He was Tyrannical Ambition's true head, guild leader Jiangyu. Jiangyu had heard of Lord Grim from Cold Knight's report. Cold Knight had described this player as if he were a god. After seeing him and mixing in with him for a few days, he discovered that this player certainly wasn't simple. However, at this moment, Jiangyu's attention had been sucked into that ostensible delivery gun. This was all because this godly skill was a water divide. The only ones that could use this move were almost all pro players. While he was currently thinking of this, he suddenly heard Lord Grim, "Cleansing Mist, what did you do to pull the boss just a moment ago?" Delivery gun, did you see it?" "I saw a ghost." "We're trying to set a dungeon record." "Don't make trouble," Lord Grim said. "I've snatched quite a few seconds this time." Cleansing Mist said. If you had hit the boss into the woods, how many seconds would we have lost? Lord Grimm said. Cleansing Mist was silent. Don't mess around. Steadily set the new record. Oh, Cleansing Mist answered. So this girl acted out on her own and did it accidentally. Jiang, you thought this. It was true that a launcher could sometimes execute delivery gun by luck using barbecue. Of course, what he didn't know was that when he saw the delivery gun for the first time and yelled out D*MN, Yishio busily typed out a message to Su Muqing. Don't use delivery gun. What? You'll expose yourself. You idiot. Delivery gun, this move, truly wasn't convenient to use. This was all because this skill was too much of an indication. The number of players that could use this skill was very few. If someone tried looking for a female launcher among the pro players that could do this, the answer would simply pop out. And then what? A pro player came to set a dungeon record. A pro player from Excellent Era came to help Tyrannical Ambition set a new dungeon record. The record broken was Excellent Dynasties. If any of these messages came out, it would attract lots of criticism and trouble. Yishio regretted forgetting to remind Su Muqing this. Oh, then I won't use it. It wasn't as if Su Muqing didn't understood all this. It's just that she didn't care. She only wanted to help Yishio smoothly set a new record, that was all. For her, this record was most important. But Yishio had taken note that Crowd Lover had began keeping an eye on Cleansing Mist frequently. You have to justify yourself. Yishio hurriedly sent Su Muqing a message. Only then did they have the small discussion just before. They didn't need to prepare any sort of script. With their understanding of each other, just winging it was fine. Once the dialogue ended, everyone continued to intensify their attacks onto the Goblin Patrol Guard. Yishio continued to pay attention to Crowd Lover's actions. At long last, he no longer saw him keeping an eye on Cleansing Mist anymore. That should be enough. Yishio let out a sigh. Chapter 105. A Staggering Blow. The dungeoning continued. Fighting the first boss Goblin Patrol Guard was very brainless. Besides dodging its violent physical strikes, there was nothing else to think about. Although these sorts of high damage attacks would make normal players terrified, against players with high mechanical skill, it was just a toy. At this moment, the Goblin Patrol Guard's aggro was entirely on Lord Grimm and was running around in circles. The 5 players opened fire with all of their might, and in a short moment, the first boss was mowed down. No one stopped for a rest. Everyone went straight forward towards the following path. No one looked at what the boss dropped. This was something Yishio had explained earlier. Every second counted in setting a new record. There was no time to waste. Picking up dropped items meant that they had to crouch down and then get back up, and would still need 1 or 2 seconds. The path after the first boss and the opening path weren't too different. The 5 players used the same method as they had in the opening path. Steam Bun Invasion was still Yishio's main focus. Over the course of his leading, 8 out of 10 instructions were to Steam Bun Invasion. God, you talk so much. What astrological sign are you? Steam Bun Invasion's words almost made Yishio die from laughter. It took him a while to recover before saying, Steam Bun. You're our team's secret weapon. Everyone is counting on you. Oh? Secret weapon? That's pretty good. Steam Bun Invasion said ecstatically. Play well. Pay attention when you use Strangle. Yishio said. Got it. Steam Bun Invasion radiated with delight. Saying that Steam Bun Invasion was their secret weapon wasn't something Yishio said just to trick him. The Brawler level 15 skill Strangle didn't do a lot of damage, but Strangle's effect of reducing the target's armor by 50% was extremely useful. Although the effect only lasted 2 seconds, in these 2 seconds, the party could do an incredible amount of damage. Moreover, because skills could level up every 5 levels, now that Steam Bun Invasion was level 25, Strangle was level 3. With the Fighter Claw's additional attribute of +1 to Strangle, Strangle was now level 4 and its effect would last 3.5 seconds. Frost Forest's highest level boss was only level 25, so there was no level suppression. The effect could be fully displayed in these 3.5 seconds. It was equivalent of giving the entire party 3.5 seconds of an additional 50% damage to their attacks. The first boss Goblin Patrol Guard had been strangled by Steamed Bun Invasion 3 times. This was equivalent to giving the entire party 10 seconds of burst, saving them a considerable amount of time. While they were dealing with the small monsters on the side of the path, Steamed Bun Invasion would use his strangle whenever it was off cooldown. The entire party would then immediately switch focus onto the strangled target. While doing this, Steamed Bun Invasion also had a hard time. This was because the user wasn't invincible when strangle was used. The target wasn't stunned and unable to move. The strangled target could use both hands to struggle and attack. But just like how its defense dropped, the strangled target would also have its attack reduced by 50%. If it wasn't like this, the previous Goblin Patrol Guard would have thrashed Steamed Bun Invasion with its barbed wolf fang club long ago. The second boss. Su Muqing reminded everyone and then went to pull it. This time she did it normally without using delivery gun. The boss rushed out and the 4 players flipped over the crowd of goblins they had been fighting. The 4 dashed up to gang up and beat on the second boss. Steamed Bun Invasion continued to use strangle and the second boss defeated in the blink of an eye. They also didn't make any mistakes in the path after that. Finally, they reached the Frost Forest's final boss, Frostine. They had already talked plenty about how they were going to fight in the past few days. Without saying anything further, the first one to rush up was Tangru's Soft Mist. Frostine sensed it. It raised its blade and quickly moved up to face her. Soft Mist ran diagonally around to Frostine's side. Not waiting for Frostine to turn its body, she slashed up diagonally with a sky strike and Frostine was knocked into the air. Soft Mist went up and continued to attack. Adding on the chasers, the combo she made was even greater than what Lord Grim had done before. The juggled Frostine obviously couldn't bear it and promptly teleported away. Yixiao had already been waiting for this. He had been paying attention to its teleport direction the entire time. He used a shadow clone technique to instantly move there. Right when Frostine teleported over, Lord Grim welcomed it with Sky Strike. It was once again knocked into the air. Steamed Bun! Yixiao yelled. Steamed Bun Invasion shot forward. He raised his hands and grasped. The level for strangle accurately clamped onto Frostine's throat. Nice! Yixiao praised. He turned his body and followed up with 3 skill attacks. Soft Mist's Battle Lance, Cleansing Mist's Artillery Shells, and Crowd Lover's Magic also arrived. Even Steamed Bun Invasion was smashing Frostine's head with a brick, causing Frostine to shriek again and again. Frostine's body was small and light. It didn't have any strength to resist the strangle. It had been attacked for a full 3.5 seconds, not even 0.1 seconds short. Lord Grim's level 25,000 chance Umbrella Lance form was much stronger than everyone else's level 25 purple weapon. With its white lance tip, little snowflakes seemed to twinkle with every swing. 3.5 seconds quickly passed and in the process, Steamed Bun Invasion had been hit by Frostine's blade 2 times. NPCs weren't so stupid that it would resolutely search for an aggro target after being seized by such a skill. Usually, it would be whoever had grasped it. From this perspective, Strangle could be considered a strong aggro-shifting taunt skill. However, normally, using this skill to save the show depended on the user's careful judgment. The Brawler class didn't have as high of a defense as a Knight. Even if the target's attack was reduced by 50%, fearlessly being attacked by the boss for a few seconds wasn't good. This pitiful Frostine wasn't so strong. After being strangled, it looked like it was struggling. Once the 3.5 seconds quickly passed, Steamed Bun Invasion immediately drank a potion to recover health after letting go. This wasn't the beginner village's most basic potion. This was provided by Tyrannical Ambition. Their alchemists had crafted middle-grade potions suitable for level 20 players to use. After Frostine had been released, it immediately looked for its aggro target, Soft Mist. but Lord Grimm's weapon was tyrannical. In a few hits, its aggro was stolen onto him. These aggro problems weren't anything to worry about. Everyone on the field was a highly skilled player. They all had the skill level to serve as the MT. Frostine moved quickly, but under these players' besiegement, it had already been beaten black and blue and was nearly unable to dodge any of the attacks. Even when Steamed Bun Invasion's Strangle was on cooldown, he still used normal attacks. He went up to punch and kick, displaying a brawler's way of fighting. The level 25 skill Apply Poison had already been put onto his claw and onto the Frostine's body. Frostine shrieked again and again. Under this situation, it wanted to teleport again. But in the end, even though it teleported, Lord Grimm was waiting for him there and his battle lance cut upwards, knocking it into the air. Jiexi yelled another Steamed Bun, and Steamed Bun Invasion dashed forward. Frostine once again had its throat clutched like a struggling chicken. In a short while, Frostine's life had already hit red blood. But this party already knew how to deal with it once it reached red blood. When they received their purple weapons, they had to adjust to the changes when clearing the small monsters. But against the boss, they just had to fight like they always did. In addition, they were all mechanically skilled experts, so they weren't afraid of making a mistake against the quick Frostine like ordinary experts were. As a result, Frostine summoned Ice Whirlwind never unfurled. It had been oppressed by the 5 players from start to finish. Finally, after another strangle by Steamed Bun Invasion, it unwillingly died in Steamed Bun Invasion's hands. Dungeon clear. The system announcement popped up at the same time. Congratulations to Tyrannical Ambition players, Crowd Lover, Lord Grimm, Cleansing Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion, Soft Mist for breaking the Frost Forest clear record, time, 13 hours 5 minutes and 47 seconds. Success! The 5 players all had their own reactions. Steamed Bun Invasion saw the system announcement and laughed out loud, ha 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 ha, I'm on TV. Secret weapon. Tangru opened up the dungeon record leaderboards and saw her name on the record. She felt extremely satisfied. And Su Muqing? She just silently smiled, sitting in front of the screen. As for Jiexi, the noob Steamed Bun actually never made a mistake. This made him feel extremely excited. In comparison, Crowd Lover's reaction was relatively ordinary. After all, the person using this account was the Grand Tyrannical Ambitions guild leader. It was just a Frost Forest dungeon and nothing more. Although it was very astonishing, dancing around in excitement was a bit too exaggerated. Tyrannical Ambitions guild channel was naturally bustling with excitement. Everyone energetically praised these 5 players' might. It looked like no one saw the message Crowd Lover had sent before that no one in the party would see their messages. Right when Jiexi was about to say a few words to everyone, a window suddenly popped up on his screen. Area C number 84 wanted 2 colas. He helplessly got up and delivered 2 colas to them. While returning, he saw Tangru hanging around the reception desk. After seeing him, she asked him, "This record should be the limit, right?" "Limit? I can't say that." "It's still not the limit?" "Why not?" Tangru asked. "Because our party didn't have the most optimal class combination," Jiexi said. Although any combination could clear a dungeon, when seeking efficiency, in the end, there was still a most optimal class combination for each dungeon. Jixi's party couldn't be considered it. But their opponents, Excellent Dynasty's party, also weren't in the most optimal class combination. It was just to clear a mere Frost Forest. As a pro player, how could Liu Hao and the others care so much? What's more, each pro player had their own class that they were most proficient in. If they temporarily switched classes, it would be just like how in soccer a rear guard ran to play as the forward. Although their basic qualities were still there, their performance was an entirely different matter. Speaking of Liu Hao and the others and their class combination, although their combination wasn't the best, it was actually better than Jixi's party by a bit. However, regretfully, Liu Hao and the others weren't going all out. This was because they simply didn't think that any pro-level expert would compete with them in this dungeon. With regards to them, this was just a record against normal players. It was just a simple and easy task. A casual performance was good enough. He didn't go at it 100%. But Yishio's side? Seeing their record and then trying their hardest to beat it, broke their record. Liu Hao had been pitifully struck a staggering blow on this dungeon record. This was all because he was in the light, while Yishio was in the dark. Chapter 106. What exactly is he trying to do? In Club Excellent era, Liu Hao was in his room comfortably watching TV. Although yesterday night's encounter with Yishio at the internet cafe made him extremely angry, thinking of how that guy had fallen to being an internet cafe manager, Liu Hao's mood quickly turned back into delight. After driving out Yishio, he was still Excellent era's vice captain, but he was now extremely pleased with his situation. Right now, he was looked highly upon by everyone in the club from top to bottom. That Sun Strong was just a newcomer. At the present time, his vice-captain position was in charge of all of the team's affairs. Moreover, that guy was only a youngster. With just a few words of flattery, he no longer knew what was going on. He just so happened to be an empty shell of a captain. Whenever something happened in the team captain was the first person to be blamed. Bad things go to you, good things go to me. What a beautiful and harmonious duo. Speaking of him, the Yishio really was hard to deal with. Unmoved by force or persuasion, it took him a lot of effort to get rid of him. Right when Liu Hao was dreaming of his beautiful situation, his cell phone suddenly started ringing. For such a phone call to come late at night, if it wasn't anything urgent, then no one would call him. Liu Hao grabbed his cell phone and looked. It was Excellent Dynasty's guild leader Chen Yehui. Liu Hao was also a veteran pro player and a team vice-captain. He clearly understood the importance of the in-game guild that they supported, so he had made contact with Excellent Dynasty's guild leader Chen Yehui long ago. In Glory's competitive league, characters didn't just suddenly pop up out of nowhere. No matter how strong the godlike characters were in the professional alliance, they all started with a normal account card, a normal character, and then slowly leveled up one step at a time. Clubs had their own account cards, that wasn't wrong. But the data from these account cards were all stored in the game's database just like everyone else's. The club's research and development in self-made equipment still used the game's universal equipment editor. The materials used in the research all came from in-game. With regards to the club, the guild acted a way to publicize them and also as a logistics department. Occasionally, they might even find a seedling with high potential to be a pro player. Sometimes their guild might be the weapon to attack other clubs. Every club fostered their own guild's power. For those without guilds, just talking about self-made equipment, all of the materials needed for research would have to be bought with money. Once or twice was still okay, but continuously spending money wasn't good. The owners of every club were all operating their club for profit. They were trying to make money, not continuously throw away money. Chen Yehui was Excellent Dynasty's guild leader. Although the majority of the guild members were normal players, there would definitely be players with relations to the club. No matter what perspective he was looked at, Chen Yehui could be considered a manager-level person in the club. Liu Hao grabbed his cell phone. His face showed an erratic expression. Chen Yehui treated him with an extremely respectful attitude. In his eyes, it was even a bit excessive. Although pro players could have some influence on a guild's operations, there wasn't a clear top and bottom relationship between them. More accurately, it was more like a type of alliance between these two people. But Chen Yehui's attitude towards him seemed like he was below him. This was enough to make him mull over it. This sort of attitude was very much like how he was dealing with Sun Strong. With these sort of thoughts in his heart, Liu Hao answered the phone. "Liu, have you rested?" "I haven't yet." "Did something happen?" "Frost Forest's clear record was broken." Chen Yehui said. "What? Broken?" A trace of surprise flashed across Liu Hao's face. It was just a mere dungeon record. He wasn't going to jump up all of a sudden as if it was an extreme emergency. He was surprised because even though he hadn't went all out for that record, it was still at least a record done by pro-level players. Breaking it required a certain amount of strength. Which club's pro player ran over to help? Which guild broke it? Liu Hao asked. The guild also signified the club behind them. Tyrannical ambition. Chen Yehue replied. Players from Tyranny? Liu Hao was puzzled. Club Tyranny was the club behind tyrannical ambition. The players under Team Tyranny were the ones who had originally stopped Excellent Era from becoming league champions 4 times in a row. Team Tyranny's trump card was Han-Wenqing. His account Desert Dust, a striker class, was known as the King of Fighting in Glory. It was a god-level character like Battle God. Although Excellent Era and Tyranny were old enemies, they were unlikely to go as far as to bother about such a small dungeon like Frost Forest. They would specially send out pro players to break this relatively difficult record? Not likely. If it was in the heavenly domain, then they might reluctantly do it. The guild is tyrannical ambition, but the players that did it aren't. Chen Yehue said. What do you mean? Liu Hao didn't understand. One of the characters in the party is called Lord Grim. This player is quite famous in the 10th server. In Beginner Village, he took 3 first kills and the previous Frost Forest record that been held for some time was set by him and Blue Brook Guild. And later, he brought a party and stole away the Blood Gunner first kill right from under the 3 great guilds' noses. He then helped Tyrannical Ambition first kill the Goblin Merchant. And right now, he helped Tyrannical Ambition set a new record in Frost Forest. In that party, 4 of the players had only temporarily joined Tyrannical Ambition. It looks like they were all Lord Grimm's helpers. Chen Yehue attached a lot of importance to pioneering in the new server. He personally directed the work there. He had snuck in spies into all of the big guilds, so he understood the general situation of all of them. Liu Hao carefully pondered over what Chen Yehue said. His expression changed greatly. So you're saying, this Lord Grimm, is he Yichio? Chen Yehue said. Liu Hao was also thinking about this. He suddenly recalled his encounter with that guy in the internet cafe. Wasn't that Glory on his screen? Yichio was playing Glory that day. Did you notice his character's name? Liu Hao asked. I noticed it, but I couldn't see it too clearly. Chen Yehue expressed his regret. It's not convenient for me to go there. Don't show your face there either. Randomly find a stranger and ask him to go and look. It shouldn't be too hard to find what his character's name is, right? Liu Hao said. I've already arranged for it. Someone is going over right now. Chen Yehue said. Okay. Then let's first understand the situation clearly before talking again. Liu Hao said. Wait for my call. Chen Yehue said. After hanging up the phone, how could Liu Hao be in the mood to watch TV? Yichio had already been driven out, but every time he heard his name, he always felt worried. Especially now that Yichio appeared in Glory again, he felt even more terrified. F***CK. Liu Hao got up, ran to the bathroom, and ferociously washed his face. These were just suspicions. What was there to worry about? Even if it was Yichio, so what? He had already retired. He'd just be playing Glory to pass his time, right? If not, then besides playing Glory, what would he do? Liu Hao kept thinking this in his heart. But he didn't know why. His mind always spiraled around what Yichio had said just before he left the conference room. I haven't given up all hope yet. I'll be back. Liu Hao paced about in his room, frantic and worried. After a short moment, he felt that the air in the room wasn't fresh, so he opened the window. After a short moment, he felt that he thirsty, so he went to drink some water. After a short moment, he felt that it was too hot, so he turned on the air conditioning. After tossing from side to side for a long while, his phone finally rang again. He impatiently picked it up. His Yichio. That short phrase was like a splash of cold water. At once, Liu Hao forgot his pile of comforting thoughts. He quickly lost self-control, F***CK. This guy, how could he still be haunting me? It's already like this and he's still trying to fight me. I understand. He saw us that day, so he immediately thought that Excellent Dynasty's record was done by us. That's why he immediately joined Excellent Era's Sworn Enemy Tyranny's guild, and then he broke our record. So he really knows his stuff. But isn't there something wrong with this guy's head? It's just a Frost Forest record. Does he really think I care? But if he keeps on fighting against us like this, Chen Yehue said. Don't panic. What was the time for his record? Liu Hao asked. 13 hours 5 minutes and 47 seconds, Chen Yehue said. Ha 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 ha. Liu Hao heard this and then laughed. That's nothing much. And I thought he was good. Don't worry. I'll set a new record for you immediately. We weren't focused at all last time. And that wasn't the most optimal class combination for Frost Forest last time either. Then what's the most optimal class combination? I'll pick out the accounts for you guys like last time. Chen Yehue said. No need, just last time's accounts will be fine. Liu Hao said. But last time's accounts have all already leveled past 25. Chen Yehue said, I'll look again. Right, for that party you were talking about. For that just temporarily joined Tyrannical Ambition? Besides Jiexi, who were the others? Liu Hao asked. I'm not sure who they were. One of them was called Soft Mist, a battle mage. One was called Steamed Bun Invasion, a brawler. And the other was called Cleansing Mist, a launcher. Chen Yehue said. Launcher. Liu Hao confirmed this. He had already thought of someone. Except he had no proof, so he didn't dare to be certain. As for the other two, he had no clue. From his view, to be able to break that record meant that the helpers had to be pro-level. If not, then just relying on Jiexi wasn't possible. Right, what is Jiexio's class this time? Liu Hao suddenly asked. No class. No class. Level 25, no class. This guy? What exactly is he doing? Liu Hao was puzzled again. Was this guy planning on playing Unspecialized? That wasn't possible. Although it was in theory possible to get past level 50 as an Unspecialized, in the pro scene, it was already accepted that Unspecialized characters had no value. Even excluding the burden of carrying many weapons, switching equipment had a cooldown and the confusing amount of skills. Unspecialized characters had originally been something made up by the players. It wasn't a class that Glory had set up, so there were a lot of impossible to overcome obstacles. The game company wouldn't set up any adjustments for this type of made-up class. There were no prospects at all. But if there was someone that could play Unspecialized in the Glory community, then the first name that popped up in Liu Hao's mind was the name Jiexi. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be uneasy. Hello? Liu, are you still there? The person on the other side of the call, Chen Yehue, asked. Yeah. I'm here, help me find an account. It'd be best if it hadn't yet joined a guild and was around level 20. The class doesn't matter. Liu Hao said. Chapter 107. Testing Staff. The Frost Forest record was once again broken. Another discussion was brought about in the game. New players didn't think nothing much of it. They didn't really understand what was so abnormal about it. But the veterans of each of the big guilds all sucked in a cold breath. This time's competition for the Frost Forest record was unprecedented. The records that came out one after another were even more ridiculous than the last. Last time's record was already the highest in all 10 servers, already making people feel that it was too high to reach. Who knew that in just a few days someone would break it again? Moreover, this record improved the time by a large amount. It seemed like there was even more space to improve too. This 10th server really is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Besides Lord Grimm, who are those other players? Currently in a dungeon, Blue River was muttering to a player next to him. These experienced players all knew that the current record couldn't have been made with just a single great expert. It could only have been done with several great experts working together. The list of names in this time's record, besides Lord Grimm, they were all unfamiliar names. They had absolutely no idea where these players came from. Only one of them was from Tyrannical Ambition. The others were only temporary additions. Bound Boat answered. They were the same as Excellent Dynasty. They had little spies in Tyrannical Ambition. This type of information was extremely easy to find. Steamed Bun Invasion? It seems like I've seen this name before. Blue River mumbled to himself. Steamed Bun Invasion's name was quite unique. Bloodgunner's first kill. Bound Boat recalled. Blue River stared blankly. That? Didn't Lord Grimm just randomly run into those players? I thought so too. Then just like this. He just brought them and set that record. Blue River was puzzled. He really was puzzled, so he simply sent a message to Lord Grimm, "Brother, congratulations. You broke the record again." There was no reply for a long time. Jiexi was currently delivering cola to the guests. After a while, a reply popped up. Opening it, it was Herb Garden's Plantago seed. What exactly is happening? I don't really understand. It's just a Frost Forest record, that's all. How'd it become like this? Why ask me? You should be asking Tyrannical Ambition. Blue River said. I don't have him added as a friend. Plantago seed simple reason made Blue River at a loss for words. He closed the message and ignored it. He was only waiting for Lord Grimm's reply. After a moment, he finally received a message. Ha ha, lucky. Brother, where did those experts come from? I've never heard of them. Blue River didn't beat around the bush. Oh, they were all players I found on a short notice. Jiexi said. They're all amazing. Blue River praised. Ha ha. Blue River wasn't praising him, so Jiexi didn't make any modest remarks on behalf of them. Brother, hurry up and level. I'm waiting until you're level 27. Blue River said. Jiexi stared blankly, but immediately recovered. This Blue River really knew how to learn from experience. Level 27, that was the highest level for Boneyard. Although players could enter this dungeon at level 23, it looked like no guild would urgently appoint for him to set a new record then. As it turned out, they were all waiting for him to get to level 27 and then get it done all at once. It appeared that everyone was afraid after seeing this record being broken again and again. Just relying on their own strength to set one didn't really matter. But by paying for Jiexio's external help, wouldn't it be best to wait for the last moment to make the final killing blow? Ha ha, when the time comes, let's talk again. Jiexi once again ended the talks. He was a bit puzzled right now. Of the three great guilds, Blue Brook Guild and Tyrannical Ambition had all looked for him several times. But that Herb Garden never contacted him. Moreover, the other big guilds could also come look for him if they needed anything too. Were they all too embarrassed to do so? Jiexi was pondering over it when Tyrannical Ambition sent him the rewards. After several days of madly clearing Frost Forest, they had finally found the Ice Crystal Staff and 10 White Wolf Bristles. Cold Knight didn't go back on his word and gave them all to Lord Grimm. After the record was set, the next step was to continue leveling. That crowd lover also didn't leave the party and continued to dungeon with the four of them. In theory, they could continue to challenge the record, especially since Tang Ru was extremely eager and completely earnest. But Steamed Bun Invasion would make a mistake every so often, so breaking the record again was already like fleeting clouds. Jiexi let out a sigh. He found that having Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Honestly speaking, he was tired. In this dungeon, he had to invest far more energy than the four of them combined together. From teaching them in the beginning to madly leveling for himself to helping Tang Ru level to bringing Su Mooching to level, he basically had no free time. Just then, in those 10 minutes in the dungeon, he had to lead, pay attention to everyone's playing, and control the most amount of monsters. It was all extremely taxing on his mind and body. Right now, he just wanted to casually play and relax. After Steamed Bun Invasion made a mistake, everyone relaxed. They didn't need to pursue the greatest efficiency and casually chatted while playing. Crowd Lover was still not crowd-loving and didn't have much to say. Of course, no one knew that this guy was currently talking with Cold Knight. Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion. These two are new players. Tyrannical Ambitions guild leader Jiangyu, who was currently using Crowd Lover, was one of Glory's old generals. After observing them for 2 days, he was quite confident in his judgment. New players. Yeah. But they have a good foundation. After learning for a bit, they'll quickly become experts. Jiangyu said. And the other two? Lord Grim. This player has skill, tactics, knowledge, and experience, but to say how strong he is exactly. Frost Forest is only such, so I can't really tell. It's very likely that he's at a pro level. But hearing you, it seems like this person is online for a long time every day. Pro players shouldn't have so much time to play on a low-leveled account, right? Jianyu said. Could it be? A just recently retired pro player. Cold Knight heard the guild leader's analysis and could only think of one such person. Are you talking about God Yichio? If it really is him, then I'd really be honored. But there is one thing that I'm not sure whether you've noticed or not. Jiangyu said. What? His weapon. Weapon? Yeah, I've paid attention to it for these several days. When he fights, he doesn't ever switch weapons, rather that weapon of his can change forms at any time. Right now, the ones I've noticed are battle lance, sword, gun, these 3 forms. Jiangyu said. How can there be such a weapon? That's why I'm saying that it must be self-made. That's why I'm thinking that this person could likely be someone from a club testing a silver weapon. Jiangyu said. Oh. Cold Knight almost couldn't respond. Talents flourished in a pro club. Even if they were researchers, their skill levels in Glory were all extremely high. Among them, some were former pro players that stayed after retiring. Some of them weren't at a pro player level, but their theorycrafting was considerably solid. These people might not be as good as pro players, but in the game, they were more than enough to easily beat the content, especially at the current low-leveled stage. This sort of transforming silver weapon is something I've never seen before. That's why I think he's testing to see whether it can be used practically. He's using it right now, which means that this weapon is at most level 25. If this weapon's practical value is limited, then they obviously won't spend the time to continue waste their energy, financial resources, physical resources, and continue to research how to upgrade it. Jiangyu said. Then it's no surprise that this guy hasn't changed classes. Cold Knight said. This weapon, looking at it from its design, truly is specially made for unspecialized players to use. Jiangyu said. Because he's testing the weapon, he needs to try it out with different types of parties. Challenging records and so on are all just for testing this weapon's might. Cold Knight was very satisfied with his judgment. But in the new server, there aren't too many materials. How did he make it in the beginning? I can't understand this point, Cold Knight said. He transferred from the old server. Jiangyu said. How can you carry a weapon and transfer? Cold Knight didn't understand, only level 1 blank accounts can transfer to a new server. Self-made equipment can be stored in the equipment editor. It doesn't count as an item on you. Jiangyu said. As a guild leader of a big guild, he could also be considered a club member, so he was a bit more experienced and knowledgeable. How could normal players have access to self-made equipment? Of course they wouldn't know about how they worked. So it's like this? Cold Knight said, then like this, the reason he's crazily demanding for materials is probably for this silver weapon. These things I'm not too sure about. Jiangyu was helpless. If he could make self-made equipment, then he would be a technical talent. Right now as a guild leader, he was more of a manager talent. In short, keep paying attention to him. If he really has this sort of background, then don't waste your time trying to rope him in. Jiangyu said. Okay. Cold Knight didn't say anything more. The two stopped messaging each other for a while. Jiangyu was currently dungeoning with the party when Cold Knight suddenly whispered to him, "You still haven't talked about the last one? That one called what is it?" Su Muqing's name, which came from a verse, Cleansing Mist, TLN, equals Feng Shu Yang Mu, really was weird. It was far harder than Steam Bun Invasion, TLN, equals Bao Zi Ru Qin, which was quite catchy. Oh, this person's just okay. Just before, she accidentally did a delivery gun. That scared me. But besides that, her playing was just average. She was just a steady player that didn't make any mistakes. Should we rope her in? This person is probably someone who was temporarily found to substitute in. It looks like she's very close to Lord Grimm, so it's quite probable that you won't be able to rope her in. In short, first pay attention to Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion, these two important players. These two have overwhelming potential. They're also new players, so Lord Grimm probably found them in the game. Try your best to fight for them. Jiangyu instructed. Okay. I understand. The two closed the messages. Jiangyu used Crowd Lover and followed the four players to finish clearing Frost Forest and Boneyard. After carefully observing them, he saw that those four looked the same as before. So he was confident that he didn't make an error of judgment. After they finished clearing the dungeons, Jiangyu said goodbye. Su Muqing also went to rest. Steamed Bun Invasion Haddon went to the arena to bully other players and show off his strength for an entire day, so he ran off to bully others. The remaining two, Yishio and Tang Ru, went to a leveling area and silently leveled. Meanwhile on Club Excellent Era's side, Chen Yehui finally found suitable account cards for Liu Hao and his party and sent them to him that very night. In the 10th server, Excellent Dynasty was personally managed by him, so finding an account was much easier compared to the three great guilds. "Yichio, I'll let you see my strength." Liu Hao called for manpower. He malevolently sat in front of a computer. Bringing his party, he rushed into Frost Forest. This time, he went all out without a trace of negligence. After a short moment, another system announcement popped up in the 10th server. Excellent Dynasty had broken the Frost Forest record, time, 12 hours 55 minutes and 42 seconds. Chapter 108. Hateful Sword. In the eyes of players, the limit had already been reached for the record long ago. Yet it had unexpectedly been broken once again. What exactly was going on in the 10th server's Frost Forest dungeon? Was the dungeon so rich in beauty that it attracted countless heroes to bow in homage? The day had just begun. The drowsy night players, who had stayed up at night, saw this system announcement and all re-energized all of a sudden. They discussed and gossiped. All of the guild channels were now even more lively than they were at prime time 8 p.m. An all-out fight. It's an all-out fight. Blue Brook Guild's MT Flower Lantern sighed heavily with sorrow. Aren't these two Tyranny an excellent era? These two clubs have always been mortal enemies. They've even come to the new server to fight. But this record is too frightening. Lord Grimm, we'll let him pass. We've all seen his strength before. But who does Excellent Dynasty have? Where did all of these experts come from? Blue River was puzzled. The 5 characters that set the record this time are completely different from the ones who set the record last time. Bound Boat looked at the leaderboards. The first and third place on the leaderboards for Frost Forest were set by parties from Excellent Dynasty, pressing down on tyrannical ambition from both sides. It looks like they have people substituting in. They're just using Excellent Dynasty's accounts. Blue River said. Clearly. Bound Boat said. I wonder how things are going for tyrannical ambition. Are they going to invite Lord Grimm again? Blue River's smile was a little dark. Of course he knew of Lord Grimm's costly demands. For tyrannical ambition to keep on hiring him again and again made Blue River feel good in his heart. He clearly wasn't the only one that felt good. Plan to go Seed Center message, how great. Yup. Blue River said happily. It was rare for both of them to feel happy together. These two guilds are going to go at each other now, right? Plan to go Seed said. I'm not sure about that. But Excellent Dynasty hasn't made any big movements for a long time now. Blue River said. Excellent Era has just recently had a roster swap and re-established themselves. Their guild also wants to raise their prestige. And it just so happened that they began by attacking their rival's guild in the new server. There isn't anything to doubt, right? Plantago Seed said. Does Excellent Dynasty have this strength? F*CK, can't you see it? They have help from the experts behind them. Can you set a record like this? Plantago Seed said. Blue River didn't utter another word. He had no choice but to concede. The current Frost Forest record had already far exceeded what was possible for normal experts like them. Who was subbing in at Excellent Dynasty? Blue River guessed. Was it possible that Excellent Era sent their pro players to set a record for this lowest level dungeon? They shouldn't go that far, right? While each of the guilds were randomly guessing and thinking, Tyrannical Ambition's guild channel was filled with resentment. F*Kers, did they really need to go so far? So competitive. Cold Knight was dumbstruck. This dungeon really made him thin and pallid. No one in the guild uttered a word. No one knew what to say. The dungeon record had originally been something that was broken again and again. But this time, they all felt that something weird was going on. The sun hadn't even come out yet. And yet a new record had already been set again. Excellent Dynasty's players really were impatient. It was just a Frost Forest record, did they need to fight for their lives like this? Look for Lord Grim again? Someone asked. Those with insight knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to do it themselves. Cold Knight had no words. This type of record setting back and forth wasn't the way. He didn't know how Excellent Dynasty had set theirs, but he had paid a lot of items to get Lord Grim to do it. This sort of competition clearly wasn't worth it. But if they didn't fight, the players in all of the servers would see that they had been pushed down. They would lose a lot of face. If this sort of loss was because of a different guild, then they could still endure it. But unfortunately, the loss was because of Excellent Dynasty. In the Glory community, who didn't know that Excellent Era and Tyranny were sworn enemies? The rivalry had even invaded into the game, where Excellent Dynasty and Tyrannical Ambition were also enemies. For experienced veterans in the guild like Cold Knight, they'd be angry towards Excellent Dynasty even if there was nothing to be angry about. And now that Excellent Dynasty had stepped on their record, he felt extremely terrible. Cold Knight impatiently paced about for a moment. In the end, he went offline. He was planning on looking for Jiangyu to ask him what exactly he should do. He was already at a loss. On Excellent Dynasty's side, the players were obviously feeling the exact opposite of Tyrannical Ambition. Though their situation at midnight was extremely similar to the current Tyrannical Ambition. At that time, Excellent Dynasty's record had been broken. Not only that, it had also been broken by their sworn enemy Tyrannical Ambition, making the guild's veterans extremely furious like how Cold Knight was currently. Each and every one of Excellent Dynasty's players believed that Tyrannical Ambition hadn't relied on their own skills to do it. Instead, they looked for outsiders to substitute in for them, so they all unreservedly despised them. Although they despised them, they were also helpless. They were already at wit's end towards the record. The glorious heroes that had set it last time had already leveled past 25. Excellent Dynasty's dungeon record had been done by Liu Hao and the others substituting in. Of course, this matter couldn't be known by the guild. Even the owners of those accounts only knew that the guild leader had taken their account cards to look for experts to play on them. They could only guess who those experts were, but they didn't dare be certain. Excellent Dynasty's players cursed at Tyrannical Ambition as well as Lord Grim practically all night. Who knew that at this moment, the dungeon record was once again set back by their players? That sort of feeling was as if pie had fallen from the sky. However, the 5 characters that had set the record this time were small characters and the achievements this time were even more ridiculous. So everyone now knew that they had originally found players to substitute in for them too. The players that had previously looked down on Tyrannical Ambition for looking for players to substitute in for them all seemed to have forgotten about it. How could it be the time to talk about that sort of disappointing topic right now? Everyone praised those 5 heroes. Although everyone knew that they weren't the original owners, they all tacitly understood that they wouldn't talk about it. They only praised unreservedly, hoping that the experts hidden behind their screens would see it. HMPH. Liu Hao saw these overflowing beautiful words that filled the screen and coldly laughed. It was just a Frost Forest record and nothing more. He wouldn't go so far as to be proud of himself just because of this. However, he was feeling extremely good, though that was because he knew who his opponent was. He knew whose record he had broken. The current him felt as if he had stepped on Jiexi. How great! Liu Hao enjoyed this sort of feeling. The feeling he had right now was even more intense than when he had kicked Jiexi out of the club. His face was filled with disdain and pride. It seemed as if he were seeing Jiexi, with a face full of terror, prostrating on the ground under his feet. Thanks for your trouble, Liu. At this moment, Chen Yehui sent a message to him. It was nothing. It was a piece of cake. Liu Hao was about to reply like this. He hadn't yet sent the message when he saw that he was so happy that he was dancing around in joy. Right! Stepping on Jiexi was a piece of cake. I reckon that Jiexi is helpless against this current record. Chen Yehui messaged. I actually hope that he'll try it again. Liu Hao felt as lofty as a king looking down on all of the lands under the heaven, all because of this Frost Forest record. Ha ha, he's actually still online. But he might not have any dungeon entries left right now. Chen Yehui said. Oh, really? Liu Hao's eyes turned. He immediately logged out of the character he was currently using and then found the account card with a random level 20 character that Chen Yehui had given him. He swiped the card and entered the game. This character was level 24, his name was Hateful Sword, a berserker. Liu Hao was most proficient with spellblades. Although they were both swordsman classes, their styles were completely different. However, as a pro player, Liu Hao obviously wasn't completely clueless towards other classes. Just relying on his knowledge and mechanical skill, he would still be better than normal players by a lot. Hateful Sword had no guild because it was obvious what Liu Hao was planning on doing with this account. That was why Chen Yehui specially found an account for him that was originally going to be a spy for their guild. Liu Hao quickly scanned Hateful Sword and was quite satisfied. He immediately searched for a player name. Lord Grimm. Sure enough, he was online. Liu Hao promptly sent a friend invite, but didn't get a response. Loser, loser, loser. Liu Hao cursed while sending more invites. The system prompt finally arrived. Lord Grimm accepted the friend invite. I would have blown you up if you didn't accept. Liu Hao muttered arrogantly. Even such a small matter like being added as a friend made him feel extremely victorious. This was because the other side was Jiexi. Any sort of interaction between Jiexi and himself was a fight in his eyes. You wanted to ignore me. Yet you even added me as a friend. You lose Jiexi. Hi God. Liu Hao sent a common greeting and then began racking his brains on what he should say next to obtain Jiexio's trust. Hi, you are. Jiexi replied. I'm your father. Liu Hao said to himself and replied, do you have an open spot in your party? Party? I'm not in any party. Jiexi said. F***K, putting on an act. The other side wouldn't hear him anyways. Liu Hao might as well curse while typing, I saw that you're always setting dungeon records. You don't have a set party. Oh, that. No, I don't. Those were all just temporary members. Jiexi said. Really? Then can you bring me along? I'm pretty skilled. Liu Hao said. Okay, then when there's a chance, I'll whisper to you. Jiexi said. F***ck, you're trying to trick me. Liu Hao felt that Jiexi was definitely saying it half-heartedly, so he didn't give up. Are you free? Let's compare notes. Compare notes, huh? Then I'll introduce someone to you. He's quite good. He's called Steamed Bun Invasion. You should go look for him to play with. Yishio said. B** starred. Sending me to your underling. How dare you act like that? Liu Hao was furious. He sent a message over, okay, then I'll go look for him to play with. Soon after, he cursed while adding Steamed Bun Invasion as a friend, showing his intent. Ha ha, you want to challenge me? You're pretty brave. Steamed Bun Invasion replied. F***ck, so the underlings imitate their boss. How pretentious. Even the underlings are so flashy. Steamed Bun Invasion made Liu Hao feel extremely angry, but he had to act as if it was nothing and replied, ha ha, then let me try you. Okay, come here. Let me see if you have any qualifications to challenge me. Steamed Bun Invasion said. F***k? I'll beat you into a crushed steamed bun. In his anger, Liu Hao immediately made Hateful Sword rush to the arena. Level or free? Liu Hao messaged Steamed Bun Invasion. Oh. Steamed Bun Invasion replied. I'm asking you level or free. Liu Hao's 10 fingers almost broke the keyboard. After a long time, Steamed Bun Invasion asked, what does that mean? Chapter 109. A directed act. Liu Hao's keyboard really did break. This smash was too ferocious and had broken the keyboard into a slope. Liu Hao was unable to deal with so much. After laying flat the keyboard, he grinded his teeth while typing, I'm asking you, same level matches or free-for-all matches? Oh. That. You should say things more clearly. Free-for-all matches. Steamed Bun Invasion said. What room number? Liu Hao entered the free field and was about to howl. You create one. I'll come look for you in a bit. Steamed Bun Invasion was currently fighting someone. As a result, Liu Hao created a room. After setting up a password, he sent the room number and password to Steamed Bun Invasion. A short moment later, Steamed Bun Invasion finally appeared in Liu Hao's created room. Ready, ready, ready. Liu Hao madly urged. Right when Steamed Bun Invasion clicked ready, he entered the field the next second. Liu Hao chose the smallest map. There was no place to hide. After both characters joined the map, they each took one side of the arena. The announcer counted down, 3, 2, 1. Liu Hao didn't say anything further and wildly hammered his keyboard and mouse. Hateful Sword lifted his greatsword and rushed forward. The map was small, so the distance between both sides wasn't far. In only a few steps, he closed in. Across, Steamed Bun Invasion was applying poison to his weapon. How could Liu Hao wait for him to finish? He quickly moved his hands and Hateful Sword dashed up. A max range, max damage, max shockwave collapsing mountain chopped forward. This sort of usage of collapsing mountain actually had a lot of holes. When normal experts used it, they wouldn't stretch collapsing mountain to its limit. But right now, Liu Hao had been restrained for such a long time. If he didn't show off his terrifying strength, he would cough up blood. Liu Hao originally thought that Steamed Bun Invasion would get out of the way, so he had already calculated his following move. Who knew that the other side would just foolishly stand there without moving? Seeing that the greatsword was about to hit him, Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly leaped backwards. This leap was executed excellently. The greatsword tip nearly swiped his nose. Right when Steamed Bun Invasion landed, he immediately jumped forward as if he were sending himself back into the sword's path. But with a look, Liu Hao knew that the situation wasn't good. After Steamed Bun Invasion leaped backwards to dodge the chop, he jumped forward to dodge collapsing mountains following shock wave. In addition, this jump had closed enough distance for him to attack Hateful Sword. And because Liu Hao stretched collapsing mountain too far, he recovered too slowly and had no way of dodging Steamed Bun Invasion's attack. Just as expected, it was too late to withdraw and the greatsword crashed onto the ground. Steamed Bun Invasion stretched out his hand and accurately grabbed onto Hateful Sword's throat. He used the skill Strangle that had been used brilliantly in the dungeon this night. Immediately afterwards, his other hand flipped over and a brick smashed onto Hateful Sword's forehead. Liu Hao was enraged to the limit. The keyboard and mouse were struck as if he was trying to break them. After he withdrew his collapsing mountain, he used a backslash. Backslash was a berserker's most basic skill. It was the same as a battle mage sky strike and a blade master's upward slash knock-up skills. Although the effects were similar, a berserker's backslash did the most damage and had the strongest knock-up effect among all of the knock-up skills. Liu Hao's execution was accurate and fierce. Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't able to dodge it in time and was slashed up into the air by the greatsword. If this backslash had completely hit, then Steamed Bun Invasion would have basically become like a kite. But Liu Hao had made Hateful Sword stop mid-slash. He then leaped backwards and both hands lifted the greatsword to his chest. A colliding stab charged forward and thrust at the mid-Steamed Bun Invasion's stomach. Hateful Sword swiftly rushed up, was pushed into a V-path in midair and his but directly smashed into the arena's ropes. Liu Hao was just about to let Hateful Sword continue attacking when he saw that Steamed Bun Invasion, whose body had been smashed into shattered shrimp shells, suddenly lift his hands and throw. A handful of fine sand flew towards Hateful Sword's face. Liu Hao was startled. He didn't think that this rotten steamed bun would actually counter with a sand toss in this situation. He immediately made Hateful Sword roll to the side. Although he had been hit by quite a bit of sand, he at least avoided the blind status. Flipping over, Steamed Bun Invasion rushed forward to Hateful Sword's back. His two hands grabbed onto Hateful Sword's shoulder and used a knee attack. Right when the knee attack hit Hateful Sword's waist, he let go of his hands and Hateful Sword couldn't help but stagger forward a few steps. This was a hidden effect that was triggered when knee attack hit the back. Steamed Bun Invasion didn't stop. He ran forward holding onto a brick and was about to smash it onto the back of Hateful Sword's head, when Hateful Sword suddenly leapt forward. But his body turned in midair and a sword light slashed down right in front of Steamed Bun's face. It was unexpectedly a collapsing mountain. Steamed Bun Invasion hadn't anticipated this. In the past few days, he had often soaked in the arena and had fought against every class several times, so he had experienced all of these low-leveled skills. That was why he had been able to perform the back leap into the forward leap to dodge collapsing mountain. But Liu Hao had unexpectedly used it while jumping backwards. This was a move that Steamed Bun Invasion had never seen before. This was because a backwards collapsing mountain was extremely complicated. Normal players didn't have the ability to use it, so of course Steamed Bun Invasion had never seen it before. At this moment, meeting a pro player Liu Hao, although the Berserker wasn't his most proficient class, using this sort of move wasn't difficult. However, because it was executed during a backwards leap, the backwards collapsing mountain couldn't be completed. This move wasn't to send an attack. It was to defend against the opponent's pursuit. Only because Steamed Bun Invasion didn't know of such a move was the sword able to hit him. The two players fought back and forth, and after a few bouts, Liu Hao had gradually calmed down. He had always been a reserved and scheming guy. Previously, he had been in such a state of excitement because he had successfully stepped on Jiexio's record. He had also been provoked by the Noob Steamed Bun Invasion's words and had wanted to beat Steamed Bun Invasion into a pulp. Now that he had calmed down, he definitely knew that he couldn't continue fighting in the same way. Steamed Bun Invasion's skill truly wasn't bad. Among normal players, he could be considered a rare expert. Even so, he hadn't yet beaten Liu Hao. And if they continued to fight like this, then his Hateful Sword would for certain obtain victory. But after calming down and thinking for a bit, he felt that he shouldn't win. This Steamed Bun Invasion was already extremely strong. Those that could beat him were players that were almost at a pro level. Liu Hao was afraid that if he revealed too much of his strength, then he would arouse Jiexio's suspicions. If he just barely lost to this Steamed Bun Invasion, then he would prove that his strength wasn't ordinary without arousing Jiexio's suspicions. Liu Hao immediately decided on following this plan. He began to fight without fully exerting himself and showed openings. Steamed Bun Invasion really was an expert and immediately took advantage of these holes. Liu Hao didn't want to be beaten too easily, so he tangled with him once again. In this way, the two looked as if they were locked in a difficult battle. Liu Hao knew that his hateful sword was slowly walking towards the losing path. The situation had been grasped. In the end, hateful sword lost to steamed bun invasion. Liu Hao sinisterly smiled. He pretended to not accept the outcome and once again challenged steamed bun invasion. Steamed bun invasion happily took up the challenge and the two players fought again. Liu Hao continued his performance and slowly walked towards the losing path. In this way, they fought a total of 5 rounds. Hateful sword lost to steamed bun invasion every time. Steamed bun invasion appeared extremely mighty. However, the situation had been completely under Liu Hao's control the entire time. After the 5 rounds were over, Liu Hao left the room and sent steamed bun invasioner, "I'm going to rest a bit." Immediately afterwards, he sent Jiexi a message, "God, that steamed bun is really strong. I couldn't beat him." "Ha ha, I heard him talk about it. He said that you weren't his opponent at all." Jiexi replied. Liu Hao was furious. This rotten steamed bun, he wasn't honest at all. Although he had lost all 5 rounds, how could he use a "not his opponent at all" to describe it? He had only just barely won 5 times. In addition, the situation had been completely under his control. He had originally wanted steamed bun to tell Jiexi of his strength so that Jiexi would more easily believe it. Who knew that this stinky steamed bun had no sense of shame and had actually ignored the important details? If he had known of this, then he would directed a "I barely beat steamed bun" outcome and then directly went to look for Jiexi. I feel our skill levels are quite close. His luck today was a bit better. Liu Hao could only explain it while feeling furious. "Ha ha, he's still waiting in the arena for you. You guys should continue playing." Jiexi replied. Liu Hao wanted to cry but had no tears. He had only wanted to put on an act with that steamed bun. Who actually wanted to continue playing with that rotten steamed bun? So he immediately replied, "I'm not that good at Peking, but I really am very good at clearing dungeons. God, when are you going to bring me to set a record? Right now there isn't anything to set." Jiexi replied. "Really? But I saw that in the early morning, the record that you had set in Frost Forest just before had been broken. You're not going to get it back?" Liu Hao asked. "Oh, that. Maybe later?" Jiexi replied. He, because you can't get it back." Liu Hao felt good again and continued to act. Then, "God, what are you doing now? Bring me with you. I'm leveling in Boneyard. If you want to come level, then you should come over too." "Okay." Liu Hao replied and then let out a sigh of relief. He finally succeeded in getting close to this guy's side. This time, he'd figure out what exactly that guy was planning on doing in the new server. Liu Hao asked for the coordinates and then immediately ran towards Boneyard. When he reached the location, he looked around. He saw a male and a female, 2 characters. They were both carrying battle lances and clearing monsters. Among them, the female character had magical ripples flashing under her feet. It was clearly a chaser, the battle mage signature skill. And even though that male character used battle mage skills, he had no chasers. He was precisely Lord Grim, an unspecialized character acting as a battle mage. Hello. Taking advantage of the fact that they were still far away, Liu Hao tested his voice and found a pitch that was different from his own voice. After experimenting a few times, plus considering that there would also be some distortion when he talked, Liu Hao felt that Jiexi definitely wouldn't be able to tell it was his voice. He then calmly and composedly moved Hateful sword forward. "God." Liu Hao went up and greeted. He was a bit nervous in his heart. "You've come." After replying, a party invite was sent to him. Liu Hao accepted and then joined the party. Remaining calm and collected, he laughed evilly. Chapter 110. Waiting and Seeing. Of the 2 players in the party, one was Lord Grim and the other was Soft Mist. Although the 2 were in a party, they each fought their own monsters. There was no teamwork or coordination. After Hateful Sword joined the party, the 2 greeted him and then continued on with their own business. Once Liu Hao began killing monsters, 3 players were now minding their own business. No one went up to fight together with him. In the end, Liu Hao could only hack at monsters alone. What made him even more depressed was when the other 2 players fought monsters, none of them talked. Although Liu Hao had disguised his voice, he still didn't dare to talk too much. He had originally been pretty happy when he saw that Jiexi was leveling with someone else. He felt that by listening in on their conversations, he could perhaps obtain information he wanted. Who knew that besides a hein after meeting each other, he wouldn't hear another word? After fighting for a bit, Liu Hao was unable to bear his depression. If he knew that these 2 wouldn't talk, then he would have been a bit more active when he came. If he suddenly asked around after being so quiet for so long, would he appear suspicious? Thinking like this, Liu Hao could only stay quiet. From time to time, he would pay attention to these 2 players' circumstances. Gradually, he found that something was somewhat abnormal. Lord Grimm's attack was really high. All in all, Liu Hao was a pro-level player. He had this sort of basic ability to judge. Lord Grimm wasn't a true battle mage, but when he used battle mage skills, his damage output was even greater than soft mist's. Liu Hao had also put that soft mist in his eyes. Her hand speed was quite fast, so the difference in damage between Lord Grimm and her shouldn't be from hand speed or technique. As a result, he only had one explanation: Lord Grimm's equipment was stronger. A better weapon would obviously raise the attack. Although Liu Hao was a pro player, he couldn't recognize this level 25 weapon. If it was a Spellblade type weapon, then he might have been able to. But he completely didn't recognize the white-tip battle lance that Lord Grimm had in his hand. After noticing the issue of damage output, Liu Hao also began paying attention to his hand speed. He wanted to keep up the same tempo as Lord Grimm and then use the amount of damage done to monsters done by both sides in order to calculate Lord Grimm's damage. Although the 2 were of different classes, to a pro player, this sort of judgment was doable. In the end, it made Liu Hao shocked. He had originally thought that Lord Grimm's weapon might have been an orange weapon. But by seeing its damage output, it seemed to be even better than an orange weapon. It seemed like a level 25 silver weapon? Liu Hao didn't want to believe it. He once again made Hateful sword keep the same tempo as Lord Grimm for a while, but this was the only decision he could make. Moreover, it became more and more certain. Such a distinct difference in damage couldn't be made by the other small equipment on his body. It could only be because of the difference in weapons. Silver weapon. This guy actually had a silver weapon. The new server had just started a few days ago and this guy already had a silver weapon? What silver weapon is this? Could it be the Battle Lance Evil Annihilation? It doesn't look like it. Liu had obviously seen the Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf silver weapon Evil Annihilation many times. It was completely different from Lord Grimm's weapon. Moreover, even if Evil Annihilation was Jiexi, it didn't mean that he could make it. Self-made equipment were the top secret information in the club. This guy, could it be that he really hasn't given up? If he's really planning on returning to the pro scene, then he's going to use this account and this silver weapon. After knowing that the weapon in Lord Grimm's hand was a silver weapon, Liu Hao thought like this. As a result, he began to be more cautious. He decided that it'd be best to lay low until he fully understood what exactly Jiexi was planning on doing. The 3 players continued to silently fight monsters. The day gradually began to brighten. After Liu Hao got over his previous excitement, he began to feel tired. He didn't have a habit of pulling all-nighters. Today, he had thoroughly endured the night. He now began to repeatedly yawn. But those 2 players didn't seem to show that they were going to stop. He could only clench his teeth and persevere. He was afraid that if he left early, he might miss any news. At 7 in the morning, Jiexi suddenly went offline without any warning. Liu Hao stared blankly and was happy in his heart. He could finally rest. But in the end, before he had even finished killing off the remaining monsters, Lord Grimm suddenly went back online and continued to fight silently. F***CK? How long are these 2 going to play? With red eyes, Liu Hao struggled to hang on. 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. The two didn't appear to have any intention of stopping. But even worse, these two still didn't say anything. They just fought monsters like robots as if they never got bored of it. 11 o'clock, they still continued to fight monsters, when Hateful sword suddenly stopped moving. Yixiao and Tang Ru hadn't noticed in the beginning. After finding out, they immediately went to fend off the monsters surrounding him. While they protected him, they still didn't see any movement from him. Where'd he go? Tang Ru said. I don't know. He probably had something to do. Yixiao said. Oh. It was just a small matter. The two didn't really care and continued to level. After quite a while, Hateful sword began moving a bit and struggled to fight against a few monsters. His back. Tang Ru said. Yeah. Yixiao replied. It was still just a small matter. The two didn't really care and still continued to level. Liu Hao was in extreme suffering. He had actually fallen asleep at his chair. If he hadn't almost slipped off the chair onto the ground, who knew when he'd have woken up? He struggled to fight for a bit more until he could no longer persevere any longer. God, you guys keep playing. I'm going to go rest first. Liu Hao said. Oh, okay. When are you usually online? Liu Hao asked. All night. Yixiao said. F***CK. Liu Hao almost cursed out loud. Is he trying to kill me? Being a pro player was also a job. Every day, there were a lot of daily drills that he had to do, more so as the team captain. How could he have the ability to pull all-nighters every day? Liu Hao cursed inwardly. He could only say, I don't have the chance to pull all-nighters often. But if there's a dungeon, then you have to call me. Okay. Yixiao replied. From start to finish, this guy seemed as if he never spoke more than 5 words. Liu Hao didn't understand what type of plight he was in right now. He was too F***king sleepy, his ability to think had already declined. After hastily logging out of the game, he climbed straight to bed. Right when he took off his clothing, he heard a knock. Brother Hao, are you there? The boss wants to talk to you. I'm coming. Liu Hao's cheeks streamed with tears. He put his clothing back on and struggled out of bed. At the happy internet cafe, Yixiao planned on leveling until 12 o'clock before he went to sleep. Tang Ru had the morning shift today. She continued to keep watch at the reception desk, working while playing. Chen Gua stood on the side with a sinister face. These two people, after saying I'm aware of my situation, immediately went to play even more crazily all day and night. Did you guys break any record? Chen Gua asked. Yeah. Yixiao said. But someone took it back this morning. Tang Ru added. Are you all still going to set records again and again? Chen Gua asked. Waiting and seeing. After saying this, Yixiao went to sleep. When night came, Yixiao got up and went back to playing the game. Excellent Dynasty still held the Frost Forest record. No other guild went to go look for Lord Grim. Clearly, everyone had had enough of this dungeon. If they could rely on their own strength to beat the record, then it'd be fine. But if they had to always pay and look for people to substitute in for them, then their gains didn't make up for their losses. In comparison, Boneyard's record had continued to be broken in these past few days. It was just that in the eye-catching whirlpool of the Frost Forest records, it was mostly overlooked by everyone. Now, the players of each of the big guilds were now level 27, the highest level for Boneyard. Although level 27 wasn't like level 25, where there were new skills and equipment that could make a qualitative leap, in the sort of fight over a few seconds of time for a record, a single level was enough to create a difference. Currently, in Boneyard, a level 27 party had set a fairly impressive record, which had been retained for quite a while. But Tyrannical Ambition, which had set that record, weren't happy. This was because they knew that they wouldn't be able to hold on to this record for long. Lord Grim? Or maybe the substituted-in players from Excellent Dynasty. They could break the record at any time. tyrannical ambition obviously couldn't defend against excellent dynasty. Lord Grim, on the other hand, Cold Knight was watching attentively to his level. Except the current record was held by their tyrannical ambition. If they bought Lord Grim to break the record, wasn't it a bit wrong? Cold Knight was a little hesitant. He thought whether or not to let it go and let other guilds set it first and then hire him. But the other guilds would also go and invite Lord Grim. For Lord Grim to set a new record and then invite Lord Grim to break it? This was kind of forcing him to do something. Unless this guy was despicable and sinister and intentionally leaving some space for the record. But anyone with a brain knew that he definitely wouldn't deliberately do such a thing. This behavior was destroy his reputation. In addition, to help someone clear a record and then helping another set a new record, this sort of method would make others despise him. This guy probably wouldn't do such a thing, right? This didn't need to be guessed. When the time came, he just had to ask. It was still too early. Cold Knight looked at Lord Grim in his friends list. He was still level 25. Jiexi also knew that until he reached level 27, no guild would hire him to set a new record. As a result, he could only level. When it was almost midnight and the dungeon entries were about to refresh, as usual, 7 Fields asked him if he wanted to dungeon with them. Jiexi naturally wouldn't decline. He was just leveling, that's all. He didn't need to pick players. 7 Fields was once again with just him and Sleeping Moon. Once Drifting Water and Sunset Clouds had been active for the 2 days after the new server started, they stopped appearing in the early mornings. Steamed Bun said that he's in the arena and won't come for now. 7 Fields said. Oh. Jiexi answered. He had also received the message. Dungeon. This was sent to Su Mooching. Are you going to dungeon? This was asking Tang Ru. After the two agreed, the two arrived shortly. And the 5-player party was created. 7 Fields asked, Brother Expert, can we set a record? We can try. Jiexi saw that the current record for Boneyard was 25 hours 14 minutes and 32 seconds, tyrannical ambitions. Right now, this party had 2 pro-level players, him and Su Mooching, and a player with a pro-level hand speed, Tang Ru. Adding in 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon, 2 experienced players, this party wasn't the best, but it was still possible to beat a record set by normal players. After all, level 25 and level 27 didn't have any big difference in equipment or skills. Just as they were waiting for midnight to arrive, Jiexi suddenly received a message. He looked. It was that new friend Hateful sword from the other day. God, are you dungeoning? So sorry, I'm in a party already. Add me. It's full. F***CK 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 CK F***CK. Liu Hao wanted to eat his computer. Chapter 111. 2 types of coordination. Liu Hao hadn't slept yesterday night. He hadn't slept in the morning and was then called over by the boss at noon. He was busy the entire afternoon and hadn't slept. Only after dinner was he able to sleep for a bit, but he kept Jiexi in his mind the entire time. As a result, when it was almost midnight, he struggled up out of bed and went online. In the end, once he got on, he was told that there was no space for him in the party. Liu Hao wanted to eat Jiexi raw, but was helpless and could only foolishly stare at his monitor. As for Jiexi and the others, they tried to set a new dungeon record. Although there was no one to pay him, breaking the record meant that there would still be quite a few rewards. Players could begin running Boneyard from level 23. Level 25 players had already ran it several times already. If they wanted to set a new record, then naturally they had to pay attention to their coordination. Outside of the dungeon, Jiexi explained to them the strategy. After they heard it, they immediately entered the dungeon. F***CK. Just as they entered, 7 Fields yelled. His yell was filled with both hate and love. This was because a system announcement had popped up, Vampire Knight Logue has resurrected. Adventures, please be careful. Hidden boss. Meeting a hidden boss was something everyone looked forward to. But a hidden boss appearing meant that setting a new dungeon record was impossible. This went against their original intentions, which was why Seven Fields yelled at F***CK with both love and hate. Today's luck isn't bad. Yishio was happy. Once he hit level 23, of course he wouldn't miss the opportunity to run Boneyard. But so far up until now, he hadn't yet met a hidden boss. Every dungeon usually had several different hidden bosses. Their chances of appearing were all different. Vampire Knight Logue was one of Boneyard's rarest boss. Yet they had actually met it today. Just think of this round as a way to break in. Yishio said this and then directed Lord Grim to rush forward and kill monsters. Tang-Ru immediately let Soft Mist follow up too. This girl still liked to compete with Yishio. Whatever Yishio did, she always wanted to try if she could do it or not. Yesterday night at Frost Forest, Yishio pulled 16 goblins, which was another hit to her. But the more Tang-Ru was hit, the more terrible she became. But right when Soft Mist moved, Cleansing Mist had already fired a gunshot. The two monsters, which Lord Grim was rushing towards, were alarmed and were swaying over to them. She had been together with Cleansing Mist for a few days already. To Tang-Ru, her performance was always ahead of Tang-Ru by a bit. For example, when Yishio's Lord Grim rushed forward to pull monsters, Tang-Ru immediately went to follow up. However, Cleansing Mist's movements were just slightly faster. Is this person's hand faster than mine too? Tang-Ru thought like this, but never went to ask her. What she didn't know was that Su Muqing didn't have a faster hand speed, but rather more knowledge. Just through hand speed, she was faster than Su Muqing. And under Yishio's coaching, the coordination between her left and right hands improved rapidly. But besides that, in other aspects, she was still far from Su Muqing. This sister also didn't have it easy. She was always comparing herself to people like Yishio, those types of god-level characters, or people like Su Muqing, those types of good pro-level characters. This always made her feel somewhat incapable, which made her work even harder. In the game, that meant that Soft Mist had to be even more forward and even more ferocious than Lord Grim. This sort of tyrannical display made Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon feel somewhat bewildered. The way this girl fought gave them the feeling that they couldn't intervene. They could only fight alongside Lord Grim and help Brother Expert. But the damage by Lord Grim's silver weapon was much greater than Soft Mist's weapon. In addition, Cleansing Mist was also helping Lord Grim clear monsters. The monsters on this side fell quickly. When Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon went over to support him, they felt as if they couldn't really help, making them feel as if they were useless. The two players' cheeks streamed with tears. Did they really even need them? Yishio saw the situation and understood them well. On his side, he and Su Muqing were already enough. Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon should have been Tang-Ru's helpers. But Tang-Ru was too strong-headed and always pursued the limits. In addition, the gap between her and Seven Fields, Sleeping Moon was quite large, so the two sides were unable to coordinate together. Let's switch. You go help her, Yishio said to Su Muqing. This sister's really fierce, Su Muqing said while letting her Cleansing Mist help Soft Mist. Yishio naturally lowered his tempo, which made Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon suddenly feel much more comfortable fighting the monsters. These two skill levels weren't enough to understand all these high-level things. They just thought that because Cleansing Mist had went over to the other side, she left them some space to fight. Tang-Ru controlled Soft Mist to attack monsters, while occasionally paying attention to Yishio's situation. Seven Fields and the Sleeping Moon hastily ran over to the other side, while Cleansing Mist went over to help her. She didn't know the reason why and fought as she was before. But at this moment, she saw that Yishio's Lord Grim was clearly moving slower and had slowed down his tempo. She didn't know why either. Tang-Ru fought together with her, but gradually discovered that her situation had also changed. In the beginning, she was the one who took initiative, while Cleansing Mist was there for assistance. But unknowingly, she discovered that the situation had reversed. Cleansing Mist was the one who took initiative, while she was there for assistance. This sort of initiator and helper relationship wasn't only seen on the monster's aggro, but was also on the tempo and direction. Unknowingly, Tang Ru found that her tempo had already been stolen by Cleansing Mist. She was now following Cleansing Mist's lead. This type of tempo issue, how could a noob like Tang Ru understand it? She simply didn't like that sort of feeling, that's all. Annoyed, she deliberately tried to sabotage the situation and caused the two players to be in danger several times. Even Yishio's Lord Grim had to rush up and help them occasionally. Tang Ru was astonished. She had no idea why everything had happened like so. While she was at a loss, she heard Cleansing Mist say on the side, "Look how he's fighting on that side." Tang Ru obviously knew who he was pointing to. But seeing Yishio fight, she couldn't understand what was so amazing. He was so slow. She herself could just casually do that. If you switched with him, could you coordinate well with Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon? Su Muqing said. Coordinate? Tang Ru stared blankly. There are two types of coordination. One type is to adjust to the other members and coordinate like that. Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon do this type. This type is relatively simple. As for the other type, that's to drive the other members to coordinate with you. That's the type he's doing. Su Muqing said. After Tang Ru stared blankly, she suddenly said, "Then just a moment ago, you were driving me to coordinate with you." Me? I was adjusting to you. But I don't know how it slowly became you following me. Su Muqing said. Tang Ru scratched her head. This idea seemed very abstruse. But honestly speaking, she didn't really like the word coordination. She preferred to take charge herself, beating all the enemies in battle by herself. Boss! At this moment, Seven Fields cried out in fear. Everyone's camera angle switched to the front and saw an average-sized knight wearing pitch-black armor, which who knew when, had stood at the mouth of the road. His face was even paler and his blood-red eyes were extremely bewitching. In his right hand, he held a long, narrow, scarlet lightsaber. In his left hand, he held a shield with a bat symbol on it. He silently stood there without saying a word. The 5 players quickly cleared the small monsters and then gazed at the Boneyard's rarest hidden boss, Vampire Knight Logue. Because they hadn't yet entered its aggro range, the Vampire Knight Logue didn't move. He stood alone in the middle of the road. From the fork in the road, it was possible to go around without alarming him. A lot of hidden bosses were like this. Players could choose to not fight it. It was just that when meeting a rare hidden boss, the majority of players would still try it. In fact, to inexperienced normal players, they would be unable to take down a hidden boss 90% of the time. But to Yishio and them, of course they weren't concerned about whether they could take it down or not. Yishio looked at the Vampire Knight Logue's long and narrow lightsaber. He suddenly said, "Little Moon Moon, did you learn the lightsaber mastery?" "No, I learned the Tachi mastery." After Sleeping Moon finished saying this, he suddenly thought of something and immediately stomped, "Who the F***ck is Little Moon Moon? Then the vampiric lightsaber is mine then." Yishio said. "Ah." Sleeping Moon stared blankly. He also knew of the vampiric lightsaber. It was a level 25 orange weapon. Although lightsabers could only be used by blade masters, since Sleeping Moon took the optional route of having Tachi mastery, then he would be a blade master that prioritized Tachis. Sword mastery was a passive skill that blade masters could learn after level 20. Mastery could be split into 5 types, which was naturally the 5 types of swords: great sword, short sword, broadsword, Tachi, and lightsaber. Although a player could choose more than one mastery to learn, normal blade masters would only choose one and stick with it because skill points were precious. With every level into a sword mastery, the attack of the sword type chosen would be increased by 2%. At level 10, there would be a 20% increase, extremely significant. Apart from this, it also had additional effects with some skills. Different sword types would have additional effects with different skills. It all depended on which mastery a player chose. Since Sleeping Moon had learned the Tachi mastery, he would naturally choose to use the Tachi as a weapon. However, this didn't mean that he could not use a lightsaber. Now that he heard the great phrase orange weapon, he was still itching for it in his heart. Begin killing it! Yixiao yelled. Cleansing Mist immediately raised her weapon and sent an anti-tank missile over. Soft Mist also lifted her battle lance and rushed forward. Wait a moment! Yixiao hastily shouted. But Tang Ru continued to forge ahead. She arrived practically at the same time as Cleansing Mist's anti-tank missile. In the end, he saw the Vampire Knight use his right hand to whip his cloak over in front of his body. With a screech, when his cloak opened, the knight had disappeared. Countless small bats flew out and swiftly headed towards them. The 3 anti-tank missiles hit nothing and the small bats pounced onto Soft Mist, biting her. These small bats, with their tiny eyes radiating red, covered Tang Ru's screen. Their tiny fangs outside of their mouth seemed to drip saliva, extremely nauseating. The small bats engulfed her without toppling Soft Mist. However, her life directly plummeted a large portion. Tang Ru hastily drank a potion. Those small bats that had engulfed her had already gathered together once again behind her, and the Vampire Knight swirled his cloak and appeared again. The scarlet vampiric lightsaber immediately stabbed towards her body like a viper. Chapter 112. Perfect Coordination. Careful! 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon, 2 melee-type classes, felt that they couldn't save her. They could only remind her, hoping that there would be some reaction to it. But next to the 2 players, a cannon shot and a gunshot rang out. Cleansing Mist and Lord Grim both fired. The gunshot was quicker, while the cannon shot was slower. However, in the end, both shots accurately hit the Vampire Knight's wrist, which was about to stab down. One after another, the 2 shots hit, making him stab askew. Tang Ru's reaction speed and control were extremely quick. This crooked blow won enough time for her. She jumped forward and in an instant, whirled 180 degrees in midair at the same time. Sweeping in front of her body with her lance, she then used a dragon tooth to stab forward. Dong! The Vampire Knight's agility was also quick. He raised his shield and blocked the dragon tooth. He then chased after Soft Mist. Tang Ru wasn't careless. Before Soft Mist touched the ground, she slashed downwards. The Vampire Knight raised his shield again to block it. Soft Mist landed just in time to meet with the Vampire Knight, which had rushed forward. Tang Ru's hands moved swiftly. Soft Mist sent out a falling flower palm. The Vampire Knight still had his shield high up pointing towards the sky. With this palm, he was sent flying backwards. Yixiao had already come over to help her. Lord Grim rushed forward. A sky strike leaped up, directly knocking the Vampire Knight, which Soft Mist had blown over, into the air. Su Muqing's Cleansing Mist raised her cannon and sent an anti-tank missile over. 3 anti-tank missiles hit the Vampire Knight. In the middle of the artillery barrage, the Vampire Knight looked as if it were about to fly away. However, Lord Grim had already leaped up. His battle lance stabbed forward and executed a circle swing, bringing the Vampire Knight back. The battle lance threw downwards and the Vampire Knight almost smashed a hole into the ground. Cleansing Mist's cannon had already gathered together an energy ball. Right when the Vampire Knight crashed to the ground, the energy ball flew out and exploded onto the Vampire Knight's face. This was a launcher's level 25 skill cannonball, which shot out an energy ball at a target. After storing power, the energy ball would have increased damage and range. When it exploded, the shockwave would be even greater too. These few fluid moves and coordination were completed in an instant. 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon were both watching dumbstruck. After the cannonball exploded, Lord Grim and Cleansing Mist immediately leaped backwards. The Vampire Knight's cloak whirled around him like a sword, but only hit air. While taking back his cloak, the Vampire Knight got up. He turned around and still rushed towards Soft Mist's direction. Tang Ru stared blankly. Although she was a new player, she already had a basic understanding of how aggro worked. Her previous dragon tooth hit the shield. Afterwards, she sent out a falling flower palm. In theory, it shouldn't have pulled more aggro than Lord Grim and Cleansing Mist. Could it be because she had been bitten by those small bats? Tang Ru's guess wasn't wrong. The reason the Vampire Knight was charging at her was because she had been bitten by those small bats. Dodge first. If he hits you, then his health will recover, Yixiao promptly warned Tang Ru. This was the Vampire Knight's special skill. Targets that had been bitten by his incarnated bats would become healing fodder. When the fodder was hit again by him, he would heal. The amount of health gain didn't depend on the amount of damage. If it was like that, then to the boss, the health recovered would be completely insignificant. The amount of health the boss had was on another level compared to the amount of health players had. So the health gain depended on the percentage of damage done. In other words, if his attack did 5% of Soft Mist's health, then he would recover 5% of his health. In this way, players were in a huge disadvantage. Tang Ru had quite a lot of confidence in her skill, but she wasn't familiar with this boss. She didn't know whether or not there might be a bizarre, impossible to defend against move that would come out. In order to avoid being surprise attacked and wasting everyone's efforts, Tang Ru could only reluctantly have Soft Mist run to the side to hide from the Vampire Knight and wait for Lord Grim and Cleansing Mist to rescue her. Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon were extremely embarrassed. They had absolutely no idea on how they should get involved in the battle. Brother Expert was busy attacking the boss and hadn't given them any instructions. When they saw the Vampire Knight locked onto Soft Mist, the two finally found an opportunity to appear and hastily rushed forward to intercept. The Vampire Knight wasn't so stupid that he would only chase after his target and ignore other attacks from other players. Sleeping Moon slashed and the Vampire Knight raised its shield to block it. Seven Fields rushed up and punched. The Vampire Knight no longer had a shield to use and simply used its sword to chop down towards Seven Fields. Whoa! How could Seven Fields dare to fight recklessly against the boss? He could only dodge the attack. Apart from the sword and shield, the Vampire Knight also had a third weapon, his cloak. Now that he was being attacked by two people, he whirled his cloak in a circle, cutting towards them like a sharp knife. Seven Fields flipped back to dodge it. But it hit Sleeping Moon, cutting a string of blood. Sleeping Moon's life plummeted by 1/4. Ashen-faced, Sleeping Moon promptly ran back. Seven Fields was still rolling back. The attack made by the Vampire Knight's cloak was a 360 degrees attack. After whirling around a full circle, the cloak fell on a spot and was just about to nick Seven Fields, who was on the ground. But suddenly, a battle lance appeared and stabbed at the Vampire Knight. Tang Ru's Soft Mist had mounted a sneak attack with a circle swing, knocking down the Vampire Knight onto the ground. Sleeping Moon and Seven Fields wanted to be the heroes saving the princess, but in the end, they became the princesses saved by the hero. Seven Fields frantically flipped up. He didn't have the time to express his thanks and continued to be like a hero. He blocked Soft Mist behind him and said, "You escape first." "All of you escape!" Yixiao yelled. The three were startled. In the end, none of them reacted in time. The Vampire Knight once again whirled his cloak around his body and then filled the sky with small bats. Except this time, 3 players were in their range. The bats scattered and attacked the 3 players. Although the damage dealt to each of them wasn't as high as when it was only Soft Mist, no one knew exactly who would become the next fodder for the Vampire Knight. Cleansing Mist's cannon swung and machine gun sounds repeatedly rang out. This was the launcher skill Gatling gun. While using it, she also rattled the gun, making what was originally a line of bullets into a hail of scattered bullets. The small bats had tiny bodies and were extremely quick. However, they were densely crowded together, so these bullets hit quite a few of them. The damage dealt would ultimately be counted as damage done to the Vampire Knight. As for those 3 players, they had no way of defending against these bat attacks. However, after these bat attacks, a new target would be selected as healing fodder, so it was less likely that attacks done to Soft Mist would have life steal. These bat attacks were done quickly and in an instant, they gathered back into a cloak. Yixiao fixed his attention on the moment the Vampire Knight took form again. The moment the Vampire Knight made the slightest of movements, he immediately determined where the Vampire Knight would head to next. "Little Moon Moon!" Yixiao hastily yelled. Just as expected, this time, Sleeping Moon became the Vampire Knight's fodder and the Vampire Knight charged at him. Sleeping Moon was so scared, he ran away in a hurry. But his movements weren't enough in front of the Vampire Knight. After a few steps, he was about to be closed in on and chopped up. In his imminent peril, a lance diagonally stabbed at the Vampire Knight, knocking him up into the air. A falling flower palm followed and the Vampire Knight was blown away. It was soft mist. She was closer to Sleeping Moon than Lord Grim, so she arrived quicker. Because she had been the fodder previously, she didn't dare face the Vampire Knight. She had been suppressed. Now that Sleeping Moon was the fodder, if the Vampire Knight wasn't going to chase her, then she was going to chase him. Hurry up and run a bit farther away, Tang Ru said to Sleeping Moon. This made Sleeping Moon feel very shameful. But what could he do? Generally speaking, male players were a bit better than female players. As a result, male players tended to show their strength in front of female players. But in this party, the two female players were both monsters. He didn't know how much more skilled they were than he was. And in the end, he was the one to be looked after by them. Sleeping Moon was sad, very sad. At this moment, Yishio's Lord Grim finally arrived. Cleansing Mist followed after. After the moment of confusion, the three experts could finally fight together. Yishio quickly arranged a formation. Their ability to carry it out didn't need to be said. It didn't matter if the trapped Vampire Knight raised his shield, brandished his sword, or whirled his cloak, nothing worked. Sleeping Moon and Seven Fields were reduced to spectators. But they knew that it wasn't because Brother Expert wasn't giving them any opportunities, it was because they had no way of matching their coordination. Fast, it was way too fast. In the middle of their besiegement, Lord Grim suddenly inappropriately used a falling flower palm, blowing away the Vampire Knight out of their encirclement. Oh no! Seven Fields yelled out sorrowfully. This was the first time he had seen Brother Expert make a mistake. But when the falling flower palm flew out, Cleansing Mist followed up with an anti-tank missile at the same time. The three anti-tank missiles exploded onto the Vampire Knight one after another. The shock wave from the explosions added onto the falling flower palm's power sent the Vampire Knight flying away like an arrow. The Vampire Knight hadn't yet fallen to the ground when the Vampire Knight suddenly screeched and turned into a swarm of bats. Except this time, the bats had no one to attack. They randomly flew around and then transformed back into a single body. Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon were once again dumbstruck. It looked like the previous falling flower palm wasn't a mistake at all. With Cleansing Mist's anti-tank missiles added on, the palm was a move that was quickly done after seeing that the Vampire Knight was about to whirl his cloak. In the instant that the Vampire Knight began whirling his cloak, the two players were actually able to knock the bats far away enough to be outside of their attack range. Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon weren't Tang Ru. They had known about the Vampire Knight's great name as well as the troublesome bat attack. To defend against this attack, only a Chi Master's Nen Guard would work. Besides this, the only other method was to jump out of the bat swarm's attack range when the bats appeared. But because this had to be done quickly and the attack range wasn't small, whether or not one could run away was a big problem. But today, Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon witnessed the legendary solution: knock the Vampire Knight far away enough so that they wouldn't be in the bat swarm's attack range. To do this, besides accurate judgment and quick movements, the most important part was perfect coordination. Chapter 113. Casually Dungeoning. This time, the Vampire Knight didn't have a set fodder. However, the previous fodder didn't expire. Fortunately, after this cycle, the effects had somewhat decreased. But it didn't matter if the effects decreased. With the boss's % life steal, there was no way they could let him have his way. Yishio, Tang Ru, and Su Muqing rushed forward after the bats transformed back into the Vampire Knight. They continued to surround and attack him, while Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon continued to watch as spectators. After a few cycles, the Vampire Knight's life finally dropped to 10%. However, no one was worried about his red blood status. This was because when the Vampire Knight turned enraged after dropping to red blood, it would set new fodder without replacing the old fodder. In theory, this meant that all 5 players could become fodder, which meant that no matter who fought it, they would have their life stolen. But with Yixiu's and Su Muqing's level of skill, the Vampire Knight's bat transformation was already an empty threat. They didn't need to care about such a change. The red blood Vampire Knight screeched as he struggled until finally, he died under the 3 players' attacks. After falling to the ground, all of the items that could be dropped had already all dropped. Yixiu looked over them. He didn't see that Scarlet vampiric lightsaber, but wasn't too disappointed. This was an orange equipment, a type of equipment that heavily depended on your luck. If you didn't have the right mindset towards it, then it would be easy for you to curse your luck and cause you to lose all hope in yourself. Wow! 2 purple eggs! Su Muqing cried out in astonishment. Yixiu stared blankly. 2 purple eggs was a saying in glory. It meant that 2 purple equipment dropped when the monster died. To raise 1 and infer 3, 2 blue eggs, 3 purple eggs, for orange eggs could all be said as long as you actually encountered such a situation. The probability of 2 purple eggs obviously wasn't high. However, of the equipment that the Vampire Knight dropped, the only item Yixiu wanted was the vampiric lightsaber. As for rest, even if 8 purple eggs came out, he still wouldn't care. It's the shield and cloak. 7 Fields looked over them and said. After changing classes, the shield could only be used by a knight. Shields had 2 main attributes. The first was increased defense and the second was damage absorption. They were both important in increasing the knight's survivability. The shield dropped from the Vampire Knight was his vampiric shield. It increased defense by 20% and had 12% damage absorption. Besides this, it also had an additional effect, all damage done would have 2% life return. Not bad. Yixiu praised, then give it to whoever can use it. Yixiu was talking about 7 Fields' friends. Drifting Water was a knight, while Sunset Clouds was a blade master. Except Yixiu already forgot which one was the knight and could only say whoever it was. There's also the Vampire Cloak. Vitality plus 15, Strength plus 15, 2% lifesteal for melee attacks. 7 Field said. Lifesteal and that shield's life return were antonyms. Lifesteal was damage done to the target would change into the user's health. Life return meant that when the user was attacked, the damage done to the user would change into the user's health. The cloak was an accessory type equipment. Usually, they had this type of additional base stats and an additional effect. The current 5 players were all physical damage type classes, so everyone could use the cloak. However, 7 Fields didn't really do anything in the battle against the Vampire Knight. How could he shamelessly ask for it? So he directly renounced it. As for Sleeping Moon, after becoming fodder, he let the 3 experts attack the boss with ease, so his impact in the battle wasn't small. However, this contribution was quite shameful to be considered as one, so he also renounced it. Su Muqing's cleansing mist was long-ranged, so that 2% lifesteal for melee attacks was completely wasted on her, so she also renounced it. In the end, only Yixiu and Tang Ru remained. How could Yixiu care about these low-level equipment? He also renounced it. Up until finally, Tang Ru was extremely puzzled. Why did everyone renounce it? I'm long-ranged. Su Muqing was the most justified. Cough cough, 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon didn't utter a word. If no one wanted it, it wasn't as if they weren't going to roll for it. You use it. Yixiu said. Can't you guys all use it too? Although Tang Ru was a noob, she knew that physical classes needed strength, while magic classes needed intelligence. How could she not have understood this sort of basic knowledge by now? This cloak could clearly be used by everyone, but they all renounced it. The strong-headed Tang Ru didn't want to take it so conveniently. Roll for it. Tang Ru said. Okay, okay. Roll, roll. Everyone come and roll. Whoever rolls for it gets it. It was just a small matter. Yixiu didn't want to get caught up with it. 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon still wanted to decline, but Yixiu's hands were quicker. They had previously renounced it, so they no longer had the button for rolling. As a result, they had to give the command for rolling in the chat box. In the end, Jiexi rolled a beautiful 100 and completely decimated his opponents. Oh. Then it's yours. Tang Ru had also renounced it before, so the cloak was just lying on the ground. Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon's cheeks streamed with tears. They had wanted to decline it. And if everyone insisted, then they would reluctantly roll for it. But he deserved to be called Brother Expert. Everything he did was extraordinary. He never gave others a chance. Then it's mine. Jiexi said this and had Lord Grimm pick up the cloak. Although it was a low-leveled equipment, even if he didn't care, it's not like he wouldn't turn his back on it. After picking it up, he put it on at once. This vampire's clothing and the cloak were pretty much the same. From the back, Lord Grimm looked exactly the same as the vampire knight. Jiexi opened his character profile and casually looked at his model. He didn't care too much. In so many years, what dress-up hadn't he been in? Continue, continue. Jiexi yelled. The party continued forward. Because of the hidden boss, setting a record this run had already become like floating clouds. Everyone had run this dungeon before, so no one was a stranger to it. They casually rolled through it. Without resting, they continued on for their second run. This time, no hidden boss appeared, so everyone immediately moved forward with a record-setting mindset. Jiexi instructed them, seeking after 0 mistakes and good coordination. However, Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon's skill and equipment were all a degree lower. There were always times when the situation was beyond their ability. The current record was set with great effort by level 27s. Breaking it meant that they couldn't afford to be sloppy. In the two following runs, Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon each nervously made their own large and small mistakes. In the end, the difference between their time and the record was only off by a hair. This was too much of a hit to them. The two all knew that if they had made a fewer mistakes, then they would have broken the record long ago. Sigh. Brother Expert. It seems like us two aren't good enough. Do you want to switch players to set it? Seven Fields said in embarrassment. Boneyard could be run 4 times every day. Right now, the 5 players could still run it one more time. On the side, Sleeping Moon was unwilling to accept it. But no choice, it was a fact that he and Seven Fields weren't able to keep up. But if the party lowered their tempo to let them relax a bit, then they wouldn't be able to set a new record. Switch players? Weren't you the one that wanted to set a record? Jiexi asked Seven Fields. Seven Fields' cheeks streamed with tears. Only then did he recall, in the beginning, when he asked whether or not they could set a new record. In the end, he was the one who gave up and made himself look like he had no resolve. Even Sleeping Moon chose the opportunity to look down on him. Yeah, Seven Fields, you really have no future. F***CK. Seven Fields cursed, we'll definitely have it this time. The two players summoned up their spirits and entered the dungeon their final run. Focused and concentrating with all of their might, adding on to their previous experiences, their performance was finally smooth the entire way through. The two were extremely happy with themselves. In the blink of an eye, they reached the final boss. Here, the two players' tasks were easy. It was the part where making mistakes was harder than not making mistakes. Finally, the boss fell and a system announcement popped up. Congratulations to players, Lord Grimm, Seven Fields, Sleeping Moon, Soft Mist, Cleansing Mist, for breaking the Boneyard Clear record, time, 23 hours 54 minutes 71 seconds. This record wasn't much better than the previous Tyrannical Ambitions record. But in the eyes of the two carried Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon. Being able to improve the record by a minute was already extremely good for their current party setup. Currently, in the competition between the big guilds, they were only improving the records by a few seconds. Breaking the Boneyard record wasn't anything rare, but having Lord Grimm's famous name appear was a completely different matter. The first reactions of each of the big guild's leaders was, which guild invited him to set a new record? Blue Brook Guild's Blue River and Tyrannical Ambitions Cold Knight even directly asked him. And in the end, Jiexi gave them the reply, "I was just leveling and casually dungeoning." The two guild leaders' cheeks streamed with tears. This casual dungeoning had broken their records. If this wasn't him showing his strength, then what was it? Outside of this, there was still Liu Hao. His hateful sword never went offline. What was he doing? He was in the arena playing with steamed bun invasion. Liu Hao had wanted to whisper to him with hateful sword, but knowing that steamed bun was playing in the arena again, he was suddenly hit with a bright idea. He ran to the arena and fought with steamed bun invasion. He wasn't able to get anything out of directly contacting Jiexi, so wouldn't it be better to begin with the players close to him? Liu Hao felt that this wasn't a bad idea. Fighting with steamed bun invasion was quite exhausting for Liu Hao. He had to hide his strength. But he also couldn't hide too much. As a result, he had to make every battle extremely close. Steamed bun invasion wasn't weak either. The battle wasn't easy to control, so it was very demanding for Liu Hao. While carefully fighting, he also had to use every possible means to get information out of steamed bun invasion. If steamed bun invasion knew anything, it wasn't as if he wouldn't say it. The problem was that he himself didn't know anything. He wasn't even familiar with the game Glory itself, so his descriptions of his dungeoning weren't clear. He couldn't even name what skills the other players used. And in the end, he began describing how great his own strength was. Liu Hao was trying hard to decipher the information that was coming out from the noob's mouth. After quite a long time, he was still unable to understand anything. Suddenly, a system announcement popped up and that extremely sensitive name caught his eye. How? Liu Hao was astonished. Could it be that this steamed bun invasion wasn't a member of Jiexio's main force? Why wasn't he called over to set this record? Liu Hao went to look for steamed bun invasion to play. A part of this reason, to get familiar with steamed bun invasion and take the opportunity to become a member of the main force. Why didn't God call you over to set a record? Liu Hao asked steamed bun invasion. Remember this well. In the arena, if you want to obtain victory, the first thing you have to do is concentrate. You're not focused enough. Steamed bun invasion lectured. F***CK. Liu Hao turned furious. Who does this guy think he is? How dare he lecture me? Chapter 114. Control over records. That was the last straw for Liu Hao. This time, he didn't hold back and flattened steamed bun invasion back into dough. You fought really well. Steamed bun invasion said, "It looks like what I said aroused your spirit." Okay, then I won't say anything more. I'm out. Liu Hao directly let Hateful Sword leave the arena. If he continued playing, then he felt that he'd smash his newly replaced keyboard into pieces again. God, you set another record. Congratulations. Liu Hao sent Lord Grim his felicitations. I was just casually dungeoning. Jiexio's reply was the same as his reply to the guild leaders. To be able to break a record while casually dungeoning, that's too amazing. Liu Hao falsely flattered, while his mouth was actually cursing non-stop. It was just a fluke. It took a few times before we set it. Jiexi said. Oh, then do you have a space now? Liu Hao asked. So sorry. Jiexi said. Then I'll be going off first. Liu Hao grinded his teeth and left. See you later. For Jiexi and the others, after breaking the record, there was a 100% chance of receiving a purple equipment as a reward. In the end, they were rewarded with a level 25 leather armor. Of the 5 players, only Soft Mist's Battle Mage was proficient with leather armor. 7 Fields, Sleeping Moon, and Cleansing Mist naturally chose to renounce it. Lord Grim's unspecialized character class wasn't proficient in anything, but after expressing that the leather armor's defense was beneath him, this leather armor was given to Soft Mist to wear. With regards to armor, it was quite miserable for unspecialized characters. They weren't proficient in any, so they didn't get any additional effects. After splitting the equipment, the 5 players went to run Frost Forest for experience. On the way there, a message popped up in the World Channel claiming that Full Moon Guild was responsible for Boneyard's record. Full Moon Guild? That sounds a little familiar. Yixiao mumbled to the 5 players. Never heard of them. Su Muqing said. I don't understand. Tang Ru said. Our guild, 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon's faces were burning hot and were promptly roared at in their guild channel. The guild members hadn't given them any prior warning. After seeing their 2 names in the record-setting party, they inexplicably tried to get publicity. Full Moon Guild was just a normal guild. They weren't like Blue Brook Guild and the others with a club behind them. Their strength was far off from the big guild's strength by a large margin. To rely on their own strength to set a record was something that they had never even thought of. Whoa, in any case, it's your 2 names up there. All this yelling is just a joke to you too. Full Moon Guild's players all smiled mischievously at the 2 of them. Exactly, exactly. Speaking of this, it seems like you guys are close to Lord Grimm? When are you going to let him help our guild set a record? Let us be in the spotlight too. Everyone in the guild channel was jeering. Jealousy. This was plain jealousy. 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon angrily thought. These guys saw that they had mixed in with Brother Expert quite a few times and appeared on TV. They had appeared on so many leaderboards, and now that they had mingled onto one again, their jealousy exploded out, so they deliberately mocked them. This sort of behavior was quite petty. The 2 didn't know how to explain it to Brother Expert. The guild wouldn't listen to anything they said. These guys were still incessantly typing in the World Channel that the record was set by them. Yixiao also quickly received messages secretly from the guild leaders. Full Moon Guild was so insignificant that Blue River and Cold Night had never even heard of them. They just asked what the situation was. Yixiao was helpless. He could only say it was just friends joking around. The 2 guild leaders heaved a sigh of relief. Because the subject happened to be on this, Cold Night took advantage to conveniently ask Yixiao whether he would be hired by 2 guilds simultaneously and then break his own record. That isn't good. Yixiao replied, for the records I set, I can't guarantee that others won't be able to beat it. But I definitely won't break my own again. Then this current record doesn't count, right? Cold Night said. Of course this doesn't count. Yixiao replied. How much better can the record be? Cold Night asked. This? With a better party setup, 3 minutes. Yixiao said. 3 minutes. Cold Night sucked in a cold breath. If the current record was improved by 3 minutes, then it would break the fastest record in all 10 servers. This was clearly another height that normal players had no way of reaching. If it was this type of achievement, then as no one invited similar level experts to substitute in, then it was practically unbeatable. Then, what if we waited until you were level 27? Cold Night asked. The difference between setting it at level 27 and level 25 isn't actually too big. Of course, there is still a small difference. I should be able to set it within the 20-minute mark. Yixiao replied. Oh, then currently, how many guilds are you in contact with? Cold Night asked a relatively sensitive subject. Not many. Yixiao looked at his chat box. Besides Cold Night, there was only Blue Brook Guild's Blue River. The other big guilds hadn't contacted him, which was clearly because the current competition for the records was both chaotic and high-end. Each of the big guilds were all already in a wait-and-see state. This type of situation wasn't one that Yixiao wanted to see. He clearly knew where the problem was. He had lost control over the fastest record. In the competition for Frost Forest's record, from a short-term perspective, he took control 2 times, one after another. But the final record still fell into Excellent Dynasty's hands. On the surface, Yixiao looked as if he was indifferent. But in his heart, he clearly understood what a heavy blow this was to him. It was all because of the existence of this that all of those guilds sunk into a wait-and-see state. Because of this, Lord Grimm was no longer a guarantee for the fastest dungeon record. Even if his record was far higher than the normal record, there were outside players that could still break his record in the 10th server. If the situation stayed the same, then obviously no one would look for him to break the record. Currently, Blue Brook Guild and Tyrannical Ambitions players still looked for him, all because these two guilds had cooperated with him before and had personally seen his skill. This was why they still held confidence in him. But Jiexi was afraid that Frost Forest's record had already sown a seed of doubt into these two's hearts. The following competition for Boneyard became another test for him. If this time, he broke the record but was still unable to hold the spot for fastest record, then even though he could still obtain the rewards in the next dungeon, he was afraid that even these two guilds wouldn't look for him. If he could improve the Frost Forest's record again, then it would be a powerful counterattack. However, the current record made Jiexi feel a bit helpless. Just like what he once said, this was only a low-level dungeon. No matter if it was him or Liu Hao's party, their skill was way above the dungeon. Thus, against this dungeon, tactics, skill and so on couldn't make too much of a difference. As a result, once Liu Hao went all out, the record set by his more optimal party made Jiexi feel somewhat helpless. Moreover, he didn't have too many players he could choose from to create the most optimal party. On the other hand, Excellent Dynasty could provide the necessary accounts for the required party setup. As a pro player, besides their most proficient class, they also had some understanding of all the other classes. If they switched classes, even if they couldn't display the greatest strength, it was still a low-level dungeon and nothing more. Pro players simply didn't need their complete strength. Jiexi was thinking while running the Frost Forest dungeon with the other 4 players. In the process, he was not only fighting monsters, but he was also carefully observing the dungeon. He wanted to see if there was any sort of way to break through the record. In the end, after clearing the dungeon 4 times, he hadn't come up with anything. After finishing the dungeon runs, Su Muqing was the first to log out. Tang Ru and the others were prepared to continue power leveling. Jiexi didn't follow them and logged out of the game. "Why'd you stop playing?" Tang Ru got up and moved around. She went for a walk and went to greet Jiexi. "Oh. I'm going to do some research for the next dungeon," Jiexi said. "The next dungeon? Boneyard?" Jiexi was currently gathering a large amount of information. "What about Frost Forest?" Tang Ru cared quite a bit about the fact that their Frost Forest record had been broken. "That. Unless we had better equipment, it'll be very hard to break it," Jiexi said. Just before, when he ran the 4 dungeons, he was completely stumped. However, Jiexi still had some hope for Boneyard. Tang Ru was silent. Although she wasn't willing to accept it, she knew that she didn't really have the right to speak. Her ability to judge was still far off from Jiexi by a large margin. What's wrong with fighting Boneyard in the same way we do now? Tang Ru tried hard to learn. There isn't a problem. However, our goal is to set a record that no one else will be able to break, Jiexi said. Yeah. That's good. Tang Ru liked this type of goal. Tang Ru went back to continue playing, while Jiexi continued to look for info. There's got to be a newer strategy. Jiexi looked at the info and felt his heart shake. He hadn't discovered anything surprising from all the info. Rather, he discovered that all of the info was quite old-fashioned. Clearly, this was because this was a low-level dungeon. As a result, besides the players who researched it in the beginning stages of the game, all of the later players followed the guides that were previously written. There would occasionally be a few changes in the particulars, but the general strategy never changed. After all, for this type of low-end dungeon, in the stage of the game where players would flash by it, there simply wasn't much value in conducting further research. Looking at the info, checking the data, racking his brains, and recalling these past few days of running the dungeon, a new strategy gradually formed in Jiexi mind. Good, tomorrow we'll try it. Jiexi straightened out his line of thinking again. He even wrote down a few of the important points and then nodded his head. Soon after, he logged into the game. Tang Ru immediately sent a message, "How is it?" "I've got a general idea. We'll try it tomorrow." "Okay." The 2 players each minded their own business and leveled, without a word the whole night. In Club Excellent Era, the next day, Liu Hao got a call from Chen Yehue early in the morning. Liu, Yichio set the record for Boneyard. Chen Yehue said. I know. I was there yesterday night. Liu Hao replied. Oh. I had something to do last night, so I wasn't there. I just found out. But it looks like the record this time isn't anything amazing. Chen Yehue said. Yeah, he definitely wasn't using everything he had, so there's no need to come out yet. Liu Hao said. Right, I have info from Tyrannical Ambition and Blue Brook Guild. Yichio received pay from them when he helped them set a record. Received pay? Ha ha ha, so he was originally selling himself. Goji must be hard-pressed for money. How much money for one dungeon? Perhaps I'll buy him to do our labor. Liu Hao was extremely happy. Oh, he's not taking money. He wanted several specific uncommon material. Chen Yehue said. He wants uncommon material. Liu Hao suddenly thought of something. Chapter 115. Going all out. Uncommon materials, self-made equipment. Liu Hao quickly thought of these two things and then immediately understood Yichio's purpose. He suddenly laughed widely, ha, so this is his plan. On the other line, Chen Yehue almost threw out his phone in surprise. After steadying himself, he carefully asked, What do you mean? It's too bad. He's already been completely seen through by me. With his current state, how does he plan on fighting me? Is he going to start over and try again? Dream on. Liu Hao was already talking to himself. Chen Yehue heard this while saying helplessly, Liu, if there's nothing else to attend to, then I'm going to hang up. Okay, go back and prepare accounts to use for Boneyard. I need a Spellblade, Sharpshooter, Striker, Blade Master, and a Witch. Liu Hao ordered. Okay. Chen Yehue replied. Hearing these 5 classes, he was secretly startled. For the previous record, Liu Hao had only picked 3 classes. This time, he had picked 5 classes. Could it be that he was going to bring out 5 pro players to set the record for Boneyard? What exactly has he discovered? He was actually starting to put even more energy on this dungeon. In Happy Internet Cafe, Yichio and Tang Ru continued to level and weren't doing anything out of the ordinary. Chen Gue had already become numb to it. That morning, after waking up, Yichio unexpectedly went over to look for her. Boss, lend me your account for me to play with. Yichio had come over to borrow her account card. What are you planning on doing? Chen Gue asked. Clearing a low-level dungeon. Yichio said. Clearing a low-level dungeon. Chen Gue stared blankly. She handed over her Chasing Haze while following along to see what he was planning on doing. Chasing Haze was an account that had already entered the Heavenly Domain. But that didn't mean she couldn't leave the Heavenly Domain. After Yichio had Chasing Haze leave the Heavenly Domain, he immediately rushed over to the low-level dungeon Boneyard. The Boneyard in the old server naturally wasn't as lively as the 10th server's Boneyard, but there were still a few players there. Seeing a level 70 character appear, players immediately filled the screen with messages of Sister, please carry me. Quite a few parties had already sent out party invites. This was the benefit of playing in an old server. When comparing leveling speed, leveling in the old server was absolutely faster than leveling in the new server. Even if you didn't know any friends, there were quite a few high-leveled accounts that specially came to sell their services to carry low-leveled accounts. Yichio obviously ignored these players. He immediately had Chasing Haze enter the dungeon. A level 70 account wouldn't have any problems clearing this low-level dungeon, not to mention that Yichio was the one controlling it. But after entering the dungeon, Yichio wasn't in a hurry to fight. He had Chasing Haze run this way and that until eventually, a mob of monsters followed behind her butt. It looked as if he were flirting with these monsters. What are you doing? Chen Gue didn't understand. Oh, I'm just looking at this dungeon. My account doesn't have any entries left. Yichio explained, while playing. Chasing Haze unleashed a few skills and the mob of monsters were wiped clean. Following after, Yishio fished out a notebook from his pocket. Chenghua was familiar with this notebook. If you took a left turn after leaving the internet cafe, there was a shop that sold these for 3 renminbi each. Once the notebook was flipped open, Chenghua looked at it and saw that there were already a few notes messily written in the first few pages. On them, there were even a few indistinguishable things drawn on. Yishio flipped to the last page and then immediately began scribbling. "You're taking notes." Chenghua felt refreshed. "I'm researching it in preparation for setting a new dungeon record," Yishio said. Chenghua stared blankly and didn't know what to say. Yishio's concentration and seriousness made her feel moved. She also liked glory. She was also a considerably loyal fan. But for Yishio, she could tell that he had a completely different attitude towards the game. She was playing the game, but for Yishio, Chenghua suddenly felt that the word playing couldn't be used to describe him. Chenghua couldn't help but think of 9 years ago when she took the internet cafe under her care. She was completely surrounded by gazes that doubted her, though it was true that she knew nothing. From that day onwards, she soaked in the internet cafe and little by little paid attention to her customers' needs. She continuously improved the internet cafe's environment and tried out all sorts of methods to draw in more customers. Every night, she calculated that day's customer flow and looked for patterns. The her at that time was similar to the current Yishio, concentrated, serious, and spared no efforts. It was extremely exhausting, but when she saw how her internet cafe was doing better and better every day, she felt that much more satisfied. The current internet cafe had a steady customer flow and the income that came in far exceeded the income at that time. But how long had it been since she had felt that sort of satisfaction? Chenghua was somewhat envious of Yishio. But besides envy, there was also some sympathy. To put so much effort into the game, yet to be kicked out of the pro scene, how sad. Chenghua suddenly felt her heart ache. She couldn't help but think of the recently retired Yishio. At the time of his retirement, the person suffering the most had to be the person himself. No. It truly was a cruel word. The pen tip scribbled across the notebook. Yishio didn't notice the change in Chenghua behind him. Chenghua didn't disturb him any further and silently walked away in grief. Yishio continued to use Chasing Haze to explore Boneyard. A high-leveled account brought along with it a lot of conveniences that low-leveled accounts didn't have. The notes written on the notebook increased more and more. Unwittingly, the run had been completed. Yishio didn't stop. He had Chasing Haze enter the dungeon again. Except this time, he spent more time playing and less time taking notes. After 3 runs, Chasing Haze's entries had all been used up. Yishio harvested quite a bit from this. He logged out of the game in satisfaction and returned the account card to Chenghua. "How was it?" Chenghua asked. "Pretty good." Yishio smiled. "Okay, you can do it," Chenghua said. "What?" Yishio didn't hear her clearly. "You can do it," Chenghua repeated. "I didn't hear wrong, did I?" Yishio widened his eyes. He had put so much effort in the low-level dungeon. Wasn't she supposed to look down on him? She was cheering him on right now. Moreover, her tone seemed a little gentle. Thinking of this word, Yishio couldn't help but shiver. This word seemed a little wrong to describe Chenghua. "Get lost, go to sleep." Chenghua was furious. This guy truly didn't know good from bad. Yishio immediately relaxed. This was the Chenghua he was used to. He wasn't talking to the wrong person. Nothing exciting happened during the day. At night, when Chenghua was getting ready to go to bed, Yishio and Tang Ru turned on their computers in glowing spirits and began their day. In-game, after Yishio went online, he whispered to Steamed Bun Invasion and told him to come to dungeon with him at midnight. In the end, Steamed Bun Invasion recommended him the Hateful sword. He said that after fighting him in the arena for the past 2 days, that Hateful sword skill improved by a lot. Really? Then when the time comes, bring him with you. Yishio laughed and then ignored the rest of Steamed Bun Invasion's boasting. In any case, besides the 4 main players in their party, there was still an empty position. It didn't matter who came. "Okay, come along with us tonight to dungeon," Steen Bun Invasion told Hateful Sword, who was in the arena with him. "Really? That's great." Liu Hao really was happy. Except even though he was happy on the outside, he was dark on the inside. Let me tell you this. When you meet God, you have to be polite. If he can instruct you on anything, it'll be the gift of a lifetime. Steen Bun Invasion said heartfeltly. F***ck his instructions. Liu Hao cursed inwardly. Fortunately, after being with Steen Bun Invasion for 2 days, his tolerance towards the noob's babbling nonsense had clearly improved. In the end, he still embodied his pro-level inner qualities and adaptability. Although he was furiously cursing in his heart, he was smiling on the outside, of course. At midnight 0 o'clock, the party gathered. Steen Bun Invasion and Hateful Sword arrived from the arena at the same time. Yishio and Tang Ru were already together and they casually greeted him. Su Muqing's cleansing mist was the last to arrive and also greeted the newcomer. "Is she Su Muqing?" Liu Hao guessed. She had only said a short greeting, so he wasn't able to tell. However, but whether or not she was Su Muqing wasn't Liu Hao's main focus. He stayed low and cautious and followed the party into the dungeon. "This time, we're going to be practicing the strategy for setting Boneyard's record. It's currently still in the testing stage, so there might be a few overlooked places. Everyone, be careful," Yishio said after entering the dungeon. "Did you hear what he was saying?" "I'm talking to you," Steen Bun Invasion said. "Who?" Liu Hao answered. They were all characters in the game, so there wasn't any contact between them. There was no way to tell who Steen Bun Invasion was talking to. Noobs were noobs. "You. Besides you, we've all been teammates before," Steen Bun Invasion said. Liu Hao slapped himself. He only had himself to blame. Why'd he have to be partners with this rotten Steen Bun? Ooh? What was that sound? I thought I heard a slapped sound. Did you hear that? Steen Bun Invasion yelled. Liu Hao started sweating. He really couldn't be careless. They had even heard that. I heard it. Let's begin. Yishio didn't use any skill to change topics. Steen Bun Invasion didn't move or speak. No one knew whether or not this guy was trying to listen for a second slap. The most important point in setting the Boneyard record is your pathing. By using good pathing, you use the most ideal movements to alarm the least amount of monsters underneath the ground. Our strategy will be using this line of thinking. Everyone pay attention. Do your best to make sure that you don't make a single wrong step. Hateful Sword. Come back first. Yishio said. Ah. Liu Hao stared blankly. What are? We just started and you've already began randomly running around. We won't be bringing you. Steen Bun Invasion solemnly criticized Hateful Sword. What's wrong? Liu Hao still didn't understand. It looks like you know the strategy. Yishio said. If they weren't rushing for the record, there was no need to save time. If they had more monsters to fight, then there would even be a bit more experience for them. That's why Tang Ru and Steen Bun Invasion had no clue on the strategy for record setting. I know it. In the beginning, I thought that there wasn't much to pay attention to. Liu Hao said. Ha ha, we're going to be using a new strategy. Yishio said. Did you not hear it? New strategy. It's not that outdated strategy you know of. Steen Bun Invasion said. New strategy. Liu Hao was in a daze. Right, everyone pay attention to how I move. I'll talk while I move. Yishio said. He had already let his Lord Grim rush forward. In the blink of an eye, the earth that met his body opened up and 4 undead monsters began climbing up. What's different about this strategy? Liu Hao was at a loss. The 4 monsters in the beginning couldn't be avoided, which was why they would swarm around them and kill them off. Right now, what was so special about Lord Grimm's pathing? Didn't it also alarm for monsters? Chapter 116. An all-new strategy. After the 4 monsters rushed out, they immediately headed towards Lord Grimm. In the next second, the 4 monster grouped together. To be more accurate, they weren't together. But they were all heading towards the same target and just happened to meet up at the same place. Although Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion had skill, they were still beginners in terms of knowledge and experience and were completely indifferent to the current situation. However, Su Muqing and Liu Hao quickly saw through it. This was gathering the monsters in one move. Just by relying on his pathing, he was able to perfectly gather up the monsters in one move. This gathering calculated for the monsters' positions, the monsters' movement speed, pursuit path as well as how they chose to change directions. Afterwards, by controlling the characters' movements and pathing, in the blink of an eye, the monsters would move into the necessary position. This was a strategy that needed them to pay extreme attention to the details. However, although this method of gathering monsters was beautiful and flawless, killing off these 4 monsters in this way wouldn't improve the time by much, right? If everyone just swarmed them and forcefully attacked the 4 monsters separately, they could also instantly gather the monsters and they might even be a bit faster. Su Muqing and Liu Hao both had the same doubts in their heart. Lord Grimm, however, had already started moving. Shadow clone technique. Lord Grimm's fake body was left in his original position while his real body had already instantly flashed over to the other side. However, the monsters were still headed towards his original position. Players could rely on experience to determine the real body in shadow clone technique, but monsters couldn't. This skill had a 100% chance to trick monsters. The 4 monsters continued to charge towards the fake body. Falling flower palm. The real Lord Grimm immediately unleashed a blast. The 4 monsters smashed into each other and flew out. One of them wasn't hit strong enough. It looked as if it were about to fall when Lord Grimm stabbed out with his lance and the monster flew high up into sky. A dragon tooth thrust forth and this monster flew forward farther than rest. The 4 monsters were hit onto a stone wall. Dungeons. Most of them had a closed-off space, whether it be a mountain, a forest, a precipice, or a wall. There was always some sort of barrier that led players towards a certain direction. They couldn't let you just casually go around the monsters. The 4 monsters smashed into the wall. Lord Grimm's quickly rushed up. Steamed Bun Invasion roared and was about to go up to battle when Yixiao yelled, "Watch first." Steamed Bun Invasion immediately halted. He spun around in his original position and said to Hateful Sword, "Don't move. Watch carefully." Liu Hao had already learned well. He definitely wouldn't reply back to Steamed Bun Invasion. Lord Grimm rushed up. 1 player versus 4 monsters, which were easily suppressed. Originally, there was a small, narrow crack in the stone wall. Lord Grimm's previous falling flower had blown a monster into it and his following dragon tooth knocked another one into it. After rushing up and using 2 or 3 moves, the monsters were stuffed into the crack. Although it was a 1v4, it was more like a 1v1. It could be considered a pretty good method for clearing the dungeon. But for setting a record, how will this save time? Liu Hao was puzzled, extremely puzzled. But he didn't say anything and only silently watched. One of the monsters fell. The second one stepped out of the crack. In a short moment, it was killed and then also fell. The third monster stepped out, was killed, and then fell. And then afterwards there was no more. Besides Yixiao, the other 4 players all looked at their screen with wide eyes. They had all seen in awe that the 4th monster, a zombie, was stuck in the stone wall. Although it bore its fangs and brandished its claws, no matter how it struggled, it couldn't get out. What was jamming it were the broken bones of the previous 3 skeletons. After the skeletons in the boneyard were killed, they would immediately turn into a pile of bones and merge with the ground into a solid chunk like a scar. At this moment, the 3 skeletons were killed by Lord Grimm on the same spot in the stone crack. The 3 piles of bones built on each other, and the pile couldn't be considered very tall. However, the clumsy zombie couldn't get out no matter how hard it tried. It could only spin around in circles. D*MN. So it could be done like this. Liu Hao was dumbstruck. Like this, when they pulled for monsters, they could kill one less, which would definitely save a lot of time. However, to do this, he would have to do a lot more movements. Although he would save time from killing one monster less, would that time be wasted on those extra movements? Liu Hao was currently pondering over this issue when he heard Jiexi say, "It'll be done like this." However, as a record-setting party, we have to coordinate together and use the shortest amount of time to complete these moves. I've roughly calculated it. If the coordination is smooth, then we'll be faster than normal parties by at least 10 seconds. 10 seconds. This didn't seem very amazing. But throughout the dungeon, if there were 6 of these 10 seconds, then there would be a 1-minute advantage. 1 minute. If another party didn't know of such a method, then it'd be extremely difficult for them to make up for it in other areas. Besides better equipment to increase their damage, there was no other method. A chill arose in Liu Hao's heart. He believed that situations similar to this definitely wouldn't arise just this one time in the beginning. Just as expected, whether it be similar or different situations, there were always a few excess movements that utilized the dungeon details. And in the end, they all went around monsters that couldn't be avoided with the original methods. With the original methods, if there were no mistakes, then a party could avoid fighting a total of 12 monsters. With the new method, if there were no mistakes, then a party could avoid fighting a total of 21 monsters. Using the previously calculated 10 seconds for each monster, then the new method had an advantage of 1.5 minutes. Liu Hao was both astonished and extremely pleased. Although it was true that the new method was superior, he had already seen it all. For a pro player like him, he didn't need to learn all of the details perfectly. He just needed to understand the general line of thinking and then rely on his skill level to work it out. But right now, he didn't even need to spend the effort doing that. This was because after their first run, the following 3 runs were for practicing their coordination. And Liu Hao was one of the 5. Soft Mist, you execute this falling flower. Go here, good. Steamed Bun, you're pathing. Use Brick to hit that one. Anti-tank missile. Use Gore Cross and then colliding stab. Hateful sword skill isn't bad. Jiexi praised the new player quite a few times. How could that be? God, when the time comes for you to set a record, bring me along. Liu Hao actively requested it. Oh? Are you in a guild? Jiexi asked. No. When the time comes, you're going to need to temporarily join a guild. Is that okay? Jiexi asked. Oh, so you're doing work for a guild? How much money can you make? Liu Hao's seemingly normal question actually held sinister intents. He knew what Jixi's demands to the guilds were, but right now, he was bringing a party. After receiving the rewards, would he split them with the party? If he was splitting them, then upgrading his silver weapon would be even more difficult. If he wasn't splitting them, then Liu Hao would bring up this issue among them at once. Jiexi hadn't yet replied, when Steamed Bun Invasion said in extreme disdain, "Money. What money? That's for going up on TV. It's for glory. Hateful sword, you really have no future. I look down on you as a representative of Aquarius." Liu Hao's tone was somewhat terrified. In his heart, he was cursing, "Steamed Bun, you dumb *SS, don't you know that you're doing free labor?" No wonder he brought along such an idiot. And the other 2 players didn't react in the slightest. Liu Hao couldn't count on Cleansing Mist. It was 80% likely that this player was Su Mooching. She breathed the same air as Jiexi. How could a little bit of money cause a fight? But what about this other girl? Why didn't she have any reaction? Who was she? That girl hadn't yet reacted when Liu Hao heard Jiexi say, "Oh, there are rewards. All of these are a few uncommon materials, but they're all things I need." "What would you like?" "I don't need anything. I was just asking. Liu Hao said. Of course he didn't want anything. He only wanted to ask this question and use unfair distribution as a way to cause strife among the party. But now that he looked at it, it seemed he had failed. There was no point talking about the player that was likely Su mooching. It looked like the other girl didn't get the signal at all. And as for Steen Bun, that F*K was an idiot. However, even if he was an idiot, if he really wanted to sow seeds of doubt into that guy, then it wouldn't be too hard. The materials I asked for are all things I urgently need. As for the items dropped in the dungeon, those are given to everyone else to split. I don't need those. That shouldn't be too big of a problem, right? Jiexi said. Liu Hao recalled. In the previous 2 runs, it seemed like Lord Grimm really didn't take anything, whether it be green equipment dropped from monsters or blue equipment dropped from bosses, he directly renounced those. If he really did it like this every time they ran a dungeon, then there truly wasn't anything to complain about. Oh. It's nothing. I was just curious, so I just randomly asked, that's all. Liu Hao hurriedly said, I can join a guild or whatever. Why don't you bring me along? I also want to go up on TV. Okay, I'll tell the guild when the time comes. All in all, we're helping them set the dungeon record, so if no one from their guild comes along, then it won't look very good for them. Let's see what they say. If they don't care, then I'll bring you along. Jiexi said. Okay, thank you. Liu Hao said. Following the party, he could completely grasp their final strategy for setting the record. Moreover, as a member of their party, he could make a few mistakes to waste time without exposing himself. Right now, he was already hiding his true strength. As a result, he could act like he had difficulty doing a few actions in a few places as if he wasn't skilled enough. And when it was time for him to truly set the record, he could completely go all out. Like this, using the same method, he would be able to set a better record. Even if he wasn't able to become a member when the time came, he felt that he could still suppress this party by a chunk relying on his pro-level coordination and skill. Liu Hao was already extremely clear on these few players' strength. Jiexio's Lord Grimm naturally didn't need to be talked about. That Cleansing Mist's performance wasn't particularly noteworthy. However, as a teammate, Liu Hao saw through a few of her habits, especially her tacit understanding with Lord Grimm. Although he couldn't directly confirm it, Liu Hao was already certain that this player was Su mooching. As for the other 2, with Liu Hao's skill, he could completely tell that these 2 were new players. He didn't know how their mechanical skill was so remarkable, but these types of players still couldn't be compared with pro players. Gazing at Lord Grimm on his screen, Liu Hao seemed to have trouble doing a few actions while wearing an extremely pleased smile on his face. Chapter 117. Specially substituting in. It looks like you're afraid of me. Liu Hao said gleefully and constantly thought this in his heart. He was already clear what Jiexio's plans were. Getting hired, setting records, being rewarded with uncommon materials, upgrading his silver weapon, the steps were just that simple. But if he wanted to continue doing it like this, then he had to take the highest record for each dungeon. Jiexi understood this point, Liu Hao as well. For Frost Forest's dungeon record, Liu Hao had specially come out because he knew Lord Grimm was Jiexi, so he wanted to step down on him. But now that he understood how important this record was, he would spare no efforts and planned on gathering 5 pro players to set the Boneyard record. As for Jiexi, he had thought hard with all his might in order to come up a new strategy for this record. This was clearly because he knew that his opponent was Liu Hao, whose strength was powerful. If he contested with the usual strategy, then he would certainly lose just like how he did in Frost Forest. I've said so long ago. Your era is over. It's my era now. Liu Hao continued to dungeon with everyone else, but was already no longer as attentive as before. After all, the class combination he was planning on using was completely different from this party, so there was no way he could completely copy the strategy word for word. He already knew what he needed to know. What he needed now was to practice it. Fortunately, his party members were all pro players. With their pro-level inequalities, getting to this level of coordination definitely wouldn't be as difficult to do as Yichio's inferior party. TSK, how pitiful. In-game, Yichio constantly reminded Tang Ru, Steamed Bun Invasion, and Hateful Sword to pay attention to this and that. Hearing all this, Liu Hao was extremely satisfied. Before, it wasn't as if he had never been instructed like this. However, this was his first time feeling happy about it. Thinking of this, Liu Hao's hand slipped and he made another pathing mistake. Just as expected, Yichio immediately instructed anxiously, Hateful Sword, move back 2 steps. You went too far. Okay. Liu Hao answered. In his heart, he was secretly laughing as he moved back 2 steps. He had the impulse to make a movement that would destroy the entire strategy, but in order to stay in the group for the long term, he tried hard to endure. As long as he maintained Steamed Bun's level of playing, he would be fine. These 4 runs were finally completed. Because the new strategy had too many details, to players lacking experience and knowledge like Tang Ru and Steamed Bun, it could only be learned by learning it mechanically, making it seem extremely difficult. Liu Hao had grasped it long ago. But in order to keep up the act, after running the dungeon 4 times, he also said with lament, so difficult. That's why you have to try harder. Got it. In the end, he was once again lectured by Steamed Bun Invasion. We'll practice again tomorrow. Yichio sighed. He wasn't very satisfied with today. As expected, complicated strategies completely exposed the weaknesses of Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion, these types of new players. Are we going to go to Frost Forest? Liu Hao asked. He was incomparably happy right now. Not right now. Yichio said. Okay, then I'll be going off now. See you tomorrow. Liu Hao said goodbye to everyone and then went offline. He swiped his account card and ran to Boneyard. Taking advantage of the fact that the strategy was still fresh in his mind, he went in to review it. Based on their class combination, he also did his own homework. It's a little troublesome, right? In Happy Internet Cafe, carrying her teacup, Tang Ru went to the reception desk to look for Yichio. Yeah. Yichio admitted. Practice for a few more days. Tang Ru asked. If time drags on for too long, then the record won't be worth anything anymore. Yichio said helplessly. Is there any other way to practice? Tang Ru was more eager to face difficulties than anyone else. Having a limit of 4 runs every day didn't make her feel good. There is. This question reminded Yichio of something and he immediately thought of a place. Steamed Bun, Steamed Bun. Yichio called in the game. Here. Steamed Bun Invasion replied. Come here. We're going to keep practicing. Yichio said. I don't have any entries left. We're going to practice somewhere else. Yichio said. Where? Skeleton Graveyard. Yichio said. Skeleton Graveyard, a beginner village dungeon, was obviously different than Boneyard. However, there were definitely a few similarities between them. More importantly, there was no entry limit, so they could practice however many times they wanted to. Buy a random low-leveled weapon in beginner village. We're going to practice slowly. Yichio sent Steamed Bun Invasion a message while saying it to Tang Ru. Cleansing Mist and Hateful Sword aren't on anymore. After meeting up with everyone, Tang Ru noted. It doesn't matter. We'll practice first. Yichio led the 2 into the dungeon. He himself obviously didn't have any problems using the strategy. The most important part was getting the other players' coordination up to par. Right now, Tang Ru, Steamed Bun Invasion, and Hateful Sword made too many mistakes. Although they weren't fatal, they were definitely enough to stop them from setting a record. Skeleton Graveyards and Boneyard's terrain were different, but the monster models and spawn points were very similar. In Skeleton Graveyard, the monsters were randomly distributed, so occasionally, they would be distributed similarly to their arrangement in Boneyard. Plus, with Yichio's ability to control monsters, it really made the scenario extremely similar. The 3 spent the night soaking in Skeleton Graveyard. It didn't need to be said that Tang Ru silently and stubbornly worked hard. Steamed Bun Invasion, on the other hand, talked a lot. He would talk for a while and then another while. His mouth just kept on moving like a train. However, he also worked hard and practiced with the other two. This was all because of love. An idiot's deep love for the game. They had to practice, but their levels couldn't fall too far behind. After a few days, Lord Grim was the first to reach level 27. He didn't know how often this Blue River checked his level. But less than a minute after he hit level 27, Blue River sent a message, "Boneyard, Boneyard. I'm not too late, right?" "No," Yixiu said. "Oh, what do you want this time?" Blue River asked. This was a question that he was quite concerned about. "Vampiric lightsaber," Yixiu said. "What a coincidence." Blue River's cheeks streamed with tears. I'm using a vampiric lightsaber right now." Blue River cried. "Aren't you almost level 30? Yixiu said. "It's an orange weapon, brother. There's no need to switch weapons at level 30. Blue River said. "It doesn't matter if it's orange, it's still a low-leveled weapon. It's just like floating clouds." Yixiu comforted. "What else do you need?" Blue River was aware that his demands couldn't be as simple as just a single vampiric lightsaber. 8 bone spines," Yixiu said. This was an uncommon material from Boneyard's hidden boss Rotten Skeleton Sheep. "Okay. But no more," Blue River replied. "Okay. But setting the record for Boneyard is going to be a bit difficult. This time, I want to directly bring a party of 5 members. We'll then play for your guild, after joining it. Is that okay?" Yixiu said. That won't look too good for us, no." Blue River hesitated. "The fight for dungeon records is very intense right now. I have to do everything I can." Yixiu said. "Okay then," after thinking for a bit, Blue River agreed. "We'll start tomorrow." "Okay." Their conversation had already ended when Cold Knight sent his message, "Boneyard. Blue Brook Guild?" Yixiu's message was very simple. F***CK. "When did you get to level 27? Cold Knight asked. 5 minutes ago." Yixiu said. Sigh. "Then I pray for your success." Cold Knight showed his grace. "Brother." Blue River sent another message at this time. "What?" Yixiu replied. "Are you planning on doing things like this, substituting in and setting records, for the long term?" Blue River asked. "That's what I'm planning on doing for now," Yixiu said. "Then if it's like this, if you keep on pulling along your party, then I'm afraid you won't be able to continue doing this for more than a few times, no." Blue River said. Yixiu sighed. How could he not know what Blue River was talking about? Although he could join a guild and then hang the guild's name up on the record, if he kept on bringing along a fixed party with the same set of players, then if it was today Tyrannical Ambition and tomorrow Blue Brook Guild, everyone would eventually see through it. Although the dungeon record was technically the guild's, everyone would know what their party was doing. It meant that this record was bought with money. For guilds, records were supposed to be a way to advertise themselves and represent a guild's strength. However, in this way, that would no longer hold any meaning. In the beginning, Yixiu hadn't thought of pulling along a set party. He had originally wanted to rely on his own strength and mix in with others to set a record, similar to how he had cooperated with Blue River and his guild members the first time. He had led them through one wave rush, which was already more than enough to surpass normal players. Their identity was relatively forgettable, so when he left the party in the end, it wasn't too noticeable. However, because Liu Hao came out and substituted in for Excellent Dynasty, a pro-level record was set. As a result, Yixiu had no choice but to pull along a somewhat elite party to resolve the situation. In fact, actual substitution should have been like how Liu Hao was doing it. He would use the other side's provided account, which wouldn't expose his identity. Yixiao directly using Lord Grimm and making a reputation for himself already couldn't be considered a substitution. Let's discuss this later. There was nothing he could do right now. Brother, why not just join our guild for the long term? We'll reward you according to your needs. How about specially substituting in for our guild? Blue River said his true intentions. Sell out. Yixiao laughed. You wouldn't lose out in any way, no? If you're not happy, you can just leave. We won't stop you. Blue River said. This? Let me think about it. Yixiao said. Okay, let's talk about this after you've finished setting a record for Boneyard. Blue River said. Yixiao laughed. As expected, Boneyard really was a test for him. Blue River also needed to see whether his record would be beaten by someone else. The next day. Everyone depended on the next day. Yixiao silently thought. He rushed over to Boneyard and did a final practice for the final day. They had already successfully worn in, so they emphasized the details today. They couldn't have any mistakes. They couldn't be careless when they went for the record-setting run. Between level 27 and 28, even though they could keep practicing for a few more days if they only went to Boneyard, then they might find it difficult to concentrate when carrying this casual, stress-free attitude into the record-setting run. In this area, what they all needed was Tang Ru's spirit. If they were going to do it, then they had to do it until they were the best. At midnight the next day, the 5 players gathered together in front of Boneyard. Yixiao once again stressed this sort of spirit. Afterwards, he ran to the side and prayed silently to himself. He prayed that no customer would come to him with a problem while he was dungeoning. Chapter 118. Mid-air Coordination. Start! Lord Grimm led the way forward. He was the main force for pulling monsters. At the start, the 4 monsters were pulled in the same way. Except this time, once Lord Grimm alarmed the 4 monsters, soft mist immediately went up. She quickly rushed towards the position Yixiao indicated for her to go to. A falling flower palm into a knock-up into a dragon tooth and the 4 monsters flew backwards altogether. Lord Grimm used a shadow clone technique. This time, he didn't head towards Soft Mist's position. Instead, he directly flashed over to where the 4 monsters flew to. Cleansing Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion, and Hateful Sword had already rushed towards that direction when Lord Grimm was pulling the monsters. They swiftly hit the monsters into the stone crack. The zombie was in the very back and the 3 skeletons were in the front. Sword, lance, cannon, brick, all wildly greeted them. In a short moment, the first monster at the head was killed and the second skeleton went up. When killing the first skeleton, all of their AoE skills were sent out. So when the second skeleton came out, its life wasn't full. After a few rounds of attacks, it also fell. The third skeleton went up and came out even weaker than the second. In just 1 round of the 5 players' combined attacks, the skeleton was blasted into a pile of shattered bones. The 3 piles of shattered bones piled on top of each other and the 4th zombie monster bore its teeth and brandished its claws, trying to tear them apart. But the 5 players had already ran off and vanished. Yixiao's so-called new strategy built upon the basis of going around monsters by increasing the number of stuck monsters. Under normal circumstances, the stuck monster were there in order to pursue dependability. But strategies that pursued safety couldn't be considered when pursuing efficiency. Yixiao's method of getting a monster stuck in Boneyard directly trapped it so that they wouldn't need to kill it. This naturally saved a lot of time. But for a record-setting party, they couldn't slowly and unhurriedly keep trying to trap it. They had to use the shortest amount of time to trap it on their first try. For the first wave of 4 monsters, Yixiao's Lord Grimm could successfully trap one by himself. However, it would be far slower than the 5 of them coordinating together. In terms of damage output, they were even more incomparable. Perfect and careful coordination perhaps wasn't necessary for success, but it was necessary for efficiency. However, there was one place where they needed coordination to succeed. This was also one of the difficult parts of the strategy. Over the course of the 5 players' practice, they had always made mistakes over the course of their practice. To this day, not a single perfect run had been achieved. When Liu Hao compared the old and new strategy, he calculated that the new strategy would be able to avoid a total of 21 monsters, while the old strategy avoided only 12 monsters, a difference of 9 monsters. However, the monsters weren't the only ones that could be avoided. In reality, with Yixiu's research strategy, they could even avoid a boss. The second boss, Zombie Bailey. Zombie Bailey moved slowly, but had matchless strength. Players hit by it had an extremely high chance of being hit back and being infected by the zombie virus. Moreover, this zombie virus could be transmitted between players. It sounded scary, but in reality, this boss wasn't difficult to beat. The infection speed of the zombie virus wasn't fast and it didn't do a lot of damage. If a party had a cleric with decent equipment, as long as the party knew who had the virus, the cleric could stop the infection. For top-tier experts like Yixiu, who didn't need clerics, they were confident that they wouldn't be hit by the slow-moving boss. Although Zombie Bailey was easy to deal with, it had high health, so they would need a lot of time to beat it. For monsters like these, record-setting parties could only go all out in their damage output to save time. However, Yixiu had researched a method to directly trap Zombie Bailey. But this method was extremely difficult. They had been stumped by it up until now. Although the party had been successful before, they had never succeeded on their first try. However, if they succeeded, they'd be able to save a lot of time. Under normal circumstances, where the party would just go all out with their damage, it would take at least 2 minutes to kill it. But if they completed the method Yixiu had thought of on their first try, they wouldn't even need 20 seconds to kill it. This exceedingly difficult method sounded very simple. It was to send Zombie Bailey into a crack in the wall not too far high up. Once it was trapped in the crack, it would no longer have any way of climbing out. The hard part was actually doing it. There was quite a bit of distance between the ground and the crack in the stone wall. The strategy required all 5 players to chain knock-up skills and continuously lift Zombie Bailey into the air, until it was finally sent into it. When they first tried to do it, the 5 players had knocked Zombie Bailey up into the air until it was dead, yet never succeeded once. This was all because the requirements for their coordination and hand speed was too high. Every time a player knocked it up, there was a very short interval to link the next player's skill. If anyone made even the slightest of errors, it would cause them to fail. Moreover, this all required on the individual to grasp the timing. By the time Yixiu reminded them, it was already too late. Only by succeeding on the first try would they be able to set the fastest record. However, no one had much confidence in doing this on the first try. But even if they succeeded on their second try or third try, they'd still be able to win a lot of time. It was an advantage that no normal party could surpass. Liu Hao liked this. With his hateful sword here, there was no way he would let Yixiu's party succeed on their first try. In this party, anyone had the possibility of making a mistake. But switched with a party of pro players, wanting to succeed in this difficult part wasn't a challenge at all. Seeing that they were about to reach Zombie Bailey, Liu Hao secretly plotted. "We're almost at Zombie Bailey. We can do it," Yixiu said at this moment. "We can do it," Steam Bun Invasion yelled. "Let's try to succeed by the second try," Yixiu said. "Succeed on the first try." Tang Ru was even harsher. Yixiu laughed bitterly. He hoped to succeed on the first try, but such a thing really was too difficult for them. "Everyone focus!" After clearing away all of the monsters in front of Zombie Bailey, Yixiu shouted out. Everyone immediately went into their position. Because Zombie Bailey moved slowly, it would take quite a bit of time for it to reach the stone wall, which was why it required the players to help push it faster. "Begin!" Yixiu's Lord Grim rushed up to pull it. He knocked it up and unleashed a falling flower palm. Zombie Bailey went flying. Soft Mist stabbed forward. Taking advantage of the flying Zombie Bailey, she used a Sky Strike and then another falling flower palm. Steamed Bun Invasion and Hateful Sword carried out their relay roles. From beginning to end, Zombie Bailey never fell and was sent over. This process was simple. No mistake had been made yet. The pitiful zombie Bailey was only the second boss. It wasn't like Frost Forest's Frost Tine. It didn't have any method of getting out of chain knockups. The final player to receive it was Su Mooching. She kicked zombie Bailey up and fired consecutively with a machine gun, the skill barbecue. Zombie Bailey tumbled in the air under fire. If delivery gun could be used, then there would be a higher chance of succeeding on their first try. Unfortunately, after testing it multiple times with Chasing Haze, he found that there was no way of directly delivering zombie Bailey from the air into the crack due to the terrain. The firing angle wasn't enough. Regretfully, they could only use this sort of 5-player chain knockup method. After barbecue finished, zombie Bailey dropped from midair when steamed bun invasion rushed forward and followed up with an uppercut. Zombie Bailey was once again hit, but Jiexi sighed in regret. Failed. In the first move, steamed bun invasion had already failed. Because the party had used trash equipment to practice this so many times, after steamed bun invasion punched and then observed, he also went "ah-oh" and was aware of his failure. Don't stop, continue. Jiexi yelled. If they couldn't succeed on the first try, then hopefully they'd succeed on the second try. Hateful sword moved up and used a backslash. The slashed zombie Bailey smashed into the wall like a bullet and then rebounded. Perfectly executed. With steamed bun invasion's mistake, Liu Hao didn't need to deliberately mess up. This was because he already knew that this already wasn't a perfect record. Su Mooching's cleansing mist leaped up. She swung with her hand cannon, using the launcher knock-up skill swing. Zombie Bailey was hit up a bit higher. Tang Ru's soft mist had already rushed to her position. She leaped up into the air and then used a sky strike. Her lance tip hit zombie Bailey right when it began to fall. This move didn't cause zombie Bailey to continue rising, but made it stay at the same height. Steamed bun invasion, who had just made the mistake, had already leaped high into the air. He followed up with a hook. Zombie Bailey rose higher up again and reached a height where normal jumps could no longer reach. A figure flashed above where steamed bun invasion had jumped. Lord Grim. Leaping up, he stepped on the stone wall, turned around, and jumped again. This move allowed his character to leap up higher. The previous 4 players hadn't made any mistakes. Success or failure now all depended on Jiexi. Lord Grim's lance steadily stabbed out. After piercing zombie Bailey, the lance flew in a circular arc and delivered zombie Bailey into the crack in the stone wall. Success! Steamed bun invasion yelled. Continue. Don't be careless. Yishi's voice was still calm. After landing onto the ground, the party continued onto the remaining 1/3 of the dungeon. At this moment, Liu Hao suddenly felt a bit regretful. Even though this level wasn't perfect, it wasn't far from it. The only time lost was from steamed bun invasion's single mistake. How long was that? 3 seconds? 4 seconds? But could his party succeed on the first try? Previously, Liu Hao had never doubted it. After all, they were all genuine pro players. But after finding out that the gap was only by 3 or 4 seconds, he suddenly felt a little worried. No. How could the distance from perfection only be 3 or 4 seconds? In the entire dungeon, I've always been holding back my strength. If I went all out, then I'd definitely be able to steal back 15 seconds. Adding on to my more perfect and coordinated pro team, we should at least be able to beat the time by 30 seconds. Oh, I forgot, we even have orange weapons. This time, our party has 2 players with orange weapons. The damage output is definitely greater than Lord Grim's party, who only has a silver weapon. Liu Hao carefully calculated. After determining his party's overall advantage, he finally relaxed and gave up on intentionally making a mistake in this run. Boneyard's final boss finally fell. The last 1/3 of the dungeon could be considered perfectly done. The system announcement also came out. Congratulations to Blue Brook Guild's players, Lord Grim, Cleansing Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion, Soft Mist, Hateful Sword for breaking the Boneyard clear record, time, 17 hours 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Chapter 119. I forgot. The world was at a loss. Each of the big guilds were shocked. 17 hours 22 minutes and 17 seconds, all of the Glory veterans began murmuring about this record. If they hadn't gone mad yet, they were close. It was another fastest record in all 10 servers. After the 10th server opened, these towering records that stood tall for many years became like crumpled paper. Fortunately, the new server had a lot of new players, so they didn't understand. If this was in an old server, then the players would certainly begin discussing which god had descended down into the mortal plane. But even if it was the 10th server, sooner or later, there would be controversy too. Right now, because the server had just opened, the other server's players didn't pay much attention to the circumstances in the 10th server. Even more so, this was still just a low-level dungeon, so the amount of attention onto it was even more limited. But the content of the controversy wasn't wrong. This really was a which god had descended down into the mortal plane issue. Amazing, too amazing. I don't think anyone can beat this record. Blue River sent a message at the first open moment. Ha ha, that might not be true. Jiexi replied. F*CK, if someone can break this record, then I'll eat my keyboard. Blue River said. You're too confident. Jiexi said. It's not like we don't understand. This record is too amazing. How did you do it? Did you record it? Blue River asked. I didn't. Jiexi said. TSK, amazing, too amazing. Blue River could only praise him. In reality, he didn't care how he had set it. As long as he had the record, he was fine. It was just boneyard, even Blue River wouldn't put so much effort into researching it. Don't leave the guild yet. Please consider our proposal yesterday. Blue River hurriedly sent a message. Before, Lord Grimm would promptly leave the guild after setting the record. He left so fast that he didn't have time to say anything to him. Okay. Jiexi answered. Where are you? I need to give you the items. Blue River said. After receiving his coordinates, Blue River rushed over. The vampiric lightsaber was originally in his hands, so he unequipped it. Along with the 8 bone spines, the lightsaber was sent to Lord Grimm. Thanks for your trouble, everyone. Blue River expressed his amiability to everyone. Are we still going to continue? Tang Ru asked Jiexi. Because of Steamed Bun Invasion's mistake, the record was still a little off in Tang Ru's eyes, making her care very much. Let's level. Jiexi said. The record still isn't at the limit. Tang Ru said. It's pretty much there. Jiexi rejected the notion. Aside, Liu Hao snuck a laugh. This girl still wanted to hit the limit? With me here, give it a rest. The limit? You'll all see it soon. Afterwards, they ran the dungeon another 3 times. Everyone played through it like they were leveling. They obviously didn't fight the second boss Zombie Bailey with that method. Bosses were experience and equipment. How could a leveling party want to trap it and not kill it? After running the dungeon 3 times, Hateful Sword took his leave first. Liu Hao had wanted to leave long ago. He didn't want to waste any more time. He actually had quite a few times where he had the impulse to reveal his identity, but was always able to stop himself in the end. He even kept up his act and finished running the dungeon 3 more times with everyone. Patiently enduring. Liu Hao always felt that he was patiently enduring. After going offline, he immediately went to rest. Early the next morning, after finding the account cards that Chen Yehue had given him, he promptly gathered his troops. Wang Ziyi and Fang Fengran were subs in the current roster and were very young. Zhong Zhaoxing and Shen Jian were players in the current roster and were extremely close to Liu Hao. Liu Hao had called for the 4 of them a while ago. Moreover, along with Yixio's practice session in the past few days, he had also brought the 4 of them to do a few test runs. He felt that there weren't any big problems, so he felt very confident. In those runs, he hadn't used the account cards Chen Yehui had provided him until now because he was afraid that he would accidentally break the record in their practice runs. After all, they were all pro players. Their comprehension ability was much greater than Tang Ru's and steamed bun invasions. After Liu Hao had explained it once, everyone already understood what they were supposed to do. They weren't like Tang Ru and steamed bun invasion, who needed Yushio to constantly remind them. Breaking in naturally went by extremely quickly. Now that he had the suitable account cards, Liu Hao felt certain that they'd be able to set the record within 4 runs. We're setting the record now. The 4 players had all come to the practice room and all knew why they were here. Yeah. We have a match tonight. Shen Jian said. What match? Liu Hao asked. The 4 were greatly alarmed. Liu Hao, their vice-captain, had actually forgotten the day of their matches? We have a match versus Blue Rain tonight. Shen Jian reminded him. Really? Liu Hao looked at the calendar. Sure enough, the match was today. In these past few days, he had been extremely busy in the new server. So busy that he had even forgotten such an important event. Recently, he hadn't practiced as much either. After calculating it, he found that he had actually practiced with steamed bun invasion in the arena the longest. F***CK. Thinking of that guy, Liu Hao felt a burst of sinister anger explode. Oh. Then let's wait until after the match to do it. Liu Hao hesitated for a bit. It was still better to put the more important things first. It wasn't appropriate to spend time on the boneyard record. Although Liu Hao was extremely confident, he also knew that taking down the current record wasn't going to be easy. High levels of concentration were a must. Okay, tonight then. After they heard Liu Hao's decision, they let out a sigh of relief. Needless to say, Zhong Jiexi and Shen Jian were going to be playing in the match today. As for Wang Ziyi and Fang Fengran, even though they probably weren't going to go on stage, it still wouldn't be good if they went to play the game on match day. If the club knew of it, they would definitely punish them. What maps are we playing on tonight? Just as they were about to leave, Liu Hao suddenly asked this question. Zhong Jiexi almost crashed to the floor. He hastily supported himself with a chair. The vice-captain didn't even know what maps they were going to be playing on. Just how distracted was he? That night, Glory League's 21st match began. The home team Excellent Era faced against the visiting team Blue Rain. As before, it became competition night in Happy Internet Cafe and business boomed. Team Blue Rain couldn't be compared to 301. Blue Rain was currently in 2nd place. Their spot in the playoffs didn't need to be worried about, they were one of the most popular contestants for the champion title. Compared to the second to last place Excellent Era, the difference between them was simply like heaven and earth. Excellent Era had changed their rosters. And in their second match with a new roster, they would face against such a strong opponent. It would be a big challenge for them. Cheng Guo was once again sitting in her usual spot, while Yushio was once again leaning on the door and smoking. And Tang Ru, who now took Glory seriously, specially ran over to watch the highest level of play in Glory, a pro match. As before, the match was split into 3 parts, individual, group and team competition. Excellent Era was the home team. Utilizing their advantage of knowing the maps, Excellent Era won 2 of the 3 individual matches. Happy Internet Cafe jumped about in joy. Next up was the group arena. This time, unlike 301, Blue Rain wouldn't be so hesitant against Sun Strong and One Autumn Leaf. Blue River's trump card was Huang Xiaoqian. He didn't lose to Sun Strong in skill and was more experienced than Sun Strong. In addition, his character Troubling Rain was on the same level as the battle god One Autumn Leaf. In the end, in this group arena, both teams put their trump cards in the 3rd position as the anchor. Relying on their home team advantage, Excellent Era started off well and stayed ahead all the way until Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoqian came out. Then, the situation reversed. After slashing down 2 of Excellent Era's pro players, still with 4/5 of his health, he met Sun Strong's One Autumn Leaf head-on. In the end, he still obtained victory. In the group arena, Team Blue Rain won 2 points. Happy Internet Cafe fell into silence. In this group arena, both teams played well, but in the end, Huang Xiaoqian was still better and took advantage of every opening there was. In the broadcast, the host and the honored guest brilliantly commentated on the highlight reel in the group arena. Finally, the team competition began. Excellent Era took the initiative and had a good opening. The situation looked good, and the spectators at the Internet Cafe jumped in joy. Uh-oh, a mistake. This is a very serious mistake. The host suddenly yelled. Yeah. Liu Hao, his performance today has been very poor. The honored guest said. He also lost in the first match of the individual competition. The host said. But this mistake shouldn't have happened. Liu Hao is completely out of it today. The honored guest shook his head. We haven't even finished talking about the first one and he makes yet another one. That move. The host was clearly a little speechless. He couldn't find the right words to describe the situation. As a pro player, that move was a little amateurish. The honored guest politely criticized. The situation had been reversed. How could Huang Xiaoqian let go of such a hole? Nice. Formless Phantom Sword, beautiful. The timing of Formless Phantom Sword was too good. The honored guest shouted. Sun Xiong's current momentum isn't bad. But he's still not as efficient and ruthless as Huang Xiaoqian. However, we can still look forward to his growth. This competition. How unfortunate for Excellent Era. Yeah, from the looks of it, unless Blue Rain makes several major mistakes in a row like how Liu Hao did, I don't see a way. The honored guest said. Yeah. The host once again had no words to say. Clearly, he wasn't convinced of such a possibility. Okay. In the end, Blue Rain won. Finally, the host announced the victor. What a pity, what a pity. The honored guest sighed on behalf of Excellent Era. Happy Internet Cafe was a sheet of silence. After a short moment, curses began to be thrown around. Right now, in the Happy Internet Cafe, Liu Hao was Glory's unrivaled #1. He got the special treatment. Everyone, old and young, paid their respects to him. His huge mistakes caused them to lose the team competition, which was enough to make the overwhelming majority of his fans to lose all reason. Some even went outside to pick up bricks, ready to revolt against Club Excellent Era across street from them. F*ck that piece of *t. Even Chenghua looked down on him. At this moment, no one respected Liu Hao. Even his most faithful fans couldn't justify him. His mistakes were just too ridiculous. As before, Yi Xiu was still leaning on the door and puffing out clouds of smoke. Without a word, he watched as customers left in rage. Quite a few people really did run over to Club Excellent Era's door and protest. Club Excellent Era. After the competition ended, all of the pro players silently sat in the resting room. No one said anything. Sun Song's face was ashen. After savagely glaring at Liu Hao, he slammed the door and left. The other pro players gazed at each other in speechless dismay. They stealthily examined Liu Hao's expression. Liu Hao's face was deathly pale. He obviously knew how serious his mistakes were. He even knew why those extremely serious mistakes were made. In the past few days, he truly was too unfocused. He spent way too much time on that level 20 Berserker and wasn't in the right mindset coming into the match. In the end, he had carried along a mindset of playing against Steamed Bun Invasion in the arena as well as the Boneyard record coming into the match. How could he have done well? Liu, are we still setting the record for that whatever dungeon? Shen Jian was also ready to leave. Only, he took the opportunity to quietly ask him when he passed by Liu Hao. Set! Liu Hao's tone was fierce and determined. If he didn't set it now, then there was nowhere else for his pent-up anger to explode. Chapter 120. Who taught you how to play? The majority of Happy Internet Cafe's customers left. This match wasn't as good as the last's. Last time, even though they only obtained 3 points, the 1v3 in the group arena made everyone extremely excited and hopeful. But this time, everyone could only silently watch as their chances at victory were destroyed by mistakes that shouldn't have happened. The majority of the customers were no longer in the mood to play games and all left. The internet cafe turned quieted down a lot. Cheng Guo instructed the employees to clean up and was also gloomy. Tang Ru wasn't affected by the loss. She didn't care who won or lost. She only saw that Cheng Guo wasn't happy, so she accompanied her. The two beauties whispered in each other's ears. Once the internet cafe was cleaned up, Cheng Guo's mood turned better. After showing her concern for the two all-nighters, she went back to her room to sleep. When are we going to break another record? Tang Ru asked Jiexi. To Tang Ru, setting these types of records made her extremely happy. She liked this type of challenge. Tonight, Jiexi said. Tonight? What dungeon? Tang Ru was puzzled. Boneyard, Jiexi said. Boneyard, that dungeon. Didn't you say we were close enough? Tang Ru didn't understand. Yesterday was close enough. But who knows about today? Jiexi laughed. At this moment, it was already 11 o'clock. After the other employees finished cleaning up, they all went back home. More than half of the customers, the ones who weren't going to stay up all night, also left. In the internet cafe, besides the tapping of keyboards and clicking of mice, were the voices of players playing Glory. There were laughs and there were curses. Suddenly, someone yelled out in surprise, D*MN, the dungeon record was broken again. Who the H*LL are playing in the 10th server? After hearing this, Tang Ru was stunned. She looked at Jiexi. This cry also alarmed quite a few players in the internet cafe. Several 10th server players began discussing it with their in-game friends or with other players in the internet cafe. Tang Ru around to investigate and then went back to report to Jiexi, it's the Boneyard record. It's that excellent dynasty again. Oh? How much faster? 16 hours 56 minutes 78 seconds. Tang Ru was quite sensitive towards records. After seeing it, she remembered it. Oh, not bad. Jiexi said. What now? Tang Ru asked. We're going to set it again tonight. Jiexi said. But, 20 seconds. What are we going to do? Tang Ru only knew that their record only had steamed bun invasion's mistake. But even if that mistake wasn't there, the record would have only been faster by 3 or 4 seconds. Right now, the records was 20 seconds faster. Tang Ru didn't know where they could improve on. Don't worry about it. Jiexi seemed as if he knew what to do. Tang Ru was about to ask again when suddenly, a figure appeared outside the internet cafe. The figure's hands were in his or her pockets and the person wore a hoodie. The figure looked as if he or she were scrunched up in a ball. The mysterious figure looked stealthily left and right towards the internet cafe and looked like one of those people who was about to commit a crime. Tang Ru immediately stopped herself from speaking, gesturing at Jiexi to look at the suspicious figure. In the end, when her gaze shifted over, that person saw her, turned around and then immediately ran off. Who was that? Tang Ru was quite brave. She went out the door and looked. She saw the figure running in the distance still with his or her head facing towards her. When the figure saw Tang Ru rush out, the figure immediately turned around and ran off. Cough, what was that? Jiexi asked. That guy was weird. Tang Ru said. Did the guy run? Yeah. Then, let's just ignore him. You go log into the game and call for steamed bun. Okay. Tang Ru replied. She then went to her usual all-nighter spot. Jiexi continued to keep watch at the reception desk. He didn't enter the game and appeared to be waiting for something. After quite a long while, that suspicious figure paced back and forth outside of the internet cafe in trance again until the figure saw Jiexi at the reception desk. After Jiexi nodded his head, the figure let out a sigh and then entered. The figure was still extremely alert and kept his or her head hidden deep in his or her coat. Stealthily looking around, the figure carefully walked towards the reception desk. "Are you by yourself?" Jiexi asked. "Do you think I'd pull along the entire team?" The person said. "Sneaking around here and there, you look like a thief." Jiexi said. "How can I not be careful? This is an internet cafe. It's so dangerous. I'm not like you. I have a lot of fans. I was almost recognized just now. Luckily, I ran away pretty quickly." The person said. "Come on. That girl is from the internet cafe. She thought you were a thief. Even if you came here normally, she still wouldn't recognize you." Jiexi said. "Really?" The person doubted him. "Would you like me to call her over?" It's fine. Lay low. Lay low." The person said. "Area A number 1. There's no one in that area. You should go sit over there." Jiexi said. "And you?" The person asked. "I have to keep watch here. I'm on the night shift." Jiexi said. "Why do you have to be so hard on yourself? It's not like your skill dropped after retiring, no? Oh, and speaking of that, why'd you suddenly retire?" They asked. "First help me set this record and then we'll chat." Jiexi said. F***CK, I get a couple 100,000 for every match. And now I'm helping people set a record for Boneyard. Don't tell anyone. If you tell, I'll kill you." The person grumbled. "Area A number 1. It's over there." Jiexi gave him the directions. "Can I have something to eat? I haven't eaten all night." The person said. "Come, here's some Jiexi for you to eat." Jiexi threw a bag of food at him. F***CK that. The person refused to eat it. "Ham sausage?" Jiexi asked. "Forget about it." The pick eater went off to Area A. The smoking area was usually more lively late at night. The other non-smokers were mostly placed in Area C, and Area A wasn't usually open late at night. The lights weren't even on there. After running over, this person discovered that it was so dark that he wasn't able to find the power button for the computer. Grumbling, he ran back to Jiexi to complain. Jiexi took a flashlight and went over to look for his computer. After the person sat down, the person looked around left and right. This area really was unoccupied. The person stretched. The person didn't need to be so careful and hidden. The computer turned on and the light shone off of the person's face. If any Glory fan saw the person's face, they would immediately recognize the person, Glory's top-tier Blade Master, Huang Xiaoqian. Swiping his card, he immediately entered the 10th server. He was using a level 27 account. After sending Lord Grimm an invite, he began to complain again. "Helping you set a record, fine. But you didn't even have an account to give me. You even needed me to go find one myself. It should be easy for you to find an account." Jiexi replied. "Level 27 Blade Master. After using it, I won't be using it again. I can't leave any proof. It's shameful, too shameful." Huang Xiaoqian messaged. "You first go play for a bit. We don't have any entries left here. I'll call you over at 12. Jiexi said. "Play, what the F***CK is there to play here?" Huang Xiaoqian replied. In the end, Jiexi didn't reply. Huang Xiaoqian took his level 27 Blade Master and strolled around, not knowing what to do. He checked the new server's dungeon record and was startled. Frost Forest was already astonishing, but this Boneyard was too ridiculous. This record. He didn't even know if his Blue Rain's main team could set it. He immediately sent a message to Lord Grimm, F***CK me, how did you set this record? Why is it so high? New strategy. Jiexi replied. New strategy? What new strategy? Huang Xiaoqian asked. Boneyard's new strategy. There's a new strategy for this? Who'd be so bored to research a new strategy? Ha 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 ha, it wasn't you, right? You've fallen. You've completely fallen. You ran to the new server to do records and you even need to research new strategies? How bored are you? You really talk a lot. I am safe here, right? Will there still be other customers coming here at night? Right now I'm afraid that someone's going to recognize me. If someone found out that I was setting a record for Boneyard, what would happen if that got out? Huang Xiaoqian replied extremely quickly. Pro player, his hand speed was even faster than his mouth. Using messages to chat was even faster than talking with his mouth. In the end, Yishio didn't reply once again. Yishio was busy too. Right when he was online, Blue River sent a message expressing that his inability to understand how the new record was possible. He truly couldn't imagine that such an amazing record could be beaten by over 20 seconds. I'm going to set it back. Lord Grimm replied, which made Blue River crumble even further. How could the record be even faster? On the other side, Liu Hao, who had been impatiently waiting for Lord Grimm to come online, once again put on an act with his hateful sword. He contained his happiness and sent a message to Lord Grimm, God, our record got broken, did you see it? I saw it. Wasn't our record already really high? How could it be broken again? You don't know. I don't know. Because you weren't going all out. Liu Hao stared blankly. In this moment, he felt as if a surge of electricity shocked him, from his toes to his head. I tried my hardest, Liu Hao typed out this message with difficulty. Ha ha, using a berserker. You think that you can hide from me by hiding your strength? Liu Hao, did you forget who taught you how to play? F*CK. Broken. The keyboard that he had just replaced had been broken again. It was once again smashed into a slope. At the same time, Liu Hao almost broke his teeth. He utterly couldn't believe that this was happening. Spending so much effort, putting on an act, leveling his level 24 account to level 27, distracting him so much that he even forgot about the official match. He had originally been waiting for the day when he would reveal his identity. He was waiting to see Yi Qiu's shock and anger. He was waiting to see this guy stamped so hard under his foot that he would never be able to get back up. But in the end, he had already known about it. When did he find out? How did he know? Liu Hao really wanted to know. But he couldn't get the words out. Lord Grimm's message rigidly stopped right there. There was nothing else after it. But even so, how was he going to improve the record? What other methods did he have to improve the time? Liu Hao felt that there wasn't any other method. He was also a pro player. For this dungeon, he had also done quite a bit of the research himself, except he hadn't been able to come up with anything new. From his view, this new strategy was already the limit. He couldn't think of any other way to improve the strategy. In order to improve the record, besides skill, there was only equipment. In the new server, equipment wasn't something that could be improved upon in 1 or 2 days. As for skill, Liu Hao's team of pro players was at the limit. They had even succeeded in trapping Zombie Bailey on the first try. Even if Yishio could duplicate their performance, it would still be extremely close. Where did he have the confidence that he'd definitely beat his record? Chapter 121. Godly Skill. The clock hit midnight. Liu Hao sat there like a log of wood in front of his computer. He didn't move. He didn't speak. Lord Grimm's message hung there staring at him. How is he going to break my record? This question kept playing over and over again in Liu Hao's head. He tossed and turned, but even so, he was still unable to come up with an answer. Meanwhile, at Happy Internet Cafe, right when the clock hit midnight, Yishio called Huang Xiaoqian over, "First come with me for a run. I'll show you how the strategy works." Hurrying. Huang Xiaoqian was extremely bored. Outside of Boneyard were Lord Grimm, Cleansing Mist, Soft Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion, and Huang Xiaoqian's level 27 Blade Master, Flowing Tree. Use this sword for now. Yishio traded with Flowing Tree and gave him the vampiric lightsaber that Blue River had given him yesterday. Trash. Huang Xiaoqian muttered as he received the level 25 orange equipment. In the eyes of a top-tier god in the pro scene like him, orange weapons were worthless, let alone a level 25 one. Of course, it would be trash. Stop chattering so much. Hurry up and join the party. Yishio sent over an invite. Flowing Tree joined the party. Head out. Yishio declared. Lord Grim entered the dungeon, while Flowing Tree followed behind. The other three stared blankly. They hadn't yet reacted to this Flowing Tree joining the party. They were still waiting for Hateful Sword to appear. We have a new player. This run is mostly to let this new player understood the strategy. After the 5 players entered together, Yishio said. What about Hateful Sword? Steamed Bun Invasion had the spirit of loyalty. He cared a lot about his good friend, who sent him quite a few arena points. I sent him a message, why didn't he reply? He has something on his mind, so he can't come. Yishio said. Really, he has no prospects for the future. Steamed Bun Invasion disdained. Let's start. Let me see your new strategy. Huang Xiaoqian said, making everyone who heard know that he was very familiar with Yishio. Who is he? Su Muqing asked. Xiaoqian. Yishio said. F*CK, don't reveal my identity. Huang Xiaoqian panicked. Who are you yelling at? Who recognizes you? Yishio only told Su Muqing. He was sure that Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion didn't know who he was. Sure enough, Tang Ru only dully said, Oh? Your friend? Yeah. Yishio replied. Don't reveal my identity. I like secrets. Are you a Scorpio? Steamed Bun Invasion said. Pretty close. Yishio said. Shameful. I'm a Leo. Huang Xiaoqian said. Steamed Bun Invasion immediately singing, if you're born at the end of July, you're a Leo, if you're born at the beginning of August, you're a Leo. F*CK. Huang Xiaoqian yelled. Steamed Bun Invasion still continued, when we met, if it was an accident, when you left, why couldn't I let it go? In the end, he asked, right? What's right? Huang Xiaoqian was sucked in. Nice singing. Cleansing Mist applauded. Steamed Bun Invasion was overjoyed. I'll sing another 2 verses for everyone. Enough, Steamed Bun. I need to explain the dungeon. You can sing for us again later when there's time. Yishio said. Okay. Steamed Bun Invasion could only agree with difficulty. Watch me. Yishio began controlling Lord Grim. He gave a demonstration just like how he did in the very beginning. Huang Xiaoqian deserved to be called a famed blabbermouth in the pro scene. Following along with Yishio's playing, he began chattering, whoa, nice pathing. Shadow clone technique? Falling flower palm? D*MN, what class are you? Unspecialized? What are you doing? Whoa. How'd your weapon transform? It did transform, right? Did it transform? Whoa. Did you guys see that? His weapon transformed back. You're so noisy. Su Muqing yelled. Of course, Huang Xiaoqian had already guessed that this Cleansing Mist was Su Muqing. He laughed out loud and then whispered to Cleansing Mist, you played really well tonight. Even though you guys lost, it wasn't your fault. It was all on that idiot Liu Hao. Whoa, there's a crack here. Huang Xiaoqian said while watching Lord Grim send the 4 monsters into the crack in the stone wall. He immediately shifted his viewpoint and began commentating like a TV anchor. What are you trying to do here? Huang Xiaoqian asked. The 3 skeletons layer on top of each other when they die, so the zombie won't be able to come out. Yishio said. Really? Huang Xiaoqian said. His blade master Flowing Tree rushed forward. While running, his sword flashed out and a sword draw accurately cut the outermost skeleton. Following this, he didn't use any skills, just normal attacks: stab, slash, scrape, chop, cut. But these few normal attacks beautifully flowed together to create a melodic harmony. Even if Tang Ru didn't have insight into anything else, she still had some towards mechanical skill. After a short while, she discovered that this player's playing was quite smooth and skilled. Every attack was extremely quick and accurate, like a precise machine. This player is amazing. Tang Ru's Soft Mist walked over to Cleansing Mist. He is. Su Muqing said. I'm coming too. It looked like Steamed Bun Invasion couldn't see it. With a loud shout, he rushed up to help. After a short moment, the first skeleton died. Yishio said that the skeletons had to overlap, and naturally, Huang Xiaoqian understood what to do. Coordinating together, they killed the second and third monsters. The 3 piles of skeleton bones piled on top of each other. Huang Xiaoqian looked at the zombie and sure enough, it was trapped inside, blindly scratching. Wow, it really isn't able to come out. You're really amazing, so there's such a method. Like this, we should be able to save around 10 seconds. Yup. Yishio said. How many of these can be done in this dungeon? 9. Yishio said. 9, a minute and a half. That can't be right. Right now, the current record is much faster than just this. What else is there? Huang Xiaoqian asked. This was a pro-god's ability to judge. From the time, he could already determine that just relying on this wasn't enough to set such a record even by a pro team. The second boss can be trapped too. Yishio said. That can be trapped too. How do you do it? Hurry up, hurry up. Let me see. Huang Xiaoqian said, while letting his flowing tree rush forward. After running for a few steps, he stopped. He turned around on the spot for 2 full circles and then asked, how do we do this part? Watch me. Yishio didn't laugh at him. As a top-tier god, he could calculate the approximate clear time for Boneyard, but the details were a bit blurry. When Yishio was playing in the beginner village dungeons, he was also going through them using guides. After demonstrating the strategy along the way, they gradually reached the second boss. Tang Ru took note of the time. Even though they were teaching while clearing, their speed was still so quick. When the time came to officially set the record, chasing down those 20 seconds wasn't a problem at all. However, the second boss was still going to be very troublesome. So here, we'll be fighting like this. Yishio was at that stone wall explaining while moving and jumping around. Huang Xiaoqian's flowing tree looked around left and right and also tried jumping around. In the end, he replied, you're right. It can only be done this way. Soft Mist, you pull. Yishio instructed. I pull? If I pull, then I won't be able to rush back in time. I don't have shadow clone technique. Tang Ru said. You don't need to rush back. You just have to send the boss over, that's all. There's a different strategy this time. Yishio laughed. What strategy? Tang Ru asked. I'll record it and then show you when the time comes. Yishio said. If Soft Mist pulled the monster, she wouldn't have enough time to rush back to her position, so she wouldn't be able to see the whole picture. Okay. Tang Ru replied and then didn't say anything further. She ran over to pull Zombie Bailey. She knocked it into the sky and then blasted it over. Steamed Bun Invasion was next up. He played quite well and gave the mid-air Zombie Bailey a knee attack in the back. Next was Su Muqing. An anti-tank missile helped push Zombie Bailey farther. This pitiful boss directly flew over. Huang Xiaoqian's flowing tree was already in place. Right when Zombie Bailey was about to land on the ground, a sword light flashed out. The angle and timing were absolutely perfect. The flying Zombie Bailey was slashed and then redirected. It suddenly stopped for a short time in midair. Flowing Tree had already stepped forward to meet it and used an upward slash to lift Zombie Bailey into the air. Over there, Yishio's Lord Grim had already jumped onto the stone wall and hit the mid-air Zombie Bailey in front of him. The 1000-chance umbrella swooshed out and a chain of bullets flew out. It was unexpectedly the launcher skill barbecue in midair. Lord Grimm had already begun to fall, but under Yishio's quick movements, the barbecue bullets all hit the necessary position. Zombie Bailey rolled about in the air until it finally rolled into the crack in the stone wall. Beautiful! Huang Xiaoqian yelled, "You deserve to be called the father of delivery gun. You're still the best with that skill. I don't even think Juzikai could do that mid-air delivery gun. That guy only knows how to be handsome. Who would actually let him shoot you to high heavens in actual combat?" "Oh? It's not bad." After Lord Grimm landed, Yishio looked up and confirmed that Zombie Bailey was stuck up there and unable to climb out. This setup made sure that they would succeed on the first try. If this was a normal delivery gun, there truly wasn't enough of an angle to complete it. However, when Lord Grimm jumped up in this way, the character would reach a certain height, making enough room to use delivery gun. However, this angle could only be made with a very short hop. The timing had to be accurately grasped in order to deliver Zombie Bailey into the crack. Su Muqing wasn't quite skilled enough to do this. Only Yishio could do it. As for Huang Xiaoqian's flowing tree, his role was also extremely important. A normal upward cut had no way of lifting Zombie Bailey to Yishio's desired position. That was why Sword Draw had to stop Zombie Bailey from flying and then use an upward slash to send Zombie Bailey up. In order to send it into the desired position, Sword Draw's timing and the following uppercut had to be executed accurately. Fortunately, such timing wasn't difficult for Huang Xiaoqian. The harder task was still on Yishio's instant mid-air delivery gun. That was a true godly skill. Seeing Lord Grimm and Flowing Tree return, Tang Ru said in amazement, "Done. Done." Yishio said, "How did you do it?" "I'll show you later. Let's keep going for now." Yishio said. The following parts were normal. Who knew how many times faster Huang Xiaoqian picked things up than Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion? He only needed a few random instructions and then he would know what to do. The only annoying part was that this guy really did talk too much. The teacher lectured, but the student talked even more than the teacher. Was such a situation normal? Chapter 122. Liu Hao the Helper. After this run of Boneyard finished, Huang Xiaoqian took a look at Excellent Dynasty's record and then immediately said with certainty, "Yeah, we should be able to improve the record by around 30 seconds if we use this strategy." However, for their record, they had to have used this strategy to set it. Wasn't this an original strategy by you? How did they get it? Huang Xiaoqian said. Huang Xiaoqian really was a keen-witted guy. In the Glory Pro scene, he was famous for his astonishing decision-making and ability to take advantage of openings. He was amazing at interrupts and a paragon opportunist. Taking the final opportunity was something he loved to do. This was extremely obvious in the team competition. He might appear weak like he was invisible on the field or might make you feel like his condition was extremely bad. But once an opening appeared, he would immediately seize the opportunity to kill you. Cold-blooded and ruthless, characteristics of a true killer. If you only looked at his style, you would think he was a cold and cruel character. But Huang Xiaoqian's acting was extremely poor. This was because he loved to talk. When he battled, it might seem like he wasn't there. However, his extremely quick hand speed and his love for the MIC always made him shine like a star in the chat box. Commentating on Huang Xiaoqian was always the most relaxing for the TV hosts. If they ran out of things to say, then they just had to read what was being typed in the chat box. Who knew how many analysts and experts pointed out that if he could fix his habit of spending so much time and energy on typing, then he'd be even more terrifying. But this person would never change. Just for him, the Alliance created a special competition rule. In the team competition, dead players were prohibited from sending out messages. Dead players could no longer play, so players like him could concentrate on typing out messages. When rule came out to avoid that, the entire Alliance cheered. At this moment, Huang Xiaoqian felt that Excellent Dynasty's record was extremely irregular. Players like Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion, who didn't have any perception, couldn't tell this. Even the pro-level Su Muqing hadn't noticed it. Now that she heard Huang Xiaoqian bring it up, she also felt that something wasn't right. You're right, how could that be? That hateful sword is Liu Hao. Yixiao said. Ah. Su Muqing stared blankly. What's hateful sword? Huang Xiaoqian asked. Who's Liu Hao? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. Soft Mist had hid to the side. She didn't come over to join in on the conversation. Tang Ru saw that Cleansing Mist and Yixiao weren't ordinary friends. And this newcomer Flowing Tree seemed to be the same. She didn't really understand the things they talked about. Tang Ru also didn't know whether it was convenient for her to listen, so she politely stepped out. Hateful Sword learned our strategy from here. Later, he went to help Excellent Dynasty set the record. Yixiao first explained it to Steamed Bun Invasion. Whoa, he's really studious. Steamed Bun Invasion gasped in praise. After 3 seconds, he put 2 and 2 together. D*MN, that guy was a spy. Everyone was speechless. I'm going to scold him. Steamed Bun Invasion declared. Stay low, only private message him. Yixiao said. Oh. Okay. Steamed Bun Invasion had wanted to type it out on the World Channel. But hearing God's commands, he changed his plans and sent the online Hateful Sword a pile of messages. He used every type of hateful word he could think of. Only then did Yixiao give Huang Xiaoqian an explanation. Liu Hao opened up a low-level account. He's been following along with us these past few days. You figured it out a long time ago? Su Muqing asked. Yup. Yixiao said. Then, why do you keep bringing him? Su Muqing asked. Pro-level player. How could I reject such a player? Yixiao said. How terrible. Huang Xiaoqian said, you dragged him along to dungeon, so his condition would be all messed up. Did you see today's match? That guy looked like an idiot. It looked to me like he saw the team competition as boneyard. Sister Su, did you guys hold a meeting to criticize him? I didn't drag him. He was the one actively followed along. I just let him do what he wanted. Yixiao said. And then this punk deliberately held back when you guys were setting the record and then went all out with his team. You really do have a lot of confidence. How were you so confident that you'd be able to break their record? Huang Xiaoqian said. We have you, no. How did you know? Huang Xiaoqian stopped mid-sentence. The Alliance had already set it up half a year ago. How could I not know you were coming here today? Yixiao said. D*MN, you actually calculated that I'd come here so long ago. Huang Xiaoqian said. Actually, whether or not you came wasn't the important point. It's not like you can't play if you're not here. Yixiao said. But? Su Muqing hesitated. In this dungeon, Xiaoqian and Liu Hao are around the same. Even if you two can coordinate to use delivery gun to send Zombie Bailey over. There's only so much time that can save. It was originally around the same, but after Liu Hao helped us set the record, things changed. Yixiao said. What changed? We have an extra vampiric lightsaber. Yixiao said. F*CK, so this was why I was so important. Huang Xiaoqian's cheeks streamed with tears. They had originally looked for him to fully use that orange weapon's power. An orange weapon meant that their damage output would increase. Adding that in over the course of the dungeon, the effects were obvious. Plus now that they could do a mid-air delivery gun for that Zombie Bailey part, they'd have to be cursed to not break the record. I pity Liu Hao. I don't want to help you anymore. Right when Huang Xiaoqian said this, he suddenly received a guild invite. Huang Xiaoqian saw that it was Blue Brook Guild and jumped in surprise. Of course he knew that this was the guild that their club backed. How did he suddenly get a message from them? Was his identity exposed? But after looking at it, he saw that it was unexpectedly from Lord Grimm. See, look. I'm actually helping you guys by setting the record. If I didn't look for you, who else would I look for? Yixiao said. Is my identity exposed? Of course not. Yixiao asked Blue River for the ability to temporarily invite members to the guild in preparation for pulling Huang Xiaoqian's flowing tree in. Okay, we're going to officially start now. Everyone concentrate. Yixiao announced. I thought I said I wasn't going to help you guys. Huang Xiaoqian asked Su Muqing. Really? I didn't hear it. You must have imagined it. Su Muqing said. F***CK, you too. Huang Xiaoqian was helpless. We're officially starting. Let's try to get it on our first try. Yixiao gathered everyone and then entered the dungeon. They officially started. Even though Huang Xiaoqian was constantly complaining, his performance was flawless. After they completed a third of the dungeon, Yixiao couldn't bear it any longer. Steamed bun, didn't you want to sing? Please sing. Really? Okay then. Everyone, I'm going to be singing a song about astrological signs. Steamed Bun Invasion said and then immediately began singing. All of a sudden, the dungeon was filled with sounds of chattering, singing, and the cries of undead monsters. It became much more lively than in the beginning. Does it have to be like this? The two girls were almost unable to bear it any longer. If I'm dying, you're all coming with me. Yixiao dully said. Extremely noisy, yet flawless play. Huang Xiaoqian and Steamed Bun Invasion could be considered extraordinary in this area. As a result, they wholeheartedly played without being distracted. They were so good that when they got to Zombie Bailey, with one of them singing and one of them talking, they were able to successfully send Zombie Bailey up into the crack on their first try. In the last third of the dungeon, the situation stayed the same. And when the final boss fell, the two girls immediately got up. One yelled, I'm going to get water, the other yelled, I'm going to use the restroom, and then disappeared in a flash. They were even faster than the system announcement. System announcement. Congratulations to Blue Brook Guild's players, Lord Grim, Cleansing Mist, Soft Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion, and Flowing Tree for breaking the Boneyard Dungeon record, time, 16 hours 24 minutes 67 seconds. They beat the record by 32 seconds. Huang Xiaoqian's prediction was correct. Excellent Dynasty's record was already extremely close to the limit. To be able to beat it by 30 seconds wasn't easy. 32 seconds. 32 seconds. Liu Hao hadn't moved a muscle since Lord Grim's message. He hadn't even seen the pile of messages Steamed Bun Invasion had sent him. He had been staring at the system announcements the entire time. He had kept on telling himself that there was no way his record could be beaten, yet he had still waited there staring. It finally arrived. A 32-second improvement. Liu Hao had absolutely no idea how that was possible. Flowing Tree? Who was this? Hateful Sword was still in Blue Brook Guild. He immediately opened up the guild roster and then searched for Flowing Tree. Level 27, Blade Master. To be able to beat his record, this player's skill couldn't be low. However, because this Boneyard was a completely new strategy, if it was someone like Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion, then they'd need a lot of practice. But this player had joined tonight and then immediately went to break the record. Was this someone Yixiao had prepared long ago? Or was it another pro-level player that could quickly grasp the strategy? Looking at the time, this was their second run after 12 o'clock. With their 32-second improvement, even if they had made a few mistakes with Zombie Bailey, it was still enough to take down Excellent Dynasty's record. But they hadn't the first time, which meant the first run was very slow. It was a test run. It was for learning. To be able to completely grasp the strategy in one run. This sort of quality meant he had to be a pro player. A pro player? Blade Master? Then thinking of tonight's match. Huang Xiaoqian. Liu Hao almost coughed up blood. Who would believe him? That his Boneyard dungeon had actually been set by Yixiao and Huang Xiaoqian. Could this still be called setting a F***king record? They're holding an all-star event. However, even if he was Huang Xiaoqian, it still shouldn't be by 32 seconds, right? Although he was an amazing top-tier player, it was only boneyard. No matter how amazing, there was still a limit. Any pro player could reach that limit. Could it be that there was some hidden strategy? There shouldn't be one. He didn't see anywhere that could be improved on. Liu Hao's soul left his body. He could only feel anguish swamp his heart. He left the room and wanted to walk around when he accidentally bumped into Su Muqing. Hi. Su Muqing greeted Liu Hao. This was unprecedented. Su Muqing never gave face to the people who had driven out Jiexi. She was never polite to them. Thanks for your help. Su Muqing smiled and then swiftly walked away. Help? What does that mean? What help? How did I help? Liu Hao's face fell deathly pale. He clenched his fists so hard that his bones almost popped out. You? Halt! Liu Hao growled fiercely. Chapter 123. Talking to himself. Oh, is there something you need? Su Muqing turned her head and smiled sweetly, the complete opposite of Liu Hao's cold and fierce expression. The two looked at each other, each with fire in their eyes. Even though she was smiling, Su Muqing's eyes displayed an even colder gaze than Liu Hao's. In their eyes, Su Muqing was always a warm girl and was very kind to everyone. However, she stayed around Jiexio's left and right most of the time as if she never had her own opinion. This sort of girl seemed very easy to bully. Liu Hao fiendishly roared for Su Muqing to halt. But now that they looked into each other's eyes, he was the one who felt confident. If you have nothing to say, then I'll be leaving first. Su Muqing laughed, turned her body around, and left. Liu Hao watched as Su Muqing gradually walked farther and farther away. Gradually, he calmed down. After sucking in a deep breath, he returned back to his room. Taking his cell phone, Liu Hao gave Excellent Dynasty's guild leader Chen Yehui a call. Hello, Liu. The voice on the other side was a bit hesitant as if he didn't know what he should say. You deal with the dungeons yourself for now? It's a bit troublesome for me to come out right now. Liu Hao said. Oh. The 10th server? If no pro player meddles with it, then the records will definitely be ruled by Jiexi. The standoff between the different guilds have already shifted to this. Right now, it's basically who can win over Jiexio's help. Liu Hao said. That's not convenient for us, no. Chen Yehui said. You can try contact him and see what his attitude towards us is. If it's no good, then still pay attention to him. See if there are any openings. There is one important thing I need you to find out. What is it? Jiexio's price. After each collaboration with a guild, tell me what rewards he gets. That's something I hope you find out for me. Do you want me to find players to oppose him? He's lacking manpower right now. Chen Yehui said. This? You can try it, but don't send out players from our guild. Don't let other guilds find out. Right now, Lord Grimm is a very important player to them. Who knows whether he'll join a big guild to protect himself? Liu Hao said. Okay, then I'll figure it out from here. Chen Yehui expressed. Yeah, I'll come visit the 10th server when I have time. Let's keep in contact. Liu Hao said. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Liu Hao sucked in a deep breath. He couldn't move on impulse again. These past few days, he'd been too excited, which was why he made so many mistakes. Destroying Jiexio's record was a failure and he had even been reverse duped by Jiexi. Even though it made him extremely angry, in the end, he was the only one to blame and was suffering because of it. The one mistake he truly shouldn't have been made was in tonight's match, where he made several mistakes in a row that caused them to lose. Even though they only won 3 points last match, Sun Strong had at least done a 1v3, which gave fans hope. This time, they were the home team against the visiting second-place team Blue Rain. If they had won a few more points, then it would have a beautiful turnaround for them. In the team competition, Excellent Era really did hold more of an advantage. However, their vice-captain's several amateurish mistakes cost them the competition. Now, even though everyone was unhappy, they still temporarily regarded it as a mistake that he made because of his poor condition. But if Excellent Era's record continued to stumble and never rise, then when reviewing the season, what could have originally been Excellent Era's comeback was completely ruined, all because of Liu Hao's mistake. His mistakes wasn't a mere mistake, it was an extremely heavy mistake. This mistake was enough to affect his future. Right now, if he didn't deal with the situation and still privately distracted himself by tangling with the retired Jiexi, then everything really would be over for him. Jiexi, I know you're still unwilling to give up. But things have only just started. Let's see just how capable you are. I'll be watching. Liu Hao gnashed his teeth. He did one final snarl at the mirror and then fiercely rubbed his face. After putting down his hands, a harmless smile appeared on his face. It was as if he had performed some sort of magical shape-shifting spell. Liu Hao pulled open the door and then walked out once again. His gaze shifted to his neighbor's room. A small glimmer of light shone through the crack between the door and the wall. Cough. Liu Hao coughed and then lightly knocked on the door. Son, did you rest? The door's not locked. The reply from the person in the room was extremely cool, but his tone revealed that he clearly wasn't in a good mood. Liu Hao adjusted his expression one final time and smiled. Then I'm coming in. He pushed open the door and entered. In the happy internet cafe, after they ran the dungeon twice, the record was broken, the two girls too. Tang Ru really did go to get some water. But carrying her teacup, she refused to leave from the reception desk and talked with Jiexi about this and that. All the way until Jiexi saw Cleansing Mist take the initiative to go offline and rest, before exclaiming, "No more dungeoning, right?" Jiexi laughed bitterly in helplessness. "Up to you. I remember there's a quest that I hadn't finished yet." Tang Ru mumbled to herself and then left. Jiexi was speechless. This girl usually hated to do quests, especially those delivery, mushroom gathering, turnip digging, search ones, etc. etc. The difficulty for these were extremely low. They didn't have combat in them, so Tang Ru regarded them as a waste of time and hated them to the extreme. She had to grind her teeth while doing them because Jiexi had reminded her that they were must-do quests, which rewarded attributes or skill points. To make Tang Ru prefer doing her most hated quests rather than such a fun activity like dungeoning, that made Jiexi gasp in admiration. Huang Shaoqian deserved to be called the one who changed the Alliance's rules. What happened? What happened? Where'd everyone go? Why is no one responding? Actually, Jiexi wasn't so tough either. He also took off his headphones and rested for a bit. Right when he put his headphones back on, those crying sounds immediately popped up again. Huang Shaoqian was still scared of having his identity exposed. He nested in the darkness of Area A and lowered his voice when speaking, but even so, he still talked non-stop, his spirit excellent. "Okay, we've set the record. We don't need to keep dungeoning," Jiexi said, while bracing himself. "Did you hear what I was saying before?" Huang Shaoqian clearly didn't know that Jiexi had taken off his headphones. People like him who loved to talk incidentally also carried a talk-to-himself attribute. Otherwise, there would often be times where there would be nothing to talk about. Talking to himself meant that he didn't need to hear others' replies, so he was never aware that other people weren't listening. "Oh, it wasn't too clear. What did you say?" Jiexi asked. "What's with your weapon?" "Self-made. 1000-chance umbrella," Jiexi said. "You made it? When did you make it? How come I never heard about it?" Huang Shaoqian asked. "It was from a long time ago, when you were still stealing bosses back then," Jiexi said. D*MN D*MN D*MN. Don't remind me of those terrible times. Huang Shaoqian panicked. At that time, he was still just a normal player. But his ability to take advantage of openings had already been completed. He was an expert at stealing bosses. In the early days of Glory, the rules were very different than now. It was at that time that me and my friend made it together. Yixiao said. This weapon. It looks like it's specially made for unspecialized characters. Huang Xiaoqian said. Correct. Yixiao said. But when the third server opened, the level cap increased. Class awakening quests were introduced and unspecialized characters disappeared. Yixiao didn't reply. He didn't need to reply because of Huang Xiaoqian's ability to talk to himself. So your weapon lost its value until the fifth server opened and the heavenly domain was introduced. Unspecialized characters that couldn't awaken could gain experience and continue leveling in the heavenly domain, however at that time the level cap had increased to level 60. Even though the heavenly domain duel challenge has no level limit, it had a level 60 difficulty. And the series of quests had to be done individually, so no one could help you, which was why the trend of unspecialized characters never resurrected. And at that time you were already using one autumn leaf in the pro scene. The title Battle God had already been given to you, so you never turned back to it. Sure enough, Huang Xiaoqian voluntarily said a whole bunch of stuff. Yup. Yixiao replied this time. Right now, you're planning on starting from the bottom up again? Huang Xiaoqian asked. Yup. Then why'd you retire? You could have asked for a random account already leveled. You give the weapon to the club to finish, wouldn't that be faster? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Why'd you retire? Huang Xiaoqian asked. Can you not understand team performance isn't good? Team captain takes the blame and resigns. Yixiao said. So? There's still no need to retire. If we talk about your matches, I've seen them all. It's clearly the team was at fault and you were isolated by them. Was it Liu Hao's schemes? That guy's like a hungry wolf. Just one look and you can tell he's up to no good. You're way too careless. Huang Xiaoqian said. When did you learn how to read people's faces? Yixiao said. I didn't say that. That's what Wang Jiexi said. Huang Xiaoqian said. How could he judge other people's faces with his uneven face? Yixiao said. Stop talking. That guy really does know some magic. Last time. Huang Xiaoqian blabbered on. On the side, steamed bun invasion hadn't left yet. He also didn't understand what the two were talking about and was pitifully waiting on the side. Steamed bun, there's nothing else for today. If you want to go to the arena or the dungeon, go ahead. Yixiao said. Okay. Steamed bun invasion left. Oh right. Let's go for a round. I want to see just how great your weapon is. Huang Xiaoqian said. And you're going to use this account? Yixiao laughed. What's wrong with this account? It's a level 27 one like yours. The weapon is a bit lacking, but it'll make do. Huang Xiaoqian said. This account's an unspecialized account though. Yixiao said. Players who didn't understand wouldn't understand what he meant. But when Huang Xiaoqian heard this, he was immediately startled. Right, if it was an unspecialized account, even though they were at the same level, he had a big advantage. Why? Because at level 27, no matter what class the account was, it would only have access to 7 subclass-only skills. But unspecialized players? At level 20, they had access to 120 skills. That difference was too great. That was why everyone had put unspecialized characters as kings in the past. They were kings because unspecialized characters were completed extremely early and their advantage in the early game was extremely large, so large that it was almost completely broken. To only use a Blade Master with 7 skills against an unspecialized character, he'd definitely go in and never come out. Huang Xiaoqian clearly recognized this point. Take out your troubling rain and let's try it out. We'll obviously be fighting in the fixed field. Yixiao said. How is that okay? Huang Xiaoqian panicked, that would expose me. If someone saw, how am I supposed to explain it? It's fine, it's fine. We'll battle some other time then. Do you have anything else you need? If there's nothing else, then I'm going back. Oh right, Why'd you retire? And why didn't you reply to my last question? Ah. You? Hurry up and go back. Even Yishio was feeling a bit powerless. He really was too noisy. Chapter 124. The Crudest Style. Over in the corner, Huang Xiaoqian closed his computer. He once again scrunched back into a ball, hiding himself. He evilly snuck out from the darkness. Yishio, who was at the reception desk, had been watching him the entire time and had no choice but to watch as the guy carefully prodded over. Why did you retire? Why did you retire? Huang Xiaoqian was still asking him. If I didn't retire, you think I'd want to stay in the team to be a training partner? Yishio asked. Training partner? Excellent Era really wanted to drive you out. Huang Xiaoqian said, but isn't directly retiring too impulsive? You should have tried looking for somewhere to transfer to. Even if Excellent Era absolutely refused to let you go, that doesn't mean that there was zero chance for you to transfer. There might have been a team that would pay a high enough price for Excellent Era to let you go. At the very least, you should have waited until you saw that there was absolutely nowhere to transfer before retiring. If I transferred, then what about mooching? Yishio said. Huang Xiaoqian stared blankly. They were both god-level players in the pro scene, how could he not understand this? For popular players like Su Mooching, some club owners wouldn't let her go even if they had to trade off the rest of the team. She was simply a money tree, a money-sucking machine to the owner. Her financial value was far greater than her skill value. Even for Huang Xiaoqian, even he wasn't guaranteed that he wouldn't be transferred to another club. But for Su Mooching, most owners would even sacrifice their team standings to keep her. If I transferred, then Mooching would definitely terminate her contract. Yishio said. So it's like this? Then what about terminating your contract? If you terminated your contract like that, then they wouldn't let you join another team for at least half a year, but it'd at least be better than you retiring for a minimum 1 year. But if you did retire, then there'd be no way for you to return to Excellent Era. It'd be the same as you transferring. If you retired for a year, then at the very least you wouldn't need to pay contract termination fees, or maybe you could even buy out the contract right. After a year. How long does Mooching's contract last until? Huang Xiaoqian talked to himself a bunch. 1.5 years. Yishio said. Oh. So then, you're planning on coming back after 1.5 years? 1.5 years? You're too crazy, aren't you? Huang Xiaoqian expressed his astonishment. Esport pro players had a short career. It was extremely rare for someone 25 years old to be able to play at this level of skill. To still dare to retire for 1.5 years, that was simply going against the heavens. Ha ha, just wait until I come back and destroy you. Yishio said. F*CK, you're too arrogant, aren't you? Huang Xiaoqian yelled. What's the current record for our duels again? Yishio asked. Huh? Tonight's weather is pretty good. Huang Xiaoqian's gaze shifted to the pitch-black night outside of the internet cafe. After standing there staring outside for a while, Huang Xiaoqian's gaze returned back. His expression turned serious. You have to come back. Who need you say that? Yishio said. If you have any difficulties, contact me. Huang Xiaoqian said earnestly. Give me back my vampiric lightsaber and the fee for 2 hours of internet. Yishio said. He finally stopped talking for once. I'll give you the vampiric lightsaber later. Huang Xiaoqian slapped down $10 onto the reception desk. He turned around and faded into the night. Flowing tree went off. Yishio returned to the game and received a message from Tang Ru. Yeah. Dungeon? Tang Ru asked. Yishio laughed. He immediately gathered everyone and ran to the dungeon. The record 16 hours 24 minutes 67 seconds on the record leaderboards made Blue River speechless for a long time. Still staring at it, he suddenly received a message. He opened it and saw that it was Lord Grimm. How many keyboards did you eat? Blue River's cheeks streamed with tears. The record, which he swore he'd eat his keyboard if it was broken, was currently number 3 on the Boneyard record leaderboards. If he did as he had promised, then he'd have to at least eat in a few keyboards. "Brother, please don't joke with me," Blue River said gloomily. "Ha ha, there shouldn't be any problem with the record this time," Yishio said. Okay. Blue River replied, but didn't say too much. Yishio also understood. The record had been broken again and again. The experts in the game, the ones who could be considered as having good judgment, were all at a loss. Blue River still had to pay attention to this. However, the current record really was at the peak. Unless a guild was willing to pay the effort to gather a party with full orange equipment and also look for experts to substitute in. For the new server, the possibility of that was 0. The player who even more shocked by this record was naturally Cold Knight. Originally, he had celebrated when Lord Grimm's record was broken again by Excellent Dynasty. He felt that the Excellent Dynasty experts that substituted in were even more amazing and felt that Lord Grimm wouldn't be able to handle it this time. Who knew that not long after, Lord Grimm set the record back again. Soft Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion, Cleansing Mist, these were all players Cold Knight knew. But what about last time's Hateful Sword? And who was that flowing tree from this time? What the heck was happening in the 10th server? Why were there so many random experts? Was this still the new server? Cold Knight and Blue River were the same. They had lost all confidence in their judgment. They had no idea whether this record could still be broken. They and a bunch of other guilds watched this record all night. None. There was no other system announcement. Was Boneyard finally stable again? But it was only today, that's all. Every big guild watched for it attentively for another day. The record still hadn't moved. Let alone the number 1 record, the number 3 record hadn't even been touched. Because Excellent Dynasty showed the strength of players who were at a level higher than them for the last 2 dungeon records, they received the attention of all the big guilds. Hidden accounts frequently appeared and then mysteriously vanished. But for the previous experts who had played, it was truly too difficult to gather any information of them from just the guild's channel. Even more so, these were Excellent Era's players substituting in. Besides the guild leader Chen Yehue, even their own guild members didn't know that. Even though everyone suspected that they had relied on their behind-the-scenes club experts to set it, if the club experts ran over to play in the dungeon, it would just be an occasional run for fun. But why did it look like they were picking a fight with Lord Grimm? As pro players, did it really make sense for them to go that far? From another perspective, if Excellent Dynasty had sent out their top pro players to set it, then who exactly was this Lord Grimm who had stepped all over their record? Lord Grimm, Soft Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion, Cleansing Mist. Everyone had already become familiar with these IDs, which had appeared on TV several times. Who knew how many guilds had sent players to investigate these characters? These players were extremely skilled. No one doubted that. If they weren't, how could they have set such a record? What these guilds wanted to know was exactly how skilled were they. After silently noticing these characters, who knew how many eyes were set on them? Under the circumstances where they weren't confident in their judgment, quite a few guilds had already reported to the Heavenly Domain headquarters and had their experts from over there come. Even if they didn't come to level, it was still okay for them to observe these few rising figures. Herb Garden. They were one of the 3 great guilds, yet even so, they never made any sort of official contact with Lord Grimm. At this moment, in the 10th server's guild leader Plantago Seed's field of view were a few players fighting wild monsters. However, Plantago Seed seemed somewhat out of it. To be precise, he looked terrified. Right now, he was sitting there, controlling his character. But behind him stood a genuine god-level figure. Wang Jiexi, Club Tiny Herb's ace player, last season's champion, Tiny Herb's team captain and last season's MVP. In the current season, his team was the current leader in points, suppressing Blue Rain as the leading team. Wang Jiexi's account character Vicaria was a witch. Using weird, variable movements and strategies, he was widely known in the pro scene as the Magician. Plantago Seed had reported to his guild on the 10th server's current situation, but who knew he'd alert such a great god and even cause him to personally run over to take a look at these level 27 characters. Plantago Seed felt an enormous pressure on him, making his playing extremely unnatural. Plantago Seed suddenly remembered the adorned notebook that was in his grasp. The notebook was a souvenir he bought after Tiny Herb's championship victory. When Plantago Seed found out that God was coming over personally, he hurriedly brought the notebook with him, hoping to get a signature from him. But after seeing God looking at him with his uneven eyes, Plantago Seed had immediately tensed up and forgotten about it. He was currently moving his character to look for Lord Grim and the others for God to look at, and only now did he remember about the signature he wanted. How do I start? Plantago Seed was currently thinking about this, when he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. You've got a message. Message? Plantago Seed had already become so stupid from nervousness that he had even forgotten what that word meant. After a long while, he recovered and saw that his character had received a message. Opening it, he saw that it was a bunch of random chatter. He hastily closed it and settled his view onto Lord Grim and the others. Lord Grim, Steamed Bun Invasion, Soft Mist. Right now, these three were at Boneyard leveling. Besides them, there were also 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon. Even Plantago Seed didn't see these two in his eyes and tried to get them of his view out as much as he could. At low levels, there were only a few skills that could be learned and only a single strategy, so determining a player's skill wasn't easy. For example, for players like Plantago Seed, they had no way of figuring out exactly how skilled Lord Grim was. But that was different for the god behind him. If even he couldn't figure it out, then Plantago Seed didn't know who else could. It's one Autumn Leaf's combat style. Wang Jiexi suddenly said, after silently watching for a while. Which one? Both of them. Wang Jiexi said. In his view, Soft Mist was a battle mage and Lord Grim was also using his battle lance to use battle mage skills. Lord Grim's an unspecialized character. Plantago Seed said. After saying this, he regretted it. What nonsense, how could the god Jiexi not see that? Yeah. Wang Jiexi still replied. Is there anything special about one Autumn Leaf's combat style? Plantago Seed promptly asked him. There's nothing special about it. It's the crudest style. Wang Jiexi said. Plantago Seed immediately paid his respects. To dare say that the battle god one Autumn Leaf's combat style was the crudest, exactly how godly was Wang Jiexi? What about this brawler? Plantago Seed continued asking. This brawler, even Wang Jiexi was having trouble finding the right words. To say it nicely, he's following his heart's desire. To say it bluntly, he's a complete mess. Chapter 125. God Jiexi. Their mechanics are pretty good, right? Plantago Seed said. Yeah. Wang Jiexi agreed. To normal players, these three's mechanical skill really were enough to be considered good, even that completely irrational brawler. But we're only watching them fight against monsters, so there's not much to be seen. Wang Jiexi said. Then what? Plantago Seed asked. Lend me your account to use for a bit. I'm going to go and say hello to them. Wang Jiexi said. Ah. Plantago Seed hurriedly got up and let up his seat. This carried a tone of pleasant surprise. He was surprised because God Jiexi would actually personally come out because of these three. And he was pleased because he had the chance to see God Jiexi's skill in action up close. It has to be known that even in a pro match, it still wouldn't be possible to see him in action up close like this. Wang Jiexi walked up and sat down. He casually tapped the keyboard and moved the mouse. Plantago Seed knew that pro players all had their own keyboard and mouse they liked to use. If it was just to casually play, it wouldn't matter too much to them, but they'd still feel somewhat awkward with it. Soon after, Wang Jiexi opened up the keyboard settings. He sweeped over it and then went, oh? It's the same as mine? Are you learning from me? Yeah. You're my biggest idol. Could I trouble you with a signature? Plantago Seed finally found the opportunity and smoothly asked him. His class was the same as the class Wang Jiexi was most proficient in, the Witch. His keyboard settings were also the exact same as Wang Jiexi's. Is it hard for you? Wang Jiexi asked. It's okay. Plantago Seed said. Wang Jiexi didn't say anything more. He moved the mouse and tapped the keyboard. The in-game Plantago Seed swiftly rushed towards where those 5 players were leveling at. Yixiao had noticed Plantago Seed peeping at them long ago, but didn't care. Now that he saw him running towards them, he guessed that it was to discuss about dungeon-related things. Who knew that right when he arrived, he'd use a witch's long-ranged attack and suddenly fire a magic missile over. What are you doing? This magic missile's target was Soft Mist. At this moment, Soft Mist's back was facing towards Plantago Seed. Only after being hit by it was she able to react. She quickly turned her camera angle, but couldn't understand what was going on. Tang Ru had never experienced something like peeking in the wilderness. Yixiao was also extremely astonished. Why did Plantago Seed mysteriously start fighting? How astonishing! Then he saw Plantago Seed say, "Let's compare notes." What's going on? Tang Ru was also puzzled. But Plantago Seed had already sent out another magic missile towards her. Now that they were face to face, how could it be so easy to hit Tang Ru? With a quick tap, Tang Ru dodged the missile. She wasn't so polite either and immediately began counter-attacking. Soft Mist carried her battle lance and swiftly dashed towards Plantago Seed. Plantago Seed didn't move forward and instead retreated. He continued to leisurely throw out magic missiles. But every time a magic missile was sent out, the character still had to stop for a bit. So after a few casts, Soft Mist was still able to close in on him. Her battle lance leaped and a sky strike slashed at him. Plantago Seed flew into the air. Right when Soft Mist was about to continue attacking, she heard a gentle whoosh and Plantago Seed continued to fly over her head. A cloud of medicinal powder sprinkled onto Soft Mist's body. Tang Ru was startled. For a short while, she didn't know what to do. However, Plantago Seed had already landed next to her and then whoosh whoosh sent 2 more magic missiles at her. Tang Ru immediately thought of having Soft Mist dodge, but Soft Mist's movements had already turned sluggish. She dodged the first missile, but the second missile exploded like a flower onto her. What? Have you never fought with a witch before? Yixiao hurriedly asked Tang Ru. She knew that Tang Ru, with her pitiful amount of experience in glory, still had some experience in the arena when she fought for Chen Guo. However, glory had a total of 24 classes. Because Tang Ru had only occasionally fought, it wasn't anything surprising that she had never fought against some classes. Yeah. Tang Ru answered. I've seen this class. Steam Bun Invasion had been soaking in the arena in these past few days. In these short few days, he had already met with all of the classes. They can ride on a broom to fly. Just now, he threw a laxative at you. Did you feel that your body turned soft and your movements turned slow? Laxative? The 2 revered gods instantly petrified. Who the F***CK came up with such a name? The powder that Plantago Seed had thrown onto Soft Mist was called Disperse Powder, a level 20 witch skill. If it was successfully sprinkled onto the target's body, then it would remove a buff and reduce the target's attack, casting, and movement speed. Even if the opponent didn't have any buffs on them, the slow effect would still arise for up to 10 seconds. It was a CC skill that witches often used. This skill didn't have any nickname or abbreviation, but right now, Steam Bun Invasion gave it the name Laxative and even said that it made your body turn soft and your movements turn slow. It was true that it caused your movements to turn slow, but where did he get your body turned soft from? The 2 revered gods were shocked frozen by Steam Bun Invasion and even more so were 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon. At this moment, they were all astonished on the name Laxative. It really did kind of fit. Who knew when, but Steam Bun Invasion had quietly snuck up behind Plantago Seed and smashed a brick over. But how could Wang Jiexi be compared to Tang Ru? Even though he wasn't looking behind him, he had noticed Steamed Bun Invasion's movements long ago. He suddenly crouched and Steamed Bun Invasion's brick hit nothing but air. Plantago Seed took advantage and counterattacked with a sweep. This was a witch's lowest leveled knock-up skill. Its knock-up effect was the worst among all 24 classes. With a sweep, the character quickly fell to the ground. The knock-up was very slight and was very difficult to see. But Wang Jiex's actions naturally weren't ordinary. In this slight knock-up, Plantago Seed rode his broom and completed a short flight. Following this sweep, he sweeped Steamed Bun Invasion into the air. After 6 consecutive sweeps, the two characters flew higher and higher with every sweep. Plantago Seed then finished with a heavy attack, smacking Steamed Bun Invasion to the ground, while he leisurely flew back to the ground on his broom. To be able to attack like this was naturally because of the passive skill witches learned after changing classes, Broom Mastery. Brooms are witch-only weapons. Only witches could use it after changing classes. Unspecialized characters could use the majority of weapons, but there were still a few class-specific weapons that Unspecialized couldn't use. A Blade Master's lightsaber was one and a witch's broom was another. The passive skill Broom Master gave witches the ability to consecutively attack the opponent while flying. Not all classes had this type of skill. With this type of aerial combat ability, witches were headaches to many classes. Steamed Bun Invasion's actions weren't slow. In the arena, he had accumulated a bit of PK experience, yet he had still been casually beaten down. After the consecutive broom hits and the final smackdown, Steamed Bun Invasion planned on using a quick recover to prevent falling to the ground, but wasn't able to do it in time. His hand smashed to the ground, creating a hole. This wasn't a coincidence. This was all done intentionally by Wang Jiexi in the air. He had controlled how Steamed Bun Invasion was going to fall, making it much harder for Steamed Bun Invasion to use quick recover. If his judgment or hand speed wasn't enough, then he wouldn't have time to use it. A pro player's ability to calculate and meticulous movements were far greater than normal players. Right when Plantago Seed landed, Soft Mist had rushed forward. With a battle lance, she powerfully swept across like a torrent. But the passive skill Broom Mastery didn't have any cooldown and could be used anytime soon. Plantago Seed immediately leapt onto his broom and then once again flew away. Tang Ru controlled Soft Mist to run left and right, but was unable to catch him no matter what she did. After Steamed Bun Invasion climbed up from the ground, he rushed up to join Soft Mist without hesitation. But in the end, the two players still danced around in his palms. If Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon went to PK, they definitely wouldn't be able to beat Tang Ru or Steamed Bun Invasion. But as spectators, they would certainly be better than those two. At this moment, meet my brick. Steamed Bun Invasion hadn't been able to touch his opponent for a long time. He angrily threw his brick. In the end, Plantago Seed rode his broom to meet it and then swept at it in midair. The timing of this attack was perfect and he directly interrupted the flying brick, sending it back towards its owner, Steamed Bun Invasion. F***CK. Steamed Bun Invasion yelled. Right when he was about to duck and dodge it, a sword light flashed by and the brick was smashed into pieces in midair. Yixiao finally acted. He launched a sword draw and accurately hit the brick into pieces. Plantago Seed landed and then immediately threw out a magic missile at Lord Grimm and then once again went back on his broom, ready to escape. But unexpectedly, Lord Grimm ignored this magic missile and directly used a collapsing mountain to leap over. This collapsing mountain had much higher priority over this magic missile. Even though he was hit by the magic missile, he would only take damage and wouldn't be interrupted. Right when it looked like collapsing mountain was about to hit, the broom-riding Plantago Seed suddenly leaned forward unexpectedly and the collapsing mountain brushed past him. Plantago Seed followed up with a leap and swept out in 180 degrees angle. But Lord Grimm, who had just completed collapsing mountain, seemed to flash. Shadow clone technique. Even though Wang Jiexi had instantly made the judgment, he knew the situation wasn't looking good. It wasn't as if Broom Mastery could be used non-stop flying down. Wang Jiexi, who had just been flying, had already turned and leaped. He was currently in midair and before hitting the ground, he wouldn't be able to ride on his broom and fly away. Without anywhere to run, Wang Jiexi swiped his keyboard. Plant-to-Go Seed once again turned around 180 degrees. Just as expected, with the Shadow Clone technique, Lord Grim had flashed over to behind him. He stamped down, using the Striker skill Eagle Stamp. Plant-to-Go Seed immediately swept and also damaged Lord Grim at the same time. Under the situation where there was nowhere to dodge, he could only use the strategy where both sides took damage. But after Lord Grim's Eagle Stamp, Lord Grim didn't continue stamping. After the stamp he drew his sword and completed a guard in midair, blocking Plant-to-Go Seed's horizontal sweep. Plant-to-Go Seed's owner, the real Plant-to-Go Seed, was standing behind Wang Jiexi dumbstruck. To be able to instantly do such an exchange of blows in midair, the one who lost was actually God Jiexi. Who exactly was this Lord Grim? Chapter 126. What exactly is he trying to do? Plant-to-Go Seed was still hopeful. But right when he saw that Wang Jiexi was about to have Plant-to-Go Seed fall to the ground and use Quick Recover, a blade edge once again flashed by. After guarding and flying backwards, Lord Grim had used another falling light blade. The light blade descended down onto Plant-to-Go Seed at Quick Recover's crucial moment. The Quick Recover failed and Plant-to-Go Seed ate the attack and rolled sadly onto the ground. This time, he really had suffered. The situation wasn't looking good. Even Wang Jiexi himself felt somewhat helpless, shaking his head and sighing. Fighting against an Unspecialized at level 27 really is difficult. Saying this, he ignored the incoming characters. After getting up, he turned around and flew away. To the Plant-to-Go Seed behind him, it practically looked like he just picked up the broom and started flying along the ground. For witches to ride on their brooms, they had to leap up into the air in order to use the skill. But seeing Wang Jiexi's extremely quick and skilled movements, Plant-to-Go Seed almost couldn't tell when he had completed the leap. Flying was somewhat faster than running, so Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion arrived one step too late. But Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon were impressively waiting to welcome Plant-to-Go Seed on his flight path. Wang Jiexi hadn't put these two characters in his eyes. At this moment, he practically ignored them, too lazy to even move his hands. With one lazy flick, Plant-to-Go Seed's broom flew diagonally over the two's heads. Seven Fields punched out and Sleeping Moon slashed with his sword. But the two attacks hit air. After turning around, they saw that Plant-to-Go Seed had already slipped even farther away. The two were helpless. They didn't continue chasing and walked back. Seven Fields yelled regretfully, "Brother Expert." "No problem." Yixiao didn't say much. He was the one who had instructed the two to intercept him. But with their skills, intercepting the target was too difficult. Even Steamed Bun Invasion and Tang Ru had been fooled into running around in circles. A player's skill in a dungeon was restricted to how difficult the dungeon was. In comparison, PK was a much better representation of a player's skill. Even if the skills that could be learned at level 27 were limited, a player's pathing, decision-making, attack timing, etc. could be seen. Depending on your own skill, you could see just how deep or shallow the opponent's level was. Could it be that guy? That witch's skill could already be considered top among pros. There was no way the person playing on it was the 10th server's guild leader. Yixiao thought to himself as he watched Plant-to-Go Seed's faraway figure. After Wang Jiexi's Plant-to-Go Seed had run far away, he got up and gave Plant-to-Go Seed back to the real Plant-to-Go Seed. Plant-to-Go Seed looked at God, wanting to hear his verdict. In the end, Wang Jiexi didn't say a word. Plant-to-Go Seed was fidgeting in his heart. He had seen that Wang Jiexi wasn't quite Lord Grim's opponent and had ran away, so he didn't know whether God was in a bad mood or not. Signature. Where do I sign? Wang Jiexi suddenly said. Ah. Plant-to-Go Seed stared blankly. He suddenly recovered and then hastily brought out the warm notebook that he had been embracing. The cover of the notebook was a witch riding on a broom. There was a single small word written on the side, Vicaria. Wang Jiexi took it and smiled. He waited for Plant-to-Go Seed fluster around for pen and then asked after taking it, "Is it okay for me to sign the title page?" Okay, Plantago Seed hastily replied. Wang Jiexi scribbled his practice signature and then handed it back to Plantago Seed. I'm going. Bye. Ah. God. Plantago Seed couldn't help but stop Wang Jiexi. This? He pointed at the screen. He wanted to know Wang Jiexi's verdict. That soft mist and steamed bun invasion's mechanical skill aren't bad, but they're still new players. They don't have enough knowledge or experience. That Lord Grimm. He's unspecialized, so I still can't tell how deep or shallow his skill is. You also saw. He was suppressing me and not the other way around. I wanted to test him, but I'm afraid he was the one who tested me. Wang Jiexi said. Does he know who you are? Plantago Seed felt that it was incredibly hard to believe. Oh. Maybe. It depends on his perception. Well, he at least knows that you weren't the one playing. Wang Jiexi said. He waved his hands at Plantago Seed and left. What type of monster is he? Plantago Seed went back to this seat, but was still in a daze. After a short while, he recovered and immediately made his Plantago Seed run far, far away. Even God Wang Jiexi admitted that he'd been suppressed. If Lord Grimm wants to kill me, then even 10 of me won't be enough. But how do I confront him later? Plantago Seed suddenly thought of this question. He turned his head, but found that Wang Jiexi had already left. Plantago Seed was gloomy. He had actually forgotten to ask such an important question. What's up with him? Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion had wanted to continue chasing, but were blocked by Yishio in the end. Tang Ru could only ask this gloomily. That guy was Herb Garden's guild leader. Seven Field said. The character is. But not necessarily the person. Yishio said. Then who was that? Sleeping Moon asked. What I'm about to say might scare you to death. If I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure that was Wang Jiexi. Yishio said. Ha! And I'm F** King Huang Shaoqian. Sleeping Moon didn't believe him one bit. Who's Wang Jiexi? Tang Ru asked. You don't even know this. Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon gasped, almost at the same time. Why do I need to know that? What astrological sign is he? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. Astrological sign? Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon were actually pondering over this question. For such a celebrity, there really was information on his astrological sign. Wang Jiexi is one of Glory's top players. His class is the same as the one you guys just saw, a witch. His nickname is Magician. In Glory, there are a lot of these types of titles: Battle God, Sword Saint, Great Gunner, King of Fighting, etc., but most of these are given to the character. Only Wang Jiexi's title, a magician, is given to the person himself instead of the character. Yishio said. Why? Tang Ru asked. Because the title describes his combat style. This player's style is strange and always changing, often exceeding expectations. If he wasn't the one playing, then the character would be called something else entirely. It wouldn't be called Magician. Yishio said. If it's like this, then shouldn't it be really easy to recognize him? Tang Ru said. Yeah, that's why I said it's very likely that that was him. Yishio said. The more you talk, the more believable you sound. Sleeping Moon said in disdain. Wang Jiexi is from Club Tiny Herb. Herb Garden is supported by Tiny Herb. If Wang Jiexi wants to use their characters, then it should be easy for him to do. Yishio deepened his analysis. Then why would he run here to stir up trouble? If he wants to fight, then he should go to the arena. Steamed Bun Invasion expressed his resentment. Maybe he saw how amazing your skill was, so he impatiently went to test you. Yishio said. Really? Then this guy's eyes aren't bad. Steamed Bun Invasion said sadly. F***CK. Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon both cursed. If it was a normal person saying it, then they would have regarded it as a joke or even as a shameless boast. But this was Steamed Bun Invasion, who actually believed it. Herb Garden. Many of the guild players seem to have names of Chinese medicine. Tang Ru said. This unique characteristic of Herb Garden was quite eye-catching. Yep, the names of all of their club's characters are all names of Chinese medicine. That's why most of the important characters in their guild also have that type of name. Yisho finished and then said to Seven Fields, are you from Herb Garden? TLN, Seven Fields equals Painax no to Ginseng. I'm not, Seven Fields said gloomily. He had encountered such misunderstandings before. I wanted to be called Nine Fields at first. But the demons and gods must have been at work and my hand somehow slipped, changing my name to Seven Fields. Author note, this is a real story. A certain author wanted to use 9 fields at first, but somehow made it into 7 fields. To the fan who applied for Long Dao, I messed up with 7 fields. 7 fields is 9 fields. TLCN, Long Dao, small character. Usually, web novelists would allow the fans to apply for a. For example, if a reader provided the name 9 fields and male, then the guy 9 fields might appear in the story. Sadly, author mistook the name. LOL. They continued to chat while leveling. And unexpectedly, they didn't take what had just happened seriously. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion were new players, so they didn't understand. After recovering from their initial surprise, Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon were both still secretly shocked. That was Plantago Seed. He was the 10th server's guild leader of Herb Garden, one of the 3 great guilds. If this was on a normal day, they would have been frightened to death if Herb Garden's guild leader personally came to attack them. But now? With Brother Expert, the 3 great guilds were nothing. There wasn't any pressure at all. It should be Wang Jiexi. Yisho was still thinking about it. He hadn't finished his analysis, but he was pretty sure that that person was Wang Jiexi. It was just like what Tang Ru said, his style was too unique, a clear indication that it was him. What exactly is he trying to do? Yisho was also worrying over this question. Meanwhile, in Herb Garden, after God Jiexi left, Plantago Seed was still pacing about back and forth. From time to time, he would take out his notebook and study it. From time to time, he would smile, loving it too much to part with it. Guild leader, guild leader. At this moment, a message was sent over. What? Plantago Seed replied. Boss is looking for you. Get on QQ. The guild member said. The senior he was talking about was Herb Garden's leader, the one in the heavenly domain, Arasima. Boss, what do you want? Plantago Seed looked for him. How many extra empty accounts do you have over there? Arasima said. Around 10, I think. Why? Plantago Seed answered. When he said empty accounts, he wasn't talking about those accounts with no equipment and no money. He was talking about accounts with no definite owner. They were accounts that had been leveled using other people to substitute in or were leveled through the guild's efforts. These accounts wouldn't be part of the guild and they wouldn't use Chinese medicine names, obvious indicators that they were Herb Gardens. In the end, they were often used as spies or for shady business that wouldn't be convenient for official guild members. Not just Herb Garden, but other big guilds would raise these types of characters. Some people called them free accounts, others called them empty accounts, it depended on the person. Take 5 of them out. A Ghost Blade, Sharpshooter, Battle Mage, Assassin, and Witch. Can you gather these 5 classes? Arasima said. Let me see. What are they going to be used for? Plantago Seed couldn't remember every class he had listed. For the gods above. Arasima said. Plantago Seed heard this and froze. This? Could it be that because God Jiexi had lost to Lord Grim, he wanted to create a party to retaliate? Chapter 127. 5 characters. Plantago Seed didn't continue to rack his brains over it. God Jiexi was widely known for his unpredictable style. There was no way for him to know what God Jiexi was thinking. Regardless, Plantago Seed refused to believe that God was forming a team just for revenge. He couldn't imagine that God Jiexi would be that petty. After asking Arasima when he wanted those account cards, Plant-to-Go-Seed didn't think any more of it and then went to look for the requested account cards. White Knight Black Day, Ghost Blade, level 26. Fallen Angel, Sharpshooter, level 27. Cloudy Heavens, Battle Mage, level 26. Ashen Moon, Assassin, level 25. Weeping Crow, Witch, level 26. The next day, Plant-to-Go-Seed selected 5 account cards according to the request. They were all level 25 and above characters. Among the empty accounts, they could already be considered high-leveled. That same day, a small, shy, and thin youth came to retrieve the cards. Plant-to-Go-Seed didn't suspect this person's identity. When he handed over the cards, he also handed his notebook over. This youth hadn't yet participated in an official match in the Glory Alliance. However, his reputation wasn't lower than even some first-string players. To a loyal fan like Plant-to-Go-Seed, how could he not be recognized? This youth was called Jiexi and was a part of Tiny Herb's inner circle. According to reports, he would be the player to inherit Wang Jiexi's Vicaria. As a result, the class he practiced with was also a witch. Plant-to-Go-Seed had originally thought that the witch account card was going to be used by God Jiexi, but now from the looks of it, it looked like it was going to be given to Jiexi. In front of Jiexi, Plant-to-Go-Seed wasn't as terrified as when he was in front of Wang Jiexi. On the contrary, Jiexi was the one standing there shyly looking around left and right. Plant-to-Go-Seed took the 5 account cards and handed them over to Jiexi. He then took out his notebook. Little Jie, can you sign your name here? Oh. Once Jiexi took the account cards, he looked as if he was about to run away. Hearing Plant-to-Go-Seed's request, for a short while, he didn't know what to do. His face had also reddened. He had clearly never experienced anything like this before. After taking the pen Plant-to-Go-Seed had handed over, Jiexi carefully wrote his name Jiexi onto the notebook. When signing it, his hand was a bit shaky, so the end result looked a little deformed. Thank you. Jiexi hurriedly handed back the notebook and pen to Plant-to-Go-Seed and then took off. Plant-to-Go-Seed didn't know whether this thank you was for the account cards or for his support. Plant-to-Go-Seed then logged into the game soon afterwards. He had already added these 5 characters as friends. He even knew where those 5 characters were located. Right now, he wanted to know what exactly these 5 characters were going to be used for. After waiting a long while, he found that none of them had appeared. Plant-to-Go-Seed wasn't a marathon runner. He had stayed up all night yesterday and tonight, he had been waiting for Jiexi to retrieve the cards, so he hadn't slept tonight either. In the end, he gave up waiting and went to sleep. Currently, in the 10th server, the highest leveled characters finally stepped into the level 30 critical point. New skills, new equipment, their strength naturally increased another fold. In addition, from level 30 onwards, there was another large change: class sets would begin appearing. Class sets usually raised the levels or power of a few of their respective classes' skills. Apart from that, when the set was completed, the additional attributes would naturally increase the user's strength by another level. From level 30 onwards, weapons would no longer be the sole factor in determining damage. Characters with their respective completed class sets were on another level compared to characters without a complete set. Although low-leveled equipment would eventually grow outdated too, to big guilds who scrambled for these types of records, at the very least, their elite team's DPS had to maintain a certain standard. As a result, these equipment would also be sought after. Speaking of records, it could be considered the final moments of observing the Boneyard record for each of the big guilds. For Lord Grimm's friends such as Blue River and Cold Knight, they all knew that Lord Grimm had already leveled to level 28. There was already no longer a way for Boneyard's record to broken again. If Excellent Dynasty were hesitant towards Lord Grimm and wouldn't fight against him, then the record would finally be at ease. If they did try and fight, but still weren't able to break the Boneyard record, then that would at least mean one thing: the substitute experts of Excellent Dynasty were finally beaten by Lord Grimm. This meant that the 10th server's dungeon record really would be ruled by Lord Grimm. Blue River and Cold Knight were direct friends of Lord Grim, while the other big guild leaders had their own ways of contacting him. After watching Boneyard for a full day, they saw that the record hadn't changed. At the early morning hours, when the dungeon entries refreshed, everyone watched one last time for 1 or 2 hours. In the end, they confirmed their decision. Lord Grim immediately became the genuine ruler of the records, and they would now begin fighting for him. Blue River held the advantage here. Not only was he the first one to work together with Lord Grim. Lord Grim's party was still under the name Blue Brook Guild. Moreover, he had already made the preface long ago. At this moment, he asked clearly and rationally, "Brother, what do you think about the offer I made last time?" "Let me think about it again." Jiexi replied. "Ha ha, brother, I'm sure you understand. Right now, all of the big guilds know of your strength. But if you keep selling your services like this, then the leaderboards will all be under your name in the end. This wouldn't be good for the guild's honor. In the end, everyone would recognize you're Lord Grim and not the guild. This is something no guild wants to see. And for you, brother, I don't think you came here to make a name either, right?" Blue River had analyzed it quite well. "Yeah. You're right. But who says I have to use my own account to substitute in?" Jiexi said. "Ah." Blue River stared blankly after hearing this. Not using his own account. That was right. That was true substitution. In fact, when guilds looked for players to substitute in, this was their preferred method. It was obviously very common that players used their own accounts when hired for their services. However, it really hadn't ever been done like this for setting records. To be honest, each of the big guilds had hired an expert for setting records at one point. But they had never encountered a character like Lord Grim, who could easily beat the record made by their elite teams by a few minutes. "Brother, you're planning on?" Blue River asked, trying to probe him. "That's why I said that I'm still thinking about it." Jiexi said. "Then I need to hear your answer as soon as you're done." Blue River was helpless. He didn't know what to say at this moment. At the same time, Cold Knight had also analyzed something similar to what Blue River had said, except he hadn't made any preface like Blue River had done. This was why he made an extremely generous offer now, which Jiexi also replied with, "I'll think about it." Apart from this, there was a whole mess of friend requests, which were all from the big guilds. More than half of the guilds that were backed by the 20 pro teams had come to negotiate with Jiexi. Without exception, Jiexi replied with a, "I'll think about it." However, among this, he never saw anyone from Herb Garden. "What now?" Jiexi hesitated. He wasn't refusing them when he said, "I'll think about it." He really was thinking about it. Things weren't going as smoothly as he had originally planned. Even though he had eventually suppressed Liu Hao's annoyance, the damage had already been done. For example, Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion were also being bombarded right now. If Liu Hao hadn't come out and stirred up so much trouble, how would Jiexi need to bring so many players to complete his task? Because they were being bombarded by messages, their dungeoning was somewhat slow. Now that they were level 28. They were now running the level 28 to 30 dungeon, Desolate Land. Of course, the new dungeon was also in a new map. The map was naturally called Desolate Land. According to Glory's description, this place was gathering land of homeless drifters, powerful and unyielding, the strong ruled the lands. In the leveling area, the monsters were made up of all sorts of vagabonds. The dungeon Desolate Land was another gathering place for vagabonds and was said to be a gathering of the strongest gangs and hoodlums. Desolate Land's record had just been set anew that morning. The current record holder was Blue Brook Guild. Blue Brook Guild's elite team was undoubtedly a team with level 30 purple weapons and their respective class sets. Seeing this record, Jiexi felt that it had quite difficult for his level 28 team to beat it. In his current team, Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon were familiar with the dungeon, but their skill was a bit lacking. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion had skill, but they were completely new to the dungeon and extremely unfamiliar with it. After 2 hours, they painfully completed 3 runs. The dungeon Desolate Land had an entry limit of 3 per day. The party gathered outside of the dungeon, ready to run Boneyard. Although their levels were higher, the dungeon monsters were still elite monsters. Plus, with the extra rewards for clearing the dungeon, their experience gains from it were faster than directly leveling at the Desolate Land map. At Boneyard, a 5-player party had also just finished their record-setting runs at Boneyard. In the party was White Knight, Black Day, Fallen Angel, Cloudy Heavens, Ashen Moon, Weeping Crow. After running it 3 times, the 5 players' expressions were all quite embarrassed. Let alone the fastest record on the leaderboards, their final time wasn't even close to the 3rd-place record. Although their characters weren't at Boneyard's limit, level 27, there wasn't too big of a difference between level 25 and level 27. With their pro-level skill, making a time with such a large gap compared to the record really did make them somewhat speechless. The 5 players were even a bit terrified. They had already tried their hardest, but they had made such a poor time. Even though their characters weren't optimally equipped, they all had level 25 purple weapons. Because God had wanted these accounts, even though they were normal empty accounts, Plantago Seed still helped them and gave each of them a purple weapon. Captain! One of the players turned his head and looked at the person behind him, Tiny Herb's team captain Wang Jiexi. You guys played well. Wang Jiexi said. The 5 players looked at one another. They weren't sure if their team captain was mocking them. We're so far off from the record. Jiexi said, ashamed. That's because your strategy wasn't correct. Wang Jiexi said. The 5 players looked at one another again. They didn't make any mistakes anywhere, so where did they mess up? There was definitely some sort of new strategy that was used to set that record. Wang Jiexi said. Oh? So then we should go study it. One player said. Are you joking? You're going to waste your precious time on this. Wang Jiexi said. That. Go find Lord Grim. Wang Jiexi said. And then? Kill him once and then go to bed early. This will be one of your main exercises in the future. Wang Jiexi said. Chapter 128. Rookie. After throwing down these orders, Wang Jiexi left first. With him gone, there was nothing to discuss. Among the 5 players, Jiexi was the youngest, but the other 4 players weren't much older. They were all subs in Club Tiny Herb. Of them, 3 of the players had come out in an official match as subs. However, the Alliance had its rules. Players and the characters that would be used had to be reported to the Alliance before the season started. Afterwards, the list could not be changed unless there were transfer deals or waivings. Moreover, the Alliance had to approve the sub-in. The rule stated that during the match, players and characters were not allowed to be casually switched around. For example, if Wang Jiexi wasn't prepared to go on stage next match and have Jiexi sub-in for him, then even though no one was using the carrier, Jiexi would not be allowed to use it. Jiexi would only be allowed to use the character that was reported to the Alliance before the season started, a different witch, kind tree. Jiexi never had any experience in an official match. The other player who had never went out on stage either was called Xiao Yifan, who was currently using the assassin Ashen Moon. These 2 were very young. However, Jiexi was already the decided sub for Wang Jiexi and the future successor for Vicaria. As a result, Xiao Yifan could only be considered a fairly talented new player. Even though he had been signed up to be a part of this match, he was just barely hanging on and might not be in the next match. For new players like him, they had no way of controlling their fate. After all, he was still only a youth and nothing more. There was a large gap between their statuses, but neither of them thought anything of it. They were actually on extremely good terms and loved to hang around each other. Right when Wang Jiexi left, Xiao Yifan was just about to talk to Jiexi about something when he heard someone yell, "Yifan, go fetch some drinks for us." Oh. Xiao Yifan helplessly replied. The person who had yelled was called Xiao Yun, coincidentally getting the battle mage Cloudy Heavens, Yun Xiao, this time. He was the sub who had come out on stage the most. He could even be considered half main roster half sub, so he was naturally the senior among the subs. However, he didn't dare order around Jiexi, who would be a part of the main roster in the future. Though he did order around Qiao Yifan very impolitely. This type of situation didn't only occur in Tiny Herb. All of the club's rookies were in a similar situation. Fetching them drinks for the main roster and so on were common occurrences, unless they were important targets of care like Jiexi or a super rookie like the previous year's Sun Srong. What would you like to drink? Qiao Yifan said that he would go grab drinks, but didn't forget to ask his good friend. In the end, the person he was asking hadn't yet answered when the 3 other players all came up very impolitely. Get me a bottle of green tea. This was Xiao Yun. I want cola. I want cola too. These 2 were Zhu Yebai and Liu Fei. They were respectively given the Ghost Blade White Knight Black Day and the Sharpshooter Fallen Angel. These 2 had been in the club for 2 years and were prepared to sub in at any time. Although they couldn't compare to Xiao Yun as of now, they were still in a much better spot than Qiao Yifan. It doesn't matter for me, Jiexi said softly at the end. Qiao Yifan ran to fetch the drinks for everyone. The 3 veteran subs didn't say a word of thanks and were already discussing amongst themselves. Who is this Lord Grimm? How did he offend our captain? Liu Fei asked. Girls were always slightly more gossipy than guys. Who knows? Xiao Yun wasn't too interested in discussing that issue. He didn't dare talk about things behind their team captain's back. Yebai, do you know? Liu Fei asked Zhu Yebai. How would I know? Zhu Yebai said while drinking his Coca-Cola and asked for seemingly no reason, didn't little Jie get these cards? Sure enough, Liu Fei immediately turned her head to ask Jiexi, little Jie, do you know? I don't know either, Sister Liu. Jiexi hastily said. I guess there's no way Yifan would know. When she asked Qiao Yifan, her tone was very disdainful. Heart's Qiao Yifan could only foolishly laugh. How could he be the first person to know about things regarding the club? It doesn't matter. Let's hurry up and kill this guy, so we can go to bed early. Xiao Yun said. Exactly. Zhu Yebai looked at the time. Who's the guild leader over here? Xiao Yun asked. Plantago Seed. The person who replied was Jiexi. Even though he and Plantago Seed hadn't introduced each other, Jiexi had still asked who he was going to meet beforehand. Oh, he should be in the friends list. I'll go ask him. Xiao Yun said. To these normal players in the new server, Xiao Yun was even more impolite. He directly asked, hello? Do you know where Lord Grimm is? When Plantago Seed saw these 5 characters go online, he silently paid attention to them. He quickly read the message, but seeing that it was asking for where Lord Grimm was, his heart froze and he immediately replied, I don't know. Go find out. Xiao Yun said. Oh, Plantago Seed had been ordered and immediately had a bad impression of Xiao Yun. Plantago Seed was very familiar with everyone in Team Tiny Herb. He obviously knew which member used a battle mage if he was from Tiny Herb. An image of Xiao Yun appeared in his mind, which made him in a somewhat bad mood. However, he could only do as he was ordered to do and tell everyone in the guild to pay attention to Lord Grimm's movements. I saw Lord Grimm and the others heading towards Boneyard. Someone in the guild immediately replied. The current guild was growing larger and larger. The members were all at different levels, so they were all spread out in different leveling areas. As long as Lord Grimm was online, with such a large scouting range, it was quite easy to find him. How many? Where are they headed towards? Plantago Seed asked. 5 players. They should be going to Boneyard, I think. The guild member said. Plantago Seed immediately reported back to Xiao Yun's cloudy heavens. Xiao Yun looked and then promptly told everyone else, Lord Grimm is bringing a party to Boneyard. Let's all separate and intercept him. If they enter the dungeon, then we'll have to wait a long time. Oh. The other players replied. The Boneyard dungeon could be considered a cave. But with so many players running the dungeon, the lines would be extremely long if there was only one entrance. Similar to how players could enter the Frost Forest dungeon anywhere around the forest, Boneyard had several entrances around the circumference. When fighting monsters in the area, accidentally dropping in a hole and into the dungeon was a common occurrence. Xiaoyun asked clearly where Lord Grim was, and then the 5 players separated and headed towards Desolate Land to intercept. Not long after, Qiao Yifan was the first to find the target. I found them. Lord Grim, 5 players. Coordinates. Xiaoyun hastily said. Qiao Yifan sent the coordinates and the 4 others immediately headed towards it. Go intercept him. Xiaoyun ordered in fear that their efforts would be wasted if Lord Grim went and entered the dungeon. If it did happen, then they'd have to wait a while for him to come out. I? Qiao Yifan stared blankly. Hurry up. Xiaoyun urged. Qiao Yifan didn't have much confidence. But under Xiaoyun's urge, he had his level 25 Ashen Moon rush forward. The other side had 5 players. To be able to enter the pro scene meant that Qiao Yifan was extremely skilled. In normal circumstances, if he was against 5 random players, then he wouldn't be scared at all. But the problem was that these 5 were the ones that set a record that they couldn't even come close to. Even though God Jiexi had said that it was due to the difference in strategies, no matter how different the strategy was, it would still need a high level of skill to carry out. These players' skill levels couldn't be too different from theirs, right? After Ashen Moon advanced a bit, Qiao Yifan saw who the other 4 players were. 2 of them were characters on the record leaderboards, though he didn't recognize the other 2. At this moment, Qiao Yifan wasn't able to plan anything. Ashen Moon rushed up and then a sudden Shining Cut headed straight for Lord Grim. In these leveling areas, players come and go, so no one was very cautious. Shining Cut was an extremely quick skill. It launched quickly and no one except the user would know where it was aimed at. However, this Lord Grim had unexpectedly reacted in an instant, drawing out his sword and using a guard to block this Shining Cut. This one move already made Qiao Yifan lose confidence. He was a new player through and hadn't had any experience in an official match. He was also unlike Jiao Yingjie in the fact that the team captain would occasionally come to spar with him personally. In this sort of environment, everything he did was extremely careful. He hoped not to make any mistakes, but didn't hope for anything more. At this moment, seeing Lord Grim's reaction, he immediately felt that this was a difficult opponent. After the Shining Cut, he didn't execute any other attacks and immediately jumped back in an attempt to widen the distance between them. A sword light flashed. Lord Grim chased with a sword draw. He had already taken back the vampiric lightsaber from Huang Shaoqian a while ago and obviously wasn't an equipment for Yishio to use. It was used as a material to upgrade the 1000 Chance umbrella. For the current 1000 Chance umbrella, in addition to the lance form, the sword form was also level 25. It had an attack speed of 5, a weight of 2.3 kilograms, a durability of 23, physical attack, 320, magic attack, 340, equivalent to a level 35 purple tachi. This was why recently, when Yishio battled, besides the lance form, he would also use the sword form frequently. The 2 forms' damage was quite scary. This sword draw was extremely quick and accurate just as Ashen Moon was coming down from his leap backwards. Right when it seemed like Ashen Moon would be hit, Ashen Moon suddenly leaped again and dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the sword. Air jump. This was a level 15 assassin skill, which allowed the user to jump again in midair. To put it simply, assassins could double jump. Relying on this, Ashen Moon dodged the originally unavoidable blade. But because of this, he became even more terrified of Lord Grim. Just as he was figuring out how to stall for more time, Steamed Bun Invasion had already grabbed a brick and rushed forward, yelling, "Who are you? You're looking to die." Qiao Yifan hastily had Ashen Moon dodge to the side, avoiding this brick. But on his other side, Soft Mist's battle lance had already arrived like a viper. Qiao Yifan once again had Ashen Moon dodge and was already somewhat panicked. Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon felt a bit embarrassed always being spectators. With an opening, they also went to attack. The 2 rushed forward and each used their respective skills. Qiao Yifan's hands were rushed and muddled. he already lost his rhythm, was now subconsciously trying to dodge attack after attack now. To him, he was no longer paying attention to whether there was a chance to counterattack and had no idea how to escape. Jiexi, who was sitting next to him, saw that the situation wasn't looking good for him and was even panicking on his behalf. He hurriedly yelled, "Hang in there. I'm almost there." "What? Yifan's not a match." Zhu Yibai and Liu Fei both turned their heads to look at Qiao Yifan's screen. Chapter 129. Vanishing Step. Zhu Yibai and Liu Fei fixed their attention onto Qiao Yifan's screen. In fact, it wasn't just them. Xiao Yun also wanted to see, but he was too far away. Between him and Qiao Yifan were Zhu Yibai, Liu Fei, and Jiexi. If he didn't get up and walk over, there was no way for him to see. Xiao Yun didn't say a word. Even if he couldn't see, he could still ask. A part of why he urged Qiao Yifan to rush forward was to test the waters. But if Qiao Yifan could speculate that Lord Grimm's party wouldn't be an easy opponent, how couldn't he have considered it? How? Xiao Yun asked, not in the least concerned. In the end, she heard Zhu Yibai and Liu Fei laugh. "Too stupid, Yifan." Liu Fei laughed out loud. She clearly didn't put the attacks thrown at Qiao Yifan's ashen moon in her eyes. If it was her, she would have easily escaped. But for Qiao Yifan right now, his hands were a complete mess. A feeling of superiority swelled up in her heart. "Let's hurry. If Qiao Yifan actually died here, then we'd look like a huge joke," Zhu Yibai said. Even though those words weren't very pleasant to hear, to be fair, it wasn't too excessive. In the game, no matter how you said it, these were just normal players. For pro players, they really shouldn't be losing to these normal players. If they died to them, that'd be even more ridiculous. Even if they couldn't defeat them, then they should at least be able to escape. Even for Jiexi, who was close friends with Qiao Yifan, couldn't deny this. He could only furiously tap his keyboard and hurry over to help his friend. But the first person to arrive was Xiao Yun's battle mage Cloudy Heavens. Xiao Yun didn't impatiently advance. He wasn't like the other three, who had seen what the situation was from Qiao Yifan's screen, so he could only observe for a bit before acting. In addition, his character could see a more all-around and concrete view of the situation compared to Qiao Yifan's first-person perspective. In front of his eyes, he could easily tell the difference in skill levels between the four players attacking Qiao Yifan's ashen moon. That soft mist and steamed bun invasions were noteworthy, while Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon weren't worth mentioning. Seven Fields. This name made Xiao Yun at a loss for a while. Could he be from Herb Garden? This thought flashed by Xiao Yun's mind. Even if he was from Herb Garden, it didn't matter. Even if they all ganged up and killed him, they definitely wouldn't be punished. Xiao Yun's line of sight fell outside of the battle onto that Lord Grimm. He was their goal and their main target. Since those other four players were chasing down Qiao Yifan's ashen moon, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to attack? Xiao Yun's Cloudy Heavens had already formed chasers from fighting the nearby monsters. Besides relying on Dragon Tooth to form neutral chasers, level 26 battle mags had a new level 25 chaser, an ice chaser that was created when double stab was used. After an ice chaser attacked, the character had their physical defense buffed. The level 1 ice chaser increased physical defense by 2%. Battle mags could only wear leather armor and thus their defenses weren't particularly outstanding. As a result, this additional defense wasn't very useful. In comparison, the effects from an ice chaser attack were much more valuable. When an ice chaser hits a target, it applies a brief stun, similar to Dragon Tooth. Besides this, ice chasers did ice magic damage and had a 50% chance to slow the target for up to 3 seconds. The higher the ice chaser level, the higher the chance and the more obvious the effect. Even though level 26 battle mags only had one level into ice chaser, the effect was still obvious if it hit the target. At least, enough to make Steamed Bun Invasion believe that it was some sort of laxative. At this moment, not only did Cloudy Heavens have the buffs from the chasers, he also had 7 ice chasers revolving around him, all done through killing monsters along the way. 7 was the max and each one lasted for 30 seconds. Seeing the situation, Xiao Yun finalized his plan. He ignored Xiao Yifan's Ashen Moon and directly headed straight for Lord Grimm. Dragon Tooth. Dragon Tooth was quick, had a long range, and could stun. It was a skill that battle mags loved to use as an initiator. Xiao Yun was using it as one as well. He rushed forward, his lance directed at Lord Grimm. At this moment, Lord Grimm was also holding a battle lance. Cloudy Heaven's Dragon Tooth stabbed forward. Lord Grimm sidestepped it and counterattacked with his own Dragon Tooth. Cloudy Heavens dodged and then slashed up with his lance, Sky Strike. Lord Grimm avoided it and then slashed up, a Sky Strike too. Cloudy Heavens escaped again and then leaned forward, stabbing with his lance, attempting to use Circle Swing to grab him. However, Lord Grimm did the same thing as before. He dodged and then returned with his own Circle Swing. F***CK. Xiao Yun was somewhat angry. He felt as if he were being played with. He hated how his account was only level 26. He didn't have many skills and felt as if his hands and feet were tied together. His hand speed immediately quickened. In-game, Cloudy Heavens leaped back, dodging the Circle Swing while stabbing out with his lance twice, a double stab. In this way, if his attack was avoided and Lord Grimm once again copied his movements, then he wouldn't be any danger. This was because he had jumped backwards, distancing himself. If Lord Grimm dodged his double stab, then Lord Grimm's double stab wouldn't be of any threat to him. In the end, Lord Grimm still copied him and leapt backwards while using double stab. Just as Xiao Yun was laughing at him for his stupidity, a cold light leapt at him. It wasn't double stab, but rather an arc of light. Sword Draw. Sword Draw's attack range wasn't just the sword's reach. It also included the range of the sword's aura, so the attack range was much greater than double stab's. Double stab wouldn't be able to hit him, but Sword Draw could. F***CK. Xiao Yun really did curse out loud this time. This Sword Draw was too sudden. He was still in mid-air. His Cloudy Heavens wasn't an assassin, so he didn't have a double jump. How could he dodge this? Needless to say, this F***CK immediately grabbed everyone's attention. Liu Fei, that talkative girl, glanced over and immediately yelled, "Whoa! Xiao Yun, you've arrived too!" Even though they had all seen Xiao Yifan scream, even Xiao Yifan himself didn't know that Xiao Yun had arrived. He was being attacked on all sides by 4 players. His camera was twirling around and around in chaos. How could he have the energy to see what else was going on? Everyone turned around their heads to look and all saw Cloudy Heavens flying backwards from Sword Draw. Xiao Yun's face was extremely gloomy. After a quick recover, Cloudy Heavens immediately got up. Dragon Tooth, Sky Strike, Double Stab, Falling Flower, Circle Swing. Level 26 battle mags only had these skills too, plus a few normal attacks. Chasers? Cloudy Heavens carried 7 of them, but chasers weren't something that could be fired as he pleased. The instant an attack hit its target, the chaser would automatically fire at that target. Cloudy Heavens exchanged blow after blow with Lord Grimm, but was never able to hit him. And in the blink of an eye, 30 seconds passed and the 7 chasers cleanly faded away. Xiao Yun's face turned extremely ugly as if it had produced an ice chaser. This account's level is too low. If not. Xiao Yun complained, while madly tapping his keyboard and clicking his mouse. The irritated Xiao Yun finally exposed an opening and was hit by Lord Grimm's Dragon Tooth. Xiao Yun cursed to himself. His Cloudy Heavens had entered a stunned state. Lord Grimm launched a Sky Strike and Cloudy Heavens flew high into the air. Xiao Yun immediately adjusted his camera angle. Players weren't NPCs. A lot of NPCs would be tyrannically oppressed in midair and had no way of escaping. But players could still act in air. Appropriate actions, for example, even a normal attack at the correct moment, could let the player escape from a mid-air predicament. But no matter how it was said, after being hit into the air, the player would be at a disadvantage. Escaping from such a predicament wasn't easy. But for pro players, these were all required courses that they had to learn through intense training. No one could ensure that they wouldn't be knocked up during a PK battle, which was why players had to practice how to get out of a mid-air predicament. Xiao Yun's fundamentals weren't bad. His camera had already turned and stabilized. However, he was unable to find Lord Grimm. Xiao Yun stared blankly. Since there were ways to escape from mid-air, of course there were ways to keep the target in the air. Players could still move in the air. However, their movements were extremely limited. For example, the amount the camera angle could be shifted was limited. You want to move your camera angle 720 degrees while in mid-air? Then your body might as well be a spiraling gyroscope. If someone helped you, then maybe you could pull it off. At this moment, Xiao Yun turned his camera angle again, but Lord Grimm was still nowhere to be seen. He now knew that Lord Grimm had already entered his dead angle. Lord Grimm was next to him, but was at a place invisible to him. Only someone with lots of experience and accurate decision-making could do this. In order to respond to this, the other side had to have lots of experience and accurate decision-making as well. In an instant, Xiao Yun lost all confidence. Where was his dead angle located? He suddenly lost track. He wasn't able to make a decision, so he could only blindly make an attack towards a random direction and then pray. The attack hit nothing but air, and Xiao Yun's prayer was useless. He received an attack soon afterwards. He basically didn't know what type of skill he was hit with because his opponent was still invisible, still in his dead angle. Xiao Yun spun and spun until he was almost about to vomit. In the end, besides the blue sky, there was only Mother Earth. And at most, he would catch a glimpse of Lord Grimm's blood-red vampire cloak. But every time Xiao Yun attacked in a direction, all he ever hit was air. Jiexi finally arrived. Right when he was about to rush forward and rescue his good friend, the scene in front of him made him completely dumbstruck. Cloudy Heavens was rolling around and around in the sky as if he really was like a flying cloud. Jiexi could clearly see that Xiao Yun was struggling, and what he saw more clearly was Lord Grimm's beautiful pathing. He obviously understood what the purpose of this pathing was. In Glory, this type of pathing had a special term for it, Vanishing Step. You always knew that your opponent was at your side, but you would never be able to see him. This was Vanishing Step's purpose. But for experts, even if they couldn't see your position, they could still rely on experience and decision-making to deduce your position. As long as you escaped from a mid-air situation, Vanishing Step would naturally stop. This was a competition between their experience and decision-making. And as for Cloudy Heavens, who was being completely suppressed up in the air, there was clearly a large gap in both experience and decision-making between him and Lord Grimm. Jiexi couldn't help but stealthily glance towards Xiao Yun. In his eyes, he saw a fuming Xiao Yun, who was slamming his keyboard and mashing his mouse like crazy. Chapter 130. The opponent is extremely strong. Ah, little Jie, you've arrived too. At this moment, his neighboring player, Liu Fei, exclaimed. Ah. Jiexi replied. He hastily turned his camera. He felt that Xiao Yun didn't want others to know of his embarrassing situation. But when Xiao Yun heard this, he quickly turned his head to look at everyone. Unfortunately, he happened to meet eye to eye with Jiexi. The two players awkwardly turned their heads back, avoiding each other. Jiexi moved out in a hurry. His witch-weeping cry swiftly flew over, rushing towards Lord Grimm. In comparison, although Qiao Yifan's Ashen Moon was being attacked on all four sides, he was at least hanging on. But Xiao Yun's Cloudy Heaven, on the other hand, was already completely helpless. Jiexi's Weeping Crow quickly hurried over and threw out a magic missile. Lord Grimm moved sideways and dodged it. And unexpectedly, he was still using Vanishing Step. Jiexi was dripping with sweat. Even though he was considered a talented new player, for moves like Vanishing Step, which required a great amount of experience, he wasn't much better than Xiao Yun in that aspect. Since he had no way of figuring out how Lord Grimm was going to move and attack, he could only fly forward to close in on Lord Grimm. Close in and then steal his positioning. That should be able to break his vanishing step, right? Jiexi thought like this. Weeping Crow hastily advanced, when suddenly, Lord Grimm's weapon streaked in a 360-degree circle. The ground beneath him flashed with light. Rising Emblem. Jiexi was greatly alarmed. But as a recognized talent, Jiexi's reaction speed and mechanics truly were first class. He immediately rode his broom and flew away. Rising Emblem's ring of light ascended, nearly brushing his broom. Cloudy Heavens was still up in the sky, rolling around. After dodging the rising emblem, Weeping Crow quickly circled back for another try. A gun sound rang out. Weeping Crow rolled away and was once again delayed. How terrible! Jiexi looked on helplessly as Cloudy Heavens was hit twice in midair. Climb back up, rush forward again. This time, Lord Grimm didn't use any methods to prevent him from getting close, but Jiexi immediately felt an ominous premonition. Lord Grimm suddenly leapt backwards towards him. The battle lance in his hand stabbed forward, still aimed at the mid-air Cloudy Heavens. He then turned 180 degrees in mid-air, creating a wide arc. Circle swing. Cloudy Heavens was carried around on the head of the tip like a sledgehammer, smashing towards Weeping Crow. Weeping Crow easily dodged it, but Cloudy Heavens, on the other hand, had smashed into the ground and didn't stand back up. Crash! Xiao Yun smashed his keyboard and stood up. Everyone else jumped in their seats and subconsciously glanced at him. Only Jiexi didn't. It wasn't just because he knew what had happened, but more importantly, he already had no time to pay attention to him. At this moment, Lord Grimm was his opponent. Xiao Yun was somewhat angry. It wasn't just towards Lord Grimm but also towards Jiexi. Jiexi had clearly arrived. Why didn't he go and help him? Xiao Yun furiously glared at Jiexi. But he saw that Jiexi hadn't seen him and was staring at the screen, tapping his keyboard instead. F***CK. Xiao Yun cursed in his heart. His neighbor, Jiexi, had already seen his corpse from Xiao Yun's screen. Jiexi was overwhelmed with shock, but didn't say anything. Even an idiot could tell Xiao Yun was in a bad mood, an extremely bad mood. However, even if everyone could tell that Xiao Yun wasn't happy, saying it out loud was a whole different matter. Liu Fei saw Xiao Yun's screen and immediately gaped, "Wow! Xiao Yun, how'd you die?" This time, even Xiao Yifan, who was running for his life, was astonished. He had been running for so long, but he still hung on. Xiao Yun died? How did he die? Xiao Yifan was extremely baffled. Extremely busy, he still stole a glance at the four others. He saw that Xiao Yun's face was flushed with anger, but more importantly, he saw his friend extremely focused. Bang! In this split second of his distraction, Xiao Yifan's Ashen Moon was immediately hit by Steamed Bun Invasion's brick. Ha 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 ha, you can't run from me. Steamed Bun Invasion laughed as if his one brick had killed him. Xiao Yifan's attention immediately returned back to his Ashen Moon. His health was already low. He wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Right at this moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the four players' encirclement. Big enough that Xiao Yifan was able to immediately recognize it among all the confusion. Without hesitating, Xiao Yifan ran straight out. In this space, Xiao Yifan was finally able to see the entire situation. He immediately saw Jiexi's Weeping Crow riding on his broom, quickly fluttering by. Just now, he had helped Xiao Yifan escape from the encirclement. Once he did that, he faced towards Lord Grimm, who was currently carrying his weapon, running over to kill him. Run! Xiao Yifan heard Jiexi yell. Run? Jiexi and Liu Fei looked over, astonished. My opponent is extremely strong, Jiexi said. Jiexi and Liu Fei looked over at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's face was still as ugly as before. If this wasn't a low-leveled account, if this was a battle mage with all of the skills. Xiao Yun kept on thinking of this hypothetical situation, but... Vanishing step. There was no way Xiao Yun didn't know of this move name. He also knew he had died by it. Using Vanishing Step to play around with him, currently, only team captain was able to do it when they practiced. As for in the alliance, even though there were definitely a few gods at that level, with Xiao Yun's status, he had yet to fight against such a god one-on-one. As for in the team competition, team members coordinated together, so it was very rare that Vanishing Step could be used. Then should we still come over? Zhu Yibai asked. He and Liu Fei were still a bit too far away to coordinate together. They were still heading over there. Let's regroup first before talking, Jiexi said. Okay. The two replied. In their hearts, they were both extremely frightened. Killing Xiao Yun, making Jiexi not dare to directly face him, just who exactly was their opponent. The four reported their coordinates and then chose a spot to group up. Jiexi anxiously waiting, ready for battle at any moment. After everyone grouped together, he turned his head and said, stunned, huh? They didn't come and chase us. Zhu Yibai and Liu Fei helplessly looked towards him. Jiexi's face flushed with embarrassment. I thought they would chase us. What about now? Liu Fei said. She was unexpectedly asking Jiexi. Their group of 5 had been originally led by Xiao Yun, but now that he was dead, she set up a new leader. This girl was clearly a master of speaking whatever was on her mind. She didn't have any plan. Jiexi had just anxiously led them a few moments ago. Now that there was nothing happening, he once again turned shy, unsure of what to do. We go back to kill him. Qiao Yifan was rather brave on the other hand. Unfortunately, he was destined to be ignored. What about Xiao Yun? Zhu Yibai turned his head to ask. He couldn't help but ask. Cloudy Heavens was still lying on the ground as a corpse. I revived, Xiao Yun said hatefully. After reviving, the character would appear at a revival point in a city, so it would take some time for him to reach the leveling area. How exactly did you die? Liu Fei asked. Xiao Yun's face darkened. Losing wasn't anything humiliating. They were all pro players. Even God Jiexi couldn't guarantee that they could go undefeated for an entire season. But the problem was that in the game, as pro players, they were already considered gods by the normal players. If a god was killed by a mortal, then what honor did the god have? Little Jie, you saw it right. Liu Fei truly was helpless. Seeing that Xiao Yun didn't want to say it, she went to ask Jiexi. Jiexi had been mentioned by name, so he had no choice but to reply. It looked like Vanishing Step. Vanishing Step. Zhu Yibai and Liu Fei were extremely astonished. They turned their heads to look at that bitter Xiao Yun. To be able to kill Xiao Yun with Vanishing Step, could this guy be at captain's level? Liu Fei blurted out. What do you know? That player was an unspecialized character with a large variety of skills. He has a huge early game advantage. Xiao Yun had no choice but to try and justify himself. However, he felt his explanation was lacking. What pro player didn't know that Vanishing Step had nothing to do with what skills he had? Vanishing Step was purely based on a player's experience and decision-making as well as a few accurate movements. Could this Lord Grimm be captain? Liu Fei said. Bullsh *T. Zhu Yibai said. Qiao Yifan silently sat there. In the team, he was always the listener. Besides privately chatting with Jiexi, there was almost never any other chance for him to speak. Right now, he was tapping his keyboard as if none of this was related to him. Captain told us to kill this player once. Zhu Yibai reminded everyone to not forget everyone's assignment. Could it be that Captain knew of this guy's strength and wanted to test us? Liu Fei said. Everyone was speechless. No matter how it was said, the reason wasn't important. What was important was that the captain had given them a task. Right now, Lord Grimm wasn't dead and had actually killed their leader Xiao Yun instead in an extremely infuriating manner too. Now we don't even know where they are. Zhu Yibai said. Go ask Herb Gardens players. Liu Fei asked Xiao Yun. At this moment, Xiao Yun didn't want to talk to anyone. All he wanted to do was find a sandbag and punch it. Liu Fei, this F*King girl, had so many questions. Maybe putting her into a sandbag and then beating it up would be more satisfying. Xiao Yun thought. Oh. It looks like they've caught up. Qiao Yifan suddenly yelled. Only he wasn't participating in the discussion, but looking around in-game. The other three immediately turned their cameras. Sure enough, they saw Lord Grimm's group of 5. HM? Those guys looked like the ones from before. On Yishio's side, a few of them recognized Ashen Moon and Weeping Crow. They still hadn't had the chance to meet White Day Black Knight and Fallen Angel yet. There are another 2. They're together, right? Seven Field said. What are these guys trying to do? Tang Ru asked. Yesterday, they had been attacked for no reason. And in the end, another similar situation happened again. Yesterday, the player had run off and today, they still weren't able to catch one. Seeing that their 4's Encirclement wasn't able to kill off even one, while Yishio had killed one, made Tang Ru feel even worse. Everyone, be careful. These guys aren't so easy. Yishio said. How are they not easy? Steamed Bun Invasion. If you go fight with them, it'll definitely be more satisfying than fighting in the arena. Yishio said. Then what are we waiting for? Steamed Bun Invasion held sand in his left hand and a brick in his right, already ready to go up. Chapter 131. Cover Strategy. Boneyard could be considered fairly spacious and empty. Looking at the map, gravestones, coffins, and withered trees were the 3 most prominent scenery. As pro players, tiny herbs for players weren't scared. Seeing that their opponents had chased them, they immediately began seizing the strategic high grounds. Right now, the 4 were together. But if they still ran away, then it'd be quite difficult to explain. The 4 characters each held their own positions. From an overall perspective, their coordination wasn't bad. Yishio saw this and immediately blocked Steamed Bun Invasion from advancing. Don't rush. My brick has already been waiting impatiently for too long. Steamed Bun Invasion said. This is a real team battle. Yishio said, have you watched any of the Pro Alliance's matches? Steamed Bun Invasion obviously said that he hadn't. Seven Field said he did. Sleeping Moon said obviously. Tang Ru didn't say anything. She had watched a total of 1, so she didn't know if that counted as having watched them or not. Remember their positions well. We'll attack them one by one. Yishio said. Brother expert, you should set it up. Seven Fields made a fist. Cross formation. Steamed Bun Invasion at the front. Seven Fields on the left. Little Moon in the middle. Tang Ru at the back. Myself at the right. Everyone follow me while staying in formation. Don't break order. Yishio said. Sleeping Moon heard Little Moon. He didn't want to cooperate, but he was at the middle. The others all depended on him as the center. The 4 instantly moved to their front, back, left, right position and he had no choice but to cooperate. Lord Grimm moved and the 4 immediately followed. Liu Fei's Fallen Angel was currently hiding behind a coffin. With regards to gunners, those types of long-ranged classes, using a cover when fighting with an opponent was a common strategy. But using a shield had its advantages and disadvantages. When they hid, the cover blocked not only the enemy's field of view, but also their own. So they had no way of knowing the entire situation. However, in a team, this flaw was covered. Team members could communicate with each other to understand the parts they couldn't see. White Knight, Black Day and Ashen Moon weren't considered long-ranged classes, but they still found a place to hide. With their overlapping views, they could understand the field clearly. In the end, pro players were still pro players. This type of defense for attack strategy was quite simple for them. The other side is in a cross formation. The brawler at the front, striker on the left, Blade Master in the middle, Battle Mage in the back, Lord Grim on the right. White Knight Black Day informed everyone of their opponent's positioning. They're advancing towards Yifan. Jiao Jie said. Ah, Qiao Yifan tensed up. Fei Fei get their attention. Zhu Yibai said. At this moment, Xiao Yun wasn't there yet, so he acted as the temporarily leader for now. Okay. Liu Fei answered. She suddenly moved. Fallen Angel rolled out from a coffin, crouched, C*ked her gun, and fired. Pang! A gun sound rang out and blood blossomed out from Fallen Angel's forehead. Liu Fei was extremely astonished. She didn't think that she would be the first one to be hit by a shot. On the opponent's side, smoke slowly drifted out from the tip of Lord Grim's umbrella-like thing. Bullets affected the character's positioning. Hand cannons had the largest pushback and had the highest attack. Next was the rifle and last was the handgun. The 1000 chance umbrella's bullets belonged to the rifle type. Its firing rate wasn't as fast as the revolver or handgun, but it had a higher impact. Fallen Angel staggered back after being hit by the bullet. Liu Fei's intended surprise attack flew off. But as a pro player, she obviously possessed the ability to adapt. Liu Fei controlled Fallen Angel to run back to position, while continuing to fire back. Pang! A second shot rang out and more blood blossomed from Fallen Angel's body. Her body was hit askew and her counterfire missed again. Liu Fei was even more astonished. Her opponent's timing was too perfect, just happening to hit the instant she fired. If she had been hit slightly earlier, then Liu Fei would have had time to adjust her shot so it wouldn't go crooked. If she had been hit slightly later, then obviously, Falling Angel's bullet would have already flew out and both of them would be hit. In the end, her opponent's bullet had hit her twice in the instant her Fallen Angel had fired, making Liu Fei unable to adjust in time. As a gunner, Liu Fei knew how difficult it was to pull off such precise timing. She had always thought that type of legend that could only be done in theory, yet she had just been hit twice like that just now. The opponent's cross formation had already adjusted towards a new target. They were now rushing towards her. No matter what had happened, on a whole, she had grabbed the enemy's attention. Liu Fei didn't dare remain out in the open. She hastily ran towards another hiding place. Pang pang! 2 shots in a row hit the tombstone she was hiding behind, stone broke off swirling in the air. Afterwards, she heard a muffled sound as if something had smashed into the tombstone. It didn't seem like a bullet. Liu Fei was very curious, but she didn't dare expose her head. No. The angle wasn't good. It was a bit under. Yixio was still leisurely instructing Steamed Bun Invasion, telling him that the angle the brick he had just thrown was off. It looks like the distance between us is a bit too far. Steamed Bun Invasion asked. You can jump up to make the brick fly farther. Yixio said. Oh right. Steamed Bun Invasion exclaimed. Crash! Another thing directly hit the tombstone. That sound resounded in her ears and she heard it too vividly. Liu Fei jumped up in fright. What was that? Liu Fei asked her teammates. Brick, the people who had saw couldn't help but answer. Brick! He's practicing what angle he needed to throw the brick and one just happened to smash into the tombstone you were hiding behind. Zhu Yibai said. Practice. Liu Fei was speechless. What exactly were they doing? Crash! Another brick came over, making the tombstone tremble as if it were going to break. One brick after the other. They weren't too frequent. After all, brick wasn't a normal attack, but a skill with a cooldown. She obviously knew what the cooldown was for brick. She had originally calculated the time and braced for the impact. But the fourth one didn't arrive. Liu Fei made Fallen Angel sneak a peek. In the end, just as half her head extended out, crash! A brick smashed into her forehead and she began seeing stars. She had actually been dizzied by it. Soon after, 2 peng peng sounds rang out. She had been hit twice by Lord Grim again. Liu Fei wanted to dodge, but had no way of doing so. Fallen Angel was still dizzy. Half of her head was still exposed to the outside. Did it hit? Was I hit? Clearly, the 5 players had closed in, close enough that Liu Fei could hear her opponent's voices. No. She exposed her head, which was why you were able to hit her. If not, then it would have went over. Yishio said. Why did that idiot expose her head? Steam Bun Invasion said. You acted too slowly, so she probably did it because she was anxious. Yishio said. Ha ha ha, she's fallen in love with my brick. Steam Bun Invasion said delightedly. You just watch. Liu Fei was extremely furious. She was even too angry to type it out and directly roared it out. Ha ha, we're coming. Steam Bun Invasion unexpectedly answered back. Liu Fei almost collapsed from anger. Her roar obviously wasn't directed at these 5 players. It was only because she was too angry to type it out. Even though she may have been too far away in game for her teammates to hear. Don't forget that her teammates were all sitting together. Liu Fei's roar had directly penetrated her teammates' headphones. The 3 suddenly shivered. Yet in the end, Steam Bun Invasion answered back. Don't panic, Zhu Yibai said in a low voice. Liu Fei's role was to attract the enemy's attention. Even though she had suffered a bit, her original aim had been reached. The 5 players were currently headed towards their trap. Little Jie, get ready. Zhu Yibai reminded Jiao Yingjie. Okay, Jiao Yingjie said. Qiao Yifan was extremely lonely. He was also a part of the team, but he wasn't a part of the strategy. He didn't know if it was on purpose or not. But in brief, he had been forgotten. Ashen Moon was hiding behind a tombstone, staring at this ice-cold tombstone that represented the dead. Qiao Yifan didn't know what to do. But he was already used to this sort of feeling. Move out! Zhu Yibai suddenly ordered. His White Knight Black Day and Jiao Yingjie's Weeping Crow flashed out from the left and right. Weeping Crow shook his sleeves, preparing to use a shadow cloak to bind the 5 players. On the side, Zhu Yibai was waiting for Weeping Crow's cloak. Afterwards, he would summon a phantom ghost and then follow up with a ghost slash. According to Glory's explanation, Ghost Blade set up fields with special effects and summoned ghosts to assist them. This ability was named Phantom Ghost. Whether it was for an individual or a team, it was extremely useful as a support. White Knight Black Day was a level 26 Ghost Blade and could summon the first Ghost Sword Soul. After a Sword Soul appeared, all teammates inside its boundary would have their strength and intelligence attributes raised. Of course, this was only limited to inside the boundary. There wouldn't be any effects outside of the boundary. If the Ghost's power could be applied whenever, Ghost Blades would be unrivaled. Once the Witch's Shadow Cloak bound the enemies, he would use this interval to summon a Phantom Ghost and then kill or heavily injure the enemies within the boundary. This was Zhu Yibai's plan. At this moment, he was waiting for Weeping Crow's Shadow Cloak to bind the enemies. Who knew that just as Weeping Crow threw out his skill, a sword light flashed over? No one knew who had acted first. With Jiao Yingjie's reaction speed and skill, he didn't think that he would lose to anyone when fighting for time. But this time, his opponent's skill had unexpectedly arrived first. Sword Draw's sword light arrived, making Jiao Yingjie feel extremely astonished. He could only helplessly choose to dodge it. Even if he directly took on the attack, there was no way his Shadow Cloak would hit. Just like this, he and Zhu Yibai's plans had been easily crushed. The player who had sent out the attack wasn't Lord Grim and was impressively Sleeping Moon. Though it was true that this attack had been made on Yishio's orders. When Yishio yelled out for him to attack, he hadn't even seen the target yet. His attack wasn't any different than sending it out with his eyes closed. In the end, just after his attack was sent out, he saw Weeping Crow jump out. Let alone Jiao Yingjie, even Sleeping Moon, who had sent out the attack, was extremely astonished. In Sleeping Moon's eyes, his attack hadn't hit because of himself, but rather because someone had stupidly jumped out towards the attack. Cover strategy's flaw, even if they could mutually communicate their field of view, they could only use it to report to each other and reduce the dangers. In regards to their understanding of the situation at a moment's notice, it was still somewhat lacking. Chapter 132. Team wiped out. Since Shadow Cloak failed, it wouldn't be easy for Jiexi to use Phantom Ghost. Phantom Ghost wasn't an instant cast. It was a summoning skill that had a cast time. As a result, if he just openly began summoning, it would definitely be interrupted. Even though there was no way for Phantom Ghost to be openly cast, his White Knight Black Day was already standing out in the open. Seeing that his plan had failed, he immediately sent out a Ghost Slash. Phantom Ghosts obviously weren't the only skills that Ghost Blades could use. They also had a few attack skills. Even though Ghost Slash was a low-leveled skill, its direct damage was quite high. However, it had a very long delay, so there were a lot of openings after using it. However, Jiexi had calculated the distance and determined that there was enough time for the delay to finish, which was why he so bravely decided to use this skill. A lot of Ghost Blade skills were innately dark attributed. Ghost Slash was one of them and fit Boneyard's atmosphere well. A dark purple sword light came down like lightning with dense killing intent and extraordinary momentum. Unfortunately, White Knight Black Day had come out directly facing the cross formation's right side, Lord Grim. Ghost Slash arrived and the 1000 Chance umbrella in Lord Grim's hand suddenly opened. There was no other transformation. This time, it really was what it was. The umbrella really was an umbrella. Jiexi stared blankly. In his eyes, this form, this usage, obviously didn't make him feel as if it was an umbrella. In his eyes, it was clearly a shield. Apart from strengthening defense and absorbing damage, more importantly, shields provided strong resistances to knockbacks, knockups, stuns, bleed, dizzy, etc. all those status effects. Of course, the precondition was that you had to use the shield to block the opponent's attack first. As a result, from this perspective, besides the stats a shield provided, the surface area of a shield was also important to look at. A large surface area usually meant that it had a large volume. A large volume usually meant that it was heavy. Heavy usually meant that it would be a huge burden. A huge burden affected movement speed, attack speed, jump height, etc. This was why weight was an important factor to consider. Shields were extremely heavy equipment. A slightly larger shield wouldn't mean that it would only be a tiny bit heavier. If you only sought after the largest shield possible, then you would be moving extremely slowly like a turtle. But Lord Grim's 1000 Chance umbrella was so large that Jiexi even saw it as a bit shameless. His White Knight Black Day's Ghost Slash finally hit onto the 1000 Chance umbrella. Soon afterwards, he unexpectedly found that his slash had caused Lord Grim to move back a bit. Ghost Slash had a small blow-away effect, but it wasn't very strong. An ordinary level 25 shield could completely block this blow-away effect. But with Lord Grim's shield, after being hit by the slash, even though the slash didn't make Lord Grim completely fly away, there was still a slight knockback. Jiexi saw immediately that even though its surface area was large, it was very light, so its resistance to status effects were extremely lacking. For this type of light shield, first, it had poor defense. Second, its durability was too low for a shield. Shields had their durability used up relatively quick compared to other equipments. Seeing how the shield in Lord Grim's hands wasn't able to completely resist his Ghost Slash blow-away effect, Jiexi reckoned that if this shield was given to an MT like a knight, it might not even last for a single dungeon run. Jiexi's judgment wasn't wrong at all. The 1000 Chance umbrella's shield form, like the other forms, had a weight of 2.3 kilograms. Its durability was only 23. For shields, this was a simply terrible number. However, the shield's base stats weren't bad. The level 25,000 Chance umbrella shield form had a 24% defense increase and a 16% damage absorption, equivalent to a level 35 purple shield. The 1000 Chance umbrella shield form had already been upgraded twice by Strong Spider Silk and White Wolf Bristles and was one of the first to reach level 25. Even though the 1000 Chance umbrella blocked the Ghost Slash, Lord Grim still took some damage. But after eating the attack, the 1000 Chance umbrella immediately closed. In that instant, it felt like the umbrella had sucked in the ghost slash. The 1000-chance umbrella then transformed into the battle lance form, which directly stabbed towards White Knight Black Day. No matter how pro Jiexi was, this was the first time he had seen such a change. In the end, he found that there wasn't enough time for the delay to finish. His character was still in the middle of its animation when Lord Grim had sent a lance flying forward. Tang Ru's soft mist had also moved out at this moment. Her character looked just like the initial cloudy heavens with 7 ice chasers revolving around her. However, Xiao Yun's cloudy heavens had been tragically juggled around by Lord Grim for 30 seconds and his ice chasers had disappeared one after the other. Right now, Soft Mist followed Lord Grim's Dragon Tooth right after the stun wore off with her own Dragon Tooth. An ice chaser flew out and the stunned White Knight Black Day had no way of dodging it. The ice chaser smashed into him, ice blossoming across his face. His body immediately began emitting a chilly aura, entering a slowed state. Jiexi wasn't even an opponent for Yixiao, let alone both Yixiao and Tang Ru. Yixiao controlled him, while Tang Ru put out damage, making Jiexi White Knight Black Day's life drop down like flowing water. Ghost Blades weren't a class with high defense. They wore cloth armor and were as defenseless as mags. 7 ice chasers fluttered towards White Knight Black Days like shining pearls. Chasers auto-chased the target. The only way for it to miss was to use an attack to destroy it. Jiexi hands went out of control. Of the 7 chasers, he was only able to hit down 2 of them. The other 5 all hit. Luckily, chasers were classified as magic attacks. Cloth armor may have low physical defense, but they had high magic defense. 7 Fields, Sleeping Moon, and Steamed Bun Invasion now rushed forward under Yixiao's commands. Yixiao's Lord Grim stepped aside. He used a circle swing picking up White Knight Black Day and flipping him over. Sleeping Moon immediately jumped to Lord Grim's original position. Their coordination seemed a little rough, but when White Knight Black Day got up, he discovered he was now in the middle of the cross formation and was then attacked on all 4 sides by the 4 players. This was all done in the blink of an eye. Jiexi hastily controlled his Weeping Crow to fly over, but Yixiao's Lord Grim stepped out to block him. Disperse Powder was thrown down. Lord Grim leisurely opened up his umbrella and strolled over. After blocking Disperse Powder, he once again closed the umbrella and stabbed up at the flying Weeping Crow. No matter how fast Jiexi's reaction speed was, there was no way for him to dodge it. Following after, he used a circle swing and flung Weeping Crow into the center of the cross. Weeping Crow and White Knight Black Day were now back-to-back fighting against the Encirclement. Liu Fei's fallen angel had been hoping for her teammates to come help her. However, she didn't yet have time to react after the tombstone incident, when Jiexi and Jiexi one after another were thrown into a trap like fish. Liu Fei was aware that the situation wasn't looking good. She then suddenly saw Lord Grim's figure flash by. Right when she began to panic, she was hit by a falling flower palm from behind and Fallen Angel was blasted away. Soft Mist lifted her spear, caught her, and then threw her into their encirclement too. It wasn't possible to only rely on Tang Ru and the other 3 to trap 3 pro players. But with Yixiao's commands along with Yixiao's own task of personally sending them over, the 3 pro players really did want to cry, but no tears came out. Pro players? In this moment, the 3 didn't feel that they were anymore. No matter who it was, Jiexi and Liu Fei who had been in official matches, or the extremely talented and future star Jiexi, they had all fallen into the net like little fishes. Punches, bricks, slashes, stabs, bullets, whatever there was, they got. The 3 players were all looking for a chance to rush out. No one paid attention to who was who and they all shouted and yelled at each other. But no matter what they did, their opponents always seemed to be able to figure out what they wanted to do and took the initiative to stop their plans. The 3 players were completely desperate. Jiexi's White Knight Black Day had the lowest defense of the 3 and was also the first to be thrown in. In the end, he was the first to die. Jiexi furiously smashed his keyboard. His gaze suddenly shifted after thinking of something and then roared in rage, "Yifun, where the F*ck are you?" The forgotten Xiao Yifan's ashen moon had actually been foolishly standing to the side the entire time. His teammates had never called for him to come up, so the opponent also ignored him. Seeing that even Jiexi had been easily thrown into the encirclement, Xiao Yifan truly didn't know what to do. At this moment, he heard Zhu Yebai's roar. He no longer cared if he had the ability and stupidly rushed forward. Naturally, it turned out to be a tragedy. His skill level was the worst among the four. In front of Yi Xiao, how could he be a match? After a few rounds of combat face-to-face, Lord Grimm threw him into the encirclement too, which could be considered as having answered Zhu Yebai's question. Zhu Yebai helplessly fell from his seat. His roar at Xiao Yifan had drained him. There was no way he actually placed his hopes on him. Even more so, when he had yelled, he himself had already died. At this moment, even Cloudy Heavens, who was heading over to their location, had stopped. Xiaoyun stupidly stared at the screens of his teammates next to him. He silently watched as the opponents killed them off one after another. Team wiped out. Even though they had been killed at different times. It was a fact that each of the 5 players had died once. The 5 players sat in front of their screen. Besides Xiaoyun, they were all staring at their corpses, somewhat at a loss. Lord Grimm and the others were still in the surroundings circling about. What were they saying? It was unfortunate that corpses would automatically have their sound cut off. At this moment, they weren't able to hear any voices or sounds as if they really were dead, just like how they were all feeling right now. This, when Xiaoyun made a mistake, he felt that he could force out an explanation. But now, the 4 other players had been wiped out by the opponents. There was nothing they could say about this. Even though they were only subs for the club, which 2 of them hadn't even had official match experience yet, in the end, they were still pro players. The 5 of them were players that could come out as team representatives at any time in a team competition. But now, in the game, in a team battle, with just one person as their objective, their team had been wiped out and none of their opponents had died. Even in an actual pro match, they probably wouldn't have suffered such a disastrous defeat. How annoying! As a level 27 sharpshooter, I don't have a lot of skills I can use. I'm so not used to it. Liu Fei was the first to speak. What a wise girl. She was the first to find an excuse. Yeah, it is a bit annoying. Zhu Yebai borrowed the excuse with great difficulty. That's what I said before. You finally understand was written all over Xiaoyun's face. Jiexi and Xiao Yifan didn't say anything. Jiexi was an honest, introverted child and felt too embarrassed to make an excuse. As for Xiao Yifan, would an excuse give them back face? He laughed bitterly. What was face? It's not like he'd ever had it before. Chapter 133. Measuring Skill. That night, Club Tiny Herb's reserve team slept extremely uneasy. They didn't go group together and look for trouble with Lord Grimm again. Even though almost everyone used the excuse low-leveled characters didn't have every class skill available, so they weren't used to it, they all knew in their hearts that that wasn't an excuse. They were pro players. Just because they weren't used to it didn't mean that their team should get wiped out by in-game players, right? If that were true, then pro players weren't worth anything. The next day, Tiny Herb's main team and the reserve team met up with each other in the practice rooms and greeted each other. As pro players, they had to participate in the daily drills. Even though there was no lack of players who didn't want to practice, there were no such members in Tiny Herb. With Captain Wang Jiex's stare, half of the members were even too afraid to speak out. Whoa, did you not sleep? When Xiao Yifan saw his good friend Jiexi, he jumped in fright. Jiex's dark bags under his eyes like a panda. Ah. Jiexi muttered and didn't really answer him. Xiao Yifan looked again. Xiaoyun, Zhu Yebai, and Liu Fei, which one of their complexions looked good? However, their minds were still somewhat better than Jiexi and the bags under their eyes weren't as heavy. And Xiao Yifan? He hadn't felt any pressure. It wasn't like anyone had any hopes for him. At 9 o'clock sharp, Wang Jiexi arrived at the practice room on time. Tiny Herb's official training was split into the morning and the afternoon. Coaches, those types of people, still weren't established in Glory. After all, Glory had only been a game for 10 years and the pro scene had only been around for 7 years. Everything was still in the testing stages. In the entire scene, first-class gods like Wang Jiexi were already at the peak, whether it was in theory crafting or skill. As a result, there weren't any people with the skill to coach them. As a result, for clubs like Tiny Herb, they didn't have coaching staff and instead had advising staff. Their work was extremely complex: find information on their opponents, analyze the opponent's tactics, provide a few tactical options, research possible strategies for a map, etc. These were all tasks that the advising staff had to do. But the person with the highest authority was the team captain. To be frank, the highest value of the advising staff was saving energy for pro players. They saved a lot of energy for pro players. In the initial stages of the pro scene, those tasks all used to be work for the pro players themselves to do. Now that clubs had developed, with their financial resources, the money could now be used for these, giving pro players more time to concentrate on practicing and competing. Currently, in the Alliance, the only real coaches were Zhong Yiwei and Li Bo. The two were early-generation pro players and were each in a small club working as coaches. Club Mysterious Fantasy were newcomers that had joined the Alliance just last year. The team was full of new players. Their skill levels varied and they lacked experience. The owner of the team also didn't have a lot of financial resources and didn't have any ambition. And in the end, he just randomly invited Zhong Yiwei to help the team. Who would have thought that the results would be so good? They ended up 17th place last season, which for a new team that had just entered the Alliance, was already quite good, considering that they didn't drop to the bottom 2 places. Some of the teams that entered for the first time spent money scouting people and tried to quickly build a team around pro players. Those teams all ended as terrible failures. This wasn't only a one-time thing either. From this perspective, coaches were quite cost-effective. At the very least, they were a small investment that had few risks. As a result, the new club Bright Green followed Club Mysterious Fantasy and invited Li Bo. But currently, these two clubs were both in extremely bad situations. The previous year's 17th place Mysterious Fantasy directly fell to 20th place. And even though Bright Green was ranked 18th, the team they were above was Excellent Era. The Excellent Era, which in theory, shouldn't have fallen to 19th place. In addition, they were only ahead of Excellent Era by 3 points and no one believed that they would be able to beat Excellent Era and relegate them. Coaches were far from being deciding factors in the Glory competitive scene. This was something that everyone agreed upon. Zhong Yiwei and Li Bo were currently suffering in their bad situation and burnt out from trying to prove their worth. Once Wang Jiexi arrived, the murmurs and whispering immediately stopped and all of the team members began focusing on their practice materials. Wang Jiexi walked around and, in the end, came to where the subs were located. Everyone there immediately sucked in a cold breath. Usually, everyone hoped that God Jiexi would notice them, but now they all hoped that they were invisible. Qiao Yifan was the only exception. He had always been invisible. How was last night? Wang Jiexi, all in all, began speaking. The 5 players were all looking at each other. None of them dared to answer. In the end, Xiaoyun lifted his head and saw that Wang Jiexi was staring at him. He helplessly replied, We encountered a few difficulties. How? Wang Jiexi asked. We. Xiaoyun began thinking of how to word it. Team wiped out was too negative, he couldn't say that. He was the first to die and the other 4 had died later. Everyone had died at different times, so it wasn't technically a team wipe out. As a result, Xiaoyun avoided this phrase, carefully wording his reply, while paying attention to Wang Jiexi's expression. D*MN, how sly. Zhu Yibai and Liu Fei heard him talking and then regretted not speaking out first. Right now, Xiaoyun held the power of speech. That guy lightly skimmed over his initial loss and then vividly described the other 4's wipe out. Moreover, he even had a bit of a "if I was there, that wouldn't have happened" tone. Zhu Yebai and Liu Fei both wanted to speak and argue, but seeing Wang Jieshi's dark expression, they didn't dare utter a word. Xiao Yun finally finished and concluded, "Oh. We've decided to practice on these low-leveled accounts and then go look for him again tonight." After all of his explaining, besides the excuse we aren't used to low-leveled accounts, there was nothing else he could come up with, so Xiao Yun could only say this. Wang Jieshi didn't comment. After a short while of silence, he suddenly said to Jiexi, "What do you think, little Jie?" Xiao Yun and the others were envious. Jiexi stood up, somewhat terrified, and then stammered, "I think. Really strong." "What's really strong?" Wang Jieshi asked. "That Lord Grimm." Jiexi said. "How strong?" Wang Jieshi asked. Jiexi looked at Xiao Yun. Because Xiao Yun had only briefly skimmed over what had happened to him, he hadn't mentioned that Lord Grimm had played with him to his death using Vanishing Step. Even though Jiexi wasn't a very considerate person, he at least understood what Xiao Yun wanted. But Vanishing Step really was a good indicator of Lord Grimm's skill level. In the end, Jiexi thought like this. If he really did take Xiao Yun's intent into consideration and didn't tell the truth, then it would mean that he wouldn't be a simple and honest person. He quickly began saying the truth. "I saw Lord Grimm use Vanishing Step to defeat Brother Xiao. When the four of us fought against him later, all of our movements were within their calculations. I think this was all done by Lord Grimm, too." "Oh? What did you think of him?" Wang Jieshi asked. "He is extremely experienced. All of his attacks and skills were used to gain an advantage. And all of his decisions were very accurate." Jiexi said. "Have you ever met someone as skilled as him before?" Wang Jieshi said. Jiexi stared blankly and then said after quite a long while, "Only Captain." "What about you all?" Wang Jieshi's gaze looked over the others. "Besides me, have you ever met this type of expert before?" Xiao Yun and the others looked at each other. Lord Grimm was an expert. They all recognized that. But Jiexi had said that besides Wang Jieshi, he had never met someone as skilled as him. Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? Do you guys not feel that it isn't possible for such an expert to appear in the new server? Wang Jieshi said. The three players were silent, although Liu Fei nodded her head. It was because you had that type of preconceived line of thinking that you felt he was so strong. But you only recognized that he was strong, that's all. None of you could measure his skill, right? Wang Jieshi said. The three players continued to look at one another. Lord Grimm isn't an ordinary player. Wang Jieshi said. Who is he? Liu Fei asked in doubt. There's an 80% chance that he's Yi Qiu. What? Everyone cried out in surprise. Is he online right now? Wang Jieshi asked. At this moment, everyone was on their main accounts practicing. Hearing the captain ask the question, Xiao Yun immediately logged out. He then swiped his 10th server account card and logged into the game. He searched for Lord Grimm's name and nodded his head. He's online. He was online last night and he's still online now. He's an all-nighter. No matter how he plays, he probably won't be playing during the afternoon. That should be his resting time. He'll most likely appear again tonight. After Wang Jieshi calculated, he suddenly waved his hands and hit the table. Every player that heard it looked. Those that were wearing their headphones and didn't hear it were quickly reminded by the people beside them. After dinner, there'll be one more practice. Wang Jieshi announced to the entire team. What practice? One of the main roster players asked his team captain. Killer boss. Wang Jieshi said. Boss? What boss? Some people didn't understand. The greatest boss in the history of glory. Wang Jieshi said. Everyone stared foolishly. They still didn't understand what he meant. Fusheng, go grab a few account cards. They need to be 10th server accounts level 25 and up with their classes matching our team members. The reserve team members won't need them. Wang Jieshi instructed. Deng Fuxing was Club Tiny Herb's vice-captain. His account was called Angelica, a knight. Okay. Deng Fuxing answered, got up, and then left. In the practice room, everyone couldn't help but begin discussing amongst themselves. In the end, Wang Jiexi hit the table again. Right now, continue practicing. The practice room immediately quieted down. Shortly after, keyboard and mouse sounds rang out. There was no other noise. Wang Jiexi was still at the reserve team's area. He asked, do you have any recordings of yesterday? Everyone stared blankly. Liu Fei blurted out, Captain, you never told us to record it. Zhu Yibai immediately glared at her. This girl really didn't know how to talk. She actually pushed the blame onto the team captain. In the far corners of the room, Qiao Yifan weakly raised his hands. I have recordings. Oh? Let me see them. Wang Jiexi quickly walked over to Qiao Yifan's computer. Qiao Yifan hastily gave him his seat. Chapter 134. Tour Group. The recording was naturally in the recording character's perspective. Everything was automatic. The camera could be zoomed in and out, but it wasn't possible to rotate it. Qiao Yifan's recording started from when his Ashen Moon rushed forward to Lord Grimm, blocking him, to being surrounded and then attacked. These sections were naturally a mess. Apart from seeing his hardships and difficulties, nothing else could really be seen. On the side, Xiao Yun let out a sigh of relief. His death from Vanishing step hadn't been recorded. Who knew that Wang Jiexi's eyes and hands were so precise? He repeatedly clicked on the screen to pause the recording. He wasn't looking at Ashen Moon being attacked on all sides, but rather at Lord Grimm, where Cloudy Heavens was being hit in the air. Once, twice, thrice. Whole body, half body, a third of the body. In the end, Xiao Yun still lowered his head in embarrassment. He hadn't been recorded, but he could still be seen in this way. Wang Jiexi didn't say anything. This section of the recording had ended when Ashen Moon escaped from the Encirclement along with Jiao Yingjia's Weeping Crow. In the second section, the scene began somewhat choppy. Qiao Yifan was clearly having Ashen Moon hide and then occasionally have him take a peek outside. Once the fighting started, the forgotten Qiao Yifan had a good view of the entire scene up until Zhu Yibai's White Knight Black Day was killed. Only after his Raw did Ashen Moon move up and begin fighting randomly. Everyone nervously stood behind Wang Jiexi, watching the recording. They all had their heads down waiting for the scolding. But Wang Jiexi didn't say anything. He instead got up, patted Qiao Yifan, and then left. Xiao Yun and the others all hesitated. They didn't know what to do and in the end, returned to their computers to continue practicing. This morning went by as if their bodies and souls were separated. That afternoon, the vice-captain Deng Fuxing came back with account cards. Most of them were received from Herb Garden with the classes matching the main roster's classes. Club Tiny Herb, including Wang Jiexi, had a total of 6 players in the main roster with 5 players in the reserve team, for a total of 11 players. In the current league, this 6+5 setup was the most common arrangement. Unless there was a match that day, the nighttime was free for the players, though there was no lack of hard-working players that would continue to practice on their own. However, today, since the team captain had announced an activity for them, Tiny Herb's player gathered at the practice room. After swiping their account cards, they all entered the 10th server together. Everyone's expressions were somewhat odd. For their team to gather in the game, they had done it before in the heavenly domain, but never in a normal server. Our target, the player Lord Grimm. Everyone, don't be careless. It's very likely that this player is the retired Yi Qiao. Wang Jiexi announced the purpose of their added practice. Once everyone heard this, they all became interested. They began discussing amongst each other. There were some in-game that had searched for his ID and then immediately reported to Wang Jiexi, Captain, he's not online. He'll definitely come. Everyone, first get familiar with your character. They're all low-leveled characters that haven't yet reached level 30, so you guys aren't used to them, right? Wang Jiexi said. Xiao Yun and the others were flushed in embarrassment. Was Captain mocking them? Was he? Or was he not? It was impossible to figure out what God Jiexi was thinking. At around 8 o'clock, Lord Grimm finally came online. The team members immediately informed Wang Jiexi. They then asked Herb Garden for Lord Grimm's whereabouts. Plantago Seed was also hesitant. After yesterday, Tiny Herb's vice-captain had personally come for accounts cards today. After counting all the cards he had given, he found that they added up to Tiny Herb's entire team. Was Team Tiny Herb going to tour around in the 10th server? Plantago Seed held his breath, alarmed. But there was no one to speak to. Because these account cards were only used for special cases, they were quite secretive, and definitely couldn't be taken out and talked about casually. Tonight, he saw all of the characters come online one by one. Plantago Seed didn't dare greet them and could only pace about, hoping that he would accidentally bump into Tiny Herb's tour group. Unfortunately, Tiny Herb's players were currently wandering around on their own and weren't grouped together. Only until 8 o'clock, when Lord Grimm went online, did some immediately ask him for Lord Grimm's location. Lord Grimm again. Plantago Seed stared blankly. Who exactly was this Lord Grimm? The entire Tiny Herb team was going to run over just to see him? Is he an alien? Plantago Seed thought while asking the guild to pay attention to Lord Grimm. After replying to them, he ran over to where Lord Grimm was located too. Desolate Land. This was where Herb Garden's players had seen Lord Grimm. If it was just for leveling, then Jiexi would have definitely went to a higher leveled area to level. However, he still had a few level 28 quests, which had to be completed in Desolate Land. Mission description? Background story? These had all stayed the same for 10 years. Let alone Jiexi, even Plantago Seed wouldn't read these. For experienced players, quests were only done for the rewards. And since some quests were long and stupid, they would only do these quests if they rewarded attribute points or skill books, those types of necessary items. Players would then impatiently do the prerequisite quests for those types of quests. Jiexi was currently at Desolate Land to do these prerequisite quests. Jiexi had used an online guide as a reference. He used the simplest route, where several quests could be done at once. Killing monsters, looking for people, looking for items, delivering items to people, etc. would all be turned in at once. In this way, the quests would be completed quickly. Lord Grimm is at Desolate Land. He's alone. After asking for the circumstances, Tiny Herb's team members reported the info to Wang Jiexi. To Desolate Land. Wang Jiexi said. The entire team of 11 flooded in towards Desolate Land. Vice-Captain Deng Fusheng, who was sitting beside Wang Jiexi, was rushing over, while saying, even if he really is Jiexi, if we all go at once, won't that be a little excessive? Wang Jiexi turned his head and looked him in the eye, calmly saying, have the main force go duel him. Take turns. Deng Fusheng said. Group competition. We're 11, he's 1. Wang Jiexi said. Deng Fusheng started sweating. Was there a difference? They quickly reached Desolate Land. Lord Grimm was doing quests, so he obviously wasn't hiding and was easily found. Plantago Seed had also arrived, but he didn't dare go over and say hello to them. He stealthily found a place to hide and watched from there. Seeing these 11 characters together, he knew that this was the real Team Tiny Herb. An urge swelled up in his heart. He wasn't sure whether he should record it or not. Main roster go challenge him. Who's going up first? Wang Jiexi asked in the practice room. After a moment of silence, someone said, I'll go. Okay. Wang Jiexi answered. This player was called Liang Fang, a berserker. His playing was simple and rough, a very wild player. At this moment, he was using the level 27 Berserker Blood Frenzy with a level 25 purple weapon breaking water greatsword, physical attack 310, magic attack 210, strength plus 10, collapsing mountain skill level plus 1. Besides this, he wore a few normal blue or green equipment from random dungeons and quests. It was already quite impressive that Plantago Seed was able to provide a purple weapon for everyone. Providing good equipment for everyone was too much for him to handle. Liang Fang's blood frenzy raised his sword and began heading over. The other 10 dispersed to let him go through. Yixiao was still killing monsters, not paying attention. Xiao Yun and the others were lonely. With such a large group, how could he not have seen them? They had fought with him the other day, yet today, they weren't able to draw in any attention from him. This only meant that the other side hadn't put them in his eyes. Hey! After Blood Frenzy walked over, Liu Fang roared. Lord Grim ignored him and continued to kill monsters. Everyone felt annoyed. Liu Fang had such a loud voice. They had all heard it. How could the closer Lord Grim not have heard it? If he didn't respond, then that meant he was ignoring him. Hey! Liu Fang yelled again. He wanted to fight him fairly and didn't want to attack him while he was fighting monsters. Still ignored. Liu Fang's blood frenzy coiled around over to Lord Grim's front so that he could be seen. I'll wait until you're done killing monsters, Liu Fang said, and then quietly waited for him. Lord Grim killed the monsters he had gathered carelessly like he always did. Liu Fang waited until he saw that he was done. Just as he was about to attack, he saw that Lord Grim stopped moving. Correct. Stopped moving. Not a single movement. The scene was completely still. Captain. Liu Fang looked for help, somewhat gloomy. Hit him once and see what happens, Wang Jiexi said. Okay. Liu Fang answered and then directly slashed at him. Lord Grim still didn't move. He didn't move the entire time. Liu Fang then suddenly heard what seemed like a girl crying out in fear, distracting Liu Fang. Lord Grim finally moved. Just as his slash was about to hit him, Lord Grim suddenly crouched and the sword missed his head by a bit. He then rolled on the ground, just barely dodging the slash. What's going on? Who is this? In Happy Internet Cafe, Chengguo cried out in alarm. Yixiao hadn't reacted to the 11 people moving closer because he really hadn't seen them. He hadn't responded to Liu Fang's hello because he really hadn't heard it. He wasn't wearing headphones. How could he have heard it? He was just casually killing off monsters, but more importantly, he was talking with Chengguo. After killing off a few monsters, he had stopped to concentrate on talking with boss Chengguo. His boss was explaining to him internet cafe work, serious work. Chengguo had been looking at his screen. When she saw Liu Fang suddenly attack, she cried out in alarm. Yixiao turned his head and looked. He then immediately turned around and moved his character, unexpectedly dodging the blade in that short instant. I don't know, Yixiao said, while looking around. He saw cloudy heavens and the other's ID and then immediately said, "Oh." Who? Chengguo asked. Yixiao shook his head. He wasn't too sure. But after seeing everyone's ID and seeing the classes of all 11 players, he was suddenly startled. Team Tiny Herb. Even though Yixiao wasn't a Tiny Herb fan like Plantago Seed, he was old rivals with Tiny Herb, so he was actually even more familiar with Team Tiny Herb's classes than Plantago Seed. With just a glance, he had already determined this, making Yixiao extremely surprised. At yesterday's fight with that group of players, Yixiao had already figured that they weren't ordinary. They were pro level, but he hadn't thought that they were from Tiny Herb. He had actually been suspecting that it was Liu Hao's doing. He thought that because that guy had failed to beat him in dungeon records, he decided to just directly go and kill him. But these 11 players' classes all clearly matched with Team Tiny Herb's classes. Yixiao immediately thought of that day's intense fight with Plantago Seed. So it really was Wang Jiexi controlling him? Yixiao thought. He then looked at the other witch besides Weeping Crow among the 11 characters, Fiery Blaze. Behind Fiery Blaze's screen, Wang Jiexi calmly said, "Liu Fang, go up." Chapter 135. What Unspecialized means. Okay. Liang Fang replied. This time he didn't test him and seriously attacked. He tapped his keyboard and his character Blood Frenzy stamped his feet and shook his arm. A blood-red aura surrounded his body, the level 25 Berserker skill, Berserk. The Berserk status lasted 20 seconds. In those 20 seconds, the character's strength, attack speed, movement speed, and abnormal status resistance increased, while the character's intelligence, physical defense, and magic defense fell greatly. Every level required 20 skill points and its max level was 10. It was an essential buff for Berserkers. Liang Fang just began and he was already in a Berserk state. It really did fit with his personality. He liked to finish things as quick as possible. Endurance battles were battles that Liang Fang hated the most. After recognizing that the opponents were Team Tiny Herb, he instantly guessed what the other side's purpose was and helplessly shook his head. "Boss, can we talk later?" Yishio said to Chen Guo. Okay. Hurry up." Chen Guo was even more worried than Yishio. Yishio's left hand tapped the keyboard, while his right hand adjusted his earphones. This sort of high-level battle required the assistance of sound. Glory was in a first-person perspective. Movements from behind were mainly determined through sound. Experienced pro players could determine how far away the opponent was behind them through how loud or soft the opponent's footsteps were. The frequency of the footsteps could also tell them how quick the opponent was moving. Yishio put on his headphones and immediately heard Blood Frenzy heavy steps. His character turned and he saw Bloody Frenzy with his two bloodshot eyes slashing towards him. Level 5 Berserker skill, Heavy Hit, which fully utilized the weapon's weight. The damage and weight of the weapon were directly correlated. Blood Frenzy's Breaking Water Greatsword was around 5 kilograms, more than twice as heavy as Lord Grimm's Thousand Chance Umbrella. This heavy hits aura. While fighting against Blood Frenzy, Yishio watched the others and discovered that the other 10 players didn't have any intent on acting, even when he had Lord Grimm deliberately enter their attack range. Yishio smiled. His hand speed suddenly exploded out. Lord Grimm's Thousand Chance Umbrella immediately changed 3 times, completing 3 different classes' skills. Blood Frenzy was blasted out. However, as a pro player, he naturally didn't have any trouble quick recovering. Blood Frenzy rolled and just as he was about to stand up, Yishio's Lord Grimm had already used a shadow clone technique to shift to his position. The distance he would fly had clearly been calculated by Lord Grimm. Unable to get up in time, Blood Frenzy was torn up into a bloody mess and died shortly after. Liang Fang was staring blankly at his screen. From beginning to end, he hadn't found any chance of winning. Suppressed, completely suppressed. Every plan, every movement had been calculated by his opponent. The opponent's movements in the beginning weren't too quick, but even so, he had been completely suppressed so easily. Once the opponent's hand speed burst forth, his end had quickly come. In-game, everything was silent. Tiny Herb's practice room was also completely silent. "Shubie, your turn." Wang Jiexi spoke and chose a player. "Okay," he answered. Liu Xiaobie, a very strange-sounding name, was widely known for his hand speed. Even for pro players, there were differences in hand speed. Liu Xiaobie could be ranked as having the fastest absolute hand speed in Tiny Herb. However, in terms of effective hand speed, he lost to Captain Wang Jiexi by a level. Pro players clearly knew that absolute hand speed was just for show, while effective hand speed was the truly valuable in real combat. Liu Xiaobie still had a ways to go there. His hand speed wasn't being completely utilized yet. Liu Xiaobie was a blade master. Once he heard Captain's orders, he immediately had his character move out. //draw, level 27 Blade Master, Lightsaber Mastery, level 25 Purple Weapon Flickering Light Sword. Physical Attack, 233, Magic Attack, 253. Strength plus 11. Attacks had a 2% chance to dizzy. "Wait a minute," Yishio suddenly said. Everyone was startled. "Are you guys planning on doing a group competition?" Yishio said. "Yeah." Wang Jiexi unexpectedly answered back. Lord Grimm was now standing face to face with his fiery blaze. Liang Fang's Blood Frenzy had been killed by Lord Grimm under his watch. Too annoying. Yixiu said. Then what do you suggest? Wang Jiexi asked. Let's just do a team competition, Yixiu said. Everyone immediately went into an uproar. This guy actually wanted to do a team competition with the 10 of them. The problem was, he was only a single person. And the 10 players over here weren't any ordinary 10 players. They were Team Tiny Herb, last year's champions. This year, they were also the favorites for being champions, and they hoped to be the second team to be consecutive champions like Excellent Era. To be looked down upon like this, everyone was immediately infuriated on the spot. Liu Xiaobie already began shouting, "Captain, let me destroy him." What happened? Liang Fang, who had just revived, was still on the way there, so he didn't know what was happening. That guy actually said he wanted to fight against our entire team by himself. F***CK. A teammate next to him said. Liang Fang was startled. He wanted to say something, but he held back. He had lost, extremely miserably and tragically, and was thoroughly convinced by his loss that his opponent's experience, knowledge, and mechanical skill were all above his own by a level. Plus with an unspecialized character's advantage. In all honesty, Liang Fang had never seen an unspecialized character before. Unspecialized characters had already become legends when he had first started playing Glory. He had only heard a few old teammates talk about how strong and what unspecialized characters were. Today, he had finally experienced their might personally, which was clearly even more abnormal than what the old teammates had said. Unspecialized characters' attacks were impossible to predict. Although they were only low-leveled skills, it included skills from all 24 classes. How could anyone figure out which one of those skills he was going to use? This type of advantage would still exist at high levels. Unspecialized characters only lacked the explosive power of high-level skills. Right now, Liang Fang really wanted to say that no one was his opponent if they dueled. Even if Captain had personally come up, Liang Fang still wasn't confident. He was a pro player with his own clear judgment. He wasn't like those loyal fans who exaggerated their idol's strength. But to say that no one was his opponent would arouse Lord Grimm's fighting spirits. Even if this player was extremely skilled, to actually want to solo their entire team, even Liang Fang, who knew how terrifying he was, couldn't help but feel that he was being a bit too ridiculous. "Captain! I'm going up!" Liu Xiaobie yelled, sucked in a deep breath, and then moved. His Blade Master / Draw used a triple slash to instantly close in on Lord Grimm and used an upward slash. Dong! Lord Grimm had unexpectedly drawn his sword and then used guard to block it. Sword draw! This thought immediately flashed across Liu Xiaobie's mind. At this moment, Blade Masters would definitely use sword draw, this fairly long-ranged attack, to chase him down. He had to be quick. Liu Xiaobie was a player with high hand speed. He of course loved to go all in. Fight with hand speed. This thought flashed through his mind. His fingers also quickly moved. / Draw sheathed his sword and then pulled it out. Sword Draw's sword light instantly flashed. Ta 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 ta. A string of crisp machine gun sounds rang out. / Draw's sword draw was instantly dissipated and his entire body poured out blood. If this wasn't a game, he'd have become a corpse bleeding from bullet holes long ago. Launcher skill, Gatling gun. At this moment, Liu Xiaobie finally understood what an unspecialized character was and what others meant by it having attacks impossible to predict. He originally wanted to compete in hand speed and see whose sword draw was faster. However, his opponent didn't use sword slash and instead moved backwards to use Gatling gun. No matter how far sword draw reached, how could it reach farther than a gun? The chain of bullets hit Liu Xiaobie. Just as Gatling gun finished, the opponent's sword draw suddenly came out. Liu Xiaobie deserved to be called a player with high hand speed. In this short instant, he completed a guard. / Draw lifted his sword upright. Dong! The sword draw was blocked. Just as he was being hit back by the blow, he heard 3 consecutive sounds. The opponent's sword had turned into a gun. Launcher skill, anti-tank missile. Liu Xiaobie wanted to hide, but in the end he was still hit. The 3 anti-tank missiles weren't in a straight line. The opponent used tri-shot and the 3 anti-tank missiles were pulled into a triangle formation, enshrouding an area. No matter how / draw moved, he would be hit by one. Following after were a string of low-leveled skills, no signs, impossible to predict. Liu Xiaobie and Liang Fang were the same. They had only heard of the era when unspecialized characters reigned free. And this time, they had personally experienced it for themselves. Defeated. Liu Xiaobie was also defeated handily. And he was the same as Liang Fang. He had been beaten extremely miserably without any chance of fighting back. This wasn't supposed to be possible for pro players. Even if they were against god-level opponents, such as their team captain, it shouldn't go so far as to not even having a chance of winning. Chances always existed, it just depended on whether or not the individual could grasp it. But when fighting against Lord Grimm, Liu Xiaobie and Liang Fang both discovered that there was only one way to not lose: don't go up and duel him. Chapter 136. True Unspecialized. In the so-called arena contest, 2 players had already fallen. Their defeats had been thorough and beautiful, making the others lose their confidence. Vice-Captain Deng Fusheng stole a glance at the captain. Wang Jiexi's expression was as usual, as if he wasn't affected. But what about the team? Deng Fusheng looked around. The team members all had nervous expressions. Some were also glancing at the captain. Deng Fusheng knew that they were all scared that their captain would choose them to go up next. None of the team members had confidence in defeating Lord Grimm. And Lord Grimm? He was just sitting there, eating food and drinking potions, recovering his health and mana. Wang Jiexi didn't stop him. And none of the team members did either. They weren't there to murder him, so they didn't mind if Lord Grimm rested. If they won by dragging the fights out until his mana ran out, there wouldn't be any meaning to winning for Tiny Herb. But what should they do next? Wang Jiexi was also a bit hesitant. It wasn't possible to beat him in a duel, that was already clear. Let alone the other team members, he himself didn't have confidence in beating Lord Grimm in a duel. This unspecialized character. Ha ha! A laugh was suddenly heard. It didn't come from the practice room, but rather from the game. At this moment, who in Team Tiny Herb could laugh? The person who laughed was, of course, Yi Xiao. Like I was saying, if you're looking to use me as a training partner, this way isn't very useful, right? Yi Xiao said. It's a rare opportunity. Wang Jiexi replied. You're not afraid these children are going to be mentally traumatized? Yi Xiao said. Children? Besides Jiao Yingjie and Qiao Yifan, everyone was petrified. Who were children? You're a bit too confident, aren't you? Wang Jiexi said. Ha ha. Yi Xiao laughed again. Let me ask you. Among everyone here, including you, has anyone here ever fought with a true unspecialized character? Silence reigned, both within game and outside of the game. In the practice room, Team Tiny Herb's members all looked at each other, unsure. It was true. To them, unspecialized characters were only a myth. Unspecialized characters had already disappeared by the time the pro scene had started. Those who knew about unspecialized characters and could tell stories about them could already be considered seniors. And Wang Jiexi? He had already been in the alliance for 5 years. As of today, this season was his 6th year. His experience couldn't be considered shallow, but when Yi Xiao had led excellent era to victory as 3-time consecutive champions, he had only just started playing Glory. And at that time, unspecialized characters had already long disappeared. Those with 10 years of experience in Glory weren't few among the player population. But there were only a few left in the pro scene. As long as a player wanted to play the game, he could play. But for pro players, they couldn't avoid growing washed out due to the pro scene's competitiveness. Whether they could continue playing as a pro wasn't something that they could just do if they wanted to. Unspecialized characters were also a myth to Wang Jiexi. But if you said that he had 0 experience with them, then that wasn't true. When Wang Jiexi entered Tiny Herb, there was a senior team member that had once played Unspecialized. When the third server opened, he didn't abandon his account or change classes like other Unspecialized characters did. Instead, he kept his Unspecialized character as a memento. That was how Wang Jiexi knew of the existence of Unspecialized characters. He had even tried comparing notes with his senior's Unspecialized character and personally experienced and understood an Unspecialized character's advantages and disadvantages at that time. And in the end, when that senior retired, he gave his Unspecialized account card as a gift to Wang Jiexi, which he had kept well to this day. Wang Jiexi still remembered his senior's lament towards Unspecialized characters. Unspecialized characters are still a bit of a fantasy. Even if the level restriction is freed. The issue of weapons and the issue of the user are still large problems that are enough to restrict players from playing Unspecialized. Perhaps, if there was a single weapon that could use all of the skills and an extremely experienced user proficient in every class, then it may be possible to truly use an Unspecialized character's strength. This had originally been a joke. But now, this joke had become a reality that was now in front of his eyes. Jiexi, an existence known as a textbook in glory, proficient in all classes, extremely experienced, was now using one. As for the weapon, the weird weapon in Lord Grimm's hand had been noticed by everyone already and there wasn't any shortage of discussion on it. This Lord Grimm had clearly never changed his weapon before. It was only his weapon that changed forms, which allowed him to use all sorts of skills. Sword to gun. Gun to sword. Switching forms in that way didn't have any cooldowns like how changing weapons did. The knowledgeable pro players could already see that this was a self-made weapon. A terrifying self-made weapon. True Unspecialized character. This was a true Unspecialized character. After recalling that joke his senior teammate once said, Wang Jiexi finally understood what Jiexi was saying. A true Unspecialized character, this was a true Unspecialized character. Even in that era of Unspecialized characters, there was never once a true Unspecialized character. There was no one out there who had any experience fighting against a true Unspecialized like him. Keep on dueling Jiexi? Wang Jiexi looked around left and right. All he saw were worried faces. Even in last year's deciding match, these faces hadn't appeared. At that time, even though they were nervous, it wasn't like now where they had absolutely no confidence in obtaining victory. Under those worried faces hid confusion, not nervousness. And they hadn't even fought with Lord Grimm yet. They had only seen Lord Grimm fight with Liang Fang and Liu Hao. And that was all. And those two? Wang Jiexi thought. He looked at Liang Fang and Liu Hao. From their two faces, Wang Jiexi saw dismay and disappointment. Wang Jiexi finally understood that Jiexi wasn't being overconfident. Wang Jiexi thought that he had found a god to practice with, but now from the looks of it, this god had struck a blow to his team's morale, destroying his teammates' self-confidence. The creative idea Wang Jiexi had come up with had turned disastrous. What now? Wang Jiexi found that the current situation was quite problematic. He had gotten into a situation which he couldn't get out of. If they continued dueling, then all that would do is destroy everyone's self-confidence, possibly including himself too. Wang Jiexi already found that his state of mind had already been affected. He had been overcautious all because their opponent's strength had also deeply shocked him. Like this, the only way he'd be able to win back his team's confidence was to personally duel and beat him. However, at this moment, he already had no confidence. He was afraid. He was afraid that if he lost, his teammates' confidence would be thoroughly destroyed with no way of recovering. Wang Jiexi clearly knew his position in his teammates' hearts. Since the beginning, he had been used to carrying his teammates and rushing forward for the win. But this time, he wasn't able to carry them. He didn't dare carry them. Jiexi was truly too terrifying. Even though he had only defeated 2 of Tiny Herb's members, even Wang Jiexi was feeling the pressure. Should we leave? But Lord Grimm's psychological pressure had already been planted into everyone's hearts. With this mental trauma, their future improvements, performance, and stability might all be negatively affected. These were not exaggerated words. Their mental state during a competition was a very important element. With how they were right now, would they be able to overcome their current psychological fears through their mental fortitude? No. This was the enormous psychological pressure from Lord Grimm's astonishing strength. Unless they defeated Lord Grimm, there would be no way of getting rid of it. But for this to happen, it wasn't really possible for them to duel and beat him. This time, they could only rely on the entire team's strength. Wang Jiexi decided on a plan and immediately shouted calmly, "Everyone!" The teammates at this moment were all somewhat out of it. Hearing their captain shout, they immediately focused. "Up together!" Everyone heard their captain's 2 words. 9 players. At this moment, they had a total of 9 players. Liang Fang and Liu Xiaobie hadn't yet come back. However, 9 pro players against 1. "Don't be polite. Let's go!" Wang Jiexi shouted. Right now, he had to break their doubts of 9 against 1. Using his position in the team, this was still something he could do. Sure enough, after hearing their captain's resolute command, everyone's attention returned to the battlefield. Oh. Lord Grimm also got up. Yishou laughed, "Is this okay?" How could Wang Jiexi not know that 9 versus 1 was somewhat overkill? But there was already no way he could change that. Although this way of obtaining victory would be somewhat embarrassing, at least this feeling would be better than the mental scar of having no way of winning. A team competition, just like you wanted. Wang Jiexi hoped that he could at least dissolve his teammates' embarrassment, even if he himself looked shameless. That wasn't what I meant. Yishou still calmly laughed. "What I mean is, if your entire team goes up and your team gets wiped out, wouldn't that be an even bigger blow? Is this okay?" F***CK. Hearing this, Tiny Herb's team members all suddenly had their fighting spirits ignited. The previous them harbored thoughts of fear. A 9 versus 1 battle didn't stimulate any of their fighting spirit. However, now that they heard how arrogant Yichio was, their fighting spirits once again roared. "Thank you. Your words came at the perfect time." Wang Jiexi smiled. Their embarrassment for a 9 versus 1 battle had been wiped out because of Yichio's words. "Let's go," Yichio said and then suddenly moved. Lord Grimm turned around and unexpectedly ran off. "There's nowhere to run." Wang Jiexi found that everything was developing better than he had imagined. With Lord Grimm running away, his image of being invincible had collapsed a little bit, although running away wasn't really shameful in a 9v1 situation. Wang Jiexi's fiery blaze rode his broom and with a whoosh, chased Lord Grimm, hoping to block him using his advantage in speed. However, Lord Grimm flashed, leaving behind a shadow clone for him, while his real self disappeared without a trace. "Captain!" The other teammates weren't in the battle yet, but they could see the field clearly. Lord Grimm's real body had flashed up into the air, heading straight for Fiery Blaze, who was riding on his broom underneath him. I know. Wang Jiexi had rich experience. He wouldn't be hit so easily. His character rolled on his broom and jumped down, just barely dodging this attack. With a sweep of his broom, his witch sent an accurate attack towards Lord Grimm. Chapter 137. Encirclement. A gun sound rang out. Lord Grimm suddenly fired and a bullet came out. Using the recoil, he flew back, just barely dodging Fiery Blaze's sweep. However, his bullet had missed. A witch could complete 6 combos in midair because sweep gave the user a small knock-up effect. If not, then no matter how fast your hand speed was, it wasn't possible to complete more than 2 normal attacks before you landed. Wang Jiexi wasn't an ordinary player. He fully utilized this and used sweep while controlling his character in order to dodge his opponent's attack. Even though the bullet was fired closely and quickly, it still wasn't able to hit him. Li Ji! Wang Jiexi called out a name. Someone immediately answered back and then fired his gun at Lord Grimm. Li Ji! Part of Team Tiny Herb's main roster. He was currently using the level 27 sharpshooter, untraceable bullet. As a long-ranged character, he immediately fired towards Lord Grimm. Pro players' marksmanship didn't need to be mentioned. Though they didn't have 100% accuracy, their accuracy was much higher than normal players. Untraceable Bullet was using the level 25 purple weapon Western revolver and instantly shot out 6 bullets. Guns were different from other weapons. Attack speed didn't indicate the bullet's movement speed, but rather the firing rate. The quickest is the handgun with an attack speed of 10, capable of firing 8 bullets in a row. Next is the revolver, with an attack speed of 7 or 8, which could shoot out 6 bullets in a row. Next is the crossbow, which could shoot out 4 bullets in a row. Fourth is the rifle, with an attack speed of 2 or 3, and it could usually shoot out 2 bullets in a row. The slowest was the hand cannon, which could only be shot once before needing to reload. Thus, like this, the 5 types of guns had differences in attack speed. Players used whichever gun type they preferred. Besides attack speed, different gun types did different amounts of damage and had different ways of calculating damage. For example, for the revolver, the weapon fired a total of 6 times before needing to reload. Thus, each bullet's damage would be 1/6 of the gun's damage. The other gun times were calculated similarly. Besides this, there were also other special effects. For example, the hand cannon had AoE damage and the rifle had penetrating damage. All of these effects could be triggered by normal attacks. Untraceable Bullet shot out 6 bullets. It was too difficult for Lord Grim to dodge in midair, thus he immediately opened up his umbrella. The umbrella opened and all 6 bullets hit. However, these bullets just became a pushing force, letting Lord Grim move backwards even faster. Everyone coughed a bit of blood. This ever-changing weapon was a bit too ridiculous. It could even be used as a shield. After Lord Grim landed on the ground, without even turning his head, he ran. 1 versus 9. It definitely wasn't possible for him to fight them head-on. These were all pro players. Even if unspecialized characters had the advantage of a vast pool of skills, it wasn't so ridiculous that he could do that. The reason Yi Xiao could easily beat Liang Fang and Liu Xiaobia was because 1. He was more skilled, 2. Unspecialized characters had the advantage in the amount of skills, 3. Those 2 players didn't have any experience against an unspecialized character. It was because of these reasons that he was able to completely destroy these 2 opponents. The latter 2 reasons were the most important points. If not, then even if he is a god-level player, he still wouldn't be able to always win even against normal pro players. The issue of on-stage performance had to be considered. Otherwise, what was the point of competition? If that was the case, then the winner would be decided just by looking at the player roster. This reasoning is the same as in football or basketball. Little Jie! Wang Jiexi shouted. Jiaoing Jie answered. His weeping crow quickly rode his broom to chase after Lord Grim. Just as Wang Jiexi's fiery blaze landed, he quickly jumped onto his broom. These 2 witches flew extremely low, almost touching the ground. The lower one flew, the faster one would be. This was because the distance that could be flown was limited. At the distance limit, the faster one jumped down, the faster one would be. This faster movement had to be done quickly. Weeping Crow and Fiery Blaze flew at the lowest possible altitude. This action relied on mechanical skill to complete. Only extremely quick hands could instantly complete this move. Lord Grim suddenly stopped. He turned around and sent out a Gatling gun. With a shake, the bullet split into 2 towards the 2 players. Weeping Crow and Fiery Blaze split off going left and right respectively, avoiding the bullets. Because the 2 pulled away to dodge the bullets, they had no way of recovering their lost distance and time. This halt gave enough time for the gunner to get into firing range. Li Ji and Liu Fei, the 2 sharpshooters, both fired. The bullets flew out and the PK temporarily turned into a gunfight. As overlapping classes in the team, the coordination between Li Ji and Liu Fei was originally a type of tactical choice. The 2 coordinated exceptionally well. Liu Fei's fallen angel fired straight at Lord Grim, while Li Ji fired where he predicted where Lord Grim would move. The bullets repeatedly fell at Lord Grim's feet, hitting dirt into the air, but were unable to hit Lord Grim. Although Li Ji and Liu Fei's coordination was exceptional, how could Yi Xiao not understand what they were trying to do? Li Ji had predicted where he would move, while he counter-predicted where Li Ji would shoot. Li Ji and Liu Fei were helpless. Their below level 30 characters really did restrict their performance. If they had a few more skills, then they'd at least be able to control a larger area. But right now? Normal attacks were their main methods of attacking. In a PK, how could normal attacks work? In a PK, players mostly relied on their character's skills. But the low-leveled skills below level 30 weren't really helpful right now for Li Ji and Liu Fei's coordination. Yet even though they missed, their attacks still delayed Lord Grimm. On the side, Wang Jiexi and Jiexi continued to close in on him. Desolate Land wasn't a flat land. While Yishio made Lord Grimm dodge, he had already figured out which direction to go to long ago. After a few steps, he jumped up and leaped over a short wall. With this leap, the two gunners could only vent their anger at the earth wall. Li Yihui, Zhu Yibai, to the left. Xiao Yun, Qiao Yifan, to the right. Gunners continue attacking head-on to restrict his movements. Wang Jiexi ordered. Yes. The team members all answered and then set out to complete their orders. Li Ji and Liu Fei continued to fire, so that Lord Grimm wouldn't be able to expose his head and scout around. Li Yihui's character was a grappler and he rushed forward from the left along with Zhu Yibai's ghost blade. Xiao Yun's battle mage Cloudy Heavens and Qiao Yifan's assassin Ashen Moon rushed forward from the right. The two witches came in from the middle. Of course, the witches were the first to arrive. The left and right routes were to prevent Lord Grimm from escaping to the side. Wang Jiex's plan was careful and thorough. Except when he and Jiexi which flew over the earth wall, they looked around left and right, but Lord Grimm had disappeared. Wang Jiex's gaze turned until it landed on a shabby, clay room close to the earth wall. The troops from the left and right also went around the earth wall, but after seeing that Lord Grimm wasn't there, they all stared blankly. Wang Jiexi didn't shout anything this time and individually messaged everyone where to look. The troops from the left and right each circled around the clay room and then reported, "There's no other entrance." Wang Jiexi nodded his head. At that moment, Vice Captain Deng Fusheng's knight and the two sharpshooters had arrived. Wang Jiexi set up the arrangement. The 9 players each went into their respective position and then made a surprise attack. The two sharpshooters opened fire at the room. Deng Fusheng's knight raised his shield. The other close combat characters followed closely behind. The two witches rode on their brooms above the building. They would completely fill the building as fast as possible without giving Lord Grimm any chance to escape. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the building. Deng Fusheng's knight crouched and rolled, giving the two witches enough space to fly through. Without looking, they began throwing out disperse powder left and right. The troops behind them quickly followed. In the end, there was no Lord Grimm there. Everyone was at a loss. Only the two sharpshooters outside didn't know what was going on. Their task was to cover for them. Their guns were still aimed at the door. Once Lord Grimm rushed out, their task would be to stop him. Where is he? Someone finally asked the question in uncertainty. Wang Jiexi stared blankly for quite a while too. His character came out of the room and he once again looked around left and right carefully. In Desolate Land, there really were a lot of these broken-down clay rooms. But in that short amount of time, Lord Grimm only had enough time to move to this room. If he moved anywhere else, he would have definitely been noticed by the others. What happened? Outside, the sharpshooters felt that something wasn't right. He's gone. Someone replied to the two of them. Strange. Did you see him? In Tiny Herb's practice room, everyone began discussing amongst each other. They all thought that their character's camera wasn't enough, so they were all looking at each other's computers to look for him. To the right, sharpshooters fire. Wang Jiexi suddenly ordered. Everyone stared blankly. The two sharpshooters turned their camera. On the right, there really was another building. The two didn't hesitate and immediately fired at it. Yifan, go check the back. Everyone else come with me and charge. Wang Jiexi ordered. Xiao Yifan's Ashen Moon ran to go see if there was an exit at the back. The others hurried to inside this room. They almost forgot. That guy had shadow clone technique. If he used it to move, it would be possible for him to reach here. Wang Jiexi had been thinking of this just a moment ago. After recalculating how far Lord Grimm could move, he discovered that it was possible for Lord Grimm to have escaped to this room. The sharpshooters kept guard on the outside. The knight raised his shield and rolled in. The witches both flew in together and threw down disperse powder. Xiao Yifan reported that there was no other exit and everyone rushed in. Everything went smoothly. They had perfectly executed a surprise attack again. However, the results were the same as last time, there was no Lord Grimm. Wang Jiexi jumped out of the room and once again reassessed the situation. That was it. Besides this room, Lord Grimm had no other options. Even if he used shadow clone technique, it wasn't possible. Could there be some other low-leveled skill that I overlooked? Wang Jiexi began going over all 120 skills that could be learned before level 20. Chapter 138. Logout Escape. Wang Jiexi fiery blaze walked out from the room and continued to observe the surrounding terrain. He knew that he had definitely overlooked something because there was no way Lord Grimm had just disappeared. There were no sneak skills below level 20 that could make a character disappear. They had already eliminated the possibility of Lord Grimm being in these two rooms. The third closest room. After looking around, Wang Jiexi shook his head. Impossible. There wasn't enough time to reach this room. The moving while crouching was very slow. Even if Lord Grimm had rolled the way through, there still wouldn't be enough time. If he wanted to escape into the room before everyone got there, unless he could fly at a low altitude like a witch, it wasn't possible for unspecialized characters. Low-altitude flight. Low-altitude flight. Wang Jiexi suddenly thought of something. It was possible for Lord Grimm to fly at a low altitude like a witch. But the ability to fly wasn't something only witches could do. The gunner's aerial fire could fly too. However, flying low with aerial fire meant that he wouldn't have flown far. But he'd at least maintain a certain movement speed. Aerial fire was a technique, so there wasn't any cooldown and it could be used several times. As long as they were strung together, then it'd work. This couldn't be considered difficult for pro players. 11 o'clock, that building. Wang Jiexi couldn't deal with being very careful. After making this sort of judgment, once they tried it, they would know. Yifan, to the back. Everyone else, with me. It was the same order. Even though the others didn't understand why yet, they still followed their captain's orders. The same tactic was employed. The process was done once again. And the results were the same. He's not either. Wang Jiexi's judgment had failed 3 times. This was a situation that Tiny Herb's members had never encountered before. At this moment, everyone was extremely astonished. Where exactly was this Lord Grimm hiding? Wang Jiexi's witch went outside of the building. After looking around left and right, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he wasn't able to figure out where Lord Grimm could possibly be. You. What are you doing? In Happy Internet Cafe, Chen Gui had originally been talking serious business with Yi Xiu. After Yi Xiu began fighting, she had stood behind Yi Xiu watching the entire time, dumbstruck. With her view of the situation, she naturally knew where Lord Grimm was going. After Lord Grimm jumped over the wall and crouched down, Yi Xiu immediately used aerial fire. Again and again, the distance he flew with each one was very small. But the speed was very fast. Yi Xiu's tempo was quite outstanding. He would use aerial fire again the moment he landed. Like this, if Chen Gui hadn't been able to see the tongues of flames from the gun barrel every time he fired, she wouldn't have been able to tell that he was moving because of him chaining aerial fire together. After moving in this way for several seconds, Lord Grimm suddenly turned around. The scene changed as he entered a building. While escaping into the room, he used the shadow clone technique. Using it once was to use it and instantly move. Using it twice was to get rid of the clone. The shadow clone technique wasn't like a bullet fired from a gunner. The clone could be removed. And after that, Jiexi quickly used the move, Force Logout. Only when the game went to the login screen did Chen Gui yell that out. "What did you say?" Jiexi had just taken off his headphones. "You? Logged out of the game? Are you looking to die?" Chen Gui pointed at the screen and said. Nowadays, technology had improved, so the delay for going online and offline had been reduced by a lot. However, during battle, it wasn't possible to offline normally. Of course, there wasn't any way of preventing players from force quitting the game. But if it was done like this, the characters would stay in their original position for a long time. When the user went back online, his character would be dead 9 times out of 10. If players could instantly log out at any time during battle, then no player would ever die. "There's enough time." Jiexi laughed. "Impossible." Chen Gui said. "By the time they find me, I'll have already logged out." Jiexi said. "How could they take that long to find you?" Chen Gui said. "They didn't see that I entered this building." Jiexi said. "Why not?" Chen Gui didn't understand. "Were you not paying attention? I flew low with aerial fire the entire time. Plus, with the earth wall blocking their view, they couldn't have seen me. And the shadow clone I used after that had been removed by the time they got there. By the time they arrived, they couldn't have found me." Jiexi said. "But the place where you were at? It looked like there were only a few buildings there. If they just casually looked around, wouldn't they have found you?" Chen Gui was a bit hesitant. Honestly speaking, Lord Grimm's camera had only quickly swept around the terrain, so she didn't pay too much attention to it and didn't remember it too clearly. I only had enough time to sneak into one of 3 rooms. There was one facing me that I could have directly entered. On the right, after crouching down, using shadow clone technique was enough to let me enter it. But for me to enter the one I went into, you saw, I had to use aerial fire to quickly move there to make it in time. If I went into the closest one, I'm guessing they would have decided to check that one first. After seeing that it was empty, they would go to the second one. And then the third. Why couldn't they split up and search?" Chen Gui said. "If there was a clear decision to make, why would they go separate to look?" Jiexi said, while getting up, "You should keep talking about what you were talking about before. You just going to leave it like that?" Chen Gui pointed at the screen. "I've already logged out. What's there to do? You're not going back online. I'll listen to you talk first." Jiexi said. "You? Didn't you say you were going to wipe out their team?" Chen Gui had been behind Jiexi the entire time, so Chen Gui had heard him talking. "That was just something I said. 1v9, how could I do that?" Jiexi said. "What type of person are you?" Chen Gui coughed blood. "Then why were you bragging?" "To give them pressure." Jiexi said. "How could they believe that?" Chen Gui asked. Jiexi said to her, "How come it looked like you believed it?" "I?" Chen Gui had no words. In the past few days, she hadn't bothered with him. Her mind was nice and peaceful. But today, with just a few words, she was once again speechless. In-game, Jiexi was still racking his brains trying to figure out where Lord Grimm was. Unable to bear it any longer, he decided to go add Lord Grimm as a friend. But after looking him up, the system said that Lord Grimm was no longer online. Jiexi stood there staring foolishly. Offline. As a pro player who was used to competing in the competitive scene, there was absolutely no way he could have come up with that solution. This was an issue of habit. However, at this moment, Jiexi had already understood everything. That guy had planned to go offline from the very start. Their first fights were all done in order to pull the distance between them. Those 3 simple buildings past the wall were the crucial points. Those 3 rooms were a trap. There was a chance that the plan would fail, but it was unlikely. The room closest to them would be the first that they would think about. The 2 other rooms were more difficult to figure out. In the end, Wang Jiexi led his team to go over every building one at a time, giving him enough time to go offline. Seeing everyone's puzzled faces, Wang Jiexi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 1 versus 9. Sure enough, it was all just done to create pressure. Captain. Vice Captain Deng Fushan lightly said to him. Team Tiny Herb's morale had reached its lowest point. They still hadn't figured out that Lord Grimm had went offline. They were all turning and turning, searching like mad, yet how could they find him? Wang Jiexi stood up. Everyone turned to look at him and hastily took off their headphones. They knew their captain was about to speak. There's no need to keep looking. That guy logged off. Wang Jiexi said. What? Everyone was astonished. Even though they believed their captain, they still couldn't resist confirming it in the game. Just as expected, the system prompted that Lord Grimm wasn't online. Who knew how many times today the practice room was deathly silent? Logout escape. Didn't he say he was going to wipe out our team? Why'd he run? Someone looked down on him. If this was a match, then it would be equivalent to him forfeiting. Someone knew what this logout escape meant in a competitive setting. Then that's it for today. You guys can rest now. Those who are interested can stay here and wait for him to come online. Wang Jiexi finished. He himself went back to his seat, keeping guard with his fiery blaze account. The captain was going to wait. Everyone obviously saw this. As a result, no one left. The captain was their model. Even though he said that they could rest, if the captain was going to stay, then who was going to leave? Liang Fang's and Liu Xiaobie's characters had already ran back. Tiny Herb had a total of 11 players on the team and now began to disperse. Captain, should we ambush him? The vice captain ran to Wang Jiexi's fiery blaze to talk to him. Is there a need to? Killing him isn't our goal. Our goal is to use him to raise our team's skill level. Wang Jiexi said. Oh. Li Ji, Liu Fei, you too. Wang Jiexi shouted. Yes? The two immediately responded. The coordination between the two of you is extremely good. However, today, you two had no way of stopping Lord Grimm. Your patterns follow conventional reasoning too well, so it's easy for others to see through it, especially for experienced veterans like Yi Qiu. You two need to be a bit more imaginative by acting more freely. Wang Jiexi said. Yes, the two replied. Liang Fang, Liu Xiaobie. Wang Jiexi called for the two who had lost their duels. The two hastily ran over. What are your thoughts? Wang Jiexi asked. The two were silent. In the low levels, unspecialized characters have a large advantage due to their vast amount of skills. None of you have ever encountered a single character with all of these assortments of skills and lack the experience necessary to beat him. That's why losing to him is very normal. Even I'm not an opponent for him in a duel. Wang Jiexi said. Everyone listen well. Wang Jiexi raised his voice. Everyone paid attention. Everyone knows who Yi Qiu is. Even if he's retired, his skill level is still top tier in the Alliance. Right now, he's also using an unspecialized character, which has such an early game advantage in skills. Everyone is also very unfamiliar with this class, so don't be concerned about winning or losing. Everyone should treasure this opportunity to fight hand in hand with this type of top-tier player. Discover your own flaws and think of a way to improve. This is our purpose for clearing this boss. Wang Jiexi said. Hey. What boss? Should you be talking like that? A voice suddenly interrupted. Chapter 139. Who's the training partner? Wang Jiexi's fiery blaze was standing outside the clay building's entrance. After hearing the voice, he immediately turned around and entered the building. No one. Still no one. Then who had been speaking just before? Outside of the building, Team Tiny Herb's players were also thinking the same, but quickly found the answer. Soft mist. Last night, one of the players that had wiped out their team was a female battle mage, who was currently standing to the side. This was a very ordinary location in Desolate Land. Monsters respawned here and random players would pass by. Team Tiny Herb had been keeping guard, waiting for the boss to respawn, so they weren't looking around too carefully, especially when the captain had spoken. Even though it was in the game, everyone still had their characters look towards Fiery Blaze. This was how Soft Mist was able to get beside them without them noticing. Of the 10 players, only the 5 subs from last night recognized Soft Mist. The 5 players from the main roster were still looking around left and right trying to figure out who it was. You guys really have a lot of patience. Soft Mist was speaking. However, it was a male's voice. Yishio's voice. Correct. Yishio had taken Tang Ru's account and ran over to take a look at the situation. Tang Ru was sitting behind him with a rice bowl in her hands. She had just gotten up and was currently eating dinner. Who are these guys? Why do they keep coming back? Tang Ru asked. She also recognized those 5 players from last night. However, today, their troops had grown larger and it looked like they had called more troops over for revenge. Yeah, they're endless, Yishio said. However, his words could be heard in-game by Team Tiny Herb's members. Everyone was extremely gloomy. But they didn't act blindly without thinking and waited for their captain to give them orders. Battle Mage. Wang Jiex's Fiery Blaze walked up and said, "Yup," Yishio said. He brandished the battle lance in Soft Mist's hands. Battle Mage. This was the class that he had truly used for 10 years. Even though his 10 years of experience had let him be proficient in every class, the Battle Mage was still his most liked and most familiar class. Xiao Yun, you go up. Wang Jiexi called for him. Ah. Xiao Yun stared blankly. They were the same class. He was level 26 and his opponent was level 28. There wouldn't be much of a difference between their equipment. However, he was still lacking in terms of skill levels and stats, so there was still a small difference. Don't be nervous. Don't forget, you're one of the members of a champion team, Wang Jiexi said. At this moment, Wang Jiexi didn't say, "It doesn't matter whether you win or lose." It doesn't matter whether you win or lose could only be said when team morale was at its lowest. It was a type of comfort. During a real battle, even if it was only for learning, this type of mentality couldn't be had, especially for a member of a team that wanted to be champions. Winning was always number one. Don't worry about winning or losing, that type of talk could only be said by Wang Jiexi at a suitable time to get rid of any unnecessary baggage in everyone's minds. Xiao Yun, you can do it. A few teammates cheered him on. Xiao Yun's fighting spirit suddenly ignited. Even though he was against a trump card god among battle mags, this was already of the past. Yichio had already left the pro scene. And himself? He was currently ascending up the ladder slowly. Why should he be afraid of a washed-up player? Thinking like this, Xiao Yun's battle mage Cloudy Heavens raised his battle lance and went out to do battle. Ha ha, so it's you? Yishio laughed. Xiao Yun suddenly weakened. It was only 5 simple words. However, his tone made Xiao Yun suddenly think of his tragic experience last night of getting killed by Vanishing Step. Do you need a few chasers first? Yishio asked. Xiao Yun felt even more embarrassed. Yesterday, he had carried 7 chasers to kill him, but he never had the chance to use them. For a battle mage, to not be able to use the class's most characteristic feature, chasers, was too much of a joke. Xiao Yun was about to say something, when he heard his team captain shout out from behind, "Xiao Yun, don't waste time trash talking." Trash talking? Xiao Yun stared blankly. In Glory's competitive scene, any taunting or provoking done between 2 sides in chat was called trash talking. But in-game, the other side didn't have to type out messages and could directly talk. As pro players, they had to learn how to deal with these types of situations. Trash talking was always done deliberately by experts to find a weak point and to irritate you. There were very few people who truly enjoyed saying such words. This was also one tactic for psychological warfare. Xiao Yun took a deep breath. There were two ways of dealing with trash talk. One way was to counter with your own trash talk and see who was better at it. The second way was to ignore it and maintain a calm mental state. The current expert at using both ways was Huang Xiaoqian. For that guy, first of all, he talked to himself, so he didn't care about what the other side was saying. Second was his typing attacks, which were classified as group attacks. Directly attacking the entire team was something that he had done before. For new players, trash talk was an extremely serious challenge for them. For example, for Jiexi, who was viewed as the player who would succeed Wang Jiexi, although his skill level was already very good, he still hadn't had any experience in an official match. This was all because his shy and introverted nature still had to be tempered. If he was sent into a match against Huang Xiaoqian's typing attacks, it wasn't wrong to say that there was a chance he would be attacked until he was crying. After hearing the captain speak, Xiao Yun collected himself and stopped thinking about what Yishio had said. Afraid that Yishio would say something that would hurt him even more, he immediately raised his battle lance and attacked. Soft Mist also raised her battle lance and welcomed him. The two battle mags began fighting in an instant. Everyone subconsciously walked closer a few steps in order to see the battle unfold more clearly. Everyone, record it. Wang Jiexi ordered and then opened the record function too. In a battle of the same class, there was less fancy maneuvers and more caution. Because they both knew their class from top to bottom, their usual ways of fighting were usually useless. Xiao Yun went up and used Dragon Tooth, Sky Strike, Falling Flower Palm, Circle Swing, chaining together the battle maid's most basic set of 4 skills. However, none of them hit. Following up, Soft Mist did the same and chained together these 4 skills, which also all missed Cloudy Heavens. Against a class he himself was extremely familiar with, Xiao Yun clearly performed a lot better than last time. Dodging and attacking, the two battle mags took turns attacking. But their magic chasers were never able to form. Until now, the two hadn't yet successfully hit each other yet. The more Xiao Yun fought, the more energetic he became. He discovered that once Yichio took off that weird unspecialized class, he was only just SOSO. Sure enough, he really was a retired pro player. His fighting was extremely ordinary. Unfortunately, this was only a battle between low-leveled accounts in the new server. If this was in a pro match, the finals, at a key moment, his teammates were all dead and only him and one Autumn Leaf were fighting in the decisive battle, where victory would signify their spot as champions, and he found an opening. At this moment, a clear opening had been exposed on Soft Mist. Xiao Yun didn't let the opportunity pass. The battle lance in Cloudy Heaven's hand stabbed forward like a viper. His attack hit and this battle's first magic chaser was formed. Immediately following, a sky strike headed towards Soft Mist along with the neutral chaser he had just formed. The chaser exploded. Magic damage! Cloudy Heavens also gained a movement speed buff and his movements quickened. He swiftly closed in. Seeing Soft Mist, he wanted to also play around with her using Vanishing Step. But, all in all, he didn't have enough skill to do so. By the time he'd have figured out where he should move towards, Soft Mist would have already almost fallen to the ground by then. His opponent wasn't like a doll and responded with a mid-air stab to try and stop Cloudy Heavens from coming closer. However, this attack was clearly a bit frantic while in mid-air. Cloudy Heavens leaped backwards and easily dodged it. He quickly stepped forward and then used a Falling Flower Palm, hitting her directly. Not waiting for his opponent to fly, he immediately followed up with a Circle Swing and Soft Mist crashed to the ground. Xiao Yun was extraordinarily proud. He felt that he was an MVP-level god. He rushed forward to attack. While doing so, he thought he heard my turn. Xiao Yun didn't have time to think carefully. He attacked twice at that Soft Mist, who was laying there like a dead person. Xiao Yun also hesitated when he suddenly heard the captain yell, "Look out!" Just as it was said, Soft Mist suddenly rolled. Xiao Yun had Cloudy Heavens chase him with a stab, full of confidence. The opponent got up and then jumped, just barely dodging Cloudy Heaven's lance. High up in the sky, the battle lance pricked up and a sky strike flew over. Xiaoyun hastily did a roll and Cloudy Heavens avoided it. After Soft Mist landed, she immediately used a Dragon Tooth. Cloudy Heaven sidestepped, dodging it. The opponent's skills along with normal attacks arrived one after another, while saying, "See, it's best to use a few normal attacks between skills in order to change up your tempo. When trying to maintain the situation, the more available skills you have the better. For example, when you chain for skills at once, even though it has a lot of power, once the combo's finished and those 3 skills go on cooldown, there are a lot fewer choices you can make during that time, so it'll be much easier for your opponent to see through you. This isn't only for in the early game. You'll have to pay attention to do this when you reach the late game too. Even though you have more skills in the late game, the cooldowns for high-level skills are longer. Throwing down all your skills at once isn't a very smart way of fighting." Oh, Tang Ru, who was standing behind Yi Xiu, replied. She had been fighting against the player who had been beaten up in the air by Yi Xiu yesterday. Only after fighting against him did she realize that his person had been played around with wasn't as easy to deal with as she had previously thought. When all of your skills are ready to be used, that's when you're at your strongest. In reverse, you also have to pay attention to how many skills your opponent has used too. What is the cooldown for that skill? See, he just used a Falling Flower Palm, so in the next 4 seconds, Falling Flower Palm can't be used by him. Use this time to close in. Besides Falling Flower Palm, the current Battle Mage skills that can be used are all line or point attacks, so if we choose to close in quickly at a slight angle. Look, he doesn't have any skills he can use to stop us right now. Oops, Falling Flower Palm. I said too much and 4 seconds have passed, so Falling Flower Palm is off cooldown. Just as Yi Xiu was about to close in, Cloudy Heavens used a Falling Flower Palm. He hastily leaped back, letting Soft Mist dodge it. What are you doing? Who are you talking with? Xiaoyun shouted. Chapter 140. Find me next door. Watch this. Soft Mist said this and then once again took advantage of the fact that Cloudy Heaven's skills were on cooldown and closed into attack. This time, Yi Xiu didn't say anything further. He would first demonstrate it before saying anything more. After only 2 moves, Cloudy Heaven was knocked into the air. Xiaoyun was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he had already figured out what had happened. The 2 Soft Mists before and after were completely different. As a pro player, of course he had this level of judgment. Plus, with Yi Xiu's sudden non-stop chatter, Xiaoyun finally understood that in the beginning, he had been the one brought as a training partner. And now? He was once again being used a teaching prop. Xiaoyun impatiently tried to hurry up and get out of the mid-air situation. But whenever his camera angle changed, he couldn't find his opponent. Vanishing step. Vanishing step again. Xiaoyun really hated this. Since he couldn't break out of the situation, it would clearly mean that his skill level was lower by a level. Thinking of how the entire team was watching him right now, he even had thoughts of dying. Fortunately, the opponent wasn't as vicious as last time. Even though he still used Vanishing Step, after a few hits, he used a circle swing to throw him into the ground. Xiaoyun immediately did a roll and then got up, afraid that his opponent would chase him down. However, Soft Mist didn't move. She stood there, chatting incessantly. Clearly, the player using her was explaining what he had just been doing. Teaching dummy. He really did become a teaching dummy. Xiaoyun was fuming in anger. He rushed forward to engage in combat again. Soft Mist casually dissolved his efforts while commenting. What went wrong there, what should be done, etc. Xiaoyun went from a teaching dummy to teaching material. Even more unfortunate was that his anger didn't bring out any hidden power for Xiaoyun. His movements were still that same as before. And, on the contrary, his impatience made him expose even more openings. Xiaoyun, withdraw. Wang Jiexi finally said. As spectators with clear views of the scene, they figured out long ago that the soft mists before and after were played by two different people. At this moment, Xiao Yun's desire to win was quite fierce. However, his mental state had already gone out of control and he was now only pushing attacks with his anger. But Xiao Yun was still extremely focused with his playing. He unexpectedly hadn't heard Wang Jieshi's words. Zhu Yibai, who was sitting next to him, hastily patted him. "Xiao Yun, Captain wanted you to withdraw." This time, Xiao Yun got the message. After staring blankly for a bit, he gloomily withdrew to his captain's side. This was one of their customs. At moments like these, their captain would say a few words to them. "Were you listening to what Yi Qiu had been saying just before?" Wang Jiexi asked. Xiao Yun stared blankly. He had heard. He really had heard, so much so that he saw through him and discovered that he was being used by Yi Qiu as a teaching dummy. But he knew that his captain definitely wasn't talking about this. "I already knew everything he said," Xiao Yun justified himself. None of those theories were any big secret. Not just pro players, but even normal players knew about them. However, even if one knew about them, actually putting them to use was an entirely different matter. "Since you didn't need to listen, why did you take his words as trash talk?" Wang Jiexi said. Xiao Yun stared blankly again. Wang Jiexi didn't say anything more and let him reflect on his own. "Captain, let me try." At this moment, a player actively requested to go up and fight. The player was the player who had been previously defeated, Liu Hao. But seeing that the opponent wasn't using an unspecialized character, that truly difficult to deal with class, everyone was already eager to give it a try. Liu Hao had lost once, so he had a bit of revenge on his mind. "Let me try." The player who had also died once just before, Liang Fang, asked to go up too. "Hey, hey!" Before their captain was able to reply, Soft Mist walked over. Soft Mist was a female character, although the voice clearly belonged to a male. Everyone felt that it was a bit weird. "Aren't we here to compare notes? Let's go to the arena," Yi Qiu said. "It looks like you have someone next to you who also needs guidance," Wang Jiexi said. "Yup. But I don't have as many people as you do," Yi Qiu said. "What type of person?" "A little sister from the internet cafe," Yi Qiu said. "I'm going to go on my account," Yi Qiu said and then left. Soft Mist was returned to Tang Ru. Yi Qiu logged into Lord Grimm and then walked out of the clay building. Team Tiny Herb's 11 players were all waiting outside. And for some time, they weren't sure what had just happened. "Don't you think that this phrase would be amazing?" Lord Grimm walked up, while Yi Qiu asked. "What phrase?" Wang Jiexi asked. "Champion team becomes training partners with Internet Cafe Girl." "That would probably make the headlines, right?" Yi Qiu said. "The girl you're talking about is this Soft Mist, right?" Wang Jiexi said. "Right. She's clearly a new player. Don't you think that directly using pro players as training partners is a bit too excessive?" Wang Jiexi said. "Ha ha. For her, doing it this way fits her quite nicely," Yi Qiu said. "But I don't see how training with her will provide any benefits to us," Wang Jiexi said. "If you can't beat her, then you don't have the qualifications to fight with me," Yi Qiu said. Wang Jiexi was speechless for a while. "That'll be quite easy for us to do. That's why you guys won't lose out. Unless you guys want to keeping doing things like this and play hide and seek with me every day. You guys should be pretty busy, right? Do you guys really have that much time?" Yi Qiu asked. Arena. Wang Jiex's character Fiery Blaze turned around and then announced the news to everyone. "Are these players all experts?" Tang Ru's Soft Mist walked over to Lord Grimm to ask. "Yeah," Yi Qiu replied. "How good?" Tang Ru asked. "They're a bit worse than me," Yi Qiu said. Coughs immediately sprang up. Yi Qiu ignored them. He asked Tang Ru, "If you keep on losing, will you cry?" What do you think? Tang Ru asked back. I just want you to be prepared. Yixiao said. I don't believe it. Aren't you exaggerating too much? Tang Ru said. Yeah. That's the spirit. Yixiao lit his cigarette. The group returned to town and entered the arena. Can I use my Unspecialized? Yixiao asked. Everyone in Tiny Herb was speechless. This wasn't an easy question to answer. If you said no, then it'd mean that they were scared. If you said yes, then they really would be scared. Going against an Unspecialized was extremely hard. In the end, they heard the captain say, "What are you guys worrying about? If you can't get over it, then go to bed." Winning or losing doesn't matter couldn't always be said. Wang Jiexi hoped that his teammates would show that they didn't fear losing and learn from their failure. Beating an Unspecialized at this level, especially Yixiao's Lord Grim, truly was nearly impossible for everyone. Under this situation, this would tell him who had the courage to face against a loss and improve because of it. The team was silent. It didn't matter whether or not their mental states could bear it. No one was going to choose to leave. Who wants to go first? Wang Jiexi asked. Me. Liu Xiaobia walked directly to Lord Grim. We've already agreed that you have to pass her first. Yixiao hinted at Tang Ru. It'll be quick. Liu Xiaobia said full of confidence. He created a 1v1 room. The others joined as spectators. After Yixiao entered, he left a message and then left, "If you win, come find me next door, password 15951. How long can she last? Yixiao silently thought in his newly created room. He wasn't sitting together with Tang Ru, so he couldn't see how the battle was going and could only guess. As a first opponent, Liu Xiaobia was quite unfavorable for Tang Ru. Tang Ru's main advantage was her hand speed. However, Liu Xiaobia was famous in the pro scene for his hand speed. What had originally been Tang Ru's advantage was a disadvantage to her in front of Liu Xiaobia. As for experience, understanding, knowledge, and decision-making, they weren't comparable. Probably around 40 seconds. Yixiao guessed a time. For him, this was a type of habit. Using his experience, he could directly simulate a match and, from that, he could make a final guess. 43 seconds. The time wasn't far from Yixiao's guess. Liu Xiaobia started out extremely fiercely and didn't show any mercy towards her. He was even more impatient about wasting his time on a noob like her. This was the first time that she felt powerless because someone's hand speed was higher than hers. Against that battle mage Cloudy Heavens, she could still put up a fight. But up against this Blade Master, she was completely suppressed from the very start and never had a chance to counterattack. It was a complete victory. Everyone in the room suddenly disappeared. Tang Ru stared blankly and then left, too. She joined the room next door as a spectator but didn't find Lord Grim. "Where are you?" Tang Ru asked Yixiao. "Find me next door." Yixiao replied. "I am next door. I don't see you." Tang Ru replied. "Find me next door is the room's name." Tang Ru was speechless. She left the room and then searched. Sure enough, there was a room called Find Me Next Door. She typed in the password and entered. Lord Grim was the only one inside. The others had probably been thrown off by the play on words, too. "How was it?" Yixiao asked Tang Ru. "They really were strong." Tang Ru said. "That opponent just happened to counter you." Yixiao said. "It doesn't matter who the person is, I'll beat him." Tang Ru said. "It'd be great if you could do that." Yixiao said. "Definitely." Tang Ru said. The two continued to chat. Someone from Tiny Herb finally entered. Soon afterwards, the others rushed in. Was there a point? Wang Jiexi clearly didn't appreciate Yixiao's little play on words. Everyone was in spectator mode, ready to watch Liu Xiaobia enter the field. However, they didn't see him. After a while, they saw him enter as a spectator and say, "What's going on? I can't join the battle." "Pay attention to the conditions for joining the battle," Yixiao said. "I already beat her." Liu Xiaobie said. "I was talking about the system setup." Yixiao said. "System setup?" Everyone was puzzled. In the end, Wang Jiexi found it the fastest gambling match. "Of course, it's a gambling match," Yixiao said. 40 strong spider silk? Wang Jiexi saw Yixiao's bet. "I don't think you guys have high-level materials either." In reality, Yixiao didn't have anything on him. He had used up all of the materials he recently got. These strong spider silk were from the extra he earned from the first time he substituted in. Gambling matches couldn't be made in the arena without a starting bet. The stakes were all mortgaged by the system. "We don't have these either," Wang Jiexi said impolitely. "Come on, find a way. If you don't have these, then an equivalent exchange is fine. Would you like me to give you a list of items?" Yixiao asked. Chapter 141. Wreck and then get wrecked. Oh? You want materials for your silver weapon and you also want to train a new player. Quite ambitious, huh? Wang Jiexi said. "That's why if you want to take another championship, then you're going to need to seize the chance now," Yixiao said. Tiny Herb's team members were listening to the conversation between these two gods. In their hearts, they were extremely hesitant. Was Yixiao planning on coming back to the pro scene? The problem was, didn't he just retire a few days ago? Wasn't it a little strange that he wanted to come back already? Say it. "What materials do you want?" Wang Jiexi asked. A wall of text quickly flashed over. It was clearly impossible for it to have been typed out in that short amount of time. "So you really had prepared long ago?" Wang Jiexi looked at these materials. They were practically all materials from the level 25 to 30 stage of the game. Some were from hidden bosses, some were from wild bosses, and some were even worthless items. But for Wang Jiexi, that level of a player, he had a bit of knowledge on the equipment editor, especially since their club's technology department was considered the top in the alliance. After excellent era's reign for Team Tiny Herb to be able to become two-time champions, this was one of their reasons. These self-made weapon materials were unexpectedly all laid out right in front of him. Was he not scared of exposing how his weapon was made? It has to be known that self-made weapons were all very secretive items. Does he think that we won't be able to see through it, or did he put in some sort of trick? Wang Jiexi thought to himself, but didn't say anything. He immediately contacted Herb Garden's guild leader Plantago Seed on this server and told him his needs. Plantago Seed was actually outside the arena. This guy had been following them the entire time from start to finish. But because he was too afraid to go near them, he just watched them from afar, which was why no one noticed him. However, when he reached the arena, he didn't know which room everyone went into and had no choice but to get ready to leave. Who would have thought that he would suddenly receive a message from Fiery Blaze? God Jiexi! Plantago Seed obviously knew that this character was a witch. Either this one or Weeping Crow, one of them had to be Wang Jiexi. Plantago Seed looked at the list that was sent over and then immediately ran to the guild storehouse, carrying everything they had so far with him. He then contacted Fiery Blaze to find out which arena room they were in and then hastily sent the items over. All sorts of materials were brought over. Wang Jiexi clearly knew that the stakes weren't any different from gifts to him because their chances of winning were so low. If Plantago Seed had to make the decision, he definitely wouldn't have agreed to the requests. He would have at least tried to lessen the damages. But in Wang Jiex's eyes, these low-leveled materials were nothing to him. If they were the tuition for training his team, then so be it. With the materials, Liu Xiaobie accepted the stakes and his character then entered the 1v1 match. Wow, so quick! You really deserve to be called the champion team, Yixiao said. Cut the crap. Liu Xiaobie was in high spirits. He knew his opponent was the god Jiexi, so he of course wouldn't hold back using his famed hand speed in the pro scene to go all out. The match instantly began with a horizontal sweep of his sword. The record function in the arena was very different from the record function in the wild. It didn't require the recording to be in a player's perspective. The perspective could be looked at from a god's perspective. When the recording was rewinding or playing, the perspective could be changed to a player's perspective, zoomed out, a close-up, a bird's eye view, any perspective, which was clearly advantageous for studying it. For Wang Jiexi and the other team members, they were using this sort of god's perspective even now, allowing them to freely choose which perspective they wanted to watch the battle in. Liu Hao made the first attack. His movements looked like he was in a panic, but it was actually all under his control. This was because against an unspecialized player's unpredictable actions, where even pro players had no way of guarding against, Liu Hao's only choice was to go frantic with his hand speed, hoping to use chain attacks to stop his opponent from doing any weird tricks or stop him from having any time to think about what to do next. Wang Jiexi saw this and secretly nodded his head. All in all, Liu Hao was a player from the main roster, so his mind was quite mature and his decision-making was very on point. In comparison, even though Xiao Yun had participated in almost half of their matches, he still appeared hot-tempered. However, if he wanted to win, it would be somewhat difficult. Just as this thought went through Wang Jiex's head, Lord Grim had begun counterattacking. Just like that, the violent sword swings that flew out like a tempest from Liu Hao's Blade Master were dissolved in an instant. Lance, gun, sword, and fist attacks were thrown out following after. Liu Hao's Blade Master / draw was forced to retreat. However, he was still focused, looking for an opportunity. Good. Wang Jiexi typed out this word, boosting Liu Hao's morale. This was what he wanted to see, not being discouraged by a defeat. After a short moment, Liu Hao still fell. The bets they had made were automatically sent as a package to Lord Grim. Thanks. Yishio typed. My turn. Liang Fang jumped out to try. Pass the test first. Yishio kicked him out of the room. Tang Ru also received the news. She left and created a room. This time, the others didn't go and watch. There really wasn't much to see from a new battle mage like her. Shortly after, Liang Fang and Tang Ru both returned. Tang Ru was naturally defeated without any suspense. Liang Fang brought the materials up to the field and the two sides began fighting. Liang Fang quickly felt some type of familiarity with the situation. This familiarity was similar to how when he and Soft Mist had fought. Except this time, their roles had swapped and he became the one struggling. Liang Fang was a wild and hot-blooded person. His blood became even more excited in this type of situation and often used ways that caused both sides to suffer damage. However, this didn't mean that he had lost his cool. Liang Fang's Berserker class preferred this way of fighting. This was because after changing classes, Berserkers could learn the skill Blood Awakening. For Berserkers that learned this passive skill, when their health hit below 50%, they would gain additional strength. More so, the lower the health, the higher the increase. In other words, the lower a Berserker's health, the stronger the attacks would be. Later, if the two sides continued to fight with both sides suffering, then the one who would lose out in the end would be the opponent. Liang Fang fiercely attacked in this way. Yishio didn't seem to be having an easy time either. He often went into desperate situations where he had no other choice but to trade hits. The two sides' health continued to deplete. Although health of Liang Fang's Berserker was dropping faster, thinking of how his damage was increasing because of it, Liang Fang became more and more confident. Liang Fang paid attention to Lord Grim's health. From 1/2, to 1/3, to 1/4, to 1/5. And although his health was dropping faster, his attacks were becoming much stronger. Almost there. Liang Fang watched both of their health bars. Finally, when his health reached a certain point, Liang Fang's expression greatly changed. He furiously discovered that he could no longer trade hits. He saw that if he hit Lord Grim another 2 times, he would be able to beat him. But the problem was, if he was hit one more time, then he would be the first one to fall. What bad luck! Liang Fang angrily threw his mouse. You must be tired. You're still missing one more hit. Immediately following, Liang Fang heard his opponent speak. This guy. So it wasn't that his luck was bad, but rather because his opponent had calculated the end result, which was why he just stood there trading hits with Liang Fang. This type of judgment wasn't something that Liang Fang didn't want to make, but rather because he couldn't make it. He didn't know the stats of his opponent's silver weapon. If it was just a normal weapon, he might have been able to make an approximate guess from the damage he took, but the problem was, this guy's weapon kept on changing forms. Different forms did different amounts of damage. Moreover, unspecialized characters had a vast variety of skills. Of those 120 skills, who knew what level each of those skills were? There was simply no way of evaluating it. In the end, Liang Fang, who had gambled on his luck, lost to the opponent's accurate calculations. Okay, next one. Liang Fang lost this match and then exited the field. Yishio typed it out to call for the next person. This time, the next contestant knew what to do and directly went to fight against Tang Ru first. After a short moment, he handily beat Tang Ru and then went to look for Yishio to do battle. As a result, Tiny Herb's team members all began to go through the same cycle. They first crushed the novice Soft Mist and then got crushed like novices by Yishio. The materials were depleted one after another. Plant-to-Go Seed could only watch heartbroken. Right now, his heart wasn't aching because of those materials. Those materials were taken away by the team in any case, so he wasn't accountable for them. What was making him so frightened was that of the team's 11 players, 6 of them had already lost to Lord Grimm. How could this guy be so terrifying? What made Wang Jiexi gratified was that even though they kept on losing, the atmosphere of the team was extremely good. Apart from the team member, who was fighting with Lord Grimm, the others had all taken off their headphones, watching the match while discussing it with their fellow teammates. Everyone was trying hard looking for a way to beat Lord Grimm. They were listening to each other's suggestions and looking for their own flaws. Every contestant that went up was given lots of encouragement by their teammates. Unfortunately, even though it was like this, from Tiny Herb's main roster to the reserve team, they were all beaten cleanly. No matter how many suggestions had been made, they still hadn't seen any way of winning. 11 players. At this moment, 10 players had already lost. Only Wang Jiexi hadn't come out. Of course, no one was happy that everyone had been defeated. But they weren't mentally traumatized like what Wang Jiexi had been worrying about. Everyone was confronting their losses in a very rational manner. Big-eyed Wang, you're not going to try. At this moment, Lord Grimm suddenly sent out a message. The entire team Tiny Her began sweating like mad. Big-eyed Wang. This really was a nickname their team captain once had. Wang Jiexi's 2 eyes were of different sizes. But what was different from others was that instead of having 1 small eye and 1 normal eye, 1 eye was extremely normal while the other eye was extremely large. As a result, when he first entered the alliance, he was given the bad-sounding nickname Big-Eyed Wang because of the abnormality he was born with. At that time, he was still a new novice, so the veterans and seniors all called him that. But now, Wang Jiexi was already Tiny Herb's team captain. All of the team seniors had already retired. He was counted as the oldest on the team, so it had been a long time since that nickname came up. This Yichio, this Yichio. Tiny Herb's teammates were all very angry. But the more they thought about it, the more they calmed down. They couldn't call the team captain by that nickname. But for seniors, they really did all call their captain by that nickname. And in the alliance, what other player could be more of a senior than Yichio? Chapter 142. Magician. When Yichio yelled Big-Eyed Wang, even though Tiny Herb's team members weren't happy about it, there was nothing they could say. Everyone quietly looked at their captain's face and saw that their captain wasn't angry about it. Trash talk, trash talk. Tiny Herb's team members said to each other. Come. Wang Jiexi typed out, but then hinted towards Tang Ru's Soft Mist and they both left the room. Tang Ru's Soft Mist followed him out. Yixiao waited until there was nothing going on before sending Tang Ru a message. Did you cry? My face is covered with tears. Tang Ru said. Wipe them away and continue fighting. Yixiao said. Yes. Tang Ru replied. Yixiao knew that Tang Ru was fine. Just as expected, he had picked correctly. To this sister, this type of method couldn't have fit her any better. Being defeated wouldn't affect her at all. For this girl, the more she failed, the braver she would get. She was also smart. Yixiao was confident that having this champion team train with her would definitely help her improve a lot. As for the other player with great potential, Steam Bun Invasion, Yixiao didn't call out to him for now. Steam Bun Invasion had a video game background. He wasn't weak either, so once he started playing Glory, he had his own way of making decisions. To put it simply, he had his own unique style. Nowadays, in the pro scene, in order to achieve steadiness, a lot of the new players all received coaching, so their skill in strategy and tactics became more and more set in stone. There were few new players with their own unique styles. This was especially so for those players that had been trained by the club from the start, such as Jiao Yingjie, who was simply being molded into another Wang Jiexi. This was why on this point, Steam Bun Invasion was even better. Although his unique style might be a bit noobish and stupid right now, Yixiao was looking forward to how this unique style would develop. Coming back on topic, Steam Bun Invasion was still only an online friend and wasn't like Tang Ru, who he could talk to in real life. As for his character, Yixiao couldn't really figure him out. If there was a chance, it would be okay for him to try fighting with an expert. But to directly have him get mercilessly crushed one round after another like Tang Ru, that was something he couldn't place his luck on. Even Wang Jiexi was afraid that his team of pro players would be negatively impacted by being mercilessly crushed. How could Yixiao dare to let Steam Bun Invasion, who he didn't really understand well enough, undergo a cleansing? They should be finished by now. He once again made a prediction for Wang Jiexi and Tang Ru's fight and felt that it was about time now. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the two players came back. Wang Jiexi didn't say anything more and brought his fiery blaze directly up onto the field. TSK, you've become more merciful. If it was the you from before, then shouldn't 30 seconds have probably been enough? Of course, now that you're the captain, things have changed. Yixiao said. Once Wang Jiexi's character entered the field, the two could talk. Let's start. Wang Jiexi said. Do you want me to let you win this one? You guys have lost 10 matches. If you happen to win this one, then it'd be a big boost to your team's morale. Yixiao said. But I don't think I'll lose for certain. Wang Jiexi said. But you know it. Yixiao dully said. Is there any point in trash talking? Wang Jiexi said. Yeah, there is. Just look at Huang Shaoqian. Yixiao said. Wang Jiexi didn't have any words for a moment. With regards to trash talk, especially Huang Shaoqian's trash talk, it really was a pain for their Tiny Herb. Tiny Herb was last season's Glory Professional Alliance's Season 7 champions. Apart from that, they were also the Season 5 champions. In between, they had their title as champions taken away by Huang Shaoqian in Season 6. If it wasn't for this, Tiny Herb would have already become 3-time champions, creating a new era. Unfortunately, on their road to becoming champions, the team's mentality wasn't good enough. Under the pressure from their fans' expectations, when they were faced with Huang Shaoqian's full-screen trash talk, everyone became somewhat unsteady. In that final deciding match, they lost, making them feel extremely depressed and unwilling to accept the result. This was an experience that Tiny Herb hated to bring up. But now, Yixiao had brought it up. This was trash talk. Wang Jiexi decided. He collected his thoughts and didn't say anything more, completely entering a competitive state of mind. Everyone in Team Tiny Herb was extremely nervous. Even though they had maintained a steady competitive state of mind the entire way through, losing from the beginning to the end really was very shameful, which was why everyone was hopeful that their captain would pull out a win. Also, wasn't one of their little brothers from Herb Garden watching them? This person knew of their identities. If he saw them lose from the beginning to the end, then wouldn't that turn their fan into a hater? This little brother was Plantago Seed, Herb Garden's 10th server guild leader. In front of the team's pro players, of course he would be treated as a little brother. 10 losses in a row. Plantago Seed really was speechless. Lord Grim, this player's strength had been looked down on. This was a player that shouldn't even have existed in the game. Right now, it was God Jiexi's turn. He was Team Tiny Herb's last hope. Plantago Seed was even more nervous than anyone else. For the team he supported to lose so badly. He was worried too. Magic Missile. Wang Jiexi, which was the first to move, suddenly sending out a magic missile. Lord Grim sidestepped and dodged it. He raised the weapon in his hands. Ta ta ta, 3 consecutive sounds, 3 anti-tank missiles. He was once again using tri-shot and the 3 anti-tank missiles formed a triangle. But this wouldn't stop Wang Jiexi. With a move, his fiery blaze leaped onto his broom and flew away, avoiding it. However, that sort of unavoidable situation was something every Tiny Herb member had experienced. If you said you were melee, then we would use our long-range advantage to deal with you. If you were long-ranged, then we would find a way to close in on you. But unspecialized characters. If you had a long-range advantage, then he would just fire back at you. If you were melee, then he would fight you in close combat. It didn't matter if you were melee or ranged, he simply didn't care. It really was too shameless. Fiery Blaze avoided the bullets. He waved his hands and blue dust was sprinkled onto his broom. Frost Powder. It added some ice element magic damage to a witch's normal attacks for a duration of up to 20 seconds. Ice damage could directly cause a person to freeze and could also cause a slow effect like a battle mage ice chasers. The additional damage from the frost powder wasn't considered scary. And even if it could slow, the chances were low. This skill was mostly used for extra damage. After being sprinkled with frost powder, the broom immediately turned gleaming blue. When Fiery Blaze rode on his broom, icy mist sprinkled out from the broom, making the scene look extremely beautiful. In the blink of an eye, Fiery Blaze closed in. Unspecialized characters really were too shameless. They weren't afraid of close combat or long-ranged fights. Lord Grim and Fiery Blaze began battling. The flying broom still had ice crystals sprinkle out. If these hit you, then there wouldn't be any damage. They were simply there for visual effects. Except under Wang Jiexi's movements, his broom danced quicker and more rhythmically, so the ice crystals came out with a more steady rhythm, making him look relaxed and refreshed. Looking at Lord Grim, his weapon continued to change and change. It would be like that for 1 second and then something else the next. In any case, his weapon would change forms and use an unexpected skill at an unexpected time. In the eyes of Team Tiny Herb, they didn't have any good feelings towards it. There was only one word to describe what they were feeling: shameless. Disperse Powder, Umbrella opened. Magic Missile, Return Fire. Shadow Cloak, Shadow Clone Technique. The two fought against each other using their different skills. But no matter how it was looked at, the current witch's total of 7 skills couldn't be compared to an unspecialized character's 120 skills. Wang Jiexi paid close attention to what Yishio had taught Tang Ru: keep as many skills in reserve as possible. He had to be even more careful, especially since his opponent had more skills than him. As a result, in this battle, Wang Jiexi mostly used his broom's movements and broom dance's normal attacks to fight. Broom dance was a nickname for a move. It was a way of using normal attacks, connecting them together, making it look like a dance. It wasn't an actual skill name. Wang Jiexi faced his opponent like this. But against his opponent's hundreds of tricks, it didn't need to be said that he lost out. Shameless, too shameless. Tiny Herb's team members saw that their captain was playing outstandingly well, but he still wasn't winning. They all felt that it wasn't his fault he was losing, but completely because of the opponent's OP class. But the more Wang Jiexi fought, the faster he moved. Fiery blazes flying became more and more crafty and his broom dance became more and more artful. Oh! Yixiao felt this change and exclaimed. And on Tiny Herb's side, the expressions of the senior members, such as Vice Captain Deng Fusheng, also changed. Magician! This was Wang Jiex's magician style. Unimaginable flying along with completely unpredictable angles of attack. From this perspective, the magician style was the same as an unspecialized character's. It was to make it so that the opponent had no way of predicting the next move. But unspecialized characters did this through the way their class was set up, while Wang Jiex's title of magician was completely done through his knowledge, decision-making, and mechanics. Even though there weren't any skills, with just normal attacks and flying, Wang Jiex's which truly deserved to be called magician. As the future inheritor, Jiao Yingjia's eyes grew wider and wider. Even he couldn't predict what his captain's witch was going to do next, and he could already be considered a senior among witches. Everyone in the team saw their captain's transformation. Everyone was extremely excited, but stayed silent so that they wouldn't disturb their captain's playing. Everyone held their breath and clenched their fists, silently cheering their captain on. As for Plantago Seed, all he felt was a blur. Dizziness was his only feeling. And as for Tang Ru, who had fought with Wang Jiexi before, she hadn't seen her opponent use this style of fighting. All she knew was that if he had fought in this way, she would have lost even faster. The two fought at high speed, their health quickly dropping. Fiery blaze moved up, down, left, right, and then spun around Lord Grim. Attack after attack after attack. Everyone watched, their hearts hanging in suspense, when suddenly a bang exploded. The two looked as if they collided and then suddenly crashed down. You? Sigh, seeing how hard you're fighting, I should give you some face. Yixiao dully said. Fiery blaze. Lord Grim. The two characters crashed to the ground. But neither of them stood back up. Chapter 143. Unexpected discovery. The two characters' health bars dropped to 0 at the same time. Of course, this type of situation could occur. In an official match, the two characters that died at the same time would recover a fifth of their HP and fight again. As for in the arena, that depended on what the players decided. The normal setting was that it would be considered a draw, where there would be no winner or loser. When Yixiao created the room, besides setting up the gambling, he didn't touch anything else, so it was in the normal setting. The practice room in Team Tiny Herb was in awesome silence. After a while, someone suddenly sighed, "That's our captain." The other team members immediately added as if they had woken up from a dream, "Yeah, yeah." But on Wang Jiex's face, there wasn't any sort of happiness or anger on his face. He only let out a sigh and then took off his headphones. The practice room immediately went silent. A draw. Even though it was already an achievement that none of the other teammates were able to get, being happy about a draw shouldn't be a champion team's attitude. As a result, everyone was gasping at their captain's amazingness, but they weren't showing any happiness, especially after they saw their captain's somber expression. That'll be all for today. Wang Jiexi announced. Yes. Everyone answered. In the future, every day, 2 players form a team. You're all free to choose who you want to team up with. Then go contact Lord Grim and spar with him. This extra practice isn't required by the club, but I hope that everyone will do it and learn from it. I think everyone knows what type of person Yixiao is. His experience, his knowledge, and even his trash talk are all things that we can learn from him. Wang Jiexi said. Yes. Okay, everyone go to sleep. Don't be late for tomorrow morning's practice. Wang Jiexi said. The team members all logged out of the game and got up. They found their friends and left together. Some discovered that their captain was still in his seat and hadn't moved. However, they weren't meddlesome and didn't question. After a short moment, the only person left in the practice room was Wang Jiexi. Back in the game, since all of his challengers had gone offline, Yixiao saw that it looked like they weren't going to keep fighting, so he closed the room. His screen jumped to the arena selection screen. After Wang Jiexi exited out, he returned to outside the arena's entrance and saw that Lord Grimm was currently talking with their herb gardens Plant-to-Go seed. It must have been hard. How many materials do you have left in your storeroom? Yixiao asked this just as Wang Jiexi's fiery blaze walked up. Plant-to-Go seed was obviously very gloomy and didn't know how to respond. He suddenly saw God Jiexi's character walk over and immediately stepped to the side subconsciously. Oh? You still haven't left? Yixiao saw him. Yeah. Wang Jiexi answered. How was it? Did it boost your team's morale? Yixiao laughed. If you just directly let me win, wouldn't that be even better? Wang Jiexi said. I don't want to lose either. Yixiao said. Yeah, no one wants to lose. Wang Jiexi said. Yeah, if I lose, then I lose materials. Yixiao pointed out. Wang Jiexi had never connected winning or losing and those materials together. He didn't care whether they won or lost materials. But the person in front of him, who was supposed to be a god-level player like himself and whose history was even grander than his, was haggling because of these tiny materials. If it was earlier, when Wang Jiexi hadn't yet seen Yixiao's intentions, he would have thought that Yixiao had fallen and was at the end of his road. However, after seeing Yixiao training new players and pursuing materials, Wang Jiexi knew that such a feeling was too superficial. My teammates will come look for you every night. Wang Jiexi said. Welcome, welcome. The rules will be the same as before. Yixiao said. Plant-to-Go seed. You should try to provide the materials as best as you can. I'll contact you. Wang Jiexi said. Oh, Plant-to-Go seed replied. The materials they had gotten were mainly for the club and in the end, they were to help their team. Right now, seeing that God Jiexi had spoken, Plant-to-Go seed didn't feel any heartaches. It's not like the materials were his anyways. Except who exactly was this Lord Grimm? Plant-to-Go seed was even more curious now. Seeing how this person talked with God Jiexi, it seemed like they recognized each other, neither familiar nor new with each other. Who was this person? Could he be? Okay. I'll be leaving first then. Wang Jiexi said. Really? Just like that? The dungeons will be refreshed in a bit. You're not going to dungeon. Yixiao said. I'll be cheering you on. Wang Jiexi said. How he could have the time for such a low-level dungeon? Go back and tell your teammates to level up well. I train for 10 hours every day. If the gap between us grows too big, I won't be responsible. Yixiao said. That really was a problem. Wang Jiexi didn't reply. He thought about it and then went offline. They were a pro team. Leveling low-leveled accounts really was too much of a waste of time. It looked like they were going to need to find people to train the accounts for them. Materials, leveling. Busy with this and that. And in the end, all they wanted to do was lose to Lord Grimm? After Wang Jiexi collected his thoughts, he himself didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And that wasn't all. They were also being used as training partners. This Yixiao business with him was simply a scam. However, this time, besides finding a rare training partner, the unexpected discovery was that Wang Jiexi sat at the practice room. After a short moment of silence, he left. The next day, the time to kill the boss came again. Wang Jiexi said the day before that only 2 players needed to come. But that night, Tiny Herb's entire team gathered. Everyone was extremely positive. Wang Jiexi obviously wouldn't scold them for having too many team members come, though it was quite unfortunate for Plant-to-Go seed. Plant-to-Go seed had calculated the amount of materials they had given out yesterday from fighting with Lord Grimm one round. If they continued to fight like that and Team Tiny Herb continued to lose and never win, their herb garden storeroom would only last 4 days. Even if he put in the revenue they get each day, it would only be 5 days at max. This was only the new server and everything Lord Grimm wanted were uncommon materials. This was herb garden too, yet they could only last for 4 or 5 days. If this was a guild set up by a normal player, they wouldn't be able to last one round. Those types of guilds didn't have any defined management department. The items from dungeons would be rolled for and then directly put into the player's pocket. How could the guild earn any profit like that? Only those guilds with clubs behind them, with their own set of management methods, had a fair trade system where the players and guilds got what they needed from each other. In any case, players were there to play the game. They weren't there to be laborious. How could they just give everything they found to the guild? Plan-to-Go Seed once again saw that Team Tiny Herb's entire roster had come. He really had no one to complain to. He could only gather the materials for them and pray that today they do a little better and not all lose. On Yixio's side, Yixio had come with Tang Ru. The rules were still the same as before. Tang Ru first and then Yixio. Yesterday, everyone had been focused on fighting, so they hadn't yet added each other as friends. Today, they were more polite and added each other as friends. The members of Tiny Herb showed their proper respects to their senior as well. The atmosphere was very friendly. While watching the fighting, Tang Ru, who had just lost, suddenly received a message. After opening it, she saw that it was from that gunner called Fallen Angel. Sister, watching these matches all the time can get boring. What do you say we go play for a few rounds? Okay. Tang Ru happily accepted. She followed Liu Fei out of the room. The two created a room and they fought. Tang Ru looked and she unexpectedly saw another person had followed them in to watch. She looked and recognized him, Fiery Blaze. Tang Ru understood that this person was probably their leader. After the countdown, the two began fighting. Tang Ru was even sadder than Tiny Herb yesterday. She had lost all 11 rounds. There wasn't a shred of mercy from them either. Even though there were differences in skill between the members of Tiny Herb, it was still extremely easy for them to deal with Tang Ru. Of those 11 players, besides Qiao Yifan's Ashen Moon, who she had fought with for a relatively long time, the other 10 had all beaten her in around a minute. These guys had all been impatiently waiting to go fight with Lord Grimm, so they weren't polite at all with her. Tang Ru knew that her current opponent was also a female. The day before yesterday, Yixio had brought her and they had taught them a miserable lesson. But now that she was dueling, she was being completely controlled. This type of feeling was like when she had first fought with Yixio. 1 minute 47 seconds. This was how long it took for her to fall. Compared to yesterday, she had lasted for 20 more seconds. She remembered this very clearly because she had recordings for every match yesterday. In the second half of the night, after clearing all the dungeons, Yixio had analyzed every match for her. Tang Ru had been waiting to try again today. Just a moment ago, from a time perspective, she had improved. However, after fighting her, everyone immediately took off to fight with Yixio. And Yixio didn't beat them as fast as they were beating her, so she always had to wait a long time, which was why Tang Ru was extremely grateful that this gunner actively sought to fight her. Unfortunately, she still lost. However, with Yixio's analysis from yesterday, Tang Ru had noticed a lot of her problems now. Regretfully, hindsight was 20/20ths. After another round, she suddenly reacted in time. Oh, I shouldn't have done that time. It was clear that putting theory into practice wasn't easy to do. Again? Liu Fei smiled while asking. Of course. Tang Ru didn't hesitate and faced the challenge. Another round. 1 minute 50 seconds passed. There wasn't much of a difference between last time. Again. This time, Tang Ru asked to fight. 1 minute 44 seconds. You play pretty well. Liu Fei said. Pity? Tang Ru was helpless. She didn't like to be pitied. That was the type of praise she wanted to hear when she won. It's my turn now. I'll be going first. Liu Fei said. Oh. Tang Ru replied. But Liu Fei had already hastily left the room, making it so that her words simply faded away in an empty field. Tang Ru suddenly felt extremely lost. This type of feeling of being completely ignored felt absolutely terrible. You really do play pretty well. A voice suddenly echoed out. Tang Ru turned her camera and saw that fiery blaze had unexpectedly entered the field. Could I ask you what your name is? I'm talking about your real name. Wang Jiexi said. Tang Ru. Oh, how about we go for a round? Wang Jiexi said. Sure. This opponent was the strongest among them. For him to actually want to fight her, that was something Tang Ru found somewhat unexpected. Chapter 144. Back and forth. The two began fighting. What made Tang Ru even more astonished was that her opponent was actually going all out. He was actually using the style he had used yesterday in the fight with Jiexi. Unpredictable and extremely fast, his swift movements alone already made it hard for Tang Ru. And these swift movements naturally meant that the camera had to be adjusted quickly. For new players like Tang Ru, who didn't yet have enough experience, this was a dead end. Wang Jiex's ever-changing combat style made it so that Tang Ru had no way of resisting. This was the difference between a top-tier god and a new player. No suspense. No openings. Defeat in 27 seconds. This was the time that Jiexi had estimated. Tang Ru finally realized how amazing the fight between Fiery Blaze and Lord Grim was. Extremely strong. So strong that it made others speechless. At this moment, Tang Ru recalled the scene where Jiexi and her had first fought. Repeatedly fighting against such a strong opponent was completely meaningless. The gap between the two sides was way too wide, so much so that she had no way of knowing what went wrong. Tang Ru silently sat in the field, quietly looking at her soft mist. The world really is large. She once thought that glory was so simple. But from Jiexi and now these players, who could easily deal with her, she now understood that these were the true experts. She pitied her past self, who, after helping Chenghua beat those unbeatable opponents, believed herself to be extremely amazing. Now that she looked at it, it really felt like was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Do you want to go again? Her opponent's voice suddenly interrupted her train of thought. Again? Tang Ru stared blankly. Yeah. There's no point, right? The gap's too wide. Tang Ru said. The gap is only temporary. You have a lot of potential. Wang Jiexi said. Thank you. Tang Ru chuckled. It didn't matter if her opponent was only doing it to comfort her, it was still a polite compliment, so she wouldn't be impolite back. Do you have any interest in playing in the Pro Alliance? Wang Jiexi suddenly said. Pro Alliance? Tang Ru stared blankly. Right, the Pro Alliance. Oh, so you guys were pro players. Tang Ru said. Correct. We're Team Tiny Herb. If you really are interested, then right now I want to give you a serious invite. An invite for you to come to our club for a trial. Even though Wang Jiexi was the team captain, he still didn't have the authority to manage the club's players. No matter how good of a talent he saw, he could only do his best and give a recommendation to the club. The club might listen attentively to his recommendation, but the power to recruit and kick players wasn't his. No club's team captain had that authority. Team Tiny Herb? What was that? Tang Ru was puzzled for a bit. Her knowledge of the Pro Alliance was extremely shallow. The last match she saw was the first match she had completely watched from start to finish. She felt that she might have heard of Tiny Herb's name, but she truly couldn't think of where she had heard it from. She obviously knew that asking such a question was extremely impolite, so she calmly replied, "Thank you, but I don't think there's a need to." What? Wang Jiexi stared blankly. He hadn't thought that this girl would actually reply so calmly like that. She had even refused to. Pro Alliance. These two words were already enough to make any Glory fan go mad. Entering the Pro Alliance was something many Glory players could only dream of. And to be personally invited by the champion team Tiny Herb's captain, that was something that had never happened before. But in the first time that it had happened, it had been rejected neither softly nor strongly. For a while, Wang Jiexi had no idea how to respond to Tang Ru's reply. I'm very happy with the way things are right now, so I don't want that to change. Tang Ru at least explained her reasoning. What type of life are you living? A little sister at the internet cafe. Tang Ru laughed. Although she didn't mean to listen in on other people's conversations, she had the title that Jiexi gave her yesterday. Internet cafe waitress. Wang Jiexi was even more speechless. How could this type of life compare to a pro player? Okay. You've already beaten me, so you can go and duel him. I'll be in this room, so have your other teammates come. Tang Ru said. You? Fighting like this with us? For what purpose? Wang Jiexi avoided saying the reality that she was being repeatedly crushed by them. In order to improve, so I can be a better player. Tang Ru said. And after you become a better player? Wang Jiexi asked. After? Even better then. What else is after? Tang Ru said. This girl's thinking wasn't in the same line as his. Wang Jiexi felt hard-pressed. The girl in front of him had excellent mental toughness. Her hand speed and mechanical skill weren't bad either. He could even say that her hardware was all there, but her software was still lacking. Yichio's perception really was incredible. She was a truly hard-to-come-by talent. For their team's young talent Jiexi, his mechanical skill was there and his skill level was constantly rising, but his mental toughness was entirely lacking. Mental toughness. This was a large problem not only for Glory, but other esports too. This was all because the average age of esports pro players was relatively low. For example, youth such as Jiexi could already enter the pro scene, but they hadn't completely matured yet and their mentality was still far from mature adults. Even for those top esports players, most of them were around 20 years old. Impatience among esports players was extremely prominent. Wang Jiexi had already noticed this girl called Tang Ru the other day. She had lost 10 times in a row. In addition, she had been beaten every time without a shred of mercy. But in her 11th match against him, she was still the same as before, calm and unhurried. He didn't see any sign of irritation or discouragement. All he saw from her was effort, and more effort. Wang Jiexi was amazed. Today, when he privately asked his teammates, no one had a big impression of her and no one had thought of recording their fights against her. Only under Wang Jiexi's urge did some teammates just barely recall their fights with her, confirming his judgment towards Tang Ru. She was definitely a promising talent. Yichio was clearly aware of this and had even begun training her. But right now, Yichio was an already retired pro player and could only act as a temporary tutor. If he was able to officially invite her over, wouldn't he be able to snatch her? Who knew that when he tried to invite her, she would actually reply calmly in such a way? Wasn't such stubbornness a bit too excessive? Can you reconsider it? If you change your mind, come find me at any time. At this moment, Wang Jiexi didn't want to force her. He found that he was a bit too hot-headed this time. He should have at least understood the other side's background first. But honestly speaking, Wang Jiexi couldn't be blamed. Who would think that a Glory player wouldn't respond to being invited by a pro team? Even if this player was new to the game. I will. Thank you. Tang Ru was still as polite as ever. Wang Jiexi was just about to leave when someone suddenly entered the room. After Liu Fei lost, Tiny Herb's next team member arrived. Wang Jiexi looked and went back into the spectators' seats to see this match. Go ahead, Yifan. Wang Jiexi sent a message. The player who had just arrived was Qiao Yifan. Seeing his captain in the room, he felt baffled. After hearing his command, he immediately entered the field. He greeted Tang Ru and then the two began fighting. For this match, Wang Jiexi looked a bit absent-minded. Although Qiao Yifan was an official team member of Tiny Herb, Wang Jiexi was more focused on Tang Ru. For a new player to be able to compete with a pro player and even make it difficult for the pro player, that made Wang Jiexi sigh with praise. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel unsatisfied with Qiao Yifan. This team member was without a doubt the weakest player of the team. It could even be said that his skill level wasn't enough to be a member of a champion team. Even if he went to the Alliance's weakest team, it would still be difficult to say if he could be a part of the main roster. He had been in the team for so long. The others had all grown, but he hadn't shown the slightest signs of improvement. He always looked like one of those people who always had their hands and feet bound together, constantly looking backwards. If he never looked ahead, what prospects did he have? Even though he didn't have the power over the players' positions as a team captain, his suggestion still held quite a lot of weight in the club. Wang Jiexi already couldn't see any value in keeping Qiao Yifan in the team. He also knew that the kid was having a hard time meshing with the team. Perhaps if he wasn't in a champion team and in some other no-pressure mid-tier team, he might be able to make some progress. The match had been fought for nearly 3 minutes and still hadn't ended yet. Tiny Herb's next team member impatiently ran over to see what was going on. In the end, Qiao Yifan still won. Although he was a small character that was ignored, for a new player like Tang Ru, he was still a strong existence. Seeing how his captain had watched the entire match, Qiao Yifan felt terrified. He knew that the way he had played definitely wasn't good. Just from the amount of time it took him, who in the team needed even close to 3 minutes to finish the opponent. "Yifan, hurry up!" The team member, who had just arrived, urged him. Qiao Yifan was slow here, but it would be a quick fight against Lord Grim. After urging Qiao Yifan out, the team member immediately began fighting with Tang Ru, in order to hurry up and fight Lord Grim. In Yishio's room, Qiao Yifan silently entered. Besides Jiao Yingjie, who cheered him on, no one else gave any sort of encouragement to him. It looked like everyone had already determined that he didn't belong in the team and had already stopped considering him as a member. Qiao Yifan had gotten used to this long ago. He simply sucked in a deep breath and then entered the field. "Oh, it's you." On the field, Yishio greeted Qiao Yifan. "Ah. Me." Qiao Yifan didn't know what to say. "It's you?" This implied that his opponent acknowledged him. When had he ever felt like he existed? And it was in God Yichio's eyes too. He was the same as captain, an almost godly person. "You're the one in your team that uses an assassin, right?" Yichio asked. "Yeah. Has anyone ever suggested that you switch classes?" Yichio said. "Never." "What class did you originally play?" Yichio asked. "Originally? That was so long ago. What class did he play before being on Tiny Herb?" Qiao Yifan wasn't able to recall. He only knew that after he joined, the club tossed a retired player's assassin account card to him. And from then on, he used an assassin. He had never went out on stage in any match before. Besides Jiao Yingjie, no other team member ever asked to train with him. The tech department never made any self-made equipment for an assassin to use. He truly became an assassin, lonely and invisible. The assassin isn't a class that lets you use your full potential. Yishio said. "Ah? Potential?" Qiao Yifan felt that this was a new word to him. "Try out a ghost blade. A phantom demon that mainly uses phantom ghosts to support the team," Yishio said. Chapter 145. A bit of courage is needed. Ghost blades, one of the 4 swordsman subclasses. They were swordsmen that controlled ghosts to fight. Depending on how a player chose his skills, ghost blades could be divided into 2 types. The first type used skills that buffed their attacks. They gave up some of their phantom ghosts in order to achieve the highest attack. They were commonly referred to as sword demons. The other type released their phantom ghosts in order to set up a powerful boundary that buffed allies who were in it. They were referred to as phantom demons. The reason there were 2 types of ghost blades was because their skill points were limited. No matter how it was said, it wasn't possible to level every skill to the max level, so players had to choose which skills to prioritize. Ghost blades were considered relatively extreme. After choosing which skills to prioritize, the ghost blade would take shape as one of 2 completely different types. Of course, there would certainly be players who chose to take the middle ground and leveled skills from both types. Choosing the middle ground was something which was commonly seen among normal players. However, in the pro scene, players sought after the most effective route. For pro Ghost Blades, if they weren't sword demons, then they were phantom demons. There were very few who took the middle ground. Of these two types, sword demons were simpler. They could both attack and defend and act independently. They could be considered a relatively balanced type. As for phantom demons, their strengths and weaknesses were very distinct. It was true that a large amount of high-leveled phantom ghost boundaries could greatly buff the Ghost Blade's combat strength. However, the boundary setup covered a limited area, which meant that once the phantom demon left the boundary, he would be useless. This weakness wasn't too obvious against NPCs, but was much more glaring in the arena. The opponent didn't need to fight in your boundaries. The opponent could simply wait until your boundaries disappeared. Long-ranged classes could even attack from outside the boundaries. In a 1v1 PK, phantom ghosts required more skill and knowledge to use. There were many normal players who even believed that phantom demons had no way of dueling against other classes. From its development to its current state, sword demons were the most mainstream Ghost Blades. The majority of players would choose to be a sword demon. Because the actions that could be done by phantom demons were numerous and complex, and because the boundaries only covered a limited area, the amount of players who chose to be phantom demons grew fewer and fewer. But in these elite teams, phantom demons had their niche. But since the phantom ghost boundaries of two phantom demons didn't overlap, there were only one or two per team. For example, the champion Tiny Herb team had a phantom demon. Jiexi's Ghost Blade Rangoon Creeper was a phantom demon. He had appeared in an official match before providing the team with more choices and possible tactics. Phantom demon. Qiao Yifan muttered to himself. Perhaps it was because no one had specially instructed him for a long time, but once he heard this suggestion, Qiao Yifan immediately accepted it. Even more so, he had been instructed by Yi Qiao, the glory textbook, who even Wang Jiexi wasn't as knowledgeable as. Correct, your view over the overall situation is very good and your ability to coordinate is very high, so a phantom demon suits you very well. Yi Qiao said. But Qiao Yifan said two buts, but wasn't able to say anything past that. He had too much he wanted to say and didn't know where to start. Switch classes? How could he have the qualifications to do that? Even if he switched to a phantom demon, their team already had Jiexi. How could they give Jiexi's phantom demon to him? Start from scratch? That was even a more unlikely option. The pro-level assassin he was currently using was already neglected by the club. A completely new phantom demon would be neglected even more. More importantly, his position in the club was falling lower and lower. After this season was over, his contract would expire. With how he was currently doing in the club, he doubted that the club would renew his contract. And ever since he began in the pro scene, he had always been invisible. The only thing he had going for him was the title of champion team member. With just this, he might be able to interest a few small clubs. But if he started learning a new class now, with less than half a year left, would he be able to pass the entry tests? If he lost his job as a pro player, what was the point of changing to a more suitable class? In the end, Qiao Yifan could only sigh. At this moment, neither side moved. The spectators couldn't hear what the two were saying. They didn't know what they were doing. And how could they be polite with Qiao Yifan? They immediately began spamming messages telling him to hurry up. Qiao Yifan didn't dare delay any longer. But seeing that Lord Grimm didn't seem to have any intent on starting, he could only helplessly say, "Senior, I'm going to start now." After finishing this, he began attacking. Naturally, Yi Qiao handled Qiao Yifan easily. Qiao Yifan was quickly defeated. And sure enough, looking at the time, Qiao Yifan lost the fastest, just like how he took the longest to beat Tang Ru. Muster up some courage. Qiao Yifan heard Yi Qiao call this out when he left the field. Courage? Qiao Yifan silently sat in front of his computer, watching, as the next team member rushed up to face Lord Grimm. The two sides began fighting without any polite greetings. The team members around him watched the battle while discussing it amongst each other. Qiao Yifan looked to his side, but Jiao Yingjie wasn't there. Looking to the other side, he saw that Jiao Yingjie had been called over by the captain, who seemed to be talking to him. How lucky! To be instructed by a god-level player like Captain so often, Qiao Yifan silently thought. He suddenly wanted to cry. He and Jiao Yingjie had entered the team at the same time. They were the same age. One of them received the senior's love and affection. One of them became the senior's servant. Phantom Demon. Qiao Yifan couldn't help but think of the suggestion that god had made and that small bit of encouragement from him. Maybe he really did need a bit more courage. But courage wasn't something that would come just from him saying it. After thinking about it for a while, Qiao Yifan still felt scared. Might as well just try it. He finally made this decision. He wouldn't completely give up the assassin he was using, but from now on, he would try a phantom demon out. Maybe there'll be a difference? Just this thought made Qiao Yifan feel extremely happy. Yifan, what are you smiling at? At this moment, Jiao Yingjie had returned to his seat. When he came, he saw his good friend with a foolish smile on his face. He looked distracted as if he wasn't watching the match. Oh, it's nothing. Qiao Yifan immediately got rid of his smile. That night, Team Tiny Herb's record hadn't changed. They all lost. Except this time, their captain Wang Jiexi hadn't come out. However, after the day before's match between the two, no one thought that their captain was afraid of losing. In short, their captain often did something unexpected, just like when he suddenly pulled everyone into the game for training. Team Tiny Herb's members were already used to this, so they simply listened to his commands without guessing what he was up to. How was today? In Happy Internet Cafe, after finishing up with a great battle, Yi Xiao went to ask Tang Ru. The circumstances between the two were completely different. One of them had won every round. One of them had lost every round. Complete opposites. It was a bit better than yesterday. Tang Ru said. Amazing! Yi Xiao praised. But today, their fiery blaze invited me over to do some training or something. Tang Ru said. Really? Yi Xiao didn't seem very surprised. He's got good eyes. You really do have a lot of potential. Did you accept? I didn't. I've never thought of being a pro player. Tang Ru said. No matter what, don't let our boss hear you say that or she'll choke you to death. Yi Xiao said. After thinking about it for a while, Tang Ru nodded her head. You're right. Ha ha, are you going to dungeon tonight? Of course. I'll see you at 12. Okay. After the two finished talking, they went back to their own business. Yi Xiao got ready to switch shifts, while Tang Ru went back to her seat and continued to play. After 11, the internet cafe immediately changed scenes. The noisiness during the peak hours had passed and the place had quieted down a lot. Is the Pro Alliance really that fun? After Yi Xiao sat down at the receptionist's desk, he logged into the game as Lord Grim and then received a message from Soft Mist. Is Glory fun? Yi Xiao replied. I guess I could count it as fun. Tang Ru said. Then the Pro Alliance is the same. Yi Xiao said. Oh. But with your personality, being a pro player really suits you well. Don't you like challenges? Yi Xiao said. Then what about you? Why aren't you playing in the Pro Alliance? Tang Ru asked. I've already played in it. I'm tired right now, so I'm taking a break. Yi Xiao said. Liar. Tang Ru wasn't stupid. How could taking a break mean running to an internet cafe and becoming a manager? I'll be going back later. Yi Xiao said. When? Tang Ru asked. That's a bit difficult to say, Yi Xiao replied. Tang Ru didn't say anything more. The two quietly played. At 12, the dungeons refreshed. They partied up and did the same as they usually did. The next day was the same. Except this time, Team Tiny Herb lost even more miserably than last time. There was no way they could improve so much after 2 or 3 days. But Jiexi, on the other hand, had gathered quite a lot of materials from the past 2 days. His 1000-chance umbrella had been upgraded all around once again. Every form was now level 25. This was clearly more efficient than clearing dungeon records. Even better was that this could be done again and again, while dungeon records could only be set once. Plant-A-Go Seed was still busily gathering the materials on the list when he suddenly received another list of materials. Plant-A-Go Seed saw it and directly coughed up blood. This time, the materials were mainly from level 30 to 35 areas. Currently, the 3 Great Guild's elite teams had only just hit level 30 and were only just starting to challenge those areas. How would they be able to gather these materials? Seeing how fast their resources were being depleted, let alone Herb Garden, even if all of the 10th server guilds gathered everything together, it still wouldn't be enough. The vast majority of the players were level 25. The level 28 players such as Lord Grim were only a bit lower than the big guild's elite teams. Compared to new players, besides eating and sleeping, Jiexi and Tang Ru played non-stop, so there was no way they would fall behind other players. They were already among the craziest of players, who only had one person playing on one account. No materials. But Wang Jiexi didn't panic. They were pro players. Losing and winning were their jobs. They couldn't just keep on fighting non-stop. They had to analyze too. As a result, during the days where they had no more materials, Team Tiny Herb spent the night analyzing all of the recordings they had gathered together. Jiexi naturally wasn't concerned. If no one came to look for him, then he'd continue leveling. After a few days, they hit level 30. During this period of time, Glory's 22nd match of the season took place. Team Excellent Era finally realized their fans' hopes and made a beautiful turnaround match with 9 points to 1. In comparison, Team Tiny Herb came out with the opposite. Against a mid-tier team, they only took 3 points. Chapter 146. Too smart. The entire Team Tiny Herb was low on morale. In the news conference after the match, Captain Wang Jiexi revealed to the media that Team Tiny Herb was currently undergoing a special secret training, which affected their team's condition. But with Tiny Herb's current dominant position, Wang Jiexi believed that this loss was completely worth it. Tiny Herb only had one goal: champions. Their record in the regular matches didn't mean much to them. This statement wasn't enough for the public, especially the part about the special secret training. No one knew whether that was the truth or a lie. And their record in the regular matches wasn't as insignificant as Wang Jiexi had said. Their spot in the playoffs was already set, so they didn't need worry about it. But their position on the standings affected their prices for the alliances, broadcasts and bonuses from their sponsors. The higher a team was on the standings, the higher the bonuses they earned. As for the playoffs, a playoff team naturally received extra revenue from broadcast rights in the playoffs. Every time the team advanced, they would gain another bonus. The connection between a team's standings and their benefits was obvious. In addition, a more outstanding record carried with it the obvious benefits to a team's reputation, publicity, and fans, these types of intangible benefits. However, all in all, Wang Jiex's statement was well spoken. The match was just a single page in the book and nothing more. Earlier, after Excellent Era made an unfathomable mistake that cost them the match, the newly appointed team captain Sun Strong would only say things like he didn't know or he wasn't sure to the news conference, brushing away questions as if they were like annoying flies. The difference between his handling of the situation was far from the experienced Wang Jiexi. 2 days after the matches ended, Team Tiny Herb once again gathered together in Glory's 10th server and called for Lord Grim to come to the arena. Following the principle that customers were above all else, Jiexi called for Tang Ru to come over. In the past few days, Tang Ru had gone to the arena to try a few battles. But how could these normal players be her opponents? They were defeated dully and tastelessly. She would occasionally train with Jiexi for a few rounds, making Tang Ru feel as if her efforts in the past few days had been pointless. Her fights with Jiexi made her feel like she hadn't made any progress. It was the same as when she first fought him. She lost in every way she could imagine. In addition, she fought with Steam Bun Invasion several times. Tang Ru's chances of winning were a bit better. Steam Bun Invasion really was a player that fluctuated. He would sometimes completely crush Tang Ru, but would also sometimes get completely crushed. Using Yixio's words, Steam Bun Invasion was a player that didn't care about theory or strategy and completely relied on his intuition. He would sometimes be like a blind cat trying to catch a dead mouse and somehow win. But he would also sometimes be unable to catch the dead mouse. And in that scenario, he became a low-leveled failure and lost extremely miserably. Yixio had originally wanted Tiny Herb to also train with Steam Bun Invasion, but who would have thought that Steam Bun Invasion wouldn't come today? He had no choice but to have just him and Tang Ru come. After several busy days, Plantago Seed finally gathered a few of the materials Tiny Herb wanted. The rules were still the same as before. They had to fight with Tang Ru first, which ended quickly. They then looked for Yixio, who clearly felt that the difficulty had increased. In these past few days, these guys clearly hadn't been idling around. They had already figured out a few new strategies created specially against him. In addition, their accounts had been leveled and were now level 30. With more skills and more tactical options, the advantages of an unspecialized character slowly declined as their levels increased. In other words, unspecialized characters were already completed at level 20. Besides higher stats and stronger skills, the way they fought wouldn't change too much with more levels. On the other hand, other classes would have new skills they could learn, so the way they fought became more and more rich. Even though the amount of skills they could learn in the end still couldn't be compared to unspecialized characters, the gap became less obvious. This situation had already been confirmed by unspecialized character during their era. At that time, they confirmed that as the level cap continued to increase, unspecialized characters would eventually become trash. They didn't have to wait long for the end of that era. Once the level 50 awakening came out, unspecialized characters directly became trash. The subject of unspecialized characters completely faded away after that. Some of the research that was being conducted on them were also thrown out. Yixio, who picked up this forgotten class, had to do some proper tests too. He had confidence in the class at the level 50 stage of the game. But afterwards, at level 60 and 70, he could only rely on his own experiences later to test the class. All in all, he needed to test it. Many of the theories Yixio had come up with needed to be tried when the time came. The characters of the pro players in front of him had reached a new stage. Everyone had also studied and learned from their past defeats, so Yixio needed to be more focused while facing them. This time, there would be a few small twists and turns in every match. Team Tiny Herb finally stopped getting completely crushed. Everyone's fighting spirit was extremely high and all showed their desire to take down their opponent. However, even with all of their research, Team Tiny Herb still lost every match. The later round seemed to be more hopeful for them, but it wasn't something they could feel happy about. Don't forget that they were taking turns fighting. 10 players fought 10 consecutive rounds and Yixio could no longer be as relaxed as before. Consecutive rounds would obviously take a toll on his spirit and strength. Actually, when Jiexi had told everyone to form 2-player groups to train, he was taking this point into account. He was worried that Yixio's condition would decline and affect their training. In the first 2 days, they weren't familiar with unspecialized characters, so they lost tragically and couldn't see that Yixio's condition declined with each round. But now that they had a specific plan going in, this sort of situation really did appear, making the training for the later team members not as optimal. Jiexi only watched Yixio's matches and never went up. But he did run over to fight with Tang Ru for a few rounds. If someone entered the room without knowing the situation, they would definitely think that he was trying to seduce her. "Miss Tang, you've improved quite a lot over the week." Jiexi wasn't flattering her. Tang Ru had talent and with someone guiding her, it'd be strange if she didn't improve. But to have God Yixio coaching her one-on-one, that really was way too lucky. "Thank you." Tang Ru had improved and was developing similarly to how Team Tiny Herb was doing against Yixio. She was losing, but making things more difficult for the opponent. But against Wang Jiexi, Tang Ru still felt powerless. She understood that this person was more skilled than even those experts by a thread, just like Yi Xiao. He was an existence that she couldn't touch for now. Miss Tang, have you considered the topic I raised last time? Wang Jiexi asked after a few rounds. Oh. I don't think I'll be changing my mind right now. Tang Ru said. Really? Well then I'll still be hoping that you will. Wang Jiexi said. If you're looking for pro players, why don't you guys ask Lord Grimm? Tang Ru suddenly asked curiously. Yi Xiao's skill level was too obvious. If the other side wanted to invite someone, why wouldn't they want a talent that was already there? Him? He's a retired pro player. According to the rules, he'll need at least a year in order to join again. Wang Jiexi said. Oh, so it's like that? I really don't know anything about the pro scene. Tang Ru said. And? He's already fairly old. If he came back, then he'd only be able to play for a year or two more at most. But for you, little Tang, you're still young, right? Your future is limitless. Wang Jiexi said. Oh? How do you know my age? Tang Ru said. I could roughly tell from the way you play. Your energy, drive, and attitude. With just one look, I can tell that you're at the golden age for a pro player. You should probably be around 20 years old. I hope I didn't guess wrong. Wang Jiexi said. Whoa, you guessed very accurately. Tang Ru said. If you were a normal person, then this age would be a bit late for you to enter the pro scene. But Miss Tang, you have a strong foundation. If you had formal training with experience from official matches, I'm convinced that you'd quickly grow into a genuine pro player. Then what about me right now? Tang Ru asked. Right now? Forgive me for my bluntness, but Miss Tang, you're still only relying on your reaction time and mechanics to fight. Even though you've gained a bit of knowledge, you still need a lot of real battles to turn that knowledge into habit. This needs formal pro-level training. Wang Jiexi said. So it's like this. Tang Ru replied. That's why I suggest that if Miss Tang is interested, then the earlier you enter the pro scene the better. Playing the game is too much of a waste of your talent. Wang Jiexi said. Okay, I'll consider it. Thank you. Tang Ru replied as calmly as ever. Wang Jiexi didn't say anything more. The other side had once again ended the talks calmly. He went back and then watched all of the matches against Lord Grimm. He found that Yi Xiao's condition had clearly deteriorated over time. Wang Jiexi stopped the members that wanted to keep trying, ending that day's special practice. You must be tired. Wang Jiexi expressed his sympathies to Yi Xiao outside of the arena entrance. It wasn't tiring at all. Another 10 rounds. Yi Xiao asked. Ha ha, I'll pass. Wang Jiexi laughed. I'll properly arrange everything next time, so it won't be as tiring. You're too polite. Yi Xiao said. I should be. Well then, see you next time. Wang Jiexi said. See you later. What a difficult guy. After seeing them log out, Yi Xiao expressed his regrets to Tang Ru. What do you mean? I wanted to win a few more materials, but once this guy saw that I was growing tired, he immediately stopped the training. He doesn't care about the materials, but he doesn't want to waste time on me when I'm growing tired. Yi Xiao said. Really, this guy? He's a bit too smart. Tang Ru said. I really have grown old. I'm not like you. I get tired after 10 consecutive rounds. Yi Xiao said. Oh? Really? It looked to me like you didn't have any fighting spirit. You tidied those three-legged cats quite handily. If I were you, I'd also feel bored. It's not that you're tired, but rather that you're bored, right? Tang Ru said. You have a good point. But you should be the one feeling bored going against people that aren't your opponents. Yi Xiao said. I just don't believe that someone who can stay focused playing for 12 hours straight will tire after only 10 rounds. That doesn't make sense. Tang Ru said. Yeah. Fine, you have a point. But there's still one thing that I need to stress. Those guys aren't three-legged cats, they're last year's champions. Yishio said. Three-legged cat champions. Tang Ru said. That sounds a lot better. Yishio laughed. The two casually chatted when a system message suddenly popped up. Yishio opened it and looked. The player 1-inchish wants to add you as a friend. Accept or decline. Chapter 147. Difficult decision. Ever since he made a name for himself with the dungeon records, especially once the final Boneyard record hadn't been broken again, more and more players began adding Lord Grim as their friend. He had friends from big guilds, small guilds, and privately too. The big guilds were naturally like Blue Brook Guild and Tyrannical Ambition, who wanted Yishio to be a long-term member of their guild. Small guilds talked about personal development and how he would have more chances at obtaining a promotion than in those big guilds. Noobs might believe them, but Yishio wouldn't. The private players wanted to build a personal relationship with him in hopes that he would help them. He moved around among all of these different players. Some were declined, some were pushed away, some were ignored. Yishio conveniently looked at 1-inch Ash's info. He was a level 23 Ghost Blade. Yishio's heart swayed and recalled that assassin Ashen Moon from Team Tiny Herb. He accepted the friend request and then immediately received a message from the other side. Senior, I'm Qiao Yifan, that assassin Ashen Moon from Team Tiny Herb. So it really was him. Yishio thought, while replying, oh, so it's you. Yeah, I want to try out a Phantom Demon. Why are you leveling a new account? Yishio didn't understand. Each of the guilds had numerous other max-leveled accounts besides the main ones used for the matches. They usually had all of the classes and their different types. If the player wanted one, then he could easily get one. These accounts weren't armed with luxury equipment, so they didn't cost much. Qiao Yifan was in an embarrassingly low position in Team Tiny Herb. As a stranger, how could Yishio have known that? However, among those in the alliance, each team knew which teams had which accounts. Yishio had even played in half of the season. Assassin! Yishio didn't recall of such a class ever coming out in the season for Tiny Herb. Due to this, he made a rough guess that this assassin wasn't in a high position among the players in the club. Of course, he could also be a new player in training and wasn't yet mature enough to come out on stage. But having fought with him before, Yishio could see that Qiao Yifan's assassin really was quite ordinary. He couldn't really see much potential from him. It was only because he saw that this player's features was clearly suitable to a Phantom Demon that he suggested it. Apart from that, he didn't have any other motives. I was hoping that I could get some guidance from Senior. Qiao Yifan said. Yishio stared blankly. He had been a part of the pro scene for so many years. What type of situation hadn't he experienced before? At this moment, even though he hadn't asked and even though Qiao Yifan hadn't said anything, from how Qiao Yifan said things, he could already guess the other side's situation. How long have you played Glory? Yishio asked. 1 year. Qiao Yifan replied. Oh. It wasn't easy being a novice, Yishio sighed. Yishio had heard that there was a player called Jiexi, who was reputed to be Vicarious successor. He knew that every time such a talent appeared, the talent would inadvertently kill off many of his comrades' light. For example, Qiao Yifan wasn't someone who didn't have any talent. It was just that compared to the talent standing beside him, he appeared rather grey and dark. It was quite sad. Thinking of all this, Yishio understood that for a player on the edge like Qiao Yifan, choosing a major decision such as changing classes was extremely difficult. To put it seriously, it could practically be considered a final gamble for the player's career. However, the person who had to make such a decision was just a young teenager. The choice that the kid chose was in between. He would continue practicing his assassin with the club, while secretly training his Phantom Demon to see if he really did have potential. If he continued to stay on the edge for a long time, then the kid would take a serious hit to his confidence. This could already be seen from his extremely careful and cautious style. It was only until yesterday did Jiexi remind him to have more courage. To have already gotten to this step in a day could already be considered quite good. Seeing how his senior god simply answered with a "oh," Qiao Yifan felt very nervous. Just as he was trying to figure out what God meant, he received a message. You should have some understanding of phantom demons, right? This class takes a while to complete. You have to get to at least level 40 before the phantom demon strengths begin to appear. A phantom demon's true practice starts then. Jiexi replied with a message. Yeah, I know. Qiao Yifan answered. He was a pro player after all. There was no way he wouldn't know at least a little about every class. Any class's strengths, skills, their uses, etc. These were all basic knowledge for any pro player. Because of this, there isn't any way of practicing how to use a phantom demon in battle right now. I recommend that you find someone to level this account for you, while you do some research on the theories. For example, you could go look at the recordings for Team Void's matches and study them. Jiexi sent a message. Team Void. Qiao Yifan obviously knew of this team. Although they weren't top tier, they often made it into the playoffs. Team Void's captain Li Shen used the account Sobbing Ghost, which was reputed as the #1 phantom demon in glory. Team Void was the only team to use the phantom demon as their core. It could be considered as one of their unique features. Even though Li Shen's Sobbing Ghost is the core of Team Void, it's never his other teammates coordinating with his Sobbing Ghost's phantom ghosts. Watch how Li Shen deciphers the battles and then uses phantom ghosts to create the win for his team. Jiexi said. Oh, understood. Give the account card to someone else to level for you. Once you reach my level, you can come with me and my party to get a feel for it. Jiexi said. Thank you. Thank you, senior. Qiao Yifan was extremely happy. When Jiexi told him to study recordings, he had felt somewhat at a loss. But now that he knew that there was still a chance for God to coach him, he immediately turned indescribably happy. Qiao Yifan began doing what Jiexi had suggested at once and gathered all sorts of recordings to study and learn from. He also went out to go look for someone to level his account. He signed up for the option that would level his character the fastest and then waited for it to catch up to Lord Grimm's level. On Yixio's side, while Qiao Yifan went offline, he on the other hand was still chatting with some other players. These players were 7 Fields and his group. At this moment, they had just made a difficult decision. Ever since they had witnessed Brother Expert's strength, they had always known that there was no way their poor guild and their puny resources had a place for a godlike Brother Expert. But unfortunately, the rest of the members of the guild didn't think like that. After seeing 7 Fields and his group go up on TV and break a record with Lord Grimm, they were convinced that the relationship between Lord Grimm and them wasn't shallow. They were always nagging for 7 Fields and his group to pull him in. 7 Fields and the others used an excuse to evade the subject again and again, yet their guild's members kept on nagging, especially their guild leader, who was very unsatisfied with how they kept evading them. Those guild members could be ignored, but a portion of the guild's members such as their guild leader were their old friends who came together from the old server. 7 Fields and the others won glory from being together with Brother Expert, but the other old friends were still the same as before, struggling under the big guild's feet. That was why 7 Fields and the others all felt a bit embarrassed. But to invite Brother Expert to join their guild? No matter how one thought about it, that could only be a joke. 7 Fields and the other truly weren't able to say that, however they truly couldn't stand their friends in their guild constantly nagging at them. Finally, they made the difficult decision to recommend their guild leader friend to Brother Expert and let him talk with Brother Expert directly. At this moment, 7 Fields and Jiexi were discussing about this, asking to bring a guild friend over to play together. How could Jiexi have any opinion about this? In the leveling area, Jiexi met with 7 Fields' guild leader friend. Hi, I'm Maple Tree, Full Moon Guild's guild leader. 7 Fields' friend, the 10th server guild leader Maple Tree, proudly introduced himself. 7 Fields and the others escaped far away with their cheeks streaming with tears. Full Moon Guild's guild leader? What status was that? Seven Fields and the others might have once thought differently, but after witnessing Brother Expert fight, their view of the world grew boundless. The three great guilds became like floating clouds in their eyes, and those medium and small guilds became clouds that couldn't even float. And now, their own guild leader had just presented his status proudly, putting his status, which others thought of as very shameful, as extremely honorable, making him look even more shameful. "Oh, hello. So you're all friends, huh?" Jiexi casually greeted him. It wasn't midnight yet, so Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon were there, as well as Drifting Water and Sunset Clouds. These two were normal players. They would only play every day after dinner, and as a result, the gaps between their levels gradually widened. They hadn't had the chance to create a dungeon record with Brother Expert either, so they were quite lonely. "Yeah, we've known each other since way back. When I think about our time in the heavenly domain," Maple Tree chatted about their guild's magnificent history. After setting up his Full Moon Guild's great image with Jiexi, Maple Tree changed the topic of the discussion. "Now that I think about it, with your strength, why haven't you joined a guild yet?" "Oh, guilds? I don't want to join one," Jiexi said. "Is it because you haven't found a suitable one yet? Actually, you might as well just join our Full Moon Guild. Our Full Moon Guild has quite a long history in glory and one of the oldest guilds out there. Although we can't compare with a few guilds, but I'm sure you understand that those big guilds all have pro clubs supporting him, so our guild made up of normal players have no way of comparing with them. But apart from these guilds with pros behind them, our Full Moon Guild is very famous," Maple Tree said. "He's trying to pull him in. He really is trying to pull in Brother Expert." Seven Fields said to the others with his face covered in tears, "I was wrong. I should pulled him along at midnight so we could dungeon together and have him witness Brother Expert's strength. If that had been done, I'm sure he'd be able to recognize the difference between heaven and earth." "That? Are you sure?" Sunset Cloud said. "In my opinion, Maple Tree's biggest feature is that he doesn't know the difference between heaven and earth," Drifting Water said. "That's why having him see Brother Expert's strength would only make him want to pull him in even more." "Correct. He grew up reading fairy tales. A poor boy chasing a beautiful princess and whatnot aren't things that'll stop him." "I know. That's why I kept evading him. But those other guild members are just too annoying. I had no choice but to hope that Brother Expert wouldn't mind," Seven Fields said. Chapter 148. For Scarlet Moon Parts. Seven Fields and the others didn't have it easy either. This situation was like if you knew a beautiful girl, but had a vulgar, wolf-like friend that wouldn't stop bothering you to introduce him. No matter what you did, you couldn't block him or dissuade him, and in the end, your only option was to ask the beautiful girl if you could bring your friend along. It obviously wouldn't be good to just let him go and do whatever he wanted, but Seven Fields and the others weren't worried about this. The beautiful girl in front of them definitely wouldn't be bullied around by the wolf. They were only worried that after the beautiful girl beat the wolf to death, they would also get beaten down. After all, the person they were talking about wasn't a beautiful little girl, but rather Brother Expert, a person who had already shocked the world by the time he reached level 30. They silently listened as Maple Tree tried to persuade him with all his might. Seven Fields and others were half angry and half laughing. In their view, Maple Tree's strategy was at the level of a kidnapper waving a goldfish at a small child in order to abduct the child. Except this child was Brother Expert. It was like trying to kill a strong bull with a cheap knife. How could you not laugh at that? Even worse, this guy was grinning from ear to ear, not aware of how stupid he looked. Seven Fields and the others really wished they could see what Brother Expert's expression was. Hopefully he hadn't already smashed his computer to bits yet. Maple Tree talked and talked about in-game life, economy, and even how wealthy the big guilds were. The way Maple Tree explained all of the little details was as if he was a matchless professional. At this moment, after listening to him for a long time, Jiexi finally replied very calmly, "If you're looking for me to set a dungeon record, then there's a fee." Long live Brother Expert! Seven Fields and the others nearly threw their headphones when they heard this. They discovered that there was no need to worry for Brother Expert. That goldfish scheme wasn't anything in front of Brother Expert. Oh? A fee? That's easy. How much money? Maple Tree said. I don't want money. I want materials, uncommon materials, or other things I need. Yishio laughed. Oh, so it's like that. What do you want? Maple Tree asked. That depends on what dungeon record you want set. Yishio said. Desolate Land. Maple Tree said. He himself was level 30 and could be considered at the top among the player population. He obviously couldn't compare to those big guilds whose elite teams were being leveled 24/7. Normal players didn't have that sort of advantage. Desolate Land. Yishio was still a bit hesitant. This was because he had already gotten all of the materials he needed from this dungeon from Team Tiny Herb. His 1000 Chance umbrella had already reached level 25. For the next stage, he needed all sorts of materials and equipment from level 30 to 40. No matter how fast Full Moon Guild's players leveled, they would only be a bit ahead of Yishio. They had just reached level 30 today, so they definitely wouldn't be able to pay up many level 30 to 40 items. How about for parts of the Scarlet Moon set? Yishio thought about it before giving out the reply. This shouldn't be a problem. Maple Tree was a bit hesitant too. Clearly, for guilds like theirs that were created only for fun, the guild leader didn't have as much power over the guild like those three great guilds. Most guild leaders didn't have any sort of leadership aura. On the contrary, they were more like public servants who made great efforts with little benefits. However, since they were in the new server with lots of new players, veterans like him still had some power in front of those little noobs. Unfortunately, it seemed like this small amount of power wasn't enough to let him casually take away someone's equipment and give it out for public use. The Scarlet Moon set was a level 30 battle mage set. In glory, armor was split into head, shoulder, chest, waist, legs, shoes, these 6 parts. The Scarlet Moon set was one of the most common sets, which consisted of 6 parts of armor. Every 2 parts would give additional attributes. Along with equipment such as Lord Grimm's vampire cloak, there were also rings, necklaces, and badges, which were classified as accessories. In glory, armor usually gave physical defense, while accessories gave magic defense. Unlike armor, accessories weren't categorized into types such as cloth, leather, heavy, plate. They could be worn by any class. Accessories were chosen depending on the player's needs. For level 30 players, they didn't need to be picky with accessories yet, but a full class set of equipment could improve their strength significantly. With the current state of glory, players often said that at level 30, they would begin seeking class sets. Privileged players should switch every 5 levels, while those weren't should switch every 10 levels. Those who didn't pursue these goals were players who didn't know how to play or had been carried the entire way through. Yishio was unspecialized, so the value of sets was limited. This was because the additional stats from a set often increased levels of class skills. Since those skills were often level 20 and up skills, they weren't useful to Lord Grimm, so wearing sets wasn't worth it. The Scarlet Moon Battle Mage set he requested was obviously for Tang Ru. This girl was one of the main forces in the dungeon setting team, but her current set of equipment was quite sad to look at. Yishio and them were a friendly team when they dungeoned. No one fought over equipment. However, there was no way they could match the resources of an organized guild. It was actually quite difficult for them to gather a set of ideal equipment since they could only run a dungeon a limited amount of times each day. Now that they were level 30. If they didn't pursue class sets, then they would fall relatively far behind compared to the big guild's elite teams, which was quite unfavorable for dungeon setting. This type of difference couldn't be completely made up for with skill. These types of low-level dungeons also had a limited skill cap. And worse, if Liu Hao wouldn't let things go, who knew when he might suddenly annoy him again? For Scarlet Moon parts. Is there a problem? Yishio asked. Don't rush. It was clear that Maple Tree didn't have the sort of authority like the 3 great guilds' guild leaders. The amount of resources he could allocate was limited, especially for equipment. They had probably all been rolled for in the dungeons and taken away. Give the equipment to the guild? In their sort of guild, such an option didn't exist. Seven Fields and the others were quite astonished on the other hand. They didn't care about how their guild leader was busy trying to get the equipment. They asked in complete disbelief, "Brother Expert, you're going to help our guild set a record. There's a fee." "It's always been like that," Jiexi said. "For Scarlet Moon parts." Seven Fields and the others were all veterans, so they knew of their value. When Jiexi had helped the three great guilds set a record, his demands were impossible for them. He had even asked for orange weapons. In comparison to those demands, the parts of the Scarlet Moon set were nothing. The Scarlet Moon set was actually only a set of blue equipment. "Ha ha, I wanted an orange weapon, but there's no way your guild could have that, no," Jiexi said. "We don't," Seven Fields said. "That's why a bit less is fine," Jiexi said. "Why do you need for parts? Why not the entire set?" Seven Fields asked. "It looks to me like that's the guild you guys are in," Jiexi said. "Brother Expert, you don't need to give us face." "Really?" Seven Fields was very sincere. "No way." Jiexi laughed. "The record set in exchange for only 4 parts won't be too high." "Shameless," Sleeping Moon blurted out. "It's only fair." Jiexi said, "Even if you guys gave me all 6 parts, the record still won't be much higher." "Why?" Seven Fields asked. "See, Soft Mist's weapon is still only level 25. Not just her, but Steam Bun too. Without level 30 purple weapons and a class set, there's no way we can set the record at its limit," Jiexi said. "Then what you're saying is that the record you're going to set will be broken eventually?" Seven Fields asked. "For normal players, the current record is already their limit. When we break this record, there shouldn't be anyone who can beat it," Jiexi said. "Shouldn't? Unless some bored players come," Jiexi said. "What type of players?" Seven Fields and the others were becoming more and more confused. "Experts." Jiexi continued to make them confused. "Experts? How could an expert setting a record be bored?" Mapletree was speaking well and speaking badly to players in the guild. He was asking this and then urging that and explaining the importance of their guild's development, future, and goals, until finally, he gathered together 4 parts of the Scarlet Moon set. Of course, these 4 parts were from 4 different players. And those 4 players actually didn't have the entire set, so losing one wasn't too heartbreaking. "I'm going to get the equipment. Let's meet again at 12. Mapletree said as he ran off. From the looks of it, he's planning on going with them. Seven Fields said. "Clearly." Sunset Clouds nodded his head. "Well, he is the guild leader. Let him go." Drifting Water said. "How many spots will there be?" Sleeping Moon asked. "Usually 1. Seven Fields said while asking Jiexi, "Brother Expert, how many open spots do you have on your team?" "Probably 1. "Who's going to be coming from your guild?" Jiexi asked. "Our guild leader most likely." Seven Fields said. "Oh, that should be fine." Jiexi nodded his head. "What wouldn't be fine?" Drifting Water asked. Jiexi looked at his class. Non-DPS classes wouldn't be too convenient. Tears began pouring out from Drifting Water. He was a knight, an MT, main tank, so he obviously wasn't considered a DPS class, which probably meant that he would never be able to go up on TV with Brother Expert's record-setting team. "Our condolences." The others all gave their sympathies. Mapletree went and finally came back with the Scarlet Moon parts. Sunset Clouds and Drifting Water took their leave first. They were clearly quite busy people. They didn't play the game for very long every day and probably weren't able to completely use up all of their dungeon entries each day. "Steamed bun! Steamed bun!" Jiexi began calling for his troops. "Steamed bun is here." Tonight we'll be setting a dungeon record. Yixiao said. TV. I like it. I'll be coming. Steen Bun Invasion typed happily. Near midnight, without needing Yixiao to call over, Su Muqing came online on time. At the same time, the guild's leaders from all the big guilds came. The first ones to contact him were Blue River and Cold Knight, his two former customers. Their messages came at practically the same time. Brother, can you set the record for Desolate Land tonight? Long-term substitution will begin tonight. Brother, you're level 30 who? Have you thought over long-term substitution? The messages didn't only come from those two. These days, Yixiao was entangled with many of the big guilds. What level Lord Grimm was and how many dungeon entries he had left, they were sometimes even more clear on those than Yixiao himself. Right now, Lord Grimm was level 30 and his dungeon entries had been refreshed. Everyone guessed that it was the day that the Desolate Lands record would be broken. Which guild would the record fall under? That was what everyone was fighting for. But winning one time wasn't what they wanted. Every big guild wanted a stable substitution team. If today, the record fell under their guild's name and then the next day, the record would be set by the same exact players under a different guild's name, then that wouldn't look good at all for them. Yixiao wasn't in a rush with all of these messages. He slowly typed out a reply for every one of them. Tonight, I'll be helping Full Moon Guild set the dungeon record. Chapter 149. Bidding War. Full Moon Guild? At least half of the guild leaders had no knowledge of this guild's name. To them, the only guilds that they were familiar with were the guilds with clubs behind them. Those were the only guilds that they recognized as adversaries. Of course, there were some that had heard of this name before. But they definitely knew that this wasn't a guild with a club behind it. It was only a guild created by normal players and could be considered an ordinary guild. How could this type of guild be able to snatch Lord Grimm away from the encirclement of all of their big-named guilds? All of the guild leaders were in disbelief. They each asked around to find what type of trick Full Moon Guild had pulled off. But this turned out to be quite difficult. Guilds like Full Moon Guild clearly didn't have any spies planted in them from big guilds. They had simply never been an opponent for them. As a result, they didn't have any inside information and could only see if there was someone who knew a member of that guild. There actually were a few results that came out of asking around like this. After all, Full Moon Guild wasn't like them. When Maple Tree went to gather the parts for the Scarlet Moon set, he had shouted for it in the guild channel and used the strength of the masses to pressure for battle mags into giving away one of their Scarlet Moon parts. Everyone in the guild knew of this. There wasn't any need to hide it, so when a friend came to ask, they immediately gave a reply. Quickly, all of the guild leaders from the big guilds found about the price tag of for Scarlet Moon parts and they all violently coughed up blood. For Scarlet Moon parts? What type of fee was that? For these guilds, such a price was basically giving it to them for free. Most of the equipment dropped from level 30 dungeons were blue equipment sets. For something so trivial like for parts of the Scarlet Moon set, all they had to was open their mouth and they'd be able to obtain them. For the elite players from their big guilds, they could easily gather a full set of class-specific equipment for several teams. And with their guild's complete setup, if they needed a Scarlet Moon set, then the guild would by all means compensate for the provider's losses. As a result, they could easily get the 4 parts with just a few words. Not like Maple Tree, who was like a child asking for his grandpa, desperately trying to get the 4 parts. In short, this sort of condition was too easy for these guilds. How could they let Full Moon Guild get away with such a steal? The guild leaders were no longer calm. Many of them began sending Lord Grimm more enticing offers. Brother, how about a full Scarlet Moon set? A Scarlet Moon set and a level 30 purple Bright Lance. 2 Scarlet Moon sets. One for you and another one for free. The offers were endless. In any case, they were all better than 4 parts of a Scarlet Moon set. Yixiao didn't rush and patiently replied back to each of them. Among all of these, Blue River and Cold Knight surprisingly hadn't come barking. These two had faced against Jiexi more than once, so they had a certain level of understanding. For parts of a Scarlet Moon set weren't his bargaining chips for setting a dungeon record. Lord Grimm's starting prices had one feature. Even though they made you feel somewhat heartbroken, they wouldn't make you feel that it wasn't worth it. He clearly had an exceptional understanding of the game and could accurately measure his value. According to his style, for sets should be right. For parts? What did that mean? What was his goal? Blue River and Cold Knight were both puzzling over this. And even though the big guilds operated quite similarly, who among them knew about one another well? Although they all had spies among them, the new server had just opened, so the core of the guild was still made up of the veterans from the old servers. The newly recruited low-leveled accounts couldn't be trusted too much. All of the guild leaders knew this. However, even with all of their precautions, there were still a few spies among their upper ranks. These sort of spies weren't new recruits from the new server. They were already spies in the old server and had signed up to pioneer in the new server. These types of people were already among the guild's elites in the new servers and were quite powerful. At this moment, only these deep spies would be able to tell their guild information on other guilds' movements. But there weren't many of these types of spies. On Blue River's side, he only had one spy with such authority. That spy was in Guild Samsara. Guild Samsara was the guild backed by Club Samsara. Team Samsara was a mighty team in the recent years. Their team's ace Jiexi was currently Glory's most popular player. Quite a few experts and fans expected a great future for Team Samsara. Thus, they were a strong opponent for them. They would not only be enemies in the alliance, but in the game too. Samsara has offered for class-specific sets. The spy messaged Blue River. With the way he does things, this should be the limit. Blue River said. It should be. But this time, he rejected it. The spy said. His reason? Blue River asked. He already agreed that he'd help Full Moon Guild. The spy said. TCH. He obviously knew that we would ask for him to set a dungeon record at level 30. How could he agree to Full Moon Guilds for Scarlet Moon parts? Blue River said. Do you think he has an ulterior motive? Definitely. Blue River said. I heard that Misty Castle and Blossom Valley have also offered the same price. How do you know? This information wasn't something that could be easily found. The only reason Blue River could find it was because of the spy he had in Samsara Guild. Our guild leader went to ask. Blue River felt relieved. Even though all of the big guilds competed against each other, they all knew each other. In this type of situation, where they were all unsure, they would sometimes turn their enemies into friends and exchange information. For example, that guy Plantago Seed frequently did this. But Team Tiny Herb and Team Blue Rain were absolutely mortal enemies, which naturally translated in-game too. Our guild leader is getting ready to offer a step higher. The spy suddenly said. Oh? How much? 5 class-specific sets. Blue River stared blankly when he suddenly had an idea. Was this what he was trying to do? By deliberately reducing the price and having others offer higher, he would eventually win out. By provoking the guilds to fight over him, he immediately raised his status. For this type of situation, once the price got up, it'd be difficult to bring it down, unless he wasn't able to complete the employer's task. Samsara had taken the first step. Their information partners Blossom Valley and Misty Castle had probably followed closely too. However, these guild leaders weren't hostile spies. Their exchanges of information were probably only half-truths. Blue River guessed that there was no way of accurately knowing. He only knew that 5 class-specific sets had already exceeded Lord Grimm's previously set price. This move was brilliant. Blue River sighed and understood Lord Grimm's intentions. Blue River felt he could go over and negotiate with Lord Grimm. Just as he was about to send a message, his spy suddenly typed D*MN, rejected again. Rejected, still? What is he trying to do? For what purpose? What else does he want? Blue River was also startled. 5 class-specific sets, this was already enough to make them grind their teeth and cough up blood, but he still wasn't satisfied? Is really trying to make all of the big guilds go mad? He didn't ask for anything. He said the same thing. He already agreed to help Full Moon Guild. How could it be like that? What are you guys going to do next? Blue River asked. I don't know. The guild leader is furiously cursing right now. Of course, Samsara's 10th server guild leader Lonely Drink would be angry. For class-specific sets was very fair and the offer should have been accepted. But the way Lord Grim had rejected it? Now that was fast. The reply came just a second after he sent his offer. Lonely Drink was convinced that Guy had set up an automatic reply. How else could he reply so quickly? He randomly tested his theory. It looked like it wasn't an automatic reply. This guy really wasn't considering their offer. Lonely Drink wasn't stupid. After having his offer rejected, he was even faster than Blue River in thinking that this time, Lord Grim really was trying to eat them up like a giant lion. This guy saw that all of the guilds were fighting over him right now. Lonely Drink didn't say a word for now and ran over to contact the other guild leaders. Those guys were also angry and cursing at Lord Grim. They all looked like they wanted to kill someone. Lonely Drink obviously wasn't puzzled by this. These guys all acted as if they hated Lord Grim. If it was someone else, then he might have actually believed that they wouldn't try to raise the bid again. But Lonely Drink knew that these guild leaders were the same as him and had already decided to raise the bid once again. Because of this, he had hoped that the competitors would give up this theatrical act. HMPH, I'm not playing anymore. Lonely Drink finally threw it out, also in order to trick them, and then made a bid with 5 class-specific sets. This price increase was quite large. Seeing that the other guild leaders didn't have any intention of backing down, Lonely Drink also decided to raise it. He felt that his offer wasn't enough to be accepted by Lord Grim, but he'd at least be able to make the other side feel his sincerity and then they could maybe seriously discuss it. Who would have thought that he'd be rejected instantly? This time Lonely Drink wasn't acting anymore and really was furious. If he wasn't even considering his offer, then did this guy want him to just directly gift him his guild? Lonely Drink wasn't happy. He was extremely unhappy. His first few rejections had made him feel somewhat puzzled, but the current him was no longer trying to obtain Lord Grim's services, he was now trying to fight with Lord Grim to see how deep he really was. As a result, Lonely Drink sent another message, 8 class-specific sets. What do you think? You should be happy now, right? Lonely Drink hadn't negotiated with anyone and was sent out as a gamble. You little punk, are you still trying to cheat me? Fine, I'll make an unimaginable offer that'll turn you stupid and make you speechless. This was the type of goal that the current Lonely Drink was going for. In the end, not even a second had passed, and his chat box had already flickered. It was the same result as before, as if his offer hadn't been considered at all. Lonely Drink almost didn't want to open it. He already felt a bad premonition. But, in the end, he looked at it. I've already agreed to help Full Moon Guild. F***CK. These words again. It was these exact words every single time. Lonely Drink now knew that this person hadn't set up an automatic reply. He was F***king copying and pasting. You. What the heck do you want? Lonely Drink almost felt his heart roar. I'm going to dungeon. Let's talk later. Not even a second. A reply. Chapter 150. So nervous he became a noob. Lonely Drink wasn't the only victim. Although the other guilds may not have been as impulsive as him and directly offer 8 class-specific sets like he had, but for such a ridiculous offer to be rejected in less than a second. How could the other guild leaders even try to compete? The rejected guild leaders were no longer faking it now and were furiously cursing non-stop. Unlike Lonely Drink, they were cursing and complaining particularly about how black Lord Grim's heart was. Even Lonely Drink's ridiculous offer had been rejected. After calming down, Lonely Drink began thinking like how Blue River had thought initially. What ulterior motives did this Lord Grim have? Hey, do you think this guy has some ulterior motive this time? At this moment, a different two guild leaders began discussing, Cold Knight and Blue River. These two players hadn't joined the Great Bidding War and had been quietly observing from the sides for any changes. Blue River had another perspective he could look at through the lens of the spy at Guild Samsara. Cold Knight suddenly asked him this question. Blue River immediately guessed that tyrannical ambition wasn't as simple as he had thought. He was afraid that their guild also had some sort of trump card planted in another guild. Compared to the other guild leaders, these two were undoubtedly the most calm and rational among those in the bidding war. Their line of thoughts were the closest together, which was why Cold Knight had ran over to discuss the situation with Blue River. I originally thought that he was going to use this as a way to raise his status, but with the way things have turned out, I don't think that's the case, Blue River said. I found information on Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon, who are often with him. They are both from this Full Moon Guild and they seem to be old acquaintances of his. Cold Knight said. That might not be it. When everyone was still in Beginner Village, it was reported that this player called Sleeping Moon had been K-said by Lord Grim. He then started spamming curses at Lord Grim outside of the dungeon. Only after that did they get together. Blue River recalled. So there was something like this. Cold Knight had begun paying attention to Lord Grim slightly later than Blue River had, so he didn't know that such an event had happened. Yeah. But it doesn't matter what happened because they're now friends. Or perhaps it's just a one-time trick. Cold Knight said. If it's like that, if it was because of their friendship, then Blue River would be extremely sad. He had once thought of using such a trick, but never went through with it. If such a trick had been successfully carried out by Full Moon Guild, a guild that they hadn't even put in their eyes, then he would feel extremely defeated. Either way, it looks like Desolate Land's record has fallen into Full Moon Guild's hands. Cold Knight said. Yeah. Blue River didn't doubt Lord Grim's strength one bit. Desolate Land. The level 28 to 30 dungeon was located in a deserted castle in the Desolate Land leveling area. A group of tyrannical bandits had made the castle their temporary home and as a result, became a dungeon. Starting from level 28, Jiexi and the other had ran the dungeon several times. However, now that they had a new member Maple Tree joining their team, in order to assimilate this sharpshooter into their team, their strategy naturally had to be adjusted. With a normal player in their party, they might suddenly have a few more problems come up. But with a pro god like Jiexi, given a random class combination, he could easily come up with the most suitable strategy for it. How could such a simple issue like having a normal player be difficult for him? This run will only be for experimental purposes. We'll be adjusting our strategy based on Maple Tree. Jiexi said to everyone after entering Desolate Land. Ha ha ha. Relax. I've done this dungeon who knows how many times. I'm extremely familiar with it. Maple Tree boldly said. Oh really? Then we'll be starting now. I'll be leading. Jiexi said. No problem. Lead away. Maple Tree said. Steamed Bun, 8 o'clock. Soft Mist, 10 o'clock. Cleansing Mist, pull the enemies ahead at the bend. Maple Tree go to the stone window on the right. Attack whatever I attack. Wait. What type of strategy is this? Maple Tree was dumbstruck. Steamed Bun Invasion had 2 bandits at 8 o'clock. Soft Mist had 2 thieves at 10 o'clock. And Cleansing Mist had 4 enemies ahead at the bend, who were gathered around playing cards. They were going to be pulled already? And for him, the stone window on the right. There were 2 bandits drinking over there. How could he get past them without alarming those 2 NPCs? If we don't use this strategy, then I don't think we'll be able to break the dungeon record. Jiexi said. Just from equipment, their team couldn't compare to the current record holders Blue Brook Guild. That 5-man team had class-specific sets plus level 30 purple weapons for each member. Their damage output would be much higher than their team's, which was how they were able to achieve the current 30 hours 45 minutes 66 seconds record. The team with the second fastest record also had equipment on another level than theirs. The difference between the second fastest and the fastest record was minuscule. This indeed was the record's limit in desolate land for normal players. If Yixiu's team used the normal strategy, then they definitely wouldn't be able to break the record. If they were going to break it, then they had to fully utilize their team's advantage in skill. Just like for the record at Frost Forest, where Yixiu had relied on his own superiority in skill in order to carry out a one-wave rush strategy that wasn't possible for normal players and set a new record. If they followed how normal players cleared the dungeon, then there wouldn't be any difference between a god and a normal player, and the record obviously wouldn't be broken. You're going to break it like this? Are you looking to die? Mapletree was very noisy. Ha ha, just do as I say. I'll explain things as we go. Everyone, forward. Yixiu said. The other three had already rushed up to do their task, while Mapletree was still staring at those two bandits drinking. How do I get to that stone window? Aerial fire. Yixiu said. Those two bandits. They'll be gone soon. Yixiu said, while his Lord Grim rushed up. His battle lance swept across, hitting two thieves at 1 o'clock. He then turned around and bang bang, two shots rang out, alarming those two drinking bandits. The bandits threw the alcohol bottles in their hands at Lord Grim and rushed at him. You're pulling for monsters at once. Mapletree was astonished. When he brought his team in, there would be a total of 8 NPCs around them and they would only pull them out 2 by 2. But this team was different. 2 players each pulled 2 monsters. Lord Grim pulled for monsters, and not only that, but he wanted that launcher to pull for monsters too. Like this, they pulled 12 NPCs total. Mapletree almost had the urge to leave the dungeon. Are you still not going up? If we were setting the record, then you've already wasted time. Yixiu said, while his hands moved non-stop. Lord Grim handled the 4 elite monsters with ease. Mapletree stupidly ran towards the window, but his camera was on Lord Grim the entire time, and nearly crashed into the window before stopping in time. Use aerial fire to go up. You've already wasted quite some time doing it that way. We started pulling 10 seconds ago, but you still haven't done anything yet. Yixiu said. When you use aerial fire, try to hit the monsters too to save time. Yixiu added. Okay. Mapletree had entered the dungeon with matchless confidence, but in these few seconds, his confidence had already burned to ashes and flown away. Lord Grim, 1 player against 4 monsters. Steam Bun Invasion and Soft Mist were also each fighting 2 monsters. Mapletree looked and discovered that they weren't pulling monsters anymore, they were already beginning to kill them. It was just that while they were killing them, they were also bringing the monsters to their desired spots. Mapletree didn't want to delay any longer. But just as he was about to jump onto that stone window, he suddenly felt a tinge of fear and his hands trembled. He hadn't calculated the distance well and he hadn't used enough strength, so when he jumped onto the wall, he directly latched onto the wall like a gecko and then slid down. Yixiu saw this and he immediately coughed up blood. This Mapletree was a guild leader. Even though his task didn't need high mechanics like Steam Bun Invasion or Tang Ru, he should at least be an experienced player like Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon. Yet he couldn't even jump onto a window. He wasn't a noob, right? Yixiu was even more shocked than Mapletree. If he really was a noob, then that'd be really disastrous. It has to be known that their strategy mainly relied on skill. Even if Mapletree was an experienced player, all he could be arranged to do was assist them. They couldn't afford to have him be a noob right now. Are you not able to jump up there? Yixiu asked. No, I'm just a bit nervous, Mapletree said. Why are you nervous? Your strategy's too crazy. Mapletree said. Calm down. It gets crazier later. Yixiu said. Okay. Hurry up and jump up there. Yixiu said, while fixing his attention on this side. He had to properly see what Maple Tree's skill level was at. If he really was a noob, then he had to switch him out. Noobs weren't scary. But noobs that acted like they understood were the scariest. This time, Maple Tree judged the correct distance. He jumped and steadily landed. Jiexi saw that the distance and power had been grasped well. So he really wasn't a noob. I said use aerial fire. Why are you still directly jumping up? But Jiexi still had to correct his problem. Oh, I forgot. Do it again? Maple Tree said. Do it again and practice at the same time. Going up there with aerial fire isn't that easy. If you can't get up there, then keep trying. Jiexi said. I can do it, I can do it. Maple Tree hastily said. Aerial fire made the user fly backwards. The user had to control the gun in order to grasp the distance and height he flew. When to stop was completely reliant on experience. There wasn't enough time to turn around and look when flying. Maple Tree jumped down from the stone window and walked a certain distance away. Jiexi saw his position and immediately asked, how many shots are you planning on firing? 6 shots, Maple Tree said. 6 shots and you'll hit your head. Hit my head. Too high. You won't be able to get into the window. Jiexi said. Really? Then a bit farther away. Go a bit closer and 5 shots will be enough. Jiexi said. Here? Maple Tree moved a bit. That's good. Okay. Maple Tree answered. He stood at the position, jumped up, and then turned around and fired at the ground. He shot 5 times in a row and sure enough, he was sent up to the window. At this moment, Mooching had already brought those 4 monsters over. And soon, all 12 monsters were gathered together and the 4 quickly began attacking them. Maple Tree was still sitting at the window all lonely. He wasn't there to be some background decoration. Maple Tree, have you noticed that those 2 in the dead center are in your attack range? The orders for him to act had finally arrived.